Sword God Chapter 1 to Chapter 50. Posted. 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 The sky was slightly brighter, but it was still quiet. Most of the people in Little Lake Town were still asleep, but Chenzong quickly opened his eyes. He twisted his body as nimbly as a loach and quietly landed on the ground. He quickly put on his clothes and washed up, ate a few bites of pancakes, tied heavy iron plates to his limbs, waist, and back, and quietly opened the door and closed the door. The light outside was dim, and it was quiet. He took a deep breath of fresh air and slowly exhaled. Traces of coolness circled around his chest, making Chenzong feel refreshed. He moved his limbs and ran forward. The heavy iron plates on his body weighed 15 kilograms. Even though Chenzong carried them every day, he was still panting after running a few hundred meters. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. Only by going through hardships can one rise above others. He ran to the lakeside and stopped to rest for a few minutes. Then he continued to run around the lakeside. The lakeside was more than 1,600 meters long, and it took him more than 10 minutes to run with 15 kilograms of weight. After running 3 laps in a row, Chenzong was drenched in sweat. He looked like he had just been fished out of the water. His skin was red, and his body was hot. His heart was beating like a drum, and his breathing was heavy like a big bellows in a blacksmith's shop. As the sun rose, the first ray of light shone on Chenzong's face, intertwining with the reflection of his sweat. The morning light filled the air, and he was full of vitality. Trying hard to take deep breaths, Chenzong spread his feet as wide as his shoulders. His front legs were bent, and his back knees were almost touching the ground. He lifted his heels and used the soles of his feet to support himself. He lowered his body forward, and his center of gravity was on his feet. His muscles were tight, and his left hand formed a tiger's claw in front of his eyes. His right hand was clenched into a fist behind his chin. His palm was straight like a crouching tiger. He was ready to attack. Huh! As he exhaled, his voice exploded like spring thunder. His crouched body suddenly moved forward. His waist exerted strength and his back rose and fell as if he was about to rush forward. His strength surged. His right fist struck out with full force, like a fierce tiger stretching out its claws. The tiger strength fist technique was one of the Chen family's 3 foundation establishment martial arts. It imitated the movements of a fierce tiger and had a total of 5 styles. Once mastered, one could train up to 50% of one's body. It could be used not only as a way to strengthen one's body and blood, but also as a means of attack and defense. Chenzong had been practicing for 2.5 years and had a basic grasp of the 5 styles. Chenzong performed the 5 moves of the tiger strength fist art in succession. Wind blew under his fists. Chenzong withdrew his fists and stood up straight, exhaling a long breath. Starting with the crouching tiger style, ending with the violent tiger style, creating the sound of wind. I wonder when he will reach the advanced stage. Martial arts could be divided into entry, small success, great success, and even perfection. There was a saying, great success was easy to obtain, but perfection was hard to find. To master it, one only needed to put in enough time and effort. To master it, one needed to comprehend the essence of martial arts and grasp its essence. The tiger strength fist art was divided into 4 levels: tiger form, tiger sound, tiger roar, and tiger force. They corresponded to entry, small success, great success, and perfection. Tiger form meant that one could skillfully perform the 5 moves of the tiger strength fist art. On the surface, it looked like a fierce tiger, but its power was very weak. It was almost an empty shell. Tiger sound meant that one could perform the tiger strength fist art in succession and had a certain amount of power. When one attacked, one could create a slight sound of wind, like a tiger's growl. Tiger roar meant that one could fully display the power of the tiger strength fist art. When it was performed, it was as if a fierce tiger was standing in front of one, opening its mouth and roaring. As for tiger force, Chenzong still didn't understand what it was. In the whole family, no one had practiced the tiger strength fist art to the perfection stage. Normal people can reach entry in 3 months, small success in 1 year, and great success in 3 years. But it took me 2 years to reach small success. My progress is slow. Zhenzong muttered to himself in a low voice, full of unwillingness. This damn congenital lack of blood qi made me train hard for 2.5 years. Not only did it delay the progress of my martial arts, but my cultivation has also only reached the first level of the qi and blood realm. How can I participate in the martial disciple battle in a month? How can I enter the clan hall? How can I find the elixirs for father? Thinking of the family disciples who practiced martial arts at the same time as him, if not at the third level of the qi and blood realm, they were at least at the second level of the qi and blood realm. Even the family disciples who were 1 year younger than him were now at the second level of the qi and blood realm. Zhenzong was full of unwillingness. If it wasn't for the congenital lack of blood qi. Thinking of this, Zhenzong was a little absent-minded. When he was still in the womb, he was attacked by a demon beast and had a difficult birth. His mother sacrificed herself to protect him. Even so, Zhenzong was still afflicted with a congenital lack of blood qi. Even though the congenital lack of blood qi seriously delayed the progress of his martial arts practice, Zhenzong had never resented it. He just couldn't help but feel irritated sometimes. He was clearly a few times more hardworking than others, but because of the congenital lack of blood qi, he fell far behind others. If the first time isn't enough, I'll do it twice. If the second time isn't enough, I'll do it 3 times. Father said that people must constantly strive for self-improvement. I'm just slower than others. It's not like I can't practice martial arts. If I persevere, I'll succeed. With a low roar, Zhenzong once again assumed the crouching tiger stance and started practicing again. Fate was like this, but what could he do? He could only fight and strive for self-improvement. Crouching tiger, rushing tiger, twisting tiger, leaping tiger, and raging tiger. He used all of his strength in each of the 5 stances. Blood qi surged all over his body, causing his skin to turn red. Sweat constantly seeped out, soaking his rough gray shirt. Many crisscrossed footprints were left on the ground. The sun rose, shining its golden light on the earth, awakening all life. After practicing the tiger strength fist art 3 times, Zhenzong had to stop. His limbs twitched uncontrollably, feeling as if his muscles were being torn apart. The pain was like a tide, wave after wave. It's not enough. Keep practicing. Zhenzong clenched his teeth and stretched his arms and legs with difficulty. He was about to assume the crouching tiger stance again. I have to become stronger. I have to become a martial artist. I have to surpass the qi blood realm. Only then can I find the precious medicine to cure father and restore his cultivation. The pain caused the veins on Zhenzong's forehead to bulge. His face twisted and his body twitched. However, his incomparably strong will forced him to endure. He once again assumed the crouching tiger stance, accumulated his strength, and executed the rushing tiger stance. Every day, Zhenzong trained himself like this, desperately digging out his potential. After the 4th practice, Zhenzong could no longer endure it. He lay on the ground, twitching non-stop. His body did not feel like his own. After resting for a while, Zhenzong struggled to get up. His stomach was rumbling like thunder. He felt like he could eat an entire cow. On the way home, a familiar figure walked in front of him. His cheeks were thin, and he looked like he had been through a lot. He was wearing a rough gray shirt, with a hemp rope hanging on his shoulder and a chopper hanging on his waist. His steps were firm. It was his father, Xianxia. The porridge is ready. Eat it while it's hot. Seeing Zhenzong, Xianxia said as usual, when you practice martial arts, you need to relax. Don't overdo it. Don't worry, father. I'll be careful. Zhenzong said with a smile. Facing the rising sun, he looked like he was shining brightly. Nodding, Xianxia walked past Zhenzong. Zhenzong looked back and stared at his father's back. His father's thin back was not as strong as before. He was still standing straight until he turned the corner and disappeared. The Qin family was a big family in Xiaohu town. They had hundreds of people, and they used a lot of fuel every day. His father, Xianxia, used to be the #1 warrior in the family. However, in order to find medicine for himself to replenish his blood and qi so that he could practice martial arts better, he fought with monsters. He was seriously injured and his blood and qi deteriorated. In the end, he lost all of his cultivation. Not only did he become an ordinary person, but he also got sick all over his body. Logically speaking, his father had made a great contribution to the family. Since he had lost all of his cultivation, he was qualified to enjoy the family's support. However, his father was just like his name, upright and honest. He said that he had only lost his cultivation, not that he was disabled to the point that he could not move. How could he enjoy the family's support with a clear conscience? Without cultivation, he could not go into the forest to look for herbs and hunt. He could only do some work that he could to earn money to support himself and his son, such as chopping trees and chopping firewood. Chen Jingtang was teaching Qinzong with his own actions. He was constantly influencing him. As long as he lived, he would not stop improving himself. After finishing the porridge, Qinzong washed the pots and bowls. He rested while reading. Practicing martial arts could strengthen one's body and control one's power. Reading books could accumulate knowledge and enrich one's mind. Brother Zong. Brother Zong. Something bad has happened. A young man rushed in from outside and shouted. What's so urgent? Qinzong put down his book and looked at him with a smile. He was wearing a green martial arts uniform made of coarse cloth. He had a handsome face and bright eyes. His name was Chen Yiming. He was younger than Qinzong by a year. His father and Qinzong's father had a good relationship. Chen Yiming and Qinzong grew up together. They were not brothers, but they were as close as brothers. Today's energy pills were given out just now. Brother Zong, your share was taken by Qin Jigang. Chen Yiming said while panting, his face full of anger. Energy pills were brewed with the essence of the 5 grains mixed with some herbal essences. They contained a rich amount of energy and had an obvious effect on the cultivation of Qi and blood realm level 1 to level 3 martial disciples. They were very valuable. Even though the Chen family had a large fortune, they could only provide 1 energy pill every 3 months. Let's not talk about this for now. What happened to your eye? Qinzong's heart skipped a beat. He pointed at the bruise on Chen Yiming's left eye and asked in a serious tone. I saw Chen Jigang take Brother Zong's energy pill. I wanted to take it back, but that bastard Chen Xianxia ambushed me. Chen Yiming said nonchalantly, if it wasn't for the ambush, that bastard wouldn't have been my match. Aren't energy pills given out in the afternoon? Also, don't you have to be there in person to receive them? Qinzong asked in a low voice. Anger was swirling in his chest because Chen Yiming was injured and his energy pill was taken away. That was the case in the past, but the person in charge of distributing the energy pills was changed. It was Chen Jigang's uncle. He said that Brother Zong, you're only at Qi and blood realm level 1 after 2.5 years of cultivation. You're no different from a piece of trash. It would be a waste to give the energy pill to you, so he decided to give it to Chen Jigang. Chen Yiming said hatefully, that bastard. Just because Chen Jigang's father is the #1 martial artist in the family, he did so many unfair things. Hearing this, Qinzong was even angrier, but his voice was incomparably cold. Maybe 1 energy pill won't help me improve much, but without that energy pill, my improvement will be even slower. This is equivalent to cutting off my future. Brother Zong, you have to calm down. Don't go looking for Chen Jigang. Seeing Qinzong's chest heaving up and down, Chen Yiming hurriedly said, not only has Chen Jigang's cultivation reached the peak of Qi and blood realm level 3, I heard that his tiger strength fist technique also broke through a few days ago and reached the phenomenal level. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Qinzong took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew very well that no matter how angry he was, it would be useless. Ever since his father lost his cultivation and was unable to recover, the father and son status in the family had plummeted. There was no one to uphold justice for them. If he impulsively went looking for Chen Jigang to settle the score, he would end up being injured, which would undoubtedly increase his father's burden. Please collect the monthly red ticket. Come quickly, dear customer. Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky. The bright moonlight shone on the ground like snow. The lake was calm like a mirror, reflecting the full moon as if it contained another world. The surface of the lake was covered in the moonlight. Qinzong lay by the lake with his hands behind his head. He bathed in the moonlight and stared at the bright moon in a daze. His mind was in a mess. He had put in so much effort and received so little in return. He was not satisfied. But to practice martial arts, hard work was not enough. One also needed external support. Otherwise, one would only exhaust oneself and eventually collapse. For example, Qin Jigang could eat the flesh of ferocious beasts for every meal to strengthen his body. He could also take energy pills to aid in his cultivation. It was said that the disciples of the large families in Martial Wind City were able to eat energy pills every few days. If his father still had his cultivation, it would be easy for Chenzong to eat the meat of wild beasts every day. It would also not be difficult for him to take an energy pill every once in a while. However, there were no ifs. The fact was that Chenzong had been looking forward to receiving an energy pill every 3 months. Today, however, it was ruined. Sometimes, Chenzong was at a loss when he thought about it. The lack of qi and blood was innate. Unless there was a suitable elixir to improve it, it would always exist. It would seriously hinder him and make Chenzong's dream and goal become distant. However, elixirs were extremely rare. Even his father, who used to be at the 7th level of the qi and blood realm, could not get them. As he thought about it, Chenzong suddenly felt that the moonlight tonight was especially bright. Something's not right. It seems like something is falling. He tried his best to open his eyes and see clearly, but he only saw a ray of light that was brighter than the moon falling rapidly. It seems to be coming toward me, oh no. Chenzong finally reacted when the sword-like ray of light fell. When he was about to dodge, the sword-like ray of light seemed to know his intention. Its speed increased by 100 times, piercing through space and time and shooting into the space between Chenzong's eyebrows. It was as if his head was pierced. Intense pain spread throughout his body like a flash flood, causing Chenzong to pass out. Where is this? Chenzong looked around blankly. He was surrounded by a dark void. When he looked down, he could not see his body, but he could feel his existence. It was very strange. Traces of silver light spread from afar, attracting Chenzong to fly over. Chenzong did not know how long he flew before he saw the light. A ball of silver light in the center of the dark void. The closer he got, the more Chenzong. The silver light seemed to be formed from countless silver dragons that crisscrossed together. Every single silver dragon seemed to have come from the void. They connected the heavens and the earth, pierced through space, and contained boundless profundities. At the center of the light weaved by countless silver dragons, a fragment floated quietly. It looked like the tip of a sword and was completely silver-white in color. It emitted ancient and profound ripples. Suddenly, the space between his eyebrows flickered. Its charm was peerless in the mortal world and surpassed the moonlight. Layers of light spread out like water ripples, covering every part of Chenzong's body. It seemed that something was constantly being squeezed out of Chenzong's body. After the moon passed the middle of the sky, it gradually sank into the west. The flowing light on Chenzong's body returned to between his eyebrows, and the light was restrained. His fingers moved unconsciously, and his eyelids trembled as he opened them. At first, his eyelids were blank, but then they became sharp. The stench went into his nostrils, like a rotting rat that had been dead for several days, making Chenzong retch. How could this be? Chenzong exclaimed. There was a layer of sticky mud on his hands and body. His eyesight was better than before. Under the bright moonlight, he could clearly distinguish between black and red, which was the source of the stench. He quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the lake to scrub vigorously. After scrubbing more than 10 times, he finally washed off the black and red mud on his body. Chenzong was surprised to find that his skin had become white and rosy, like that of a baby. The paleness, dryness, and all kinds of scars caused by excessive martial arts practice in the past no longer existed. His whole body was light, as if he could fly with a jump. His heart was strong, his blood qi was strong, and his whole body was full of strength. This feeling was unprecedented. Chenzong could not help but laugh loudly. After a sleepless night, Chenzong was full of energy. This is great. Not only is the root cause of the congenital deficiency of blood qi gone, but I'm also full of blood qi. Even my cultivation has broken through to the 2nd level of the qi and blood realm. Beside the lake, Chenzong's face was full of excitement. It's said that some old treasured medicine can cleanse the marrow and meridians. Is it like this? Stronger, faster, and more agile. Even my brain is more flexible. It's as if I've been reborn. As he spoke, Xianxia assumed the crouching tiger stance. His heart beat, his blood qi surged, and more power flowed through his limbs and bones. In the space between his eyebrows, the tip of the sword vibrated slightly, and a silver dragon danced. Xianxia forgot everything and focused on the fist technique. Punch, charging tiger stance. With one punch, it was as if the air was pierced, and the wind held. Twisting tiger stance, leaping tiger stance, violent tiger stance. With the last punch, the wind held. Ha 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 ha, the strength of the second level of the qi and blood realm is indeed much stronger than the first level. Xianxia retracted his fist and laughed loudly. The first major realm of martial arts was the qi and blood realm. It was divided into 9 levels. From the first level of the qi and blood realm to the third level, it was the foundation of strengthening the body and strengthening the blood qi. Hence, it was called a martial disciple. At the first level of the qi and blood realm, a single arm had the strength of 50 to 100 pounds. At the second level of the qi and blood realm, a single arm had the strength of 200 to 300 pounds. At the third level of the qi and blood realm, a single arm had the strength of 400 to 500 pounds. This was the standard. Some people who were born with stronger strength would exceed the standard. For example, Chen Jigang, who was at the peak of the third level of the qi and blood realm, had the strength of 600 pounds. Previously, Xianxia's arm strength was less than 100 pounds. Now, it was more than 200 pounds and less than 300 pounds. It was a leap in strength. His breakthrough not only increased his strength, but also his speed, and the power of his fist technique. Again. With a low shout, Xianxia assumed the crouching tiger stance again. In the past, due to the lack of blood qi, he always felt weak. He would be exhausted after 3 or 4 times. Now, after 5 times, he still had energy left. Over and over again, he felt very carefree. His mind was clear, and his understanding of the tiger strength fist technique improved exponentially. He grasped all the details that he had overlooked in the past. On the 10th time, his body leaped up like a ferocious tiger, followed by a punch. It was as if a ferocious tiger had gone berserk to injure its opponent. When the punch was thrown, the sound of wind breaking could be heard, as if a ferocious tiger was roaring in the distance. Tiger roar, the tiger strength fist technique has reached the initial stage of full mastery. Xianxia was shocked. Yesterday, he was still worrying about when he would be able to reach full mastery in the tiger strength fist technique. Only a day later, he had reached full mastery. This was too fast. It must have something to do with what happened last night. Xianxia thought to himself. He was very excited. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued to cultivate and strive to improve further. After another 10 times, Xianxia threw out punches. Every punch was accompanied by a strong roar of the wind. It was as if a ferocious tiger was roaring in front of him. The peak of full mastery. Xianxia gasped. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The blood qi in his body was surging and growing bit by bit. It was like the water of a great river, quickly dispelling his fatigue. When I reach full mastery in the tiger strength fist technique, I'll be able to train 50% of the body. It's better than when I reach full mastery. The effect of training will be more obvious. Xianxia was very happy, but then he frowned. The martial disciple tournament in the Li clan only lasts for 29 days. Even if I reach full mastery in the tiger strength fist technique, I won't be able to reach the third level of the qi and blood realm. It will be very difficult for me to get into the top 3 of the martial disciple tournament. The martial disciple tournament was held once a year. The top 3 could go to the Qin clan's ancestral hall to cultivate in the martial wind city. They could learn more advanced martial arts and enjoy more resources. Every branch family disciple was very eager to go to the martial disciple tournament. They saw it as an opportunity to make a great leap forward. However, only disciples under the age of 15 could participate. Xianxia would be 15 in 3 months. This was his only chance. entering the ancestral hall to cultivate, become a martial artist, and become stronger. Then, he could find medicine to cure his father's illness and restore his cultivation. This had always been his dream, and it was also the goal he was fighting for. If I can get a better foundation building martial arts than the tiger strength fist technique, my cultivation speed will be faster. Chen Zong muttered to himself. He knew that it was just a fantasy. Unexpectedly, the sword tip in the space between his eyebrows seemed to understand his words. It trembled slightly, and a silver dragon flew out and rushed into Chen Zong's mind. As if struck by lightning, Chen Zong's body trembled. He became motionless as if he had become a statue. Half an hour later, Chen Zong rolled his eyes and woke up. His face was full of smiles. He didn't know if it was because he had suffered too much in the past. God was kind enough to make it up to him. In that half an hour, Chen Zong obtained a foundation-building martial art. It was a foundation-building martial art that was far superior to the tiger strength fist technique, the 8 forms of the true sword. The 8 forms of the true sword emphasizes the unity of the sword, the body, and the steps. At the beginning, it can train 60% of the body. At the beginning, it can train 70% of the body. At the beginning, it can train 70% of the body. At the end of the day, it can train 80% of the body. At the end of the day, it can train 100% of the body. Chen Zong murmured as if he was in a dream. Just a moment ago, he was worried that the cultivation speed of the tiger strength fist technique was too slow. He didn't expect to be given a foundation-building martial art that was far superior to the tiger strength fist technique. Moreover, it was a rare weaponized foundation-building martial art. Could it be that all requests are granted? Chen Zong was puzzled. Give me 2 energy pills. There was no response. Could it be that he asked for too many? Why not just change it to 1 pill? There was still no response. Chen Zong could only give up and shift his attention to the 8 forms of the true sword. In order to cultivate the 8 forms of the true sword, one must first have a sword. When the cultivation level of the clan's disciples reaches the first level of the Qi and Blood realm, they can get a free weapon from the weapons room. This is a good opportunity to use it. Chen Zong thought to himself. He strode in the direction of the clan's weapons room. Along the way, he continued to ponder over the 8 forms of the true sword. The 8 forms of the true sword consisted of a total of 8 sword forms in ascending order. They were crouching sword form, drawing sword form, charging sword form, ring sword form, chopping sword form, chaotic sword form, swift sword form, and explosive sword form. There were 5 forms for the movement technique: standing, crouching, bouncing, twisting, and spinning. There were 6 forms for the movement technique: charging, sliding, tapping, shifting, leaping, and spinning. The 8 forms could be used in succession or individually. Each form had to be combined with the corresponding movement technique to maximize its power. The method of cultivation, the movements and changes of each form were clearly displayed in his mind, as if they were branded. Just the beginner level requires one to combine the sword, body, and movement technique. It's very difficult. However, once I've reached the beginner level, I'll have considerable power. Perhaps it'll be enough to surpass the initial level of the tiger strength fist technique. If you don't have money, please vote for me. If you have money, please vote for me. If you have money, please vote for me. There was a martial arts field in the family. It was more than 200 meters in length and width. It was quite big. On weekdays, all the disciples of the family would come to the martial arts field to practice. Firstly, the atmosphere was good. Secondly, the elders of the family would teach them. At first, Chen Zong often came, but he was often ridiculed and even bullied, which seriously affected his practice. Also, he was injured by Xianxia several times, which wasted a lot of time. So he just stopped coming and practiced by himself. The weapon room was in the corner of a martial arts field. On the field, more than 10 disciples of the family were practicing. Look, isn't that Chen Zong? A sharp-eyed disciple saw Chen Zong and immediately exclaimed. Yes, that's him. Didn't he practice by himself? Why is he here again? Maybe he didn't make any progress in his practice, so he wants to come to the martial arts field again. Does he think that Chen Zhongjie has forgotten about him? What a pity. I heard that his energy pill was given to Qin Jigang yesterday. I think it's right. Brother Jigang is the #1 martial disciple in the family. Not to mention Brother Jigang, even compared to us, Qinzong is a loser. It's a waste to give him the energy pill. Ignoring the gazes and discussions of the disciples of the family, Qinzong walked through the martial arts field and into the weapon room. The weapon room was about 10 meters in length and width. There were wooden shelves on the 4 walls. There were many weapons on the shelves. There were 6 kinds of weapons: knives, spears, swords, sticks, bows, arrows, and daggers. An old man was in charge of the weapon room. Maybe he was old and tired easily, so he was taking a nap. Qinzong didn't disturb him. He walked directly to the shelf where the swords were placed. There were more than 10 swords on the shelf. The longest was more than 1 meter, and the shortest was less than half a meter. Qinzong eliminated the longest and shortest swords, and the remaining 5 swords were suitable for him. Qinzong picked up the swords one by one, weighed them casually, and felt them carefully. People were different, and so were swords. The length, thickness, weight were the best for him. In the end, Qinzong held a sword in each hand and compared them carefully. It seemed that the 2 swords were of the same length and thickness, but there was a slight difference in weight. After a few minutes of comparison, Qinzong put down the sword in his left hand and chose the sword in his right hand. The entire sword was made of wood, and its entire body was black. It was engraved with threads that could prevent slipping. The entire sword was very ordinary, and was not worth a few jade money. Thinking about it, the Qin family of Small Lake Town was just a branch family, and they were limited in all aspects. The weapons that they received for free were naturally not much better. Qinzong didn't mind. On the contrary, he was a little excited. This was his first time holding a sword. He didn't know why, but there was a familiar feeling, as if he had held a sword for years. Holding the sword with his right hand, Qinzong's left hand gently brushed the blade. The cold touch made Qinzong shiver unconsciously. The sword body was 62 centimeters long, the sword hilt was 20 centimeters long, the sword body connected to the sword case was 3.5 centimeters wide and 1 centimeter thick, the sword tip was 2.5 centimeters wide and 0.6 centimeters thick, and the net weight of the sword was 2.5 centimeters wide and 0.6 centimeters thick. He couldn't bear to part with it. He then sheathed the sword and woke up the old man who was dozing off. After registering, he strode out of the weapon room with the sword in his left hand and saw more than a dozen family disciples staring at him. He's out. He's still holding an iron sword in his hand. If you can't practice the tiger power fist technique, are you going to practice the sword technique? But our family doesn't have a sword technique. You're thinking too much. Even if the family has a foundation-building sword technique, the difficulty of cultivation is above the fist technique. If you can't even practice the fist technique, what sword technique do you want to practice? I think he's planning to sell the iron sword for money. At least he can sell it for 10 or 20 jade money. A person said self-righteously. This kind of thing had happened before. Hey, Qinzong, remember to give me half of the money from selling the sword. Another person shouted at Qinzong, and then clenched his fist and threatened, otherwise, you know the consequences. Qinzong frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar black figure from the corner of his eye. He was striding into the training field. Xianxia. He gritted his teeth and roared like a tiger. Anger burned from the bottom of his heart. Since his father lost his cultivation, Qinzong had been bullied since he started practicing martial arts. Most of the bullying came from Xianxia, because he was Qin Jigang's lackey, and Qin Jigang's father and Qin Jingtang had a conflict. Qinzong. Xianxia also saw Qinzong. His face was full of surprise, and then he sneered, "Little trash, long time no see. Did you forget what I said?" Half a year ago, Qin Jigang said that Qinzong was affecting his cultivation in the training field. His lackey Xianxia immediately blocked Qinzong and threatened him not to come to the training field again. Otherwise, he would beat him up every time he saw him. Qinzong naturally did not give in. He was immediately injured by Xianxia and recuperated for 5 or 6 days. He was unable to cultivate and added a lot of burden to his father. Qin Jigang's father was the current #1 martial artist in the family. He was arrogant and domineering, and even the patriarch did not put him in his eyes. However, he was the strongest and had won over a group of people. Chen Jingtang, who had no cultivation, was helpless. In order not to add more burden to his father, and to be able to cultivate, Chen Zong did not come to the training field again. Now that he heard Chen Zhongjia's words, his anger was burning like a volcano that was about to erupt. Yo, you're holding a sword. What are you doing? You know you're a trash. Are you planning to chop trees with your useless father? Chen Zhongjia's eyes fell on Chen Zong's left hand, and he sneered. Chen Zhongjia, take back your words and apologize to me. The words trash and useless awakened Chen Zong's many bad memories. His face darkened, and he said word by word. Father is trash, son is trash, am I wrong? Chen Zhongjia laughed contemptuously. You're courting death. Chen Zong's eyes seemed to be burning with anger. He roared and rushed towards Chen Zhongjia like a fierce tiger. Chen Zhongjia's hair stood on end. At that moment, he felt as if a fierce tiger was roaring in front of him. He shook his head to get rid of this absurd feeling. Chen Zhongjia's eyes were fierce, and his face was full of ferocity. He stepped forward like a wolf that had locked onto its prey. His body leaned forward, and his left hand was bent in front of him. His thumb was pointing at his chin, and his right hand was clenched into a fist on his waist. The joints of his middle finger and index finger were especially prominent, like sharp teeth. It seems that Chen Zhongjia's Wolf Fang fist art has improved again. Chen Zong is doomed. I don't know how many days he will have to lie in bed this time. While everyone was gloating, Chen Zhongjia and Chen Zong were approaching. Wolf dash. With a low roar, Chen Zhongjia's speed seemed to have increased. When he was close to Chen Zong, his right hand seemed to pierce through the air, and fiercely hit Chen Zong's stomach. It was like the fangs of a fierce wolf, showing no mercy. Chen Zong focused his eyes and saw Chen Zhongjia clearly. Chen Zhongjia's face was ferocious, his eyes were cold, and his pupils were shining fiercely. His raised left hand swayed gently, and his right fist pierced through the air like the fangs of a fierce wolf. The trajectory was clear. Tiger dash. Chen Zong clenched his right fist, and with a low roar, he performed the tiger strength fist art, which was at the peak of Deshang. The Wolf Fang fist art and the tiger strength fist art were of the same level. The Wolf Fang fist art focused on speed and waiting for an opportunity to strike, while the tiger strength fist art focused on strength and crushing the opponent head-on. The two fists collided, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. The ferocious smile on Chen Zhongjia's face turned into panic. Chen Zong's fist was like a hot knife through butter. After breaking Chen Zhongjia's wolf dash, it went straight into Chen Zhongjia's stomach. With a bang, like the beating of a drum, Chen Zhongjia's martial clothes rippled. His stomach caved in under the fist, and the terrible power seemed to have shattered his internal organs. His back arched, and his face was full of panic. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were protruding. His mouth was wide open, and saliva was dripping down. Withdrawing his fist, Chen Zhongjia directly knelt on the ground. His hands held his stomach, and his whole body was trembling because of the severe pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was shockingly red. That punch was very heavy, and it was Chen Zong's venting of anger. Chen Zhongjia had already suffered internal injuries, and it would be impossible for him to recover without 7 or 8 days of rest. Chen Zhongjia, remember, the next time you insult my father or me, you will bear the consequences. Tell Chen Dalai and Chen Jigang what I said. Chen Zong coldly stared at Chen Zhongjia and said in a deep voice. He turned around and strode away. His footsteps were firmer, and his back was straighter. As a member of the Chen family, it was enough to injure Chen Zhongjia. He did not have the slightest intention of killing him, or else he would be punished by the family rules. The surroundings were silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. It was as if they had just met Chen Zong for the first time. Their hearts were like huge waves, and they were inexplicably shocked. When he walked out of the martial arts field, 2 people were walking towards him. Brother Zong, one of them was Chen Yiming, and he ran to Chen Zong. Why are you in the martial arts field? Sword. Chen Zong pointed to the iron sword in his left hand and said with a smile. Brother Zong, are you going to practice sword arts? We don't have any sword arts in our family. Chen Yiming was puzzled. I'm just playing. Chen Zong felt that what happened last night was very important. His intuition told him that he could not let anyone else know about it except himself. Chen Yiming did not press on. Instead, he stared at Chen Zong's face and asked in confusion, Brother Zong, why do I feel that you look a little different from yesterday? Because my cultivation has reached the second level of the qi and blood realm, Chen Zong said with a smile. That's great. Chen Yiming was very excited. He was even happier than when he had broken through. Yiming, come here. A delicate and cold voice sounded. Yu Yao, long time no see. Chen Zong looked over and greeted her with a smile. She was dressed in a red tight-fitting martial arts suit, which accentuated her beautiful figure. Her straight, tight, and round legs looked even more slender in her deerskin shoes, which made them even more alluring. Chen Yuyao, the daughter of the patriarch, was the same age as Chen Zong. Like Chen Zong, she was Chen Zong's childhood playmate. However, after they started practicing martial arts, Chen Yiming still had a good relationship with Chen Zong as usual. Chen Yuyao, on the other hand, gradually drifted away from Chen Zong. Chen Zong, it's okay to work hard, but you have to see the truth. Uncle Zong has lost his cultivation, and his body is not as good as before. Do you want him to keep chopping trees and chopping firewood to support you, who has achieved nothing? Chen Yuyao glanced at the iron sword and asked coldly, considering Uncle Zong's contributions to the family, I can ask my father to arrange an easier job for you in the family. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Chen Zong frowned slightly, and there was an indescribable sadness in his heart. As a childhood sweetheart, it was impossible to say that he had no feelings for Chen Yuyao. Sometimes, he couldn't help but think of their childhood, when Chen Yuyao, with her hair in braids, followed him and called him Brother Zong. That was a very beautiful memory. But now, this memory seemed to fade with Chen Yuyao's words. People always change, Chen Zong said to himself secretly. It's up to you, but I still want to give you a piece of advice. You should know your limits. If you overestimate yourself, you will only make your family suffer. Chen Yuyao frowned and was very dissatisfied with Chen Zong's attitude, but she held back and continued, besides, Yiming is very talented in martial arts. Don't look for him in the future, so as not to affect him. Cousin, it's none of your business. Chen Yiming was angry and pulled Chen Zong, Brother Zong, let's go. Ignore him. Under normal circumstances, there will be 2 updates. Today's outburst is the 4th update. Early in the morning, the sun rose slowly, its golden red light spilling over the small lake. Beside the lake, a person was practicing his sword. The sword reflected the sunlight and was somewhat dazzling. The sword fiercely pierced through the air and shot out. His steps were coordinated, and after the iron sword made a circle in the air, it heavily chopped down. He did not stop, but borrowed the momentum to dance, like a butterfly flying through flowers. Before the sword's shadow dissipated, the sword pierced out at an astonishing speed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Immediately, the iron sword was quickly retracted. After a slight pause, all the strength in his body rushed to his right arm. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as the strength in the sword burst out. The sword stabbed out fiercely as if it wanted to shatter everything in front of it. Rushing sword style, ring sword style, cutting sword style, chaotic sword style, swift sword style, and explosion sword style were performed in succession. The sword, body, and steps were coordinated as one. After 5 days, I've finally mastered the 8 forms of the true sword. Chen Zong put his sword back into its sheath and wiped the sweat off his forehead with a smile. The 8 forms of the true sword was several times more difficult than the tiger strength fist technique, especially the coordination of the sword, body, and steps. It had to be done perfectly. If it was in the past, Chen Zong would have to train hard for more than a year before he could master it. Now that he had been reborn, everything was different. Every time he cultivated, he could feel the sword tip trembling in the space between his eyebrows. The cool aura cleared his mind, allowing him to better understand the sword technique and better control his body. The efficiency of his cultivation increased many times over. The 8 forms of the true sword can be trained to 60% of the body. The cultivation speed is obviously better than the peak of the tiger strength fist technique, but it still can't help me break through to the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm in the next 20 days. Chen Zong looked ahead in the direction of the Howling Wind Forest. Maybe I should enter the Howling Wind Forest to look for herbs that can replenish blood qi and hunt some beasts. Eating more beast meat is good for cultivation. With that thought, Chen Zong immediately strode towards the Howling Wind Forest. The Howling Wind Forest was quite a distance away from Xiaohu town. Chen Zong kept running at a constant speed all the way, and it took him almost an hour to get to the front of the forest. The wind blew and whistled, as if there were many wild beasts roaring at the same time, hence the name. After resting for a few minutes and recovering his strength, Chen Zong walked into the Howling Wind Forest with his sword in hand. The wind-howling forest was very large. The trees were overgrown with luxuriant foliage, blocking the sunlight and making it look like dusk. However, Chen Zong's eyesight was better after his adventure, so he wasn't affected much. Outside the forest, there was the sound of wind howling, but inside the forest, it was quiet. Only the soft chirping of insects could be heard, making this tranquility seem like a painting. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any herbs, not even a rabbit. It seems that the periphery of the forest has been searched many times. We can only go deeper into the forest, Chen Zong muttered to himself, looking coldly into the depths of the forest. The Howling Wind Forest was located at the foot of the Howling Wind Mountain. It was very likely that there would be demon beasts roaming around the forest. Without the strength of a warrior, encountering a demon beast would only lead to death. In the middle section of the forest, there were snakes, insects, fierce beasts, wolves, tigers, and leopards running amok. With Chen Zong's cultivation, it was still very dangerous. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong took a step forward, walking firmly into the forest. His alertness was raised to the highest level. His eyes stared straight ahead, his blood and qi were flowing all over his body, ready to attack. Suddenly, there was a slight movement on his right. Chen Zong saw a white shadow out of the corner of his eye. He instinctively pulled out his sword and stabbed out, but he only managed to cut off a few white hairs. It was a rabbit, and it was extremely fast. Chen Zong immediately chased after it, but the rabbit went into a tree hole, leaving him with no choice but to give up. A trace of coldness gave him goosebumps and made his hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, he swung his iron sword upwards. The sword light was vague, and with a swoosh, a flying snake was chopped in half and fell to the ground in the distance. Looking at the writhing brown body and the triangular head, Chen Zong sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was beating wildly in fear, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He recognized that this was a withered snake. It was not a demonic beast, but it was extremely poisonous. Even a strong bull would die in a few minutes after being bitten by it. Even a martial artist would not be able to last long. Sure enough, danger is everywhere. Chen Zong calmed down, but he was not scared at all. On the contrary, an unprecedented impulse made him want to go deeper into the Howling Wind Forest. It was a budding courage to face difficulties and challenges. However, his stomach failed to live up to his expectations and growled. So I've been here for so long. Let's go back first. I'll come back tomorrow. Chen Zong rubbed his stomach and left the Howling Wind Forest. When he left, he was still on high alert. He walked slowly on his way back while thinking. If he wanted to go home, he would have to pass by the small lake first. However, Chen Zong saw a brown figure standing by the lake. Chen Dalai. Chen Zong frowned slightly, but he walked over fearlessly. Chen Dalai and Chen Xianxia were both Chen Jigang's lackeys. However, Chen Dalai's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm. He also practiced the tiger strength fist art, so his strength was much stronger than Chen Xianxia's. I wonder if I can defeat Chen Dalai with my current strength. Chen Zong thought to himself. In terms of cultivation, he was not as good as Chen Dalai. However, in terms of the tiger strength fist art, he had reached the peak of the greater mastery while Chen Dalai was only at the peak of the lesser mastery. With 1 minus and 1 plus, it was hard to say if he could not defeat Chen Dalai. Chen Zong, you made me wait for an hour. Chen Dalai had a strong physique. He glared at Chen Zong and shouted, gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. That's your business. Chen Zong was not intimidated. Instead, he laughed. You injured Xianxia and threatened Brother Gang and me. It's time to settle the score. Chen Dalai roared. He took a step forward and ran toward Chen Zong. He was aggressive and his face was fierce, like an angry tiger. He raised his tiger claw and gathered the strength of the third level of the Qi and Blood realm. I'll use you to test the 8 forms of the true sword. As the thought flashed through his mind, Chen Zong spread his legs apart. His right leg bent slightly in front and his left leg bent even more. Most of his center of gravity was on his left leg. He raised his heel and used the sole of his front leg as a support. The muscles of his left leg were tense to the extreme. He turned his body slightly to the left and leaned forward. His left hand held the iron sword close to his waist and the fingers of his right hand moved gently. Crouching sword style, this was the beginning of the 8 forms of the true sword. His eyes were cold and sharp. His pupils were focused. He saw every expression and movement of Chen Dalai clearly. He silently calculated the distance between them. Bang! Chen Dalai exhaled and shouted. His right fist was about to punch out. If he was hit, he would definitely suffer internal injuries. He exhaled and at the same time, his right hand quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword. His left foot stomped hard as if it was going to break the ground. His waist suddenly twisted to the right and a strong force passed through his right arm. The iron sword was unsheathed. The ear-piercing sound of friction was still echoing in his ears. The sword had already slashed forward, drawing a crescent moon. Sword drawing style, Chen Dalai was frightened. He stopped in his tracks. He felt a chill in front of his chest. His brown uniform was cut open. The tip of the sword almost grazed his chest, leaving a thin mark. Beads of blood seeped out. The iron sword was pointed at Chen Dalai. Chen Zong's face was cold. Chen Zong, don't use your sword if you dare. Chen Dalai took a few steps back. He was shocked and angry. He was stunned. Being able to use a sword is my ability. Chen Zong was very calm. You. Chen Dalai angrily pointed at Chen Zong. His face was red with anger. His chest was heaving up and down. Put down your sword and let me punch you. Otherwise, if Brother Gang attacks you personally, you're dead meat. Go back and tell Chen Ji Gang that I'll be participating in the Martial Disciple Tournament soon. When the time comes, I want to compete with him. Chen Zong coldly shouted. Okay, since you're so arrogant, I'll let Brother Gang take care of you. Chen Dalai was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Chen Zong and took a few steps back. Sheathing his sword, Chen Zong rubbed his stomach and turned to walk home. Dad should be back soon. I have to cook first. The changes in his body couldn't be hidden from his father, who used to be at the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Chen Zong made up an excuse. On a certain night, he was staring at the moon in a daze after practicing his fist art. A senior master passed by and gave him a fruit. Not only did the fruit replenish his Qi and Blood, it also helped him break through to the 2nd level of the Qi and Blood realm. The senior also taught him the tiger fist art and taught him a foundation building sword art. It sounded very mysterious and hard to believe, but Chen Jingtang believed it because he had heard of similar things before. According to him, since there was such a lucky child, why couldn't it be his son? Since Chen Jingtang believed him, Chen Zong heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the fewer people who knew about that night's adventure, the better. With Chen Zong's current experience, he didn't know why, but it was just an intuition. When he was washing the rice and cooking, his father still hadn't returned. Chen Zong pulled out a simple black wooden box full of cracks from under his bed. He opened the box and took out a scroll. He opened it and laid it flat on the table. In an instant, there seemed to be a roar, and a fierce tiger leaped onto the scroll. Fierce tiger descending the mountain painting. His father found this painting after he found out that Chen Zong had reached the peak of greater mastery in the tiger fist art. It was hidden very well. According to his father, it was made by a friend who had reached the peak of greater mastery in the tiger fist art. It had a lot of charm and might be helpful to Chen Zong. When he said that, Chen Zong saw a flash of pride on his father's face. It was like a child who had snatched a toy. He looked at the scroll carefully. The black and white were distinct. The strokes were simple, but they had a unique charm. The strokes were extraordinary. Under the simple outline, a fierce tiger leaped down from a steep mountain. It was vivid and lifelike, and a spiritual charm was about to seep out of the paper. Chen Liwei's name was written at the bottom. It was vigorous and powerful, and 3 inches of the paper was visible. These days, whenever Chen Zong had time, he would take out the scroll and study it carefully. As expected, he had a deeper understanding of the tiger fist art, and he was more proficient in the tiger fist art. On the original foundation, there was a small improvement. However, he still had no clue about the greater mastery. Greater mastery is easy, but greater mastery is hard. Chen Zong said to himself, I wonder how the senior Chen Liwei reached greater mastery in the tiger fist art. It would be great if I could ask the senior face to face. Maybe I could find the inspiration faster and break through. Muttering, Chen Zong threw away this thought and focused on the fierce tiger descending the mountain painting. He carefully tasted the unique charm contained in it. As he looked, he felt that he seemed to see something in it, but he couldn't grasp it. The feeling of being neither up nor down was really a good feeling. You said he wants to challenge me? Chen Jigang, who was wearing a blue martial arts suit, had his back facing Chen Dalei. He put his hands behind his back and looked up to the sky. Yes. Chen Dalei nodded hard. Is he trying to provoke me? He is just a bug. What qualifications does he have to challenge me? Chen Jigang sneered and said, Dalei, let your brother do it. Let him lie in bed for 8 to 10 days as punishment for challenging me. There is one more chapter later. Chen Zong practiced martial arts, swordsmanship, entered the forest, and studied the painting. These were the things he did every day. The more he studied the tiger descends the mountain painting, the more intense the feeling was, but it seemed to lack an opportunity. Like scattered sand, Chen Zong couldn't get it together. I've almost grasped that feeling. What else do I not understand? Chen Zong walked back and forth beside the lake with his head lowered. The more anxious he was, the harder it was to grasp the clue, forming a vicious cycle. Suddenly, the tip of the sword in the space between his eyebrows trembled slightly. The silver dragon swam out, and a cool aura spread out, calming his mind and mind down. I can't be too anxious. Since I've already reached this step, it's only a matter of time before I reach completion. Chen Zong said to himself after exhaling a long breath. He leaned forward and lowered his body, forming the first movement of the 8 movements of the true sword, the crouching sword movement. He stood still, allowing himself to enter a unique state. The sword was unsheathed. Under the obscure sound of friction, the body of the sword slashed forward. After drawing a semicircle, his body moved back like waves. His right arm holding the sword was pulled back, and the power was stimulated. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Drawing sword movement, rushing sword movement, ring sword movement, chopping sword movement, chaotic sword movement, swift sword movement, and exploding sword movement. The last movement was also the most powerful. The sword broke through the air, as if it could break everything. The 8 moves of the true sword started with the crouching sword move and ended with the exploding sword move. Each move was followed by the next, and the sword moves were linked together. The power of the previous move would be added to the next one, and the further one progressed, the more powerful it would be. Especially the last move, the exploding sword move, which required the user to fully mobilize all of the power in their body. Apart from the crouching sword movement, the other 7 movements could be performed separately, and their power was also impressive. After practicing the 8 movements of the true sword, Chen Zong entered the Howling Wind Forest again. But each time, he didn't go too deep, in case he encountered danger that he couldn't handle. After entering the Howling Wind Forest again and again, Chen Zong had gone from being unfamiliar with it to being familiar with it now. It could be said that the periphery of the Howling Wind Forest was like returning home. Unfortunately, other than hunting a few rabbits, Chen Zong did not find any herbs. Stepping into the forest again, the light was dim and everything was quiet. Maybe I can go deeper this time, Chen Zong said to himself. When they were almost deep into the forest, Chen Zong hunted another fat and big rabbit. As for wild beasts like wolves, tigers, and leopards, they didn't encounter any. There might have been a lot of them in the past, but after numerous hunts by the martial artists of Little Lake Town, their numbers gradually decreased. Furthermore, they moved deeper into the town, so it was not so easy to encounter them. That's all for today. Qianzong turned around and was about to walk out of the forest while carrying the rabbit that weighed about 10 kilograms. This rabbit is enough for Abba and me to eat for 2 days. Add some dried green chestnuts and red algae and stew it for 3 hours. It's delicious and can nourish the body. He had only walked a few dozen meters when a tall figure was striding towards him. As expected of someone who dares to challenge young Master Gang. You actually went so deep into the Howling Wind Forest. The newcomer grinned and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Chen Dazhong. Qianzong's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling and quickly retreated. Chen Dazhong was Chen Daliai's elder brother. He was 20 years old this year and had reached the 4th stage of the Blood Qi realm. Qianzong couldn't say whether this talent was good or bad. After all, he hadn't seen enough yet. However, he knew very well that there was a huge difference between the 4th stage of the Blood Qi realm and the 3rd stage of the Blood Qi realm. First of all, in terms of physical strength, a person at the 4th stage of the Blood Qi realm would have the strength of 1,000 kilograms with a single arm. They could also use the force of Blood Qi to unleash greater strength. This was a martial artist. For a martial artist at the Blood Qi realm, the force of Blood Qi was crucial. It was obviously different from a martial disciple's Blood Qi. Even if he had a sword in hand, the difference between the two was too great. He might not even have the chance to draw his sword. Your reaction is pretty fast. Chen Dazhong stared at Qianzong as if he was looking at prey and strode forward. Compared to Qianzong, not only was his cultivation level higher and stronger, he had also fought with wild beasts in the forest before. He had more combat experience. Without any hesitation, Qianzong threw the rabbit in his hand at Chen Dazhong with all his might. He quickly turned around and sprinted deeper into the Howling Wind Forest. Chen Dazhong waved his hand casually and flung the rabbit dozens of meters away as if he was swatting a fly. His speed exploded and the wind howled. Qianzong, I won't kill you. Stop and let me teach you a lesson. Otherwise, if you go deeper into the Howling Wind Forest, only death awaits, Chen Dazhong shouted as he chased. Qianzong mustered all his strength and sprinted. He didn't dare to open his mouth because it would affect his speed. Charge, charge, charge. He kept sprinting forward. His blood qi surged and his heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Qianzong used his strong willpower to squeeze out every ounce of strength in his body and convert it into speed. Faster, 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 however, Chen Dazhong kept closing in. His speed was faster than Qianzong's. Feeling the pressure from behind, Qianzong gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If he was caught, he would definitely be injured. That was not what he wanted. In the space between his eyebrows, the tip of the sword trembled slightly as if it sensed that Qianzong was in deep danger. It shone brightly, raising Qianzong's 5 senses to the extreme. A terrifying whistling sound came from behind. Without any hesitation, Qianzong threw himself forward and rolled on the ground. He quickly got up and continued sprinting, narrowly avoiding Chen Dazhong's punch. Chen Dazhong was surprised that a mere qi and blood 2nd stage martial artist could avoid his attack. However, his speed did not decrease at all, and he continued to close in on Qianzong. Qianzong, I'm warning you again. Stop right now. Otherwise, the next time I attack, it won't be as simple as getting injured. Chen Dazhong was furious. Another punch, like the roar of a ferocious tiger, caused Qianzong's scalp to go numb. He instinctively rolled to the side. The wind whistled past, brushing past his cheeks. It was painful, and his balance was affected. He could not get up immediately. Chen Dazhong took a step forward and blocked Qianzong's way, his face full of malevolence. Chen Dazhong, the family rules state that martial artists are not allowed to attack martial artists. Are you going to violate the family rules? Qianzong quickly got up and stared at Chen Dazhong with extreme vigilance. Who knows? Chen Dazhong's face was full of murderous intent. Besides, you've already angered me. Do you still think you can leave here alive? Qianzong's heart sank. His whole body was cold. Chen Dazhong actually wanted to kill him. Don't try to stall for time. Accept your fate. As the sound of his voice faded, Chen Dazhong took a step forward like a ferocious tiger. Punching out with his fist, it was as though the air itself had been blasted apart. The terrifying momentum caused Chen Zong's hair to stand on end. If he was struck by this attack, he would definitely die. Roar. Vigorous, and domineering. Then, a tall and strong figure leaped out from the huge grass. Black and gold stripes alternated. The black pattern on the forehead looked like the word king. It was domineering and awe-inspiring. Its eyes were like lightning, illuminating the darkness in the forest. It was cold and domineering. With just one glance, Chen Zong could not help but tremble. The cold air went from the top of his head to the tailbone, numbing his whole body. Chen Dazhong's face changed. He turned around instantly. The punch that was originally aimed at Chen Zong became more ferocious and violent. With a deep roar, he blasted towards the ferocious tiger that leaped out. The fist and the tiger's claw collided. The ferocious tiger fell to the ground and stepped back. Chen Dazhong also stepped back a few steps, his arm slightly trembling. Chen Zong sobered up and ran to the side without hesitation. This was his only chance to leave. He did not run to the outside of the forest because he knew that although the tiger was powerful, it was not a monster. He did not know if it could defeat Chen Dazhong. If it could not, Chen Dazhong would continue to chase him. There was quite a distance between here and the outside of the forest. With his speed, it would take him at least half an hour. Once he was caught, he would definitely die. Well, a beast dares to ruin my business. Chen Dazhong was furious. His eyes flashed fiercely and his face was ferocious. He put on the crouching tiger style and said, "Let me beat you to death, boil your bones into glue, stew your meat into soup, and make clothes out of your skin to improve the cultivation of young Master Gang and my brother." The ferocious tiger crouched on the ground. Its fierce eyes were like lightning as it locked onto Chen Dazhong. This bipedal animal was full of vitality and was definitely delicious food. Its intuition told it that eating him would bring great benefits. Both sides rushed towards each other and engaged in a fierce battle. After running a few hundred meters, Chen Zong dodged and hid behind a large tree. He peeked out and could vaguely see a man and a tiger fighting fiercely. Chen Dazhong gradually gained the upper hand and beat the tiger until it roared in anger. A martial artist at the 4th stage of the Qi and Blood realm is indeed terrifying. Looks like I won't have a chance to kill Chen Dazhong. Muttering to himself, Chen Zong watched for a while longer. After confirming that the tiger was indeed no match for Chen Dazhong, he ran forward again. The sound from the tiger grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared. After a while, Chen Zong heard the sound of a gurgling stream. In front of him was a clear stream that was about a meter wide and half a meter deep. It stretched into the distance as if it separated the forest. He could even see fish swimming in the stream. Near the stream, there was a dilapidated and simple wooden house. Someone's here? Chen Zong carefully approached the house. There was no one in the house except for a dilapidated wooden bed, an iron pot covered in moss, and a mushroom in the corner. It had been a long time since anyone lived here. Maybe I can stay here for a while. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. After this incident, he knew that Chen Jigang was a narrow-minded person. If he appeared again, it was likely that Chen Dazhong or others would continue to cause trouble for him. It would be very detrimental to his cultivation. If he was injured, not only would he be unable to cultivate, he would also be a burden to his father. It was better to leave temporarily and focus on cultivating. He could return to the clan when the martial disciple tournament began and take the top 3. It's decided then. Chen Zong thought carefully for a moment. I have to go back first, or else father will be worried. I'll use the old man I made up as an excuse. I'll say that the senior wants to guide me in my cultivation. This way, father won't be worried. This is the end of today's 6th update. Everyone can go to bed after reading this. We'll meet again tomorrow. Escaped into the forest. Chen Jigang frowned as if he was dissatisfied with Chen Dazhong, a Qi Blood Realm level 4 martial artist, allowing a Qi Blood Realm level 2 martial artist to escape. Forget it, a Qi Blood Realm level 2 martial artist will only die if he goes deep into the Howling Wind Forest. Qin Jigang knew that even if he went deep into the howling wind forest, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Brother Jigang, this is a tiger that my brother encountered in the howling wind forest. It was because of it that Zhenzong had the chance to escape. But my brother killed the tiger, so this is for you. Qin Dalai passed a tiger leg to Qin Jigang. Good, good, good. There are fewer and fewer tigers in recent years. Qin Jigang took the tiger leg excitedly, his eyes shining. With this, my blood qi can be condensed and strengthened. The small house in the forest was cleaned up by Zhenzong, and it was much cleaner. Outside the house, Zhenzong finished practicing the tiger fist technique and started practicing his sword. The light in the forest was dim, and the iron sword was mottled with gray and black. When he swung it, it was difficult to see the reflection of light. He practiced the 8 forms of the true sword over and over again, becoming more and more familiar with it. After practicing the true sword 8 styles a few times, Zhenzong felt a little hungry. He walked to the side of the stream and stared at a big fat fish. With the sword in his hand, his breathing became faintly discernible. Suddenly, he thrust his sword into the water. Unexpectedly, the fish reacted quickly. The moment the iron sword entered the water, it shook its tail and quickly swam away, causing Zhenzong's sword to miss. I don't believe it. Zhenzong was stubborn. He wouldn't give up until he stabbed the fish with his sword. After adjusting and stabbing again and again, he finally managed to stab the fish when he was starving. He quickly took out the flint he brought from home and ignited the dead leaves. He slaughtered the big fat fish that was at least 5 to 6 pounds and roasted it over the fire. Not long after, the golden yellow fish oil dripped down with sizzling sounds, and a rich aroma filled the air. Sprinkled with the seasonings he brought from home, the aroma made Zhenzong's gluttony even more aroused, and his stomach rumbled non-stop. After the meat was cooked, Zhenzong took a bite without caring about how hot it was. He exhaled in satisfaction. Not long after, a large fish that still had about 5 caddies left after being slaughtered entered Zhenzong's stomach. After resting for half an hour, Zhenzong got up and continued to practice the tiger power fist art. He practiced it 10 times in a row. I feel that my tiger strength fist art has reached the limit of great accomplishment and can break through to consummation. What do I lack? Zhenzong lowered his head and pondered. The painting of the fierce tiger descending the mountain was not brought with him, but the image had already been imprinted in Zhenzong's mind. When he closed his eyes and thought, the image appeared clearly. Zhenzong gained a lot of insights from the diagram, but they were scattered and couldn't be connected, so he couldn't find the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Zhenzong's mind. A pair of cold and domineering eyes flashed in Zhenzong's mind. An inexplicable horror emerged out of nowhere and chilled him. It was the figure and eyes of the fierce tiger that he saw with his own eyes not long ago. The real tiger's figure overlapped with the tiger's figure in the painting. With a flash of inspiration, Zhenzong seemed to have broken the shackles. The fragmented insights were connected, and he was enlightened. He opened his eyes, which emitted an amazing light. He stretched his arms and legs and assumed the crouching tiger posture. With Zhenzong's subtle adjustments, traces of power like that of a fierce tiger quietly condensed in his body and gradually spread out. In a tree hole not far away, a big gray rabbit ran out. It felt the power, but it suddenly trembled and shrank into a ball. It was like a big meatball that couldn't move. It was like a fierce tiger that saw the king of beasts. The fishes in the stream all fled in a panic. After maintaining the crouching tiger posture for 10 minutes, Zhenzong's body exploded and he threw a punch. The terrifying power rushed forward with that punch. The wind howled as if a fierce tiger was roaring in front of it. The big gray rabbit, which had shrunk into a meatball, trembled and frothed at the mouth. It was actually scared to death. After a round of the tiger strength fist technique, the final violent tiger posture was even more shocking and frightening. It was far more powerful than before. His heart beat fast, his blood qi surged, and he felt his strength increase rapidly. This feeling is amazing. Zhenzong was extremely excited. The tiger strength fist technique has reached perfection, and my cultivation has reached the peak of qi and blood realm level 2. It's only one step away from qi and blood realm level 3. It's equivalent to at least 3 to 4 months of cultivation. The perfection stage is called Tiger Force. It emits the power of a fierce tiger and can intimidate the target. The person who created this fist technique is indeed amazing. The reason why a fierce tiger was so strong was not only because it possessed great strength, but also because it had the power of a king among beasts. Every time my martial arts level increases, I can slightly strengthen my blood chi. Next, if I can raise the 8 forms of the true sword to initial success before the martial disciple tournament, I might have a chance to break through to the 3rd level of the chi and blood realm. But before that, the tiger strength fist technique has just broken through. I'll continue to cultivate and consolidate it. The perfection stage of the tiger strength fist technique could train up to 70% of the body, which was better than the entry stage of the 8 forms of the true sword. Every time Xianxia practiced it, he could feel his blood chi surging in his body, as if it was growing bit by bit. After practicing the tiger strength fist technique 30 times in a row, Xianxia felt his limbs go weak and his stomach growl. He walked over and slaughtered the big gray rabbit that was scared to death. After cleaning it, he roasted it over the fire. This big gray rabbit weighed 5 kilograms, which was enough for him to have 2 delicious meals. After eating, he rested. During his rest time, he thought about the essentials of the 8 forms of the true sword and continued to cultivate. Fist technique, sword technique, eat, sleep. This was Xianxia's daily life in the small cabin in the woods. It was very quiet here, without any disturbances. Xianxia could devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, and he could feel his progress every day. Another night passed. Xianxia walked out of the cabin. The first thing he did was to draw his sword and draw the 10th mark on the tree trunk next to him, indicating that it was the 10th day since Xianxia had been here. He quickly washed up, walked to the stream and stared at a fish, waiting for the right time. He gathered his strength, exerted his strength, and drew his sword. The sword pierced through the air, bringing up a faint sound of wind. It broke through the water and pierced through the big fish. People who practiced martial arts had a big appetite, especially people like Xianxia. Except for resting, he spent all his time cultivating, which consumed more energy. From the time he woke up in the morning to the time he went to bed at night, he had to eat 6 meals. Each meal was at least 5 kilograms of fish or rabbit meat, which was what he ate the most. Occasionally, he would also eat snake meat. Every day, he would eat dozens of kilograms of meat, which would be absorbed by his body through cultivation. It would strengthen his blood and chi and nourish his body, making him stronger and stronger. However, his strength was still at the level of 300 kilograms. This was a bottleneck, and only by breaking through could he continue to improve. Xianxia did not need to think about how to break through the tiger strength fist technique anymore. Therefore, he practiced the tiger strength fist technique 10 times every morning and night, and spent the rest of his time on the 8 forms of the true sword. Because the tiger strength fist technique trained different parts of the body from the 8 forms of the true sword, combining the two, he could train all parts of the body, and the effect would be better. Xianxia also found that piercing fish with the sword was also helpful to the cultivation of the 8 forms of the true sword. My father said that the sword art is about speed, accuracy, and stability. Otherwise, it would be useless if it could not pierce the target. Before, I could not pierce the fish with the sword because it was not accurate or stable enough. After 10 days of cultivation, my accuracy and stability have improved a lot, but there is still room for improvement. Practicing speed, accuracy, and stability. Besides piercing fish, maybe I can try other methods. After thinking for a while, Xianxia took out a straight branch as thick as a thumb and stuck it into the ground. He stood in front of the branch and stared at it, concentrating. He raised the sword and chopped it down. However, the sword fell beside the branch, and did not hit the branch. So much worse. Xianxia was stunned. He thought his sword was already accurate and stable enough. Again. Concentrating, he raised the sword and chopped it down. He practiced again and again. The 11th day, the 12th day, the 13th day, the 14th day, the 15th day, after practicing the 8 forms of the true sword for another 20 times, Xianxia walked to a straight branch as thick as a chopstick, raised the sword, and chopped the branch in half. Good, your accuracy has indeed improved a lot. Xianxia revealed a smile. Striving for perfection, Qianzong replaced the chopstick-sized branch with a thinner one. It was a new day. Qianzong drew his sword and carved another mark on the tree trunk. 4 days until the warrior disciple competition. Looking at the 20 marks on the tree trunk, Qianzong said to himself. He walked to the stream and stared at a big fish. He stabbed his sword at an extremely fast speed. The tip of the sword broke through the water, and a big fish jumped out. After eating the fish, Qianzong drew his sword and started practicing the 8 forms of the true sword. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, the 9th time, the last form, the explosive sword form, the power was injected into the sword, and it exploded in an instant. The friction between the sword and the air created a dazzling light that flashed through the darkness of the forest. The light emitted by the sword can affect the eyesight. This is the primary level. Qianzong was surprised at first, and then he was overjoyed. Previously, he had spent 5 days practicing the true sword 8 styles to the beginner realm. He had thought that he would need at least a month to reach the minor accomplishment realm of the true sword 8 styles. Who would have thought that he would be able to reach the minor accomplishment realm of the true sword 8 styles in just 15 days without any external disturbances? Good, it seems that my training method is correct. Qianzong was even happier. The 8 forms of the true sword were taught by the mysterious sword tip, but the methods of the piercing fish and the branch were his own ideas. Maybe such methods already existed, but at least no one taught him. It was all the result of his own efforts. Through his own efforts, he started from nothing and made progress. What could be more exciting than this sense of accomplishment? At this time, Qianzong felt the blood and qi in his body surging, like the water of a great river. Wherever the blood and qi passed, Qianzong's body was changing. Part of the energy from the dozens of pounds of meat he ate every day was hidden in his body. Now, with the surging blood and qi, it was being guided out and integrated into his limbs and bones, strengthening his muscles, bones, and skin little by little. This feeling. I'm about to break through. He quickly assumed the crouching sword form and performed the 8 forms of the true sword again. He used it as a guide to refine the surging energy in his body and accelerate his breakthrough. After a few rounds of the 8 forms of the true sword, an even stronger energy grew from the depths of his body and spread throughout his body. His muscles tightened, giving Qianzong a stronger and fiercer feeling. Ha 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 ha, I've finally reached the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm. Qianzong couldn't help but laugh. I'll definitely be in the top 3 in the martial disciple tournament. Qinjigang, Qindazhong, it's time to settle our accounts. This is the first day. I will update at least twice. In addition, my new book is on the list. I urgently need to click on the recommendation tickets and bookmark it. Please support me. On September 9th, 394 of the Zhenwu calendar, the sun rose and shone on the earth. On the Qin family's martial arts field, almost everyone who could move, from the head of the family to the servants who swept the floor, was gathered here because this was the annual event of the family, the warrior disciple battle. In the center of the martial arts field, the arena was built. It was 1 meter high, 5 meters long and 5 meters wide. It was built of hardwood as thick as 3 fingers and was very strong. Everyone. Chen Wuxiong, the head of the family, jumped onto the arena and looked around. Everyone was quiet and focused on Chen Wuxiong. He said loudly, "This is the annual event of our Chen family." The content of his speech was the same as in previous years. However, under Chen Wuxiong's steady and powerful momentum, his impassioned speech made people's emotions fluctuate. Especially the teenagers who were about to participate in the warrior-disciple battle. They were even more excited and couldn't wait to show their skills immediately. According to the previous rules, let's invite the predetermined top 3 to come to the arena first. As soon as Chen Wuxiong's voice fell, a delicate shout rang out. A lithe and graceful figure leapt up from the stage. Her posture was as light as a red butterfly fluttering in the air. Landing behind Chen Wuxiong, her pair of round and beautiful legs appeared even more slender under the contrast of her deerskin shoes. Miss Yu Yao is so beautiful. She's so beautiful. If only she could smile at me. Under the arena, the disciples of the family were amazed. She was beautiful, powerful, and well-respected. She deserved to be called a goddess. With a slight sound of wind breaking, a figure rushed out like a wolf. He jumped and gently landed on the arena. This person was thin and his eyes were cold. There was a scar on his cheek, which made him look even more fierce. It's Chen Yidao. I knew it. He must be one of the predetermined top 3. Chen Yidao seemed not to hear the exclamations of the crowd. He looked straight ahead with his cold eyes and exuded a kind of aura like a lone wolf. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Chen Xianxia and Chen Dalai pushed the crowd away, provoking a lot of angry shouts. Chen Jigang leisurely walked past, lightly jumped onto the ring, walked to the center of the ring, looked around, with a faintly discernible smile on his face, as if he was the second, who would dare to claim to be the first. Chen Jigang. It's brother Gang. Young Master Gang. Below the arena, many people were extremely excited. Chen Jigang was known as the #1 martial disciple under the age of 15 in the Chen family. His strength was outstanding, and he was also the object of admiration of many female disciples. His father was the #1 martial artist in the family, and his every move was closely watched. Chen Jigang, Chen Yidao, and Chen Yuyao. The 3 of them have been decided internally. No one objects to this, right? Chen Wuxiong said loudly and quickly glanced around. No problem. It's only natural that the 3 of them are the strongest among the 15-year-olds. Many people agreed. The 3 of them have already been decided, but that doesn't mean that the others don't have a chance. Chen Wuxiong nodded his head in satisfaction. As for the other disciples under the age of 15, as long as they want to fight for the top 3 spots, they can participate in the martial disciple tournament. The winner can challenge one of the predetermined 3 people. If they win, they can go to the clan hall to cultivate. As Chen Wuxiong's voice fell, the youths who were going to participate in the martial disciple battle began to breathe rapidly. I suggest we add another rule. A person sitting on the high seat stood up. He was wearing a sleeveless martial attire, and the muscles on his arms bulged like steel. His body exuded a tyrannical aura, and his eyes seemed to be electrifying. It was Chen Jigang's father, Chen Huzhan. Those below the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm are not allowed to participate in the martial disciple tournament. What? How can this be? This is unfair. As soon as Chen Huzhan said this, someone immediately panicked. The original rule was that as long as one was under the age of 15, they were eligible to participate in the martial disciple tournament. Now, Chen Huzhan's words disqualified most of them. This was unacceptable. Do you all think that someone at the 2nd level of the Qi and Blood realm can defeat someone at the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm? Chen Huzhan smiled coldly and asked with a threatening gaze, which person below the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm thinks that they can defeat someone at the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm? Step forward and let me see. The group of people fell silent. Since there's no one, then there's no need to waste time. Chen Huzhan smiled and looked at Chen Wuxiong. Patriarch, my opinion is good. It's decided. I have an objection. Chen Wuxiong was helpless. Before he could say anything, a voice that was not loud and even a little hoarse rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Chen Jingtang. Chen Huzhan was stunned at first, then his face was full of ridicule. You were once the #1 martial artist in the family. Unfortunately, that was in the past. Now, you're just a cripple. What right do you have to object? Because I'm a member of the Chen family. I have the right to object. Chen Jingtang's expression did not change as he said firmly, the rules of the martial disciple tournament were originally set for the purpose of providing an opportunity for the young disciples of the family to exchange pointers and learn from each other. This is equivalent to training. To most people, winning or losing is secondary. Your way of doing things is disadvantageous to the family. Your way of doing things is advantageous to the family? Chen Huzhan smiled coldly. For the sake of your son, your qi and blood deteriorated and you lost your cultivation to become a cripple. This caused our Chen family to almost be suppressed by the other families in town. If I hadn't broken through in time, who knows how much our Chen family would have fallen. What right do you have to say such things? Chen Jingtang's face darkened. Of course, I can give you a chance. Come up. As long as you can defeat me, you can set the rules. Chen Huzhan hooked his finger at Chen Jingtang and sneered, if you don't dare, then scram as far as you can. Chen Jingtong's face turned even uglier. Enough. Chen Wuxiong shouted and looked at the other person sitting on the high seat. Supervisor, what do you think? This person looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in blue martial attire and had a high and mighty appearance. The Chen family members looked at him with a trace of respect. This was because this person was from the main clan and was a martial artist sent by the main clan to supervise the tournament. You can make your own arrangements. I have no objections. The supervisor looked indifferent as he said slowly, I only need to bring the strongest 3 people into the main clan hall. Who else has objections? Chen Huzhan was aggressive. If you have any objections, come up and defeat me. My father is right. Those who have not reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm do not need to participate. It's a waste of time. Qin Jigang took a step forward and stood beside Chen Huzhan. He said loudly, in fact, in my opinion, the martial disciple tournament can be cancelled because no one is a match for me. This father and son pair is really annoying. Chen Yiming clenched his fist and whispered. Chen Jingtang also retreated into the crowd. His face was full of anxiety because he still had not seen Chen Zong's figure. Alright, enough talk. This year's martial disciple tournament begins. Chen Huzhan said and made the decision for Chen Wuxiong. He jumped high and landed on his seat. Chen Wuxiong had no choice but to leave the arena. Chen Jigang and the other 2 also jumped down. Excluding Chen Jigang, Chen Yidao, and Chen Yuyao, as well as those who had not reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, there were only 8 people who could participate in the martial disciple tournament. I'll go first. Who will fight with me? Chen Zhongjie jumped into the arena. His cultivation had just reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. I am Chen Yang. A thin and small figure jumped up and landed lightly. He immediately assumed the starting stance of the Wolf Fang Fist and faced Chen Zhongjie directly. Wolf Dash. Chen Zhongjie had already assumed the starting stance. His footsteps were quick and his fist was like a Fang-like punch. Wolf Dash. Chen Yang lowered his body. His footsteps were quick as he flew. When he was close to Chen Zhongjie, he dodged Chen Zhongjie's attack with the Wolf Dash and appeared beside him. His left fist was like a wolf's kiss. Wolf Bite. Chen Zhongjie did not react in time and was hit. His body rolled to one side. Chen Yang immediately rushed up and threw a Fang-like punch at his face. I admit defeat. Chen Zhongjie hurriedly shouted. Chen Yang's Wolf Dash stopped in front of him, blowing the hair on his forehead. This kid's reaction is fast and he has a lot of combat experience. The supervisor nodded and gave his evaluation. Who will fight with me? Chen Yang defeated Chen Zhongjie at the fastest speed. He did not use much strength. Chen Zhongxing will fight with you. A figure jumped up. As soon as he landed, he rushed towards Chen Yang. His leg was like an unsheathed blade. It was fast and brought a light breeze with it. Chen Yang lowered his body and performed the Wolf Dash again. The Wolf Fang Fist and Blade Wind Kick collided. Dodging, attacking, and colliding. Both of them used all their strength to defeat the other. In the end, Chen Yang seized the opportunity and used the Wolf Dash to attack Chen Zhongxing's ribs. The terrifying power made Chen Zhongxing's face change and he backed off. Chen Yang seized the opportunity and rushed forward again. He knocked Chen Zhongxing out of the arena and won again. I request to rest. Before the 3rd battle began, Chen Yang raised his hand and said. He had used up a lot of energy in the battle with Chen Zhongxing. Aloud. Chen Yang can go down the arena to rest. Chen Wuxiong agreed. The rest can continue to fight. This method prevented people from fighting too long. If they used up too much energy, they would be taken advantage of by the weaker people. I'll go first. Chen Dalai jumped into the arena. After eating the tiger bone glue and tiger meat soup, his blood qi had grown stronger. His cultivation was close to the peak of the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm. Chen Dalai's opponent also cultivated the tiger power fist technique, and as the 2 of them clashed, Chen Dalai used even greater strength to force his opponent back. Chen Dalai then strode forwards, bringing with him a gust of wind as he punched out with all of his strength, causing a tiger's roar to sound out. His opponent flew back and fell out of the arena. crushing him directly. His strength is not bad. The supervisor nodded again. Who dares to fight with me? Chen Dalai roared. Don't be too arrogant. I'll fight you. Another person rushed into the arena and attacked with the blade wind kick. After a few collisions, the person was knocked out of the arena by Chen Dalai. Not bad, Dalai. Chen Jigang nodded with satisfaction. After defeating 3 opponents in a row, Chen Dalai asked to rest. Now, only Chen Yang, Chen Dalai, and the last person were left. Chen Dalai was resting. Naturally, it was Chen Yang and the last person fighting. Chen Yang, you are not my opponent. The last person was a girl named Chen Li. She practiced the blade wind kick. How will we know if we don't fight? Chen Yang growled. Wolf attack, wolf dodge, wolf dash, wolf dash. Chen Li let out a delicate shout, her long leg swept out like a blade, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Blade roll, blade strike. The 2 moves were connected, attacking Chen Yang and pushing him back. Chen Li's legs were like long blades, continuously chopping out, forcing Chen Yang off the arena. Chen Dalai, come up and fight with me. Chen Li said aggressively. Lose. Chen Dalai leaped onto the stage, his strength exploding as he stomped on the ground. Like a ferocious tiger, he lunged out with a punch that was tyrannical to the extreme. Tiger exploding. Blade chop. Chen Li also used her strongest attack. After the collision, Chen Dalai's body swayed. Chen Li was pushed back, her right leg trembling. I admit defeat. Chen Li was unwilling, but her right leg was numb. Congratulations to Chen Dalai for winning the martial disciple battle. Next, you can challenge one of the 3. Who do you want to challenge? Chen Wuxiong asked. Dalai, get down. Chen Jigang suddenly said. I give up. Chen Dalai said immediately. He jumped off the arena, giving up the right to challenge, shocking everyone. Chen Dalai has given up on the challenge. Chen Jigang, Chen Yidao, and Chen Yuyao are qualified to cultivate in the clan hall. Chen Wuxiong could only announce. He then asked symbolically, does anyone have any objections? Squeezing through the crowd, a vigorous figure leaped into the arena. He held a sword in his left hand and stood upright. He didn't panic at all under everyone's gaze. It's Chen Zong. Exclamations rang out. Everyone was surprised, but they soon turned into mockery. I'm dying of laughter. I was wondering who it was. It's Chen Zong. His brain must be muddled. He's still holding a sword. Does he think he's a swordsman? Chen Zong's expression didn't change as if he didn't hear the undisguised mockery. Brother Zong, come down. Chen Yiming rushed to the edge of the arena and looked up at Chen Zong. He shouted anxiously. Chen Jingtang also squeezed to the edge of the arena and stared at Chen Zong, but he didn't say anything. Chen Zong, you shouldn't be here, Chen Yuyao said coldly with some impatience. Get down. Don't make trouble. Chen Yidao's eyes were cold and sharp. He glanced at Chen Zong and did not stop. Chen Jigang and Chen Dalai were shocked. Chen Dazhong, who was in the crowd, was also shocked. It seemed that he did not expect that Chen Zong did not die in the forest and even dared to appear here. Chen Zong, there's an additional rule for this martial disciple tournament. Disciples below the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm are not allowed to participate. Chen Wuxiong sighed softly and said to Chen Zong with a smile. He had a good relationship with Chen Jingtang, so he didn't despise Chen Zong like the others. Instead, he felt it was a pity. Patriarch, my cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. Chen Zong answered seriously. When he arrived, Chen Dalai was the winner of the martial disciple tournament. According to the previous rules, the martial disciple tournament was only halfway through. He didn't expect there to be a new rule. Fortunately, he arrived in time. In addition, I'm also a member of the Chen family. I'm under the age of 15, so I'm qualified to participate in the martial disciple tournament. The supervisor looked interested. His eyes fell on Chen Zong as if he wanted to see through him. Chen Huzhan frowned and looked displeased. Your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm? Chen Wuxiong was stunned, and so were the others. Patriarch, Qianzong is also a member of the Qin family. He is qualified to participate in the martial disciple tournament, Qin Dalai suddenly said. That's right, Master. Qianzong is qualified to participate in the martial disciple tournament, Qin Xianxia echoed, but when he looked at Qianzong, his face was full of hatred and a sinister smile. Smart people could tell that Qin Dalai and Qin Xianxia were up to no good. Master, please allow Qianzong to participate in the martial disciple tournament. He knew that this had always been Qianzong's wish. As his father, he chose to support him. Since you are also a member of the Qin family, less than 15 years old, and your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, you are qualified to participate in the martial disciple tournament. Qin Huzhan sat on the high seat, his domineering eyes fixed on Qianzong. His tone was stern. However, the martial disciple tournament has ended. According to the rules, you have already missed it. However, I will give you a chance. As long as you can defeat any one of them, you can compete with Qin Dalai for the right to challenge the predetermined top 3. Before Qin Wuxiong could speak, Qin Huzhan spoke first as if he was the patriarch of the Qin family. Qin Wuxiong was unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. He was not as strong as Qin Huzhan. However, you can challenge them, but this is the martial disciple tournament. Swords have no eyes, so swords are not allowed, Qin Huzhan said again, his eyes falling on the iron sword in Qianzong's left hand. Okay. Qianzong bent down and handed the iron sword to Qin Jingtang. Father, trust me. Even if I don't use a sword, I can still get into the top 3. Qin Jingtang grabbed the iron sword and patted the back of Qianzong's hand. Good luck. Patriarch, can we start? Qianzong looked at Qin Wuxiong, bowed and asked. Be careful. At this point, Qin Wuxiong no longer had the ability to object. He could only say this in a low voice and jump off the stage. You guys. Qianzong's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the Qi and Blood realm 3rd stage. Who will fight me? I'll do it. Qin Xianxia couldn't wait to jump onto the stage. With a sinister smile on his face, he immediately assumed the starting stance of the Wolf Fang fist art. His gaze turned cold, as if he saw Qianzong as prey. Qianzong stretched his arms and legs, assuming the crouching tiger stance. There was an indescribable feeling. That's the tiger strength fist art. The battle supervisor whispered, slightly surprised. Qin Huzhan frowned again. Qin Xianxia immediately felt a kind of pressure from Qianzong. It was the pressure brought about by the level of the fist art. With a low roar, like the low howl of a vicious wolf, Qin Xianxia dashed forward. His right fist executed the wolf dash style with all his strength, fiercely. Punching towards Qianzong's ribs. Qianzong executed the tiger dash style. His punch was like the roar of a ferocious tiger, causing Qin Xianxia's expression to change drastically. His footsteps suddenly accelerated, and he dodged like a vicious wolf. He circled to Qianzong's side and changed the wolf dash style into the wolf bite style. This was a technique he learned from his battle with Chen Yang. His body spun, and his arm swung like a tiger's tail. Another shocking roar of the wind sounded. Tiger twisting style, with the same level of cultivation, the tiger strength fist art of the great accomplishment was stronger than the wolf fang fist art of the small accomplishment. When they collided, Qin Xianxia only felt an irresistible force bending his arm. Qianzong's arm directly swept across Qin Xianxia's body. With a bang, Qin Xianxia rolled on the ground, unable to get up. Qin Dalai, it's your turn. Qianzong's gaze shifted from Qin Xianxia to Qin Dalai as he said calmly. Brother Zong defeated Qin Xianxia. Below the ring, Qin Yiming was extremely excited. Am I dreaming? Qianzong actually defeated Qin Xianxia. He just said that his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. Is it true? Qin Yuyao's face was full of surprise. She would never have thought that the person in her impression, who cultivated diligently but did not make much progress, had unknowingly reached the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. Moreover, his strength was not weak. Is that the tiger strength fist art of the great accomplishment? Questions arose in her mind, and she only felt that her mind was in a mess. Qin Yidao stared at Qianzong, and a trace of battle intent filled his eyes. Qin Jigang's face changed, and it was a little ugly because Qin Xianxia was his underling. Being easily defeated by a recognized trash made him feel ashamed. It was also because Chen Zong's tiger strength fist art had reached the great accomplishment level. Chen Dalai jumped into the ring with a cold face. Chen Zong, you will soon know that you are happy too early. Come on. Chen Zong assumed the tiger crouching style and roared like a tiger. I will fulfill your wish. Chen Dalai roared and also assumed the tiger crouching style. The two faced each other with a distance of 3 meters, and their eyes collided like lightning. Tiger rush. Chen Dalai roared and rushed to Chen Zong like a fierce tiger. At the same time, Chen Zong also displayed the tiger rush. He punched out with a strong roar of the wind. The two fists collided head-on, and the terrible strength surged. Chen Zong's arm trembled slightly, while Chen Dalai's face changed. His fist was repelled, and his arm was uncontrollably retracted. He had to take a step back to reduce the force. At the same time, Chen Zong rushed forward and jumped gently. Tiger leap, an indescribable aura swept over and rushed forward. It carried a tyrannical power, and blood energy surged. Tiger rage. Under the tiger leap, the power of the tiger rage would reach its peak. The momentum of the punch was really like a fierce tiger roaring in front of him, which made Chen Dalai's face change greatly. He was scared out of his wits, and he could not mobilize all his strength. He hurriedly punched to resist. His arm bent, and his whole body rolled down the ring like a gourd. Good. Chen Jingtang clenched his fist and was secretly excited. Chen Yiming was stunned. Hiss. This scene caused everyone to gasp. Chen Dazhong, who was in the crowd, even clenched his fists tightly. He wished for nothing more than to jump onto the arena and personally kill Chen Zong with a single punch, but he didn't dare because this was a clan's martial disciple battle, and the rules couldn't be broken. A family warrior battle like this. Chen Huzhan stood up angrily. Wait. Chen Wuxiong quickly announced, Chen Zong won this battle and is qualified to challenge the predetermined top 3. I don't agree. Chen Huzhan did not care about Chen Wuxiong's face at all. He glared at Chen Zong and said, this guy is too fierce. He should be disqualified. His words made Chen Zong's heart sink, but he fearlessly looked at Chen Huzhan. This guy has reached the peak of the advanced level of the tiger strength fist technique. Very good. He is qualified to continue the challenge. The supervisor suddenly said in a calm voice, like a breeze. Chen Zong, who do you want to challenge? Chen Wuxiong's face flashed with a touch of joy. Chen Huzhan clenched his teeth and looked gloomy. The ups and downs were so fast that Chen Zong was in a trance for a moment. Chen Wuxiong reminded him again, and then he came to his senses and said without hesitation, I challenge Chen Jigang. What? He wants to challenge Brother Jigang. Doesn't he know that Brother Jigang is the strongest among the predetermined top 3? I think he has become arrogant because he has the strength. He thinks that he can fight Brother Jigang after defeating Chen Dalai. He is overestimating himself. All kinds of comments came one after another. Chen Yuyao was still in a trance. Chen Yidao's eyes were shining. Chen Jigang was stunned at first, and then a touch of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Are you sure? Chen Wuxiong asked in a low voice, giving Chen Zong another chance. Jigang, we are both disciples of the Chen family. Show mercy. Chen Huzhan said directly, show mercy in a low and powerful voice. Father, I will. Chen Jigang understood Chen Huzhan's meaning. He smiled and immediately looked at Chen Zong. Chen Zong, I suddenly admire you because you are very courageous to challenge me directly. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Zong's response was neither cold nor warm, which made Chen Jigang speechless. Come on. Since we are both disciples of the Chen family, I will give you 3 moves. Chen Jigang stood on the ring, 3 meters away from Chen Zong, and calmly said. This kind of bearing suddenly made many of the Chen family's disciples exclaim in admiration, and some of the older generation nodded their heads. 1, 2, 3. Chen Zong waved his fist 3 times, well, 3 moves are over, let's start. After that, Chen Zong put on the crouching tiger style. Chen Jigang gave him 3 moves. If he used it well, he could have more advantages. However, Chen Zong did not want to because he wanted to defeat Chen Jigang fair and square without any excuses. He wanted to let the whole Chen family know that he was not a waste, so that his father could raise his head in the family and no longer be looked down upon. This is the last chapter of the day, and also the last chapter of the first volume. Starting tomorrow, the protagonist will embark on a new journey. Everyone, please support him. His fist was like a tiger's claw, the wind howled like a tiger's roar. The two fists collided in front of everyone's eyes. At that moment, a teeth-numbing sound was heard. Qin Jigang's body swayed and stabilized, while Chen Zong took a small step back. Haha, I knew it. How could Chen Zong be Brother Gang's opponent? The tense atmosphere was broken by the laughter, and all kinds of discussions followed. They all said that Chen Zong was overestimating himself. Nonsense, Brother Zong can definitely defeat Qin Jigang. Chen Yiming shouted with a red face. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Chen Zong was knocked back by Brother Gang's punch? Chen Zhongjie sneered and mocked Chen Yiming. You have some skills. Qin Jigang retracted his fist and once again assumed the crouching tiger form. His eyes flashed with lightning, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, but that punch just now, I only used 70% of my strength. You think I used all my strength? Chen Zong once again assumed the crouching tiger form and retorted. If that's the case, then use all your strength. I'll let you know the difference between you and me. Qin Jigang smiled after a slight pause. That punch just now was only a test. What came next was the real battle. Brother Gang is going to use all his strength. You know, Brother Gang's strength has reached 600 pounds. Qin Jigang's supporters were all excited. Blood chi flowed, tyrannical strength was aroused, and his arms were tight. Qin Jigang's body emitted a kind of pressure. It was the pressure of strength exceeding the standard. The peak of the third level of the Qi and Blood realm, 600 pounds of strength, and the Tiger Strength Fist technique has also reached the realm of mastery. Not bad. The battle supervisor nodded with some praise. Jigang's talent is unmatched in the branch family, and he's also very hardworking. Chen Huzhan heard the praise and showed a proud smile. The supervisor of battle smiled and looked at Chen Zong. His intuition told him that this young man might bring a surprise. He mobilized all of his strength, and the strong aura formed a pressure under the Tiger Strength Fist technique, which made Chen Zong look serious. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong knew that he had to use all his strength. Adjusting his body slightly, Chen Zong's aura suddenly grew and spread out from his body. The wind stopped, the audience felt that the Chen Zong in front of them seemed to have transformed into a ferocious tiger that was entrenched in the ring, exuding an astonishing aura. Especially Qin Jigang, who was facing Chen Zong, was stunned and thought that he had an illusion. The war supervisor suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, releasing a shocking radiance. His arms were trembling because of excitement. Perfection. His voice was low and trembling. Was this the pleasant surprise he felt? Wasn't it a little too intense? This is impossible. Chen Huzhan was in a daze. He felt powerless. Perfection of foundation establishment martial arts, that was the realm that many Qin family members dreamed of reaching. However, in the entire branch family, no one had ever reached it. Even in the main family, there were very few people who could cultivate the foundation establishment realm to perfection. Especially at the martial disciple level, it was even rarer. But now, they saw the perfection of the Tiger Strength Fist technique from a martial disciple who was only at the third level of the Qi and Blood realm, who was less than 15 years old. It was unbelievable, like a dream. Qin Jigang felt as if he was floating in the clouds. It was very unreal. He had gone through untold hardships and had Chen Huzhan's guidance to cultivate the Tiger Strength Fist technique to the realm of greater mastery. However, he had not even reached the peak of greater mastery. Yet, this piece of trash had not only reached the third level of the Qi and Blood realm, but had also cultivated the Tiger Strength Fist technique to the realm of perfection. This was simply impossible to happen. Even if your fist technique has reached perfection, you are still no match for me. With a low roar, Qin Jigang exerted strength in both of his legs. With a bang, the platform under his feet shook. Like a fierce tiger, he instantly rushed out. Under the strength of 600 pounds, his right fist was clenched and incomparably fierce. It smashed the air and fiercely punched towards Qin Jigang. The perfection of the tiger crouching stance under the power of the tiger made Chen Zong's strength as one. Even though he had just broken through to the third level of the qi and blood realm and only had 400 pounds of strength, he was able to exceed his limit and become even more tyrannical. Like a fierce tiger, he constantly attacked in all directions, constantly affecting Chen Jigang. Tiger Rush, the two fists collided again, and a terrifying explosion sounded. Tiger Rush. Tiger Rush, 3 consecutive fists collided. Chen Zong was like a fierce tiger rushing down the mountain. He was unstoppable. This was the power of the tiger. Chen Jigang's arm trembled, and he unconsciously took a step back. That step caused his momentum to stagnate. Chen Zong pounced, and his fists continuously punched. Tiger Rush, Tiger Rush, Tiger Rush. Chen Jigang could only retreat step by step. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Jigang, who was known as the number one under the age of 15 in the family, was actually being suppressed by someone who was once called a trash. Was this a dream? Tiger spinning stance, his body rotated, and his arms swept like a tiger's tail. The speed was too fast for Chen Jigang to block, and he staggered to the side. Immediately, Chen Zong rushed forward, and his whole body jumped half a meter high. His momentum was completely unleashed. Chen Jigang unconsciously looked up, and a shadow covered him. It was as if he saw a fierce tiger leaping down from the mountain. That pair of domineering cold eyes made his heart tremble, and he felt an inexplicable fear. Tiger violent stance, unstoppable, Chen Zong punched out with all his strength. That was the most tyrannical punch of the tiger strength fist technique, and it was also the final punch. Chen Jigang subconsciously raised his arms to block, but the strong force seemed to break the bones in his arms, and hit his chest directly. Chen Jigang flew out of the ring and fell to the ground. He rolled back a few times, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He could not move. Chen Jigang, lost. Chen Zong defeated Chen Jigang? Everyone was speechless. Brother Zong, good job. Chen Yiming was extremely excited. Good, good, good. Chen Jingtong's face was filled with relief and excitement, and his whole body was trembling. Chen Yuyao was dumbstruck. Her mind was in a mess, and she could not describe what she was feeling. Chen Yidao's eyes shone with a fierce light, and he stared at Chen Zong as if he had found his prey. He was eager to fight. Chen Huzhan was stunned at first, and then his face became gloomy, and a burst of anger was about to explode. Good, Chen Zong defeated Chen Jigang, and he will replace Chen Jigang. He will go to the clan hall with Chen Yuyao and Chen Yidao to cultivate. Chen Wuxiong was very excited. It was not only because Chen Zong had cultivated the tiger strength fist technique to perfection, but also because he defeated Chen Jigang. If Chen Jigang went to the clan hall to cultivate as he wished, Chen Huzhan's status in the branch family would rise again, and he would be slowly overtaken. But now, that would not happen. Bastard, how dare you be so ruthless? Chen Huzhan exploded and leaped like a huge tiger leaping from a high place. The terrifying aura of a qi and blood realm level 7 exploded, and his qi and blood surged. He clawed out. There was no doubt that if Chen Zong was caught by that claw, his bones would definitely shatter. Chen Zong could not move. His whole body was stiff and numb, and it was even more terrifying than when he was stared at by the tiger in the forest. The sword tip in the space between his eyebrows trembled slightly, and a chill spread throughout his body, allowing Chen Zong to regain his senses. However, the difference between a qi and blood realm level 3 was too big. It was like a firefly compared to the moon. Even if he could react, he could not dodge in time. Chen Huzhan. You dare. Chen Jingtong's voice seemed to come from afar, and the crowd's exclamations sounded as if they were half awake. Subconsciously, Chen Zong moved. If he could not dodge in time, then he would not dodge. If he wanted to kill him, he would not compromise. In an instant, the tiger force that emerged from Chen Zong's body intensified. Chen Huzhan's claw rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, as if it was covering the sky. Chen Zong glared at him and threw out a punch. It was so fierce that even the sky would be pierced through. Die. Chen Huzhan growled, his voice like thunder. His claw mercilessly clawed at Chen Zong's head. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong only saw a blue shadow flash in front of him, and a tall figure seemed to appear out of thin air. The figure's palm collided with Chen Huzhan's claw and repelled it. Chen Huzhan, are you trying to break the rules? The calm voice contained a hint of coldness, causing Chen Huzhan's pupils to shrink. The battle supervisor made his move. No, I was just. Facing the battle supervisor, who was stronger, Chen Huzhan did not dare to fight back because he was in the wrong. There will be winners and losers and injuries in a battle. The battle supervisor directly interrupted Chen Huzhan's explanation. He is one of the 3 people who will go to the clan this time. If anything happens to him, you won't be able to pay for it even if you have 10 lives. As he spoke, the battle supervisor ignored Chen Huzhan, who looked pale, and turned to Chen Zong with a smile. Not bad. You have the heart of a fierce tiger, and your courage is commendable. Thank you, battle supervisor, for saving me. Chen Zong quickly bowed to express his gratitude. It's my duty. The battle supervisor smiled and nodded at Chen Wuxiong. I hereby announce that Chen Zong, Chen Yuyao, and Chen Yidao are qualified to cultivate in the clan hall. Chen Wuxiong's face was flushed with high spirits, and his voice seemed to be louder. As a reward, each of you will receive 2 energy pills. I hope you can cultivate well in the clan hall and strive to become martial artists as soon as possible. 2 energy pills. Chen Zong was overjoyed to hear that. Little guy, you can get more energy pills in the clan. The battle supervisor smiled, which made Chen Zong's eyes brighten. When the applause died down, Chen Zong suddenly said, Lord Battle Supervisor, Patriarch, may I ask, what should be done if I violate the clan rules? In the crowd, Chen Dazhong, Chen Dalai, and Chen Jigang's faces suddenly changed. Little guy, if you have something to say, just say it. The battle supervisor put his hands behind his back and said seriously. First of all, I didn't get my share of energy pills last month. Chen Zong said and glanced at Chen Jigang's uncle, who was trembling all over. His face was pale and cold sweat was dripping. Li 7, from now on, you have nothing to do with the Chen family. Chen Wuxiong's words made Li 7 collapse to the ground. He had sneaked into the Chen family with his relationship with Chen Huzhan and got a good position. He should have had a bright future, but now, everything was over. Second of all, 20 days ago, in the Howling Wind Forest, someone tried to kill me. If I wasn't lucky, I would be dead now. Chen Zong's eyes fell on the crowd and fixed on Chen Dazhong. His voice was full of coldness. Chen Dazhong, who ordered you to do that? Nonsense. Chen Dazhong's face turned red and his neck became thick. He shouted to defend himself. Chen Wuxiong, the battle supervisor, and Chen Huzhan's faces changed dramatically. Chen Jingtong's face was full of anger, while the other clansmen were confused. Chen Dazhong, I'm 5 or 6 years older than you. We have no relationship, so I don't need to slander you. Chen Zong said calmly. At that time, you should have killed the tiger and brought it back to the clan. If it hadn't appeared, I would have been killed by you. Patriarch, 20 days ago, Chen Dazhong did bring a tiger back. An elder said. Chen Dalai, you were also involved in this, right? Chen Zong suddenly looked at Chen Dalai. It wasn't me. It had nothing to do with me. Chen Dalai cried out. As a martial artist, you attacked a martial disciple under the age of 15. This is the first crime. You tried to kill a fellow clansman. This is the second crime. Chen Wuxiong's face was cold. The punishment for these 2 crimes is to cripple Chen Dazhong's cultivation. No, I didn't. Chen Dazhong shouted again and again. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and tried to escape. An elder reached out and grabbed Chen Dazhong. Chen Dazhong's body trembled and his face turned pale. His whole body was like a deflated balloon. He became so weak that it was as if a gust of wind would blow him over. His cultivation of the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm was crippled. Chen Jigang's face was pale. Chen Dalai's body trembled and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. This is the consequence of breaking the clan's rules. Chen Wuxiong said loudly. Thank you for upholding justice, Patriarch. Chen Zong bowed and glanced at Chen Jigang. He knew that even though he defeated Chen Jigang, with Chen Huzhan around, he couldn't do anything to him. The protagonist has entered the clan hall and is about to show off his skills. Are your swords ready? Chen Wu, Chen Zuweifeng, Chen Yan, Chen Che, Chen Shuiqing, Chen Xiaozi, Chen Zong. Here, the 7 of them replied in unison. I'm Chen Chuyun. She wore a tight white martial attire that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head. She looked valiant and valiant. Her face was fair and rosy. Her voice was cold, and her eyes were clear and bright like autumn water. From today onwards, I will be your sword instructor. Chen Zong looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. He estimated that she was about 17 or 18 years old, but her aura was obscure and powerful. He wondered how much more powerful she was compared to them. This was the clan hall of the Chen clan. Including the branch family and the main family, there were a total of 60 martial disciples. They were divided into 5 groups according to the type of foundation establishment martial techniques they practiced. Chen Zong's Tiger Strength Fist technique had reached perfection. He should have been assigned to the Fist technique group, but he strongly requested to be assigned to the Sword technique group. Including him, there were 7 people in the Sword technique group. There were 5 males and 2 females. 2 of them were from the branch family, and the rest were from the main family. Now, I will teach you the Tiger Roar technique. Chen Chuyun did not even bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. The Tiger Roar technique is our Chen clan's secret technique for refining blood qi. It cannot be taught to outsiders. The Tiger Roar technique is divided into movement and stillness. Chen Chuyun used simple and straightforward words and actions to teach the Tiger Roar technique to everyone, repeating it 3 times. Chen Zong, your cultivation has not reached the peak of the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm, so you cannot practice the Tiger Roar technique. Chen Chuyun's gaze fell on Chen Zong. Yes. Chen Zong nodded. Chen Zuweifeng's eyes flashed with pride. A few months ago, he had already started practicing the Tiger Roar technique. The cultivation of martial disciples was divided into 2 parts. First, they would practice foundation establishment martial techniques to the peak of the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm. Then, they would refine their blood qi in preparation for breaking through to the 4th level of the qi and blood realm. If they practiced the Tiger Roar technique before reaching the peak of the 3rd level of the blood realm, they would only harm their blood qi. I'll continue to explain the Tiger Roar technique. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me later. Clearly, the content of this lesson was the Tiger Roar incantation. 2 hours later, the class ended. Chen Chuyun answered a few questions and left. The next class was in 10 days. The 5 disciples ignored Chen Zong and Chen Yan and left. Chen Yan and Chen Zong nodded and left as well. The clan hall was divided into an inner and outer section, separated by a door. The outer hall was not big. There was a living area, a cafeteria, a martial arts room, a weapons room, and so on. New disciples like them had to raise their cultivation to the 4th stage of the qi and blood realm within a year to become martial artists. Otherwise, they would be expelled. I need to raise my cultivation base to the peak of qi and blood realm level 3 before cultivating the Tiger Roar formula to temper my blood qi. Chen Zong's biggest wish was to find a precious medicine for his father to heal his injuries and restore his cultivation. However, that required sufficient strength. Therefore, Chen Zong's short-term goal for himself was to increase his cultivation and enter the clan hall. Now that he had achieved that, he should set a second short-term goal for himself. The 2 energy pills from the branch family and the 3 energy pills from the clan hall can increase my cultivation base slightly, but it's not enough to reach the peak of qi and blood realm level 3. Maybe I can practice more foundation establishment martial arts, Yi Futian said to himself. Every breakthrough in foundation establishment martial arts would stimulate one's potential to a certain extent and strengthen one's blood qi. This would then feed back to the body and achieve a synchronized improvement. However, it was not easy to break through foundation establishment martial arts. Normal people would take 3 months to reach the entry level, 1 year to achieve small success, and 3 years to achieve phenomenal success. The more powerful ones would take at least 2 years to achieve phenomenal success. Even if they were to achieve phenomenal success in a year, it would still be unrealistic to use it as the main method to increase their cultivation base. Chen Zong was different. He had been transformed by the mysterious sword tip and received help from the mysterious sword tip when cultivating foundation establishment martial arts. He could achieve phenomenal success in a shorter time. This was an advantage that he had to make use of. The outer hall martial arts room was several times larger than the Little Lake Town branch family's room. There was a table by the door and a middle-aged man sitting behind it. He was the manager of the martial arts room. There were bookshelves on 3 sides of the room. Each bookshelf contained more than 100 books that were clearly categorized. The bookshelf on the left was filled with foundation establishment martial arts and related cultivation experiences. There were 6 wooden tables and some wooden chairs neatly placed in the middle of the room for the ordinary disciples of the outer hall to read. The books in the martial arts room could not be taken away. Xianxia scanned the room. The 3 foundation establishment martial arts of the Little Lake Town branch family were among them. Other than that, there were other foundation establishment martial arts that he had never heard of before. Snake hand python leg technique, heavy fist steel shattering palm chain saber technique, heavy strike saber technique, afterimage sword technique, willow sword technique, eagle strike sword technique. Wait. At a glance, there were at least 3 books of cultivation experiences for each foundation establishment martial art. Some had more than 10 books. There are 32 foundation establishment martial arts in total. That's a lot. This was a huge shock to Xianxia. He also found that among the 32 foundation establishment martial arts, there were only 5 weapon-type foundation establishment martial arts. 3 were sword techniques and 2 were saber techniques. It was obvious that weapon-type foundation establishment martial arts were rare and precious. They were also notoriously difficult to cultivate. He took out 3 sword techniques and related cultivation experiences, walked to a wooden table, sat down, and started reading. Afterimage sword technique was a sword technique that required great skill. It was weak in attack and defense, but it could create afterimages to interfere with one's vision. There were 6 moves in total. If one could master it, 60% of one's body could be trained. The tip of the sword between his eyebrows trembled slightly, and a silver dragon danced. Xianxia's mind was very clear. Not only did he memorize all the contents of afterimage sword technique, but he also quickly understood and mastered it. After reading afterimage sword art, he picked up simple analysis of afterimage sword art, I practice afterimage sword art conjecture, and other cultivation notes. He read through them one by one, absorbing the wisdom of the predecessors and gathering their wisdom to deepen his understanding of afterimage sword art. Willow sword technique was a sword technique that required the sword to be like willow branches. It was flexible and tough, like a willow swinging in the wind. It had 6 moves in total. If one could master it, 60% of one's body could be trained. After reading everything about willow sword technique, he went on to read eagle strike sword technique. Eagle strike sword technique was completely different from willow sword technique. It mainly used the tip of the sword as the point of attack, imitating the sharp beak, claws and wings of an eagle. It was an offensive sword technique. If one could master it, 60% of one's body could be trained. After reading eagle strike sword technique, Xianxia read a few other cultivation experiences. After memorizing all of them, he put the books back on the shelf. Young man, is it useful for you to read like this? The manager asked casually. Yes. Xianxia replied and walked out of the martial arts room. The manager shook his head and took it as a joke. He found a secluded place in the martial arts field and pulled out his sword. After thinking for a while, he made the starting gesture of shadow sword technique and stabbed out. Soon, he practiced it once. I'm not very good at it, but it's only the first time. The second time, there was obvious improvement. The third time, he was even more proficient. Xianxia could feel his improvement with each practice. On the 10th practice, Xianxia felt his qi and blood vibrate slightly, and it grew a little bit stronger. After consolidating his strength, Xianxia made the starting gesture of willow sword technique, standing tall like a weeping willow by the water. After 10 practice, he learned willow sword technique, and his qi and blood grew a little bit stronger. Then, Xianxia practiced eagle strike sword technique. He was like an eagle that was about to spread its wings and soar. His sword was like the wings of an eagle that was about to spread its wings and soar. After 10 more practice, he learned Eagle Strike sword technique, and his chi and blood grew a little bit stronger. After 3 consecutive rounds of chi and blood growth, Chenzong's body would be nourished and his strength would increase. This guy is too stupid. Practicing 3 foundation building sword techniques. He's cutting off his own path. I know him. His name is Chenzong. He used to practice fist techniques. It's said that he reached the perfection realm and was favored by instructor Chen He. However, he refused to join the fist technique group and joined the sword technique group. So it's him. Then he must be practicing 4 foundation building martial arts. He's so stupid. Not far away, a few people were whispering. They didn't practice sword techniques and their eyesight was limited. They couldn't tell that Chenzong had learned all 3 foundation building sword techniques. Chenzong heard their conversation clearly. Of course, he knew what they were thinking. Under normal circumstances, the more foundation building martial arts one practiced, the more obvious the drawbacks would be. This was because practicing each foundation building martial arts required a lot of time and energy, and each person's time and energy were limited. The more foundation building martial arts one practiced, the more scattered they would be. In the end, they would drag each other down and it would be difficult to improve. Usually, one would practice at most 2 foundation building martial arts. One would be practiced before entering the clan hall, and the other would be practiced after entering the clan hall. After entering the clan hall, everyone knew that martial disciple cultivation was divided into 2 levels. One was before the peak of Qi and Blood Realm stage level 3, where the focus was on foundation building martial arts. The other was after the peak of Qi and Blood Realm stage level 3, where the focus was on Qi and blood refinement. Cultivation was the foundation. Once one's cultivation reached Qi and Blood Realm stage level 4 and became a martial artist, one could practice foundation building martial arts. Its power was many times stronger than foundation building martial arts. They felt that Chenzong was putting the cart before the horse. When this matter reached Chen He's ears, he sneered, "Do you think that by practicing tiger strength fist technique to the perfection realm, you can also practice sword technique to the perfection realm? Chenzong, you're wasting your time." Chen Yuyao went to Chenzong in exasperation. "You practice tiger strength fist technique to the perfection realm, which proves that you have extraordinary talent in fist techniques. Why do you want to practice sword techniques? Fine, you can practice sword techniques, but why do you have to practice 3 sword techniques at the same time? I know what I'm doing." Chenzong knew that Chen Yuyao was concerned about him, but he couldn't say that he had a fortuitous encounter that gave him an advantage in sword techniques. How can you face your official uncle, who has such high hopes for you?" Chen Yuyao was furious. She didn't know why she was so anxious and angry. "I know what I'm doing," Chenzong said again, his tone calm. Chen Yuyao stomped away angrily in her deerskin shoes. Shaking his head and looking away, Chenzong continued to practice sword techniques. All 3 sword techniques had reached the entry level, which strengthened his blood qi and improved his cultivation. It proved that his idea was feasible, so he had to continue. The next night, Chenzong continued to practice sword techniques. A figure walked briskly from afar. His footsteps were very light. He stood dozens of meters away and watched without disturbing Chenzong. After practicing each of the 3 sword techniques 10 times, Chenzong caught a glimpse of the figure and bowed. "Instructor. Well, I heard that you're practicing 3 foundation sword techniques at the same time, so I came to check it out." Chen Qian's voice was as cold as the night wind. "Did you learn all 3 sword techniques yesterday morning?" "Yes." Chenzong nodded. "It was no secret. In only 2 days, you've reached the entry level in 3 sword techniques." Chen Qian's eyes were blazing, as if they could melt the night. "So, you're a genius in sword techniques." "Instructor, you flatter me," Chenzong said modestly. "Don't be so modest. Can you practice all 3 sword techniques to the basic level in 10 days? Chen Qian's eyes were clear. 2 updates a day is the minimum. If it goes beyond that, it will explode. Today, it will explode a little. The strength of one arm has reached 450 pounds. Chenzong analyzed after putting down the heavy iron lock to test his strength. 5 energy pills increased my strength by 20 pounds. 3 foundation building sword techniques strengthened my blood qi and increased my strength by 30 pounds. The effect is better than Tiger Strength Fist technique at the same level. In this way, I can reach the peak of level 3 Qi and Blood Realm if I cultivate all 3 sword techniques to initial success. He drew his sword and cultivated the 8 forms of the true sword. Qianzong didn't know why the mysterious sword tip helped him cultivate the 8 forms of the true sword. It couldn't compare to other foundation building techniques, and the difficulty of cultivating the 8 forms of the true sword was much higher than Tiger Strength Fist technique and Eagle Strike sword technique. His progress was slow, and he hadn't reached the peak of initial success, let alone phenomenal success. However, the power of the 8 forms of the true sword was undeniable. Even at initial success, it was better than Tiger Strength Fist technique at perfection. After cultivating the 8 forms of the true sword, Qianzong began to cultivate Afterimage sword technique, Willow sword technique, and finally Eagle Strike sword technique. Different sword techniques had different styles, but Qianzong found some similarities between them and compared them with each other. His improvement was more obvious. On the 4th night after cultivating the 3 sword techniques, Qianzong was practicing in a corner. There were few people in the training field. Afterimage sword technique was performed, and he stabbed out again and again, leaving behind afterimages. The mark of the afterimage sword art was to create an afterimage. As he practiced, his sword trembled slightly. Following the first afterimage, a second afterimage appeared vaguely. After 10 times, the second afterimage became clear. Qianzong felt his body go numb. His blood qi vibrated slightly, as if his potential was stimulated. It strengthened his blood qi and strengthened his body. 2 afterimages, a sign of initial success. Qianzong smiled. He didn't feel excited because he thought it was natural. He practiced a few more rounds of afterimage sword technique to consolidate his foundation. Then, he took the first stance of Willow sword technique. His body swayed, and the iron sword swayed under the moonlight like a willow branch blown by the wind. As he practiced, Qianzong felt his body go numb again. His blood qi vibrated, and strengthened again. Minor accomplishment of Willow swordsmanship. Lastly, it was the Eagle Strike swordsmanship. The sword was like the wings of an eagle as it swept across the night sky, bringing with it an obscure light. It quickly pierced out again. With a twist of his wrist, the body of the sword changed accordingly, like the claws of an eagle. He leaped into the air like a soaring eagle and struck down with his sword again. It was like an eagle pecking at its prey, emitting a sharp whistle. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, his figure swept through the air. The iron sword struck down, and there seemed to be the cry of an eagle. His blood and qi shook again. Initial success in the Eagle Strike swordsmanship, Qianzong felt his body heat up slightly, as if he was soaking in hot water. It was very comfortable, and his body was also strengthened bit by bit. It's late, time to sleep. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Qianzong sheathed his sword and walked toward the residential area. The treatment of the descendants of the clan hall was not bad. Each of them lived in a room that was about 5 meters long and 4 meters wide. It was well furnished. Another 2 days passed. Qianzong walked to the testing area. He grabbed the 500-pound iron chain with one arm, exerted his strength, lifted it, and raised it above his head. He held it for 3 breaths before putting it down. 500 pounds of strength, peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm. I finally reached it. Some people were born with great strength, such as Qin Jigang. However, Qianzong was not one of them. Before he got the mysterious sword tip, he was mediocre in all aspects. After he got the mysterious sword tip, his cultivation speed increased many times, but his body did not change much. On the training field, most of the descendants were cultivating. There were fist arts, palm arts, leg arts, blade arts, and sword arts. As usual, Qianzong found a secluded corner to practice his sword. Qianzong, I heard that you're cultivating 3 sword arts at the same time. Great, I've reached the peak of the Eagle Strike sword art. Do you want me to give you some pointers? Chen Zuifeng and Chen Shuiqing walked over side by side. Chen Zuifeng had a faint smile on his face. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. It was the kind of disdain a descendant of the main family would have for a descendant of the branch family. No need. Chen Zong's sharp eyes caught the hint of disdain in Chen Zuifeng's eyes. He knew that Chen Zuifeng did not really want to give him pointers. He probably had an ulterior motive. Chen Zong, it's your honor that Brother Zuifeng is willing to give you pointers. You don't know what's good for you, Chen Shuiqing scolded. Shuiqing, he's just a branch family bumpkin. Even if he agrees, I might not be willing to give him pointers, Chen Zuifeng laughed, not hiding his disdain. This small episode made Chen Zong more aware of the situation of the branch family descendants in the main family hall. However, as long as they were strong enough, there was no difference between a branch family and a main family. After practicing each of the 3 sword arts 30 times, Chen Zong returned to the residential area after lunch. I can start cultivating the Tiger Roar incantation now. It was best not to be disturbed while cultivating the Tiger Roar incantation. This was a foundational cultivation method created by the ancestors of the Chen family after more than 10 years. It was a secret of the Chen family. It was suitable for disciples who had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm to further refine their Blood Qi and build a good foundation in preparation for breaking through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. After refining their Blood Qi once, they could actively move it and strengthen their body in all aspects in a short period of time. The increase in strength was the most obvious. The Tiger Roar incantation was divided into 2 parts, movement and stillness. Movement consisted of 7 movements, imitating the movements of a tiger to move one's Blood Qi. Stillness consisted of the incantation. Using a posture that felt comfortable, one could silently recite the incantation and use one's mind to sense the Blood Qi to achieve the goal of refining. According to the sword instructor, Qin Shuyun, since the establishment of the main family hall, only 1 in 100 people could master the basics of the Tiger Roar incantation and begin refining their Blood Qi. The most outstanding person took half a month. I wonder if I can start refining my Blood Qi within a month. Chen Zong, who had not started cultivating the Tiger Roar incantation, muttered to himself. The cultivation of the Tiger Roar incantation could be divided into 3 steps. First, sense the Blood Qi. Second, move the Blood Qi. Third, refine the Blood Qi. It was said that the genius who started refining his Blood Qi in half a month took 3 days to sense the Blood Qi in the first step. After finishing the exercise, Chen Zong took a deep breath to get rid of all distracting thoughts and concentrate. His back shook like a wave, and his hands and feet moved accordingly. He was like an awakened tiger stretching its muscles and bones. Perhaps it was because Chen Zong had practiced the Tiger Power Fist art to the consummate realm. The 7 movements of the Tiger Roar incantation were not difficult at all. With the help of the mysterious sword tip, he easily performed it on the first try, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. After the first try, Chen Zong felt his body heat up slightly. After the 2nd and 3rd try, the heat gradually increased. After the 10th try, Chen Zong vaguely felt the flow of the Blood Qi. Vaguely, he seemed to see a red river flowing slowly. I've reached the first step? Chen Zong was surprised. Didn't the fastest person in the main family hall take 3 days to reach the first step? He had only practiced it 10 times, which added up to about 15 minutes. Was it an illusion? After the 11th try, he could indeed sense the Blood Qi. It seems that I'm more talented in cultivation, Chen Zong said to himself. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued to practice. As he practiced again and again, Chen Zong's body temperature kept rising. His skin gradually turned red, and he could sense the Blood Qi in his body more clearly. After the 30th try, Chen Zong subconsciously assumed the crouching tiger posture. This was the first move of the Tiger Power Fist art, which had reached the consummate realm. Chen Zong felt very comfortable. The Blood Qi flowed faster, like an endless stream. Chen Zong recited the incantation of the Tiger Roar incantation silently. He concentrated on sensing the Blood Qi and synchronized with it. With the help of the incantation, he tried to control and move the Blood Qi. Sensing the Blood Qi was the first challenge, and moving the Blood Qi was the second, which was more difficult than sensing the Blood Qi. Chen Zong temporarily put down the practice of the sword art and focused on the Tiger Roar incantation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. After practicing the Tiger Roar incantation for 10 times, Chen Zong assumed the crouching tiger posture. He could clearly sense the Blood Qi in his body. With the help of his mind and the incantation, he tried his best to control the blood qi. The blood qi flowed faster and faster in his body. Chen Zong's ears seemed to hear a series of low roars coming from within his body, like the roar of a fierce tiger from afar. That was the sound produced when the blood and qi in his body reached a certain speed, and through the vibration and impact of the changes in speed, it was the essence of the tiger roar technique. Through this kind of vibration and impact, one could refine their blood and qi. After 7 minutes, Chen Zong had to stop refining the blood qi. He was starving. The purpose of refining the blood qi was to remove the impurities and concentrate the essence. It was to increase the quality of the blood qi by reducing the quantity. It needed to be replenished before it could continue. Otherwise, it would damage the body. How to replenish the blood qi after it was used up? Of course, one would be hungry if they had to replenish the blood qi by absorbing the body's energy. Energy pills were great for replenishing energy. Unfortunately, he could only get 3 pills a month, and they would be gone in a few days. In most cases, he could only replenish his energy through eating. He felt like he could eat an entire cow. After packing up quickly, Chen Zong left his room and went to the cafeteria. The cafeteria not only provided meals, but also snacks. Chen Zong took a big bowl of beef bone soup and 10 palm-sized beef buns. All of them had thin skin and lots of stuffing, and were very delicious. He ate while listening to the conversation of the 3 people around him. In about 20 days, it will be the monthly champion competition. I don't think I have a chance. Me neither. Who do you think will be the champion of each group? For the fist technique group, I think it will be Chen Baichi. His furious python fist has reached the peak of greater mastery, and his slithering snake hand has also reached greater mastery. Moreover, I heard that before he entered the clan hall, he had already started cultivating the tiger roar formula. Now, he has refined his blood qi once. I really envy these clan disciples. Not only can they cultivate better foundation establishment martial arts than us, but they can also enjoy better cultivation resources than us. I heard that every year, the clan disciples will be the champion and break through to the 4th level of the qi and blood qi realm earlier. That might not be the case this time. From what I know, Qin Guzhan from our fist technique group was born with great strength. I heard that one of his arms can weigh 400 jin. His heavy punch has also reached the peak of greater mastery. Chen Baichi might not be his match. 400 jin. The other 2 disciples gasped. Chen Zong was also shocked. 400 jin of strength was equivalent to the strength he could unleash after refining his blood qi 3 times. For the palm technique group, I think it will be Chen Yong. For the leg technique group, I think it will be Chen Ying. For the saber technique group, I think it will be Chen Fenghua. For the sword technique group, I think it will be Chen Yifeng. The people they were talking about were all clan disciples. Moreover, they had all cultivated the tiger roar formula in advance and had already refined their blood qi once. I heard that someone in the sword technique group is cultivating 3 sword techniques at the same time. He might be a sword genius. That's a joke. Are you willing to learn swordsmanship from this beautiful senior sister? The sun was shining brightly. On the martial arts field, groups of disciples gathered. How's your practice of the tiger roar formula in the past 10 days? Chen Qian's voice was still cold. Her limpid eyes swept over Chen Zong's face and paused for 2 breaths. Chen Wu, Chen Xiaozi, Chen Che, and Chen Yan asked questions and received answers. In this lesson, I'm going to explain swordsmanship. After answering their questions, Chen Qian said, you may have already practiced the residual shadow swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship, and eagle strike swordsmanship, or you may have just started. No matter what, I hope you can listen carefully. Chen Qian always looked cold. If Chen Zong hadn't seen the passion in her eyes that night, he would have thought that she only had one expression. The residual shadow swordsmanship turns the sword into a residual shadow. When you attack, you have to use your arm to move your wrist. Chen Qian clearly had a very deep understanding of the afterimage sword technique. He explained it in concise and straightforward terms, making it easy for everyone to understand. Especially Chen Zong, who combined it with his own understanding and gained a deeper understanding. When it came to the subtleties, Chen Qian would also practice with her sword. Her sword's body was sparkling, and there were ripples on the blade, making it look even sharper. Compared to Chen Zong's iron sword, it was many times better. Every swordsman longed to have a good sword. Chen Zuifeng and the others also had burning eyes. After explaining the residual shadow swordsmanship, Chen Chuyan explained the willow swordsmanship, and then the eagle strike swordsmanship. Chen Zong and the others were shocked to find that Chen Chuyan's three swordsmanship had reached perfection. After explaining the three swordsmanship, there was still half an hour left. Do you have any questions? Chen Chuyan glanced at them. Her explanation was very thorough. For a moment, no one had digested it. Naturally, there were no questions. Next, I'm going to teach you a swordsmanship, Chen Chuyan continued. Everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. This swordsmanship is called the 18 Fundamental Moves. Chen Chuyan held her sword and practiced. As they practiced, except for Chen Zong, the other 6 people were more or less disappointed. Contrary to their expectations, Chen Zong watched very seriously. The 18 fundamental moves include slashing, pointing, stabbing, lifting, and lifting. 18 movements. It's not a foundation-level martial art, and it's not very powerful. But it's helpful for you to practice. Chen Chuyan practiced the 18 fundamental moves. Instructor, I have a question. Chen Zuifeng opened his mouth and met Chen Chuyan's gaze. He asked, I heard that the perfection of the martial arts realm is not the end. What is the realm above the perfection? Chen Chuyan. Chen. There is indeed an even higher realm above perfection. Chen Chuyan said after pondering for a moment. His cold voice seemed a little more ethereal. Above perfection is minute subtlety. Subtlety. Everyone repeated in a low voice. Chen Zong only felt his heart burning. For some reason, his heart seemed to be beating faster than usual. The 2 words were full of magic. Don't think too much about the subtle realm. Chen Chuyan's cold voice woke everyone up. No one in the clan hall has reached it. If there are no other questions, this class is over. Chen Chuyan said after pouring cold water on them. Although the class was set for 2 hours, it was actually arranged by the instructor. Chen Zong, come with me. Seeing Chen Zong and Chen Chuyan leave, Chen Chuyan and the others looked terrible. There was an independent courtyard that was 10 meters long and wide. This was Chen Chuyan's residence in the clan hall. Instructor, can we all live in such a small courtyard after becoming a martial artist? Chen Zong asked. Only the top 10. Chen Chuyan's answer was simple. Chen Zong was shocked. He meant that Chen Chuyan's strength was in the top 10 among all the disciples in the clan hall. Let's not talk about other people's business. Have you reached the initial level of the 3 swordsmanship? Yes. Chen Zong nodded. Practice. Chen Chuyan's tone was urgent and his eyes were burning. Chen Zong immediately pulled out his sword and practiced the 3 swordsmanship one by one. Good, good, good. Chen Chuyan said good 3 times in a row, showing his excitement. His limpid eyes were burning like fire, almost burning Chen Zong. There was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes. Chen Zong, are you willing to learn swordsmanship from me? Chen Zong was slightly taken aback. From Chen Chuyan's eyes, he could see a kind of passion for the sword. His heart was greatly shaken. Do you want to be my disciple? Chen Zong asked. No, I just want to witness the rise of a genius swordsmanship. Chen Chuyan's eyes were still burning. I'm willing, Chen Zong answered seriously. Okay, I have an empty room here. Do you want to stay here or at your original place? Chen Chuyan asked directly. Instructor, I'll stay at my original place. Chen Zong didn't hesitate. He didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Chuyan. It's up to you. But you have to practice swordsmanship for 3 hours every day. Chen Chuyan didn't force Chen Zong to move in, but he asked for time to practice swordsmanship. Chen Zong didn't object. Up until now, except for some guidance from his father, he had been relying on his own efforts. He was more than happy to have a master who was willing to teach him swordsmanship. Let's start now. Chen Chuyan was swift and decisive. Practice the 18 basic moves. Chen Zong didn't understand. Practicing the 18 basic moves will be of great help to the practice of other swordsmanship, Chen Chuyan said in a very affirmative tone. Chen Zong immediately started practicing. He remembered Chen Chuyun's previous practice clearly. At first, his movements were slow and not in place. Chen Chuyun would guide him. The second time was basically correct, and the third time he was faster. The 10th time, his body moved with the sword. One move, one move. The sword halo surrounded his body as if he had practiced it thousands of times. You're indeed a genius in swordsmanship. Chen Chuyun's gaze seemed to be able to melt steel. After practicing for the 20th time, Chen Chuyun called for Chen Zong to stop. He led Chen Zong to a corner of the courtyard. There was a wooden frame in the shape of a door. Round wooden beads were hanging from it. The largest was as big as an egg, and the smallest was as small as a soybean. There are 4 keys to practicing swordsmanship. They are the foundation of swordsmanship. Chen Chuyun's voice was powerful. Every word was like a sword. Fast, steady, accurate, and ruthless. Only by being fast can you catch your opponent off guard and catch him off guard. Only by being accurate can you hit 100% of the time without any deviation. Only by being steady can you not make mistakes and move with ease. Only by being ruthless can you kill your enemy and cut through all obstacles. These 4 short sentences made Chen Zong tremble all over as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils dilated and contracted rapidly. A storm seemed to be brewing in his heart. No matter what swordsmanship you practice, the ultimate goal is to protect yourself and kill your enemy. It's inseparable from the foundation. From now on, you'll have to tie 5 kilograms of iron plates to your arms. You can only put them on, but you can't take them off. You'll be able to practice the fast, Chen Chuyun said as he picked up a thin black iron plate that was neatly arranged in a corner. It was made of heavy iron and was 10 times heavier than an iron plate of the same size. It was suitable for making heavy objects. Chen Zong didn't feel much after he tied the heavy iron plates to his arms. However, he had gone through weight-bearing training before. He knew that the longer the weight-bearing training, the more obvious the load would be. Pierce the round wooden beads to practice the fast. When your sword can pierce the smallest round wooden bead, you'll have achieved something. As he spoke, Chen Zong felt a dazzling light flash in front of him. A tiny dot appeared in the center of the bean-sized wooden bead, but the wooden bead seemed to be firmly fixed in place, not moving at all. Chen Zong sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart in turmoil. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chuyun had unsheathed his sword and thrust it out. It was unbelievably fast. Even with his enhanced eyesight, he could only see the flash of the sword. If he was an enemy, he wouldn't even know how he died. Most importantly, such a quick stab not only hit the center of the bean-sized wooden bead, but it also did not pierce through it. The wooden bead did not budge at all. This meant that Chen Chuyun's casual stab was not only extremely accurate, but his control of power had also reached an astonishing level. That thrust fully demonstrated to Chen Zong what it meant to be fast, accurate, and steady. Although such a thrust is simple, it's better than thousands of swordsmanship. Chen Zong thought to himself. His heart was burning with passion. If I can incorporate it into my swordsmanship will be faster, more accurate, and more stable. Won't that increase my power? Chen Zong's reaction satisfied Chen Chuyun. Talent was one thing when it came to swordsmanship. Passion was also one thing. Let's start with the biggest wooden bead. Chen Chuyun stepped back to give him enough space. Chen Zong took a deep breath and walked to the egg-sized wooden bead. From a distance, he stared at the wooden bead and slowly adjusted his posture until he felt it was the best time to thrust his sword. Holding his breath, with only the egg-sized wooden bead in his eyes, he twisted his body and thrust his sword out. For Chen Zong, who had practiced the 8 moves of the real sword to the basic level, it was not difficult at all. Moreover, during the 20 days he lived in the Howling Wind Forest, he had trained his sword to pierce fish and cut branches. With one thrust, the wooden bead was pierced and shattered. Chen Chuyun nodded imperceptibly. Sheathing his sword, he aimed at the second wooden bead, adjusted his posture, and thrust his sword out. After Chen Zong pierced the 3rd wooden bead, he thrust his sword at the 4th wooden bead, but it just brushed past the bead. Your sword is not fast or accurate enough. Chen Chuyun was not polite at all. Although she felt that Chen Zong was good at his first attempt, she could not praise him too much in case he became arrogant. Practice for an hour first. Chen Zong also felt that his sword was not fast or accurate enough. Even when he pierced the biggest wooden bead, he was not skillful enough. His goal was to be like Chen Chuyun, who could pierce the bead with a casual thrust and control his strength precisely. He practiced repeatedly until his arm was sore and he had to rest. Then, he practiced the steadiness formula. The steadiness formula was to hold the sword hilt and extend the sword forward in a straight line with the arm. At the end of the sword, there was a 5-kilogram iron ball. At first, there was no pressure, but as time went by, Chen Zong felt that the tendons in his right arm were being pulled forward. It began to hurt as if they were being torn apart, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. 5 minutes later, Chen Zong felt that his arm had lost all feeling. He had to put it down and rest. Chen Chuyun gently rubbed Chen Zong's right arm with her fingers. He gradually regained feeling. It was warm and comfortable, and he recovered in a few minutes. Continue. Chen Chuyun was like a strict teacher. He practiced several times and pierced the wooden ball again. That's it for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Chen Chuyun said. Goodbye, instructor. Chen Zong bowed formally. Although he had not formally become an apprentice, Chen Zong was very grateful for Chen Chuyun's teaching. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, stop, what did the instructor call you for? Outside the residential area, Chen Zong, Chen Wu, and the other clan disciples blocked his path and questioned him sternly. Speak. Chen Wu pressed. It's none of your business. Chen Zong glanced at them and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You. Chen Zong and the others' expressions changed drastically. Chen Wu's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze fierce. You want to fight? Chen Zong's gaze was sharp. The group champion battle is in 20 days. I hope you can still be so arrogant then, Chen Zong said coldly and left with a belly full of anger. The clan hall had its own rules. For disciples like them who had just entered the clan hall and had yet to reach the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, their mission was to cultivate diligently and strive to become martial artists as soon as possible. Therefore, other than the monthly group champion battle, they were not allowed to fight in private. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Group champion battle. Chen Zong smiled slightly, his gaze sharp as a sword. I will let you know how sharp my sword is. Chen Zong's life was very regular. Every morning, he would cultivate the Tiger Roar formula in his room. In the afternoon, he would head to Chen Chuyun's courtyard to cultivate the 18 fundamental forms and the quick, accurate, and steady 3-word formula. At night, he would cultivate the Tiger Power Fist, 8 forms of the True Sword, Residual Shadow Swordsmanship, Whisking Willow Swordsmanship, and Eagle Strike Swordsmanship. He didn't know if it was because of his hard work or because of his cultivation of the 18 fundamental forms, but Chen Zong realized that his cultivation of the 4 foundational swordsmanship was different from before. Within the same realm, every stroke was smoother and smoother. No matter if it was gentle or sharp, they all carried a natural smoothness. After many comparisons, Chen Zong was finally certain that the cultivation of the 18 fundamental forms had helped his swordsmanship to a certain extent. It had improved his control of the sword. On the 30th day of his arrival at the clan hall, it had been exactly 1 month. In Chen Chuyun's courtyard, Chen Zong was cultivating. His right arm was tied with a heavy black iron plate, which was covered under his sleeve. The heavy iron plate was not 10 pounds, but 20 pounds. His right hand held the sword hilt and held it horizontally in front of him. The sword and his arm formed a straight line. On the other end of the sword hung a heavy iron ball, which weighed 20 pounds. Chen Zong looked straight ahead. His body was like a wooden stake, and his arms were stretched out. He did not move at all. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, soon, 5 minutes had passed. Chen Zong was still holding his sword, motionless. At the 7th minute, Chen's arm trembled slightly. He continued to hold on. At the 8th minute, the muscles in his arms felt like they were about to break. At the 9th minute, his entire arm went numb and he lost all feeling. At the 10th minute, Chen Zong had reached his limit. He had no choice but to put down his hand and slowly stretch his right arm to let his blood and qi circulate and nourish his right arm. At the beginning of his training, Xianxia could only hold on for 5 minutes with 10 pounds of weight on his arm and 10 pounds of weight on the sword tip. Now, with 20 pounds of weight on his arm and 10 pounds of weight on the sword tip, he could hold on for 10 minutes. It was a significant improvement. While his right arm was recovering, Xianxia held the sword hilt with his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him. Chen Chuyun did not teach him to do so. It was just an idea that popped up in Xianxia's mind during his recent training. He usually held the sword with his right hand. However, if his right hand was injured or temporarily unable to hold the sword for some reason, his strength would decrease a lot. Why not let his left hand hold the sword as well? Xianxia began to focus on training with his left hand. However, it was very difficult for someone who had been used to using his right hand since he was young. However, Xianxia could overcome it. Under the same weight, his left arm was obviously weaker than his right arm. It reached its limit at the 7th minute and had to be put down to recover. At this time, his right arm could be trained again. An hour later, both arms were recovered. Xianxia held the sword and practiced the 18 basic movements with his right hand. After he finished practicing, he switched to his left hand. It seemed that there was not much difference, but Xianxia knew very well that the 18 basic movements practiced with his left hand was very different from that practiced with his right hand. He still needed to work harder. Standing in front of the round wooden bead, Xianxia's posture was very casual. He quickly waved his right hand and unsheathed his iron sword. With a dim flash of sword light, the egg-sized round wooden bead trembled slightly and a sword hole appeared in its center. It meant that Xianxia was gradually getting started in the practice of the fast, accurate, and steady 3-word formula. The sword light flashed again with amazing sharpness. The second round wooden bead trembled slightly and a sword hole appeared in its center as well. The third round wooden bead, the fourth round wooden bead, the fifth round wooden bead, the sixth round wooden bead. When Xianxia stabbed the 7th round wooden bead with his sword, the sword passed by the bead and cut a hole. He put the sword back into the sheath, adjusted his posture, pulled out the sword and stabbed again. When his right hand was sore, he switched to his left hand. The left hand was more difficult to train than the right hand, but after a few days of training, he had achieved some results. After adjusting his posture, he stabbed the biggest round wooden bead directly, but his control of strength was not as stable as his right hand. After 3 hours of training, Xianxia left. At night, in a corner of a martial arts field, Xianxia was practicing his sword. First, he used his left hand to perform the 8 moves of the real sword, the residual shadow sword art, the whisking willow sword art, and the eagle strike sword art. Then, he used his right hand to practice wholeheartedly. After 20 days of hard practice, the 8 moves of the real sword had reached the peak of the initial level, and the residual shadow sword art, the whisking willow sword art, and the eagle strike sword art had all reached the peak of the advanced level. Crouching sword art, drawing sword art, rushing sword art, the 8 moves of the real sword were performed by Xianxia. Tonight, there was no moon, only sparse starlight. The iron sword was dark and dull, but under the dancing of Xianxia, every sword move would emit a dazzling light, which was the sign of the 8 moves of the real sword having reached the peak of the initial level. Every sword light was clearly visible and dazzling, like the stars in the dark night. Exploding sword art, Xianxia sprinted, his back was like a dragon, and his strength went straight to the sword. His sword was extremely fierce and unreserved, as if he had used up all his strength. It pierced through the sky, like a flying star chasing after the moon. The sword emitted a dazzling light at an extremely fast speed. When the sword pierced through the air, countless sparks burst out, and the air was filled with traces of burning. Under the sword, a slight whistling sound, like the tide of the sea and the sky, gradually spread out. Xianxia trembled all over, as if he had been struck by lightning. A strong numbness swept through his limbs and bones, and his limbs could not help but tremble slightly. The blood chi in his body was vibrating, as if there was a tiger roaring. Subconsciously, Xianxia put down the iron sword and assumed the crouching tiger style. He removed all distracting thoughts, silently recited the formula of the tiger roaring formula, and concentrated all his mind on controlling the blood chi. He saw the red stream flowing in a strange way, making a sound like a tiger's roar. The blood chi flowed at an alarming speed, like a flood bursting through a dam. Gradually, Xianxia lost control. His skin turned red, and his body temperature rose rapidly, as if his whole body was burning. Chen Zong remained calm and tried his best to control the blood qi. He did not know if it was due to his own efforts or other reasons, but the flow of the blood qi gradually slowed down until it finally returned to its original state. However, Chen Zong realized that the blood qi looked a little different, and its color was brighter. Could it be? A thought popped up, and Chen Zong quickly tried to move the blood qi. The blood qi flowed faster all over his body, and his skin turned slightly red. Chen Zong immediately felt that his body seemed to have become lighter. He clenched his fist, and a stronger force was being nurtured within it. The standard strength of the peak of the third level of the qi and blood realm was 500 pounds. Chen Zong was already extremely familiar with it, so he could clearly feel the slight increase in his strength. That's right, under the guidance of the blood qi, his body was strengthened in all aspects, especially his strength, which increased by about 50 pounds. In other words, he had completely refined the blood qi in his body, which was at least half a month earlier than he had originally expected. After refining the blood qi 3 times, one could break through to the 4th level of the qi and blood realm and become a martial artist. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 4 months to complete the first refinement of the blood qi from learning the tiger roar technique. About 2 months would be spent on the preliminary cultivation of the tiger roar technique, and the remaining 2 months would be spent on the actual refinement of the blood qi. The second refinement of the blood qi would take even longer, at least 3 months. The third refinement of the blood qi would take at least 4 months. In other words, under normal circumstances, a martial disciple with average talent would need almost a year to refine the blood qi 3 times. Those with higher talent would need less time to refine the blood qi 3 times, perhaps only 9 months or half a year. Those with lower talent would need more than a year, unable to reach the goal set by the clan hall, and could only be expelled. Obviously, Chen Zong's talent was not low. Coupled with the combination of various conditions, he had achieved the miracle of going from learning the tiger roar technique to refining the blood qi once in a month. It seems that I might be able to refine the blood qi 3 times in half a year and break through to the 4th level of the qi and blood realm. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly, his heart filled with fighting spirit. Becoming a martial artist was his second goal in the short term. Now that this goal was right in front of him, it was impossible not to be excited. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Sheathing his sword, he once again assumed the crouching sword form. Sword drawing form, the iron sword slashed forward, like a crescent moon blooming in the night sky. The sword light was dazzling, accompanied by a sharp whistle. This was the sign of the 8 forms of the true sword reaching full mastery. It was also because the 8 forms of the true sword had reached full mastery that Chen Zong's body's potential was stimulated, causing the blood qi to grow rapidly. Coincidentally, the blood qi broke free from his control and accelerated its circulation, being refined by the vibrations of the tiger roar technique. The 8 forms of the true sword were extremely effective. The increase in blood qi from minor mastery to full mastery was even more obvious than when the tiger power fist technique broke through from minor mastery to full mastery. In addition, the afterimage sword technique, whisking willow sword technique, and eagle strike sword technique broke through from minor mastery to full mastery. Chen Zong had never wantonly announced his cultivation progress. He did not even deliberately tell Chen Chuyun. After consolidating the 8 forms of the true sword, Chen Zong looked at the sky. It should be very late, so he should rest and replenish his energy for tomorrow. This was because tomorrow was the monthly chief-disciple battle of the group, and also his first battle after entering the clan hall. Year 394 of the Zhenwu calendar, October 10th. Contrary to the usual, the sky was dark and gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky, as if they were pressing down. The air was restless, giving people an indescribable feeling of oppression. The wind was somewhat unrestrained, swirling up dust and sand. When it blew past people's cheeks, they felt a slight chill. The disciples of each group had already gathered at every corner of the martial arts field. The sword group was gathered at the northeast corner of the field, lined up neatly. Today is the monthly chief disciple competition. It's also your first battle in the clan hall. Chen Chuyun's cold voice penetrated the cold wind and clearly drilled into everyone's ears. The chief disciple of the group will receive 10 energy pills as a reward. Everyone's eyes widened. The chief disciple of the other groups will receive a jar of medicinal wine brewed with Huyang bone-strengthening ointment. Xianxia and the other 4 disciples not only widened their eyes, but even their breathing quickened. Obviously, this medicinal wine was more valuable than 10 energy pills. Huyang bone-strengthening ointment is a secret medicine brewed by our Qin family with a secret recipe. It strengthens the bones and marrow and refines the blood and qi. Qin Shiyan glanced at Qinzong and explained, its effect is better than energy pills. In fact, energy pills were more suitable for refining blood and qi. If taken before, it would not be as helpful for refining blood and qi as before. However, the medicinal wine brewed with Huyang bone-strengthening ointment was mainly used to strengthen the bones and marrow and refine the blood and qi. Not only will I become the chief disciple of the sword group, I will also defeat the other 4 chief disciples. Xianxia vowed solemnly, not hiding his determination. Brothers Wazong, you have the best cultivation and superb sword skills. The chief disciple will definitely be you. Chen Shuiqing flattered. Swords and sabers have no eyes. For the fairness and safety of the competition, you can only fight with wooden swords. On Chen Shuyan's left was a bundle of black wooden swords of the same length and thickness. On his right was a black wooden box. The 7 of you will draw lots. Number 1 will fight number 2, number 3 will fight number 4, number 5 will fight number 6, and number 7 will have a bye. I'll go first. Chen Wu quickly walked to the wooden box and took out a wooden card. Haha, number 7, I'm so lucky. The other 6 people took turns to go forward. Qianzong drew number 5. His opponent was number 6. First round, number 1 against number 2. Everyone retreated, giving way to number 1 and number 2. Number 1 was Qin Yan, and number 2 was Qin Shuiqing. They happened to be 2 women among the 7. Admit defeat, you are no match for me. Qin Shuiqing pointed his wooden sword at Qin Yan and said proudly. How would we know if we don't fight? Qin Yan smiled and assumed the starting position of the whisking willow sword art. You asked for it. What Qin Shuiqing practiced was the afterimage sword art. With a thrust of his sword, the body of the sword trembled slightly, transforming into 3 sword shadows that alternated with the body of the sword, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Qin Yan's body swayed, and her wooden sword danced like a willow branch. She had also reached the peak of the great accomplishment realm, and it was pleasing to the eye. When Qinzong executed the willow swordsmanship, which was also at the peak of the large success stage, there was a certain gentleness to it. However, when Qinzong executed it, there was a certain tenacity to it. In Qinzong's eyes, both Qin Yan and Qin Shuiqing's swordsmanship had many flaws. From the beginning to the end, it only took 5 minutes. Qin Shuiqing was defeated by a single move, and her face was ashen. Number 3 was Qin Xiaoxia, and number 4 was Qin Left Wing. The 2 did not fight, because Qin Xiaoxia admitted defeat directly, knowing that he was no match for Qin Left Wing. Qin Left Wing took it for granted. The third battle was between Qinzong and Qin Che. Qin Left Wing gave Qin Che a look, and Qin Che understood and nodded secretly. Country bumpkin from a branch family, let me see how well you have practiced the 3 sword arts. Qin Che assumed the starting position of the eagle strike swordsmanship and grinned. Have you learned the basics? Qinzong did not assume any starting position, and just stood there with his wooden sword. Arrogant country bumpkin. Qin Shuiqing was in a bad mood, and did not bother to hide her sarcasm. You probably haven't even learned the basics, so you are too embarrassed to show it. You are afraid of embarrassing yourself. Chen Wu smiled. Qin Left Wing's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Take my move, eagle claw strike. Qin Che's eyes were cold and sharp. His feet moved quickly, and he jumped up lightly. The wooden sword in his hand quickly stabbed out, and with a slight shake of his wrist, the sword was like the sharp claws of an eagle, fiercely clawing at Qinzong's shoulder. The wooden sword was fast and ruthless, showing no mercy. It seemed that it was determined to injure Qinzong. Qinzong looked like he was scared silly, and did not move at all. Chen Wu and the others grinned and were about to mock Qinzong when he moved. He raised his right hand, and the black wooden sword pierced out like lightning, aiming for Qin Che's chest. Qin Che fell to the ground and rolled. His chest was in pain. He was sure that the place where he was hit was bruised, but he was confused. What happened? His eagle claw strike was about to hit his opponent's shoulder, so why did he suddenly fall to the ground and roll? Chen Wu's mouth was wide open, and he could not say a word. His whole body was in a mess. Chen Left Wing was also surprised. The sword just now was very fast. Chen Chuyan nodded secretly. His recent training was quite fruitful. His speed, accuracy, and stability had reached a certain level. There was no doubt that Chen Zong won. It was just a casual sword move. He could also see that these people had not practiced the 18 basic movements. Maybe they did not pay attention to it at all. Otherwise, the flaws in Chen Chai's swordsmanship would not be so obvious. You 4 draw again, Chen Chuyan said. Chen Zong drew number 2 this time, Chen Yan drew number 3, Chen Wu drew number 4, and Chen Left Wing drew number 1. Do you still remember what I said 20 days ago? It will come true soon. Although Chen Left Wing was surprised by the speed of Chen Zong's sword, he did not pay attention to it. The idea of looking down on the branch families had been passed down for a long time, and it was not easy to change. Please. Chen Zong's answer was very simple. Brother Left Wing, teach him a lesson, Chen Shuiqing shouted. Yes. Chen Chai nodded hard, and the wound in his chest was affected. He gasped. Chen Left Wing adopted the starting posture of the eagle strike swordsmanship. His aura changed immediately. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if he saw Chen Zong as his prey. The same swordsmanship and the same realm, but Chen Left Wing's performance was completely superior to Chen Chai's. This was a powerful opponent who deserved to be taken seriously. Chen Zong also adopted the starting posture of the eagle strike swordsmanship. Everyone felt that Chen Zong was about to transform into an eagle and soar into the sky. Impossible. Not only Chen Left Wing, but the others also whispered. Didn't they say that Chen Zong began to practice the eagle strike swordsmanship and the other 2 swordsmanship after entering the clan hall? Why was his starting posture already at the peak of the great accomplishment? It was even better than Chen Left Wing's. There is a trace of the realm of consummation, Chen Chuyan said to himself. When one's swordsmanship reached this level, it was not difficult to reach the realm of consummation. It was only a matter of time. It sounded simple, but it was not easy. For most people, no matter how hard they worked, they could not reach the realm of consummation. It was something only a few people could do. Strike, like an eagle flying, Chen Zong spread his wings and swept across the sky. The eagle strike swordsmanship focused on attacking. It used the tip of the sword and the blade to fight the enemy. Eagle wing strike, eagle claw strike, eagle soaring strike, eagle peck strike, one strike after another, Chen Zong showed no mercy. The wooden sword was like wings, claws, and beaks. Following a slight opening, Chen Zong slashed out and hit Chen Left Wing's arm like a whip. Chen Left Wing's arm trembled and the wooden sword almost fell out of his hand. He hurriedly retreated. Wait. Seeing that Chen Zong was about to pursue him, Chen Left Wing hurriedly said. You want to admit defeat? Chen Zong's words almost made Chen Left Wing vomit blood. I won't admit defeat. The battle just now was not my true strength. Now, I'll show you how powerful I am. Chen Left Wing said angrily and adopted the starting posture of a swordsmanship again. It was different from the eagle strike swordsmanship. It was light and fast. Immediately, Chen Left Wing channeled his blood chi and his skin turned slightly red. Fast sword. With a low shout, Chen Left Wing drew his sword. The speed of the sword was so fast that it pierced through the air with a sharp whistle. The moment the sword was drawn, it appeared in front of Chen Zong. So fast. Chen Zong was surprised. He quickly retreated and lifted his wooden sword to parry Chen Left Wing's sword. Unexpectedly, Chen Left Wing quickly withdrew his sword and thrust it out again at a slightly faster speed. One strike followed by another, faster and faster. Chen Zong kept retreating. His sharp eyes were looking for flaws in Chen Left Wing's swordsmanship. This swift sword had very few flaws, and it disappeared in a flash, making it difficult to grasp. Since that was the case, Chen Zong decided to create his own flaws. Willow form, stagger form, eagle peck strike, the sword directly pierced Chen Left Wing's wrist. The terrifying power seemed to have broken his bones and made the sword fall out of his hand. Then, the sword was pressed against Chen Left Wing's throat. You could have admitted defeat before, Chen Zong said faintly. Chen Left Wing almost vomited blood again. He had clearly displayed the 7 styles of fast sword, which was more powerful than the eagle strike swordsmanship. He had used his blood and qi to strengthen his body, and his strength had increased by 100 pounds. But in the end, he still lost. Next, it was Qin Yan against Chen Wu. Chen Wu practiced the afterimage swordsmanship. In the battle, Chen Wu defeated Qin Yan. The last battle, Chen Zong against Chen Wu, Chen Chuyun announced. This battle was related to who would be the champion of the sword team, and who would get the 10 energy pellets. I admit defeat. Chen Wu hesitated for a moment and then said. His strength was at most on par with Qin Che, but not as good as Chen Zong. Chen Left Wing had also been defeated by Chen Zong when he used his full strength. If he fought against Chen Zong, the result would be the same. Since that was the case, Chen Wu didn't want to go up. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Chen Chuyun thought to herself. A sword practitioner who was afraid of such a battle would lose his sharpness. But this was the opponent's right. She wouldn't interfere. The champion of the sword team is Chen Zong. In the afternoon, the champion of the 5 groups will battle. The elders of the clan hall will come to watch, Chen Chuyun said. Chen Zong, prepare well and defeat the other 4 champions. Yes. Chen Zong's voice was powerful. Dismissed. Chen Chuyun left, and so did Chen Zong. Humph, a petty person intoxicated by success. Staring at Chen Zong's back, Chen Che was furious. He thinks he can defeat the other 4 champions just because he's the champion of the sword team? He's too arrogant. Chen Shuiqing was the same. As far as I know, Chen Fenghua of the sword team has reached the peak of the chain blade technique and the heavy strike blade technique. He's stronger than me. Chen Left Wing smiled coldly. In the afternoon, let's see how this country bumpkin embarrasses himself in front of the elders. Chen Wu smiled. Who? Are you the ones who can become the king of the first seat? A rainstorm drenched the entire training field. After the rain, a 10-meter-long, 10-meter-wide, 1-meter-high hardwood arena was temporarily built in the center of the training field. Around the arena, 60 martial disciples were led by their respective instructors, each taking a corner. On the arena stood an old man in a brown robe. His face was ruddy, and his eyes were clear and deep. He was speaking in a rhythmic tone. His name was Chen Xing, one of the elders of the family hall. His voice was very infectious. Every martial disciple who heard it was extremely excited. It was as if they were filled with energy and wanted to sacrifice everything for the Chen family. As a sword practitioner, one should keep calm. Chen Chuyun was not affected at all. As for Chen Zong, he wanted to keep calm, but in front of a master who was beyond the qi and blood realm, it was very difficult. However, the tip of the mysterious sword made his mind clear. Therefore, he was not affected. Now, let's invite the first seat of the fist technique group to the arena. Elder Chen Xing said at last. Chen Zong looked over. The first seat of the fist technique group jumped. His strong body landed on the arena, making a muffled sound. Chen Guzhan came from the Red Rock Town branch family. He had the strength of 800 pounds in one arm. His body was unbelievably strong, like a bull. The first seat of the palm technique group was Chen Yong. He looked very ordinary with a serious face. His height and body were very ordinary. The only thing that attracted people's attention was his palms. They were thicker than normal people and had a layer of calluses. Obviously, he was a natural-born master of palm techniques. The first seat of the leg technique group, Chen Ying's figure was slender and graceful, and also had a kind of vigor. Especially her pair of legs, which were wrapped in a tight martial suit, were round and slender, and looked full of strength. And her eyes were very aggressive, like a wild beast that lived in the forest. The first seat of the blade technique group, Chen Fenghua. His name was very nice, and he was also very good-looking. However, he was a man. His eyes were very charming. His fingers were long and slender, and he carried a long blade on his back. His whole body exuded an aura that would make girls fall for him. The first seat of the sword technique group, Chen Zong jumped lightly and landed on the arena soundlessly. At first glance, he looked very ordinary, but the more you looked at him, the more interesting he became. It's really him. Chen Yuyao covered her mouth with her slender hand. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her emotions were extremely complicated. Chen Yidao's eyes were a little bitter. They were both from Small Lake Town. He was insignificant in the boxing group, but Chen Zong was the chief disciple of the swordsmanship group. They were completely incomparable. The 5 champion seats of the 5 groups will fight in turns, and the final victor will be crowned the king of the champion seats. Other than the fixed reward of 10 energy pills, the champion will also receive a jar of Tiger Yang bone-strengthening wine. Elder Qin Xing's clear and deep gaze swept across the faces of the 5 people. The 5 of you will each fight against the other 4. The one who wins 4 times in a row will be number 1. The first battle, Chen Guzhan versus Chen Yong. The other 3 chief disciples, please leave the stage temporarily. Elder Qin Xing was not only here to watch the battle, but also to act as a referee. My fists are very heavy. It's better if you admit defeat as soon as possible. Chen Guzhan grinned at Chen Yong as he clenched his fists and collided them together. Kacha, 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 kacha. My palm technique is not to be trifled with either. Chen Yong's face was serious and old-fashioned. He opened his broad palms and channeled his blood qi. His skin was slightly red. In that case, take my fist. Chen Guzhan chuckled and took a step forward, charging towards Chen Yong like a bull. He raised his fist and punched out with all his strength. The wind howled under his fist, and the air trembled. The terrifying momentum seemed to be able to knock down a house with a single punch. Heavy punch at the peak of the phenomenal realm, this was a foundation establishment martial art that focused only on crushing the opponent with strength. It was most suitable for people who were born with great strength to practice. Chen Guzhan was such a person. With the strength of 400 kilograms in one arm, the power of the heavy punch could be exerted to the extreme. It was enough to crush all opponents of the same level. However, it was not luck that Chen Yong could become the chief disciple of the palm technique group. His broad palms were full of calluses and could almost withstand swords and sabers. In the face of Chen Guzhan's all-out punch, Chen Yong's palms slapped out. His palms caved in. The moment his 5 fingers touched Chen Guzhan's fist, his palms were facing outward, and the power that he had been holding back suddenly shot out. Peak level breaking monument palm technique. This was a palm technique that focused on toughness, but Chen Yong had practiced it to a new level. Under his palm, there were 2 forces attacking, making it even more tyrannical. Chen Guzhan's arm trembled, and his strong body stopped. Chen Yong took a step forward, and his whole body rotated with that step as the center. His other palm went through Chen Guzhan's waist and hit Chen Guzhan's ribs with the power of wind and thunder. Chen Guzhan's left arm protected his ribs and took Chen Yong's palm head-on. His strong body swayed, and he took a step back. Chen Yong's palms continued to hit Chen Guzhan's body. Each of his palms contained 2 forces, and they continuously hit Chen Guzhan's body. However, Chen Guzhan crossed his arms and blocked them all. No matter how strong you are, I will not move. So strong. Below the stage, all the martial disciples gasped. Chen Yong's palms were enough to break a stone. If it were them, they would not be able to take even 1 palm. Would Chen Guzhan be beaten to death? Powerful. Chen Zong could not help but think to himself. To be able to become the lead disciple, his strength was indeed amazing. Compared to Chen Yong was obviously much stronger. However, Chen Zong paid more attention to Chen Guzhan. Facing Chen Yong's storm-like attacks, Chen Guzhan tried his best to shrink his body, and crossed his arms to protect his head, ribs, and other body parts. His muscles were stretched to the extreme, and Chen Yong's palms made dull sounds as if they were hitting rocks. Chen Yong was not made of iron, and he would be tired after a dozen of continuous attacks. He felt that if Chen Guzhan were to take his attacks head-on, he would definitely be injured, and lose without a doubt. Your palm art is indeed very strong. Chen Guzhan put down his arms, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he did not care and smiled. Deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a trace of madness, but I am stronger. Chen Yong's fists were like a flash flood, and also like a falling meteorite. The terrifying wind pressure caused Chen Yong's facial muscles to sink, and he had difficulty breathing. He raised his palms to block. The moment the fists and palms collided, a terrifying force erupted, and Chen Yong could not resist at all. He was forced to retreat continuously. Qin Guzhan was like a madman, and his fists bombarded continuously. 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. The 5th punch, Chen Yong could no longer resist, and he was sent flying off the stage. His arms were trembling, and his palms were in extreme pain. I already said that I want you to admit defeat. Qin Guzhan looked down at Chen Yong and grinned. Chen Yong was a serious person. Fist art lead disciple Qin Guzhan has won a row of victories. The second battle, leg art lead disciple Chen Ying versus blade art lead disciple Chen Fenghua. Elder Qin Xing announced loudly, and Qin Guzhan jumped off the stage. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy, and he needed to rest. Chen Ying and Chen Fenghua went up the stage. Chen Ying's legs were covered in leopard skin boots, and the long blade on Chen Fenghua's back was gone. Instead, he held a black wooden blade in his hand. Chen Ying's eyes were full of wildness. Normal people would not be able to withstand that kind of gaze, but Chen Fenghua was calm and indifferent, as if he was not affected by anything. Without saying a word, Chen Ying rushed out quickly. His body was as agile as a cheetah, and he covered 7 to 8 meters in a flash. His leg was like a steel whip, and it swept towards Chen Fenghua's lower body. Chen Fenghua jumped lightly, and the black wooden blade in his hand turned into a black light, chopping forward. With one hand on the ground, he turned his body, and his legs were like a whirlwind. One of his legs swept towards the blade light, while the other leg was like a python rolling towards Chen Fenghua's chest. Indeed, to be a lead disciple, no one is simple. Chen Zong thought. The normal martial disciples were stunned. They did not know that they could fight like this. As the blade struck down, the blade light split into 2, and chopped towards Chen Ying's legs at the same time. After the collision, a terrifying force burst out. Chen Ying landed on the ground, and with a push of his hands, he bounced up in an instant. His legs alternated like 2 pythons coming out of their holes. Chen Fenghua landed on the ground lightly, and his body was like flowing water, avoiding Chen Ying's legs. The wooden blade in his hand followed. This chop was unstoppable. The blade light was endless, as if it would never stop. While performing the python leg art at the peak of the great accomplishment, he also performed the blade wind leg art at the peak of the great accomplishment. The strong wind howled, shattering the black blade light one after another. As the wooden blade collided with the leopard skin boots, a series of muffled sounds rang out. The battle was intense. Chen Ying's leg art was like her personality, full of wildness. However, no matter how intense Chen Fenghua's attacks were, he always had a kind of calmness. No matter how Chen Ying attacked, Chen Fenghua always responded with ease. Chen Zong could see that he was looking for an opportunity. Chen Zong put himself in Chen Fenghua's shoes, and imagined how he would deal with such an opponent. Chen Fenghua's blade art was the chain blade art, which was at the pinnacle of the great completion realm. Suddenly, the seemingly endless blade light paused, and the blade fell down with a horrifying gust of wind, as if it had split open the space in front of it. It was powerful enough to shatter a huge rock. The heavy strike blade art was at the peak of the great accomplishment level. Different from the chain blade art, the heavy strike blade art focused on a heavy blow, directly defeating the target without a second strike. The timing of this strike was perfect, and Chen Zong's eyes lit up. This strike was completely out of Chen Ying's expectation. She didn't have time to react, and couldn't circulate her blood qi. This strike was powerful and ferocious. Chen Ying was hit, flew out, and fell out of the arena. She was defeated. Chen Fenghua, the top disciple of the Blade Art Group, wins in a row. Elder Qin Xing announced again, the third battle, the top disciple of the Sword Art Group versus the top disciple of the Palm Art Group, Chen Yong. After a rest, Chen Yong's palms had recovered. Below the arena, the instructor of the Fist Art Group, Chen He, stared at Chen Zong with a playful look. When he heard that Chen Zong had practiced the tiger strength fist art to perfection, he was the first to call him out and pay attention to him. He didn't expect that Chen Zong would refuse to join the Fist Art Group, and instead join the Sword Art Group. This made him very unhappy. Chen Chuyun, your sword art group is too weak. Even a person who practiced the sword for a month can become the champion. Chen He looked at Chen Chuyun and said sarcastically. Chen Chuyun glanced at Chen He, but didn't pay any attention to him. In the arena, Chen Yong took a deep breath and made the opening gesture of the steel-breaking palm, facing Chen Zong directly. After the battle with Chen Guzhan, and the battle between Chen Ying and Chen Fenghua, Chen Yong realized that to become the champion of each group, there must be something special about him. The champion of the sword art group hadn't fought yet, but to be able to defeat Chen Xianfeng and become the champion, his strength was probably not weak. He deserved to be treated seriously. My new book is trying to make it to the top of the list. I need your support to keep winning. Chen Yong walked slowly towards Chen Zong, one step at a time. He put his palms in front of him, one above and one below, so that he could defend every part of his body. Chen Zong didn't move. His sharp eyes were looking for flaws in Chen Yong's body. Like a chariot moving forward, Chen Yong's aura was oppressive. When they were 2 meters apart, Chen Yong suddenly jumped up like a big fish out of the water. He slapped his palm towards Chen Zong's face. His broad palm quickly enlarged in front of Chen Zong's eyes. Chen Yong didn't move forward, retreat, or dodge. He stabbed with his sword. As the sword flashed, 3 shadows appeared and separated, as if 4 swords were attacking at the same time. Split shadow style, Chen Yong blocked the wooden sword with his right palm and hit Chen Zong's ribs with his left palm from his waist. Staggered shadow style, the shadows of the swords intertwined, causing Chen Yong's palm to miss. He had to withdraw his left palm quickly. He waved his palms continuously in front of him, forming a palm wall. Folding shadow style, the shadows of the swords folded and passed through the palm wall. They quickly enlarged in front of Chen Yong's eyes, forcing him to retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yong channeled his blood qi and used all of his strength to rush forward. His speed increased a bit as he threw out a palm strike, bringing along a terrifying whistling sound. His power was even more tyrannical, as if he could shatter the stone tablet with a single palm strike. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp as if they could see through everything. Chen Yong's footsteps and the trajectory of his palms appeared in front of his eyes. The lines on his palms gradually enlarged. Sword, overlapping shadow style, the 3 shadows overlapped with the sword, blurring it and making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It passed through Chen Yong's palms and stabbed towards his throat. The sword was longer than his arm. If Chen Yong insisted on attacking with his palm, his throat would be hit by the wooden sword first. He had to stop his palms and hit the wooden sword. His palms intertwined with a terrible whistling sound, trying to break the wooden sword. Split shadow style, Chen Yong broke the shadow of the sword, but the sword directly to his chest, causing him to retreat. Staggered shadow, overlapping shadow. Folding shadow, shadowless style, with the final sword strike, the 3 afterimages disappeared. Only the sword remained clear and direct, striking Chen Yong off the stage. The champion of the sword art group, Chen Zong, has won in a row. Elder Chen Xing announced with a smile on his face. Chen Yong's solemn expression was somewhat bitter. After 2 consecutive defeats, he had no fate with the title of king of the first seat. Next battle, Chen Guzhan of the Fist Division versus Chen Fenghua of the Saber Division. Chen Guzhan assumed the heavy fist opening stance. He only practiced heavy fist. Chen Guzhan was a powerful opponent, so Chen Fenghua treated him cautiously. He took the starting stance of the chain blade technique, but his expression remained unchanged. He gave off a calm feeling. When he punched out, his fist energy was ferocious. It swept up violent waves as if it could shatter mountain rocks. When he struck out with his saber, the saber light was like a continuous tide. Chen Guzhan's strength was tyrannical, and his physique was astonishing. His fists were incomparably heavy, and every punch carried an astonishing pressure that made it difficult for people to breathe. Chen Fenghua channeled. His blood qi and his speed and strength were both enhanced. His saber strikes were faster, fiercer, and stronger. Chen Guzhan came from a branch family. Like Chen Zong, he also started to practice the tiger roar technique after entering the clan hall. So far, he was only at the initial stage, and there was still a long way to go before he could refine his blood qi. Chen Fenghua came from the main family, and he started to practice the tiger roar technique before entering the clan hall. Now, he was about to refine his blood chi for the second time. Chain blade technique, heavy strike blade technique, alternating between light and slow strikes, Chen Guzhan's weakness was revealed. He was not agile enough. His strong body gave him more strength and a stronger physique, but his agility was relatively weak. When facing some weaker opponents, this was nothing. He could completely crush them with his strength, but when facing a strong opponent, his lack of agility would become his weakness and be exploited by his opponent. The wooden saber struck Chen Guzhan's body from every angle, and he cried out after many strikes. "Stop, stop, stop." Chen Guzhan hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat for this battle. When I find a way, I will definitely defeat you next time." "Damn, it hurts." Chen Guzhan gritted his teeth and jumped out of the arena, which made people smile. Chen Fenghua of the Blade Technique Group has won twice in a row. The next battle is between Chen Ying of the Leg Technique Group and Chen Zong of the Sword Technique Group. Elder Chen Xing laughed. Chen Ying's invasive gaze landed on Chen Zong's face as she dashed over like a cheetah. Her slender legs stirred up a sharp gust of wind that whistled as she arrived. Chen Yuyao stared with her eyes wide open. What Chen Ying was using was the blade wind leg technique that she had also practiced. It was also at the peak of the great accomplishment, but Chen Ying's was obviously more exquisite and powerful. Chen Zong's body swayed like a willow in the wind. Willow sword technique at the peak of the great accomplishment. This was a sword technique that emphasized both attack and defense. It could be used to attack and defend, and it could also be used to defend against attacks. It was very exquisite. Especially after Chen Zong saw Chen Yan's whisking willow sword technique, he understood it and improved it a little. Chen Ying used the blade wind leg technique and the python leg technique alternately. Her legs created gusts of wind, and under the gusts of wind, it was as if a python had come out of its hole. Chen Zong performed the whisking willow sword technique to the extreme. No matter how strong you are, I will sway in the wind. Unknowingly, he had a deeper understanding of swords and sword techniques. The wooden sword swayed like a willow branch, passing through the gusts of wind and hitting Chen Ying's legs. The force was flexible, but the surface was sore and painful. Gradually, Chen Ying's legs became weak, and the leg techniques she used became weaker. She was defeated by Chen Zong after a few moves. Chen Zong of the Sword Technique Group has won twice in a row. I will definitely defeat you next time. Chen Ying was unwilling to admit defeat. We will see. Chen Zong laughed. The next battle is between Chen Yong of the Palm Technique Group and Chen Fenghua of the Blade Technique Group. Chen Yong's face was serious. He took the opening stance of the broken steely palm technique, channeled his blood and qi, and used all of his strength. His thick palms struck out continuously, and the shadows of the palms overlapped. The wind from the palms whistled like a wall crashing towards Chen Fenghua. Chen Fenghua channeled his blood and qi, and struck down with his blade. The black blade light was swift and violent, like a falling meteor, and shattered the wind from the palms. It turned into a chain of attacks, and Chen Yong could only defend. Heavy strike blade technique. Chain blade technique, heavy strike blade technique. Chen Yong's defense was broken, and the wooden blade hit his chest. Chen Fenghua of the Blade Technique Group has won 3 times in a row. The next battle is between Chen Guzhan of the Fist Technique Group and Chen Zong of the Sword Technique Group. I hate people like you who use swords and sabers the most. Chen Guzhan muttered as he took the opening stance of the heavy strike. His eyes were wide open, and he charged forward like a bull. With a sharp sound, Chen Zong swung his sword like an eagle spreading its wings. Eagle strike sword technique at the peak of greater mastery. Oh, he has practiced all 3 foundation building sword techniques to the peak of the great accomplishment stage. Elder Chen Xing was slightly surprised. In most cases, martial disciples would practice only 1 foundation building martial arts. For people like Chen Guzhan and Chen Yong, they would practice 2 at most. For people like Chen Ying and Chen Fenghua, they practiced 3 and reached the peak of the great accomplishment stage. Looks like this kid is quite talented in swordsmanship. Elder Chen Xing thought to himself. He didn't know that Chen Zong was a martial artist at the beginning, and had practiced the Tiger Power Fist technique to perfection. As for the 3 foundation building sword techniques, he had only started practicing them after entering the clan hall. Otherwise, who knew how shocked he would be? Chen Chuyun, Chen Zong is definitely not a match for Chen Guzhan. Chen, he said with a gloomy face. Bet? Chen Chuyun was straightforward. Chen He's face darkened, and he didn't answer. He was just saying. He wasn't sure if Chen Guzhan could defeat Chen Zong. The wooden sword flew past Chen Guzhan's body like an eagle's wings, and struck Chen Guzhan's ribs with an opening. Spinning around, the wooden sword attacked Chen Guzhan's back like an eagle's claw. Chen Guzhan's body spun like a whirlwind. Both of his fists violently attacked Chen Zong, completely ignoring Chen Zong's sword. After the battle with Chen Fenghua, he had let go of himself. Instead of passively defending, he might as well take the initiative and use his strong body to block the attack of his opponent's wooden sword. As long as his opponent was hit by his fists, he would definitely be injured and defeated. Watching the battle from below the stage was completely different from directly facing it. Chen Zong could feel the terrifying wind pressure from Chen Guzhan's fists, which even affected his balance. Fortunately, under Chen Chuyun's guidance, Chen Zong was completely different from before. Like an eagle against the wind, Chen Guzhan flew straight up. The wooden sword was like an eagle's beak, and the strength of the attack was concentrated into a single point. Chen Guzhan's face immediately changed, and he felt as if a piece of his flesh had been pecked off from where he was hit. Withstanding the attack, Chen Guzhan's fists became fiercer. His whole body pushed forward like a chariot, crushing Chen Zong, trying to force him off the stage. Undoubtedly, this was a somewhat shameless way of doing things. If Chen Zong's sword was made of iron, Chen Guzhan would already be covered in wounds. The wooden sword's power was limited, which was why Chen Guzhan dared to do this. Eagle strike sword art was performed to the extreme, looking for a flaw. 8 true sword styles, rapid sword style, the sword was fast and urgent, and Chen Guzhan had no time to react. He only felt a pain in his throat, as if it had been pierced through. It was extremely uncomfortable. In the next breath, Chen Zong's wooden sword continuously slashed at the same place on both of his arms. The 4th sword art is the rapid sword style? Elder Chen Xing was shocked and secretly guessed. Did he secretly learn my rapid sword style? Chen Yilong's face also changed greatly. Sword Art Group's champion, Chen Zong, 3 consecutive victories. Following Elder Chen Xing's announcement, Chen He's face darkened. Next battle, Palm Art Group's champion, Chen Yong vs Leg Art Group's champion, Chen Ying. As soon as they got on the stage, the two immediately got into a fighting stance. They didn't attack immediately, but instead stared at each other, looking for a flaw. The king of the first seats is between you and me. Chen Fenghua smiled lightly at Chen Zong. Chen Zong nodded, his battle intent surging. Not long ago, he was still troubled by the difficulty of improving his cultivation. Now, not only did he enter the clan hall, but he also won the Sword Art Group's champion, and even had the qualifications to compete for the king of the first seats. Chen Yong fought steadily, while Chen Ying was like a raging torrent. The two collided again and again. Chen Yong's palms were like an airtight defense, and no matter how Chen Ying attacked, he couldn't break through. After the previous 3 battles, his battle skills had improved, and so had Chen Ying, whose legs were faster and more powerful. Both of them channeled their blood qi, erupting with their full strength. There was a limit to one's strength, especially on the attacking side. Chen Ying was exhausted after a series of fierce attacks, and Chen Yong seized the opportunity to send out a palm attack. This was a palm attack that had been accumulating power for a long time, and Chen Ying couldn't block it and was knocked out of the stage. Palm Art Group's champion, Chen Yong, 3 consecutive victories. Chen Yong lamented that it wasn't easy to win. After losing 3 consecutive battles, he finally won one. It wasn't that embarrassing. Next battle, Blade Art Group's champion, Chen Fenghua vs Sword Art Group's champion, Chen Zong. The 8th true sword style was about to be displayed. In the arena, 2 figures stood opposite each other with swords and sabers in hand. Their auras gradually condensed. Below the arena, dozens of pairs of eyes were fixed on the arena. They held their breaths and were secretly excited. This was the fight for the king of the chief disciple, the final showdown, and the collision of sabers and swords. Eagle strike swordsmanship starting stance and chain blade technique starting stance. Take the saber. With a light chant, Chen Fenghua rushed forward like a sharp blade. His black wooden saber slashed down, creating a chain of saber shadows that turned into a black saber curtain that seemed to tear the air apart. Chen Zong advanced instead of retreating. His legs were like water. His wrist trembled slightly, and his black wooden sword stabbed out fiercely like an eagle pouncing on its prey. The saber and sword collided, and the clanging sounds continued. Their figures approached, intertwined, spun, and brandished their sabers and swords. Chen Fenghua's expression was still calm. Chen Zong's eyes were as sharp as swords. The chain saber technique was displayed to the extreme. It suddenly changed into a heavy saber strike. It was the heavy blow saber technique that was famous for its direct attack power. Chen Zong was prepared. He immediately changed from eagle strike swordsmanship to whisk willow swordsmanship. After blocking the saber strike, he changed to afterimage swordsmanship. He created 3 afterimages and forced Chen Fenghua to retreat. Advance, seizing the opportunity, he alternated 3 pique de sheng swordsmanship, which was unpredictable. Chen Fenghua kept retreating and brandishing his saber to block. His body trembled slightly, and his skin turned slightly red. He had activated his blood qi, and his strength and speed were enhanced. Chen Zong's saber strike paused for a moment. He immediately retreated, then suddenly rushed forward and chopped down with the heavy blow saber technique. Under the activation of his blood qi, Chen Fenghua's strength increased by 50 pounds. The power of the heavy blow saber technique was even more powerful. Chen Zong had to retreat. Immediately, Chen Fenghua used the chain saber technique to pursue. The heavy blow saber technique was more suitable for ending, while the chain saber technique was more suitable for suppressing. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's body trembled slightly, and his skin turned slightly red. This immediately shocked Elder Xing and the other chief disciples. Chu Yun, when did he start cultivating the tiger roar? Elder Xing asked in a low voice. After entering the clan hall. Chen Chuyun's voice was still cold, but it was trembling slightly out of excitement. He had thought that Chen Zong was a genius in swordsmanship, but he did not expect him to be so amazing in cultivation as well. After entering the clan hall, Elder Xing murmured. His eyes shot out a shocking light like the sun. I never thought that after so many years, such a genius would appear in our Chen clan again. Elder Xing muttered to himself as he watched the battle on the stage. In the end, he decided to discuss with the other elders of the clan hall to seal off the news. After all, to be able to go from coming in contact with the tiger roar skill to completely refining one's blood qi within a month was something that had only appeared in the entire Chen family for hundreds of years. Even in the entire Martial Wind City, it was considered to be one of the top cultivation speed. Moreover, Elder Xing also had another concern. Could it be a coincidence? Similar cases had appeared in the Martial Wind City before, so he needed to observe for a while longer. After making the decision, Elder Xing stopped thinking about it and focused on watching the sword and saber duel in the ring. Chen Zong, I never thought that you, who came from a branch family, would have already refined your blood qi. You have indeed surprised me. Chen Fenghua laughed softly. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he was in high spirits. You have the qualifications to make me use my full strength. Chen Fenghua's words immediately shocked everyone. He was so powerful, but he had not used his full strength. Chen Fenghua once again assumed the starting position of the chain saber skill. The aura that emanated from his body was different. There was a kind of sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything, causing Chen Zong's pupils to shrink. Perfection. Chen Zong, Elder Xing, and the instructors of the 5 groups all exclaimed. At the martial disciple level, they could at most cultivate the foundation establishment martial arts to the peak of the upper realm. There were very few who could cultivate it to perfection. Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, the other martial disciples widened their eyes in shock. Especially the first seats of the various groups, their faces were full of astonishment and bitterness. It turned out that Chen Fenghua had defeated them without using his full strength. A deep sense of defeat made them feel as if they had lost all their strength. The king of the first seats has basically been decided. Chen Zong sighed. His voice was somewhat gloomy. The others all nodded. The difference between the perfection stage chain saber skill and the upper realm peak was very obvious. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's shock turned into excitement. Now, in terms of cultivation, the two of them were equal. However, Chen Fenghua had the perfection stage chain saber skill. It seemed that he already had the upper hand. Chen Fenghua did not use his full strength just now. I also did not use my full strength. Chen Zong thought to himself. I still have the 8 forms of the true sword, which is even more powerful. I also have 20 pounds of iron plates tied to my arms. Whether I use the 8 forms of the true sword or remove the heavy iron plates, my strength will increase. It should be enough to choose one of the two. Although without the scabbard, the 8 forms of the true sword cannot be used continuously from the crouching sword style, and its power will inevitably decrease. However, each of the moves is still much more powerful than the eagle strike sword style. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong made his decision. He displayed the crouching sword style of the 8 forms of the true sword. What kind of sword style is that? Below the arena, everyone was surprised. Take the blade. With a light chant, Chen Fenghua rushed forward. The perfection stage chain saber skill was displayed. The black blade light connected into one, like a long river rushing forward. Its speed was faster and its power was greater. The continuous aura was oppressive, making Chen Zong feel as if he was suffocating. Sword drawing style, a sword was drawn forward. Without the support of the scabbard, Chen Zong could feel that the power of this sword was somewhat weak. However, in the eyes of the others, this sword was fast and fierce, as if it could cut through everything in front of it. The 8 forms of the true sword were displayed. Crouching sword style, the blade and the sword kept colliding. Oh! What kind of sword style is this? It's so powerful. Elder Xing had excellent eyesight. With a few glances, he concluded that Chen Zong's sword style was far superior to the 3 foundational sword styles collected by the Chen family hall. Ring sword style, chopping sword style, the sword fell. The black sword light was dazzling. The wind was whistling, and the momentum was threatening. It forcibly restrained the power of the chain saber skill. The essence of the chain saber skill was the word chain. Once it was restrained, its power would be greatly reduced. Chaotic sword style, the black sword light was chaotic, and the whistling was mixed, disturbing people's ears. Rapid sword style, the dazzling sword light was fast and accurate. It seemed to break out from the black clouds and stabbed toward Chen Fenghua. Chen Fenghua hurriedly waved his blade to block. With a light tap, the black wooden sword was withdrawn. Chen Zong's body moved up and down. His strength surged and rushed to his right arm. Blood and chi filled his palm, and the strength penetrated the sword. Explosive sword style, the sword broke through the air. The sword light was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. The whistling sound was like the surging tide in the sky. It became more and more heroic, shaking people's hearts. Under the sword, there were sparks, giving off a burning smell. Chop! Chen Fenghua opened his eyes wide and shouted. He held the blade with both hands and performed the heavy blow saber skill with all his strength. The blade and the sword collided. There was a cracking sound and they broke at the same time. Chen Fenghua couldn't stop retreating and fell out of the arena. Only Chen Zong stood in the arena with the broken sword in his hand. He was as steady as a mountain. He won. Chen Yidao and Chen Yuyao couldn't tell what they were feeling at this time. Was this still the Chen Zong they knew? The others were also shocked and didn't react for a while. It was too sudden. Originally, after Chen Fenghua displayed the perfect level of the chain saber skill, even Elder Xing felt that Chen Fenghua would be the king of the chief this time. In the end, Chen Zong performed a never-before-seen foundation establishment sword technique. After a series of attacks, he gained the upper hand and defeated Chen Fenghua. Chen Fenghua was also a little stunned. Chen He's face was gloomy, and Chen Chuyan's face was cold. In her opinion, Chen Zong should have won. Ha 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 ha. Elder Xing stepped into the arena and couldn't stop laughing. This time, I'm very surprised. I didn't expect that our Chen clan hall would produce 2 young talents this year. As an elder of the clan hall, everything he did was for the sake of the clan hall. The more outstanding the disciples, the better. Chief of the Sword Technique Group, Chen Zong, congratulations. You've won the King of the Chief this month. Elder Xing turned to look at Chen Zong. Later, someone will send energy pills and Tiger Yang bone-strengthening wine to you. Remember, a temporary victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. You must guard against arrogance and rashness, and continue to work hard. Yes. Chen Zong replied seriously. All of you must also remember what I've said. Elder Xing retracted his gaze and looked at the others. He said in a deep voice, "All right, this month's King of the Chief Disciple competition has come to an end. I hope to see each of you improve next month." Instructor. Chen Zong jumped off the arena and walked in front of Chen Chuyun. Very good. Chen Chuyun nodded. However, Chen Zuifeng and the others didn't dare to look Chen Zong in the eye. Only now did they understand that there was a huge gap between their strength and Chen Zong's. Although you've won the King of the Chief Disciple competition, it doesn't mean anything. Chen Chuyun said, "Now, follow me to train." Yes. Chen Zong followed Chen Chuyun's footsteps. If it wasn't for Chen Chuyun's guidance, his strength wouldn't have been able to reach this step in such a short period of time. Damn it, if I could get an instructor to train alone, I might be the King of the Chief Disciple. Chen Zuifeng gritted his teeth. After training with Chen Chuyun in the courtyard for a while, Chen Zong returned to his room. At the same time, 10 energy pills and a jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine were delivered to him. 13 energy pills. Chen Zong was a little excited. He was a little intoxicated by the fragrance. In the past, it was very difficult for him to obtain even one energy pill. But now, it was simple. Among them, 10 were the reward for becoming the chief disciple of the swordsmanship group, and 3 were given to each person. Next month, the King of the Chief Disciple title will still be mine. Chen Zong thought to himself. With 10 energy pills and a jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine, if he trained hard for a month, he might be able to refine his blood and qi again. As for his swordsmanship training, there would definitely be improvements. The others definitely wouldn't stay where they were, but Chen Zong was confident that he would improve faster than them. After a short rest, Chen Zong began to cultivate the Tiger Roar incantation. But before he started, he opened the jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. A strong wine fragrance with a slight fishy smell wafted out, entering his nostrils and penetrating his heart and lungs. It smells good, but I wonder how it tastes. Muttering to himself, he took out a small bowl and poured the wine. The wine was dark red in color, without any impurities. It was very beautiful. He sealed the jar of wine, picked up the small bowl, and brought it to his nose to take a sniff. And this was how Papa drank in the past. Humans only know where their limits are when they try their best. Only by challenging their limits can they better shape themselves. The effect of the Huyang bone-strengthening wine was indeed much better than the energy pill. After drinking a bowl, Chen Zong could feel his body heating up rapidly, as if his blood qi was about to boil. Under the Tiger Roar formula, the blood qi in his body flowed 3 times faster than usual, and the tempering effect was obviously improved. At this speed, it won't be a problem to complete the second tempering in a month. Chen Zong exhaled, and his reddened skin gradually returned to its original color. Then, in the 3rd month, I can complete the 3rd tempering. By then, I can break through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm and become a martial artist. The feeling of having a goal close at hand made him excited. After waking up, Chen Zong practiced his swordsmanship as usual. Then, he went to Chen Chuyun's residence to practice the 3 key points of speed, accuracy, and stability. You can temper your blood qi once in a month. Your cultivation talent is indeed not bad. I suggest that you don't rush to break through. Chen Chuyun's cold expression was a little serious. Why is that? Chen Zong was puzzled. Didn't they say that after tempering one's blood qi 3 times, one could break through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm and become a martial artist? At the martial disciple level, the number of times one tempers one's blood qi will have a clear impact on a martial artist. The path of cultivation will be smoother, and one's strength will often surpass other martial artists of the same level. Chen Chuyun said, normal martial disciples can only temper their blood qi 3 times. The more powerful ones can temper their blood qi 4, 5, or even 6 times. I see. Chen Zong nodded. Thinking about it, the number of times one's blood qi was tempered represented one's potential. The more frequent the tempering, the higher one's potential, and the more stable one's foundation would be. For example, building a building with different degrees of stability. Some could only build 3 stories, while others could build 4, 5, or even higher. If you want to go further on the path of a martial artist, you must temper your blood qi to the extreme before breaking through. Xianxia's tone was serious. The reason why I'm in such a hurry to become a martial artist is to increase my strength as soon as possible so that I can find a precious medicine that can cure my illness and restore my cultivation. However, if my foundation is more stable and it can allow me to increase my strength as a martial artist, I should choose the latter. Chenzong thought to himself. Thinking of this, Chenzong couldn't help but ask, Instructor, when you were a martial disciple, how many times did you temper your blood qi? 5 times. Xianxia said, currently, in the clan hall, the highest number of times a martial disciple has refined his blood qi is 6 times. At the age of 17, he is already at the peak of the 6th level of the qi and blood realm. Alright, I'll first refine my blood qi to the limit before breaking through. Chenzong immediately made up his mind. He also wanted to know how many times he could refine his blood qi. A day of training began. After returning to his room, Chenzong drank another small bowl of Huyang bone-strengthening wine to cultivate the tiger roar incantation. A jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine wasn't much, only about half a caddy. 10 days later, Chenzong finished it all. After that, he ate 1 energy pill a day and finished it in 13 days. His blood qi surged and flowed faster. His skin quickly turned red. Chenzong could feel that his body had become stronger and his arms were filled with strength. After 24 days, I've finally finished tempering my blood qi for the 2nd time. Chenzong was overjoyed. After 2 rounds of tempering, his strength could directly increase by 200 caddies. In a few days, it'll be the chief disciple competition again. The chief disciple position of the sword technique group and the king of the 5 groups will definitely be mine. His improvement wasn't just due to the fact that he had finished tempering his blood qi for the 2nd time. He had also become more familiar with the 18 basic styles and the 4 sword techniques. His cultivation of the 3 key words of speed, accuracy, and stability had also improved significantly. A few days later, the group chief disciple competition came again. As expected, Chenzong became the chief disciple and participated in the competition for the king of the chief disciple. In the arena, Chenzong defeated one opponent after another. Chen Fenghua was defeated by his sword for the 2nd time. If this continues, the gap between us will only grow wider. Chen Fenghua and the others couldn't help but think. They were improving, but so was Chenzong. Moreover, he had the Huyang bone-strengthening wine, so his improvement was faster than theirs. At the end of the 3rd month, Chenzong had finished tempering his blood qi for the 3rd time and won the king of the chief disciple position again. However, he could feel that the more times he tempered his blood qi, the weaker the effect of the energy pills on him. Only the Huyang bone-strengthening wine was of some help. In the 4th month, Chenzong woke up early as usual and went to a corner of the training field to practice his sword. The starting stance of the afterimage sword technique. Split shadow stance, stagger stance, folding shadow stance, overlapping shadow stance, shadowless stance, over and over again. 2 months ago, the afterimage sword technique had reached the peak of great accomplishment. After 2 months of hard work, Chenzong's understanding of the afterimage sword technique had deepened. Now that he had accumulated enough, he finally grasped the key point and was suddenly enlightened. The iron sword stabbed out. The sword shadows overlapped, circled up and down, sometimes real and sometimes fake. It was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The sword shadows were still in the air, but the iron sword had already been sheathed. Good, the afterimage sword technique has finally reached perfection. Chenzong revealed a faint smile. Next, I'll break through to perfection for the whisking willow sword technique and the eagle strike sword technique. The whisking willow sword technique made one's body like a willow sword and like the wind. The willow swayed with the wind, giving birth to a unique charm. The realm of perfection, then, Chenzong began to cultivate the eagle strike sword technique. The man was like an eagle, the sword was like a claw, the sword rose like an eagle spreading its wings, and the sword fell like an eagle screaming. Chenzong's figure leaped, as if he had turned into an eagle circling in the air. The realm of perfection. At this point, the tiger strength fist technique, after-image sword technique, whisking willow sword technique, and eagle strike sword technique were all at great accomplishment. As for the 8 forms of the true sword, although he had reached the peak of great accomplishment, he had no clue about the perfection. The perfection of the 3 foundation-building sword techniques improved Xianxia's blood and qi refining speed a little, saving him a few days of time. The 8 forms of the true sword were difficult to cultivate. Xianxia was already mentally prepared, so he was not in a hurry. He persisted in cultivating every day and slowly comprehending it. There would be a time when he would break through. As for the transcendent realm, which was above perfection, he did not know where to start. Perhaps it required luck. The next day, Xianxia went to Chen Chuyun's courtyard to train. First, he practiced the 18 forms of the foundation 10 times with his right hand, then he practiced with his left hand 10 times. Then, he practiced the steadiness formula. Each of his arms carried a weight of 15 kilograms, and there was a 15-kilogram iron ball at the end of his sword. 10 minutes later, Xianxia's right arm trembled. 12 minutes was his limit. He switched to his left arm, persisted for 10 minutes, and then switched to his right arm. He repeated this several times. Standing in front of the wooden ball rack, Xianxia drew his sword and stabbed it. The sword light pierced through the air, leaving a small dot in the center of the egg-sized wooden ball. However, the wooden ball did not move at all. Sheath the sword and strike, sheath the sword and strike, sheath the sword and strike. It was only when he stabbed the wooden ball the size of a lotus seed that the wooden ball shook slightly. He concentrated, accumulated power, drew his sword and stabbed. A single sword strike shattered the wooden ball the size of a soybean. It's still not enough. He sighed softly and switched to his left hand to train. His left hand gradually caught up with his right hand. In terms of accuracy, it was only one wooden ball away from his right hand. The wooden ball the size of a soybean was shattered by a single sword strike from his left hand. At the end of the 4th month, the 4th chief disciple competition arrived as scheduled. Brandishing his sword, he easily defeated 6 members of the sword group and became the chief disciple. He defeated his opponents one by one. This time I will defeat you, Chen Fenghua said. He had already lost to Xianxia 3 times. As the saying went, you can't do it more than 3 times, but there can't be a 4th time. As soon as he attacked, Chen Fenghua exploded with all his strength. The blood qi transport that he had tempered twice and the chain blade technique that he was even more familiar with was fully unleashed. Blade light continuously slashed at Xianxia. Suddenly, it changed into a heavy blow that seemed to be able to shatter the arena. It gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. The heavy blow blade technique had reached perfection. So it's the heavy blow blade technique that has reached perfection. Xianxia thought to himself. No wonder Chen Fenghua was so confident. However, he himself had practiced all 3 sword techniques to perfection. Striking out with his sword, he neutralized and countered Chen Fenghua's attack, once again knocking him off the arena. I lost again. Chen Fenghua's face was full of bitterness. Xianxia once again became the king of the chief disciple. It was like a shadow looming over the crowd. Returning to his room, he drank 2 small bowls of Huyang bone-strengthening wine in one go to cultivate the tiger roar incantation. 5 days later, the jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine was finished. Xianxia once again tempered his blood qi. The first time I tempered my blood qi without energy pills and Huyang bone-strengthening wine, it took a little over 20 days. The second time with energy pills and Huyang bone-strengthening wine, it took 24 days. The third time took a month, and the 4th time took a month plus 5 days. However, I haven't reached my limit yet. The 5th time will probably take even longer. Counting the days, it had been 4 months since he came to the clan hall. He wondered how his father was doing now. Since I've entered the clan hall, father's treatment in the clan will probably improve. Xianxia thought to himself. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. The 5th chief disciple battle arrived as scheduled. However, Xianxia had yet to complete the 5th round of tempering his blood qi. On the stage, Xianxia and Chen Guzhan were separated by several meters. In the past 4 rounds, Xianxia's final opponent had always been Chen Fenghua. However, this time, Chen Guzhan had defeated Chen Fenghua and the others, and was now competing with Chen Zong for the king of the chief disciple battle. With a low shout, Chen Guzhan's skin flushed red. He had already tempered his blood qi twice, and could be considered as accumulating strength. Taking the stance of heavy fist, Chen Guzhan's entire person seemed to have turned into a boulder, solid and heavy. Grand perfection heavy fist, channeling his blood qi to the point of reaching 1,000 jin of force, the heavy fist at the grand perfection heavy fist was extremely terrifying. Every punch felt like 1,000 jin boulder smashing down. Chen Zong, this time I will defeat you. Chen Guzhan's voice was like muffled thunder as he punched out. Compared to before, his battle skills had improved a lot. He could better utilize his strengths and avoid disadvantages. Channeling his blood qi, he alternated between 3 sword techniques that had reached the grand perfection stage. His body was like the wind as he circled around Chen Guzhan, displaying the 3 key words of speed, accuracy, and steadiness to the fullest. Good, good, good. Elder Chen beamed with joy. In the past, it was rare for one martial disciple to reach the grand perfection stage. However, there were 3 this year. He couldn't help but exclaim that the Chen clan was lucky. Although Chen Guzhan was strong, he was still defeated by Chen Zong's sword. Furthermore, Chen Zong hadn't used his full strength. 5th King of the Chief Disciple Battle. 20 days later, Chen Zong's blood qi surged violently. The 5th round of tempering his blood qi was completed. It took 1 month and 2 to 5 days. It's getting slower and slower. However, I don't feel like I've reached my limit. I can temper it for the 6th time. Chen Zong was vexed and happy at the same time. Question: how many times will Chen Zong refine his blood and qi? Also, I heard that those who vote and reward will become more handsome. After image, Whisking Willow, Eagle Shot, 3 consecutive sword strikes. Chen Fenghua waved his saber to block, retreating continuously. The sword light seemed to be all-pervasive, too much for his eyes to take in. I admit defeat. Chen Fenghua's face was full of bitterness. Being your opponent is simply a nightmare. 6 times. This was already the 6th king of the chief disciple battle. It was also the 6th time he had lost to Chen Zong's sword. Moreover, each time was faster than the last. Chen Zong's speed of improvement was something he could only look up to. Chen Fenghua's prideful heart was beaten black and blue. Soon, the last battle of the 6th king of the chief disciple battle began. The chief disciple of the swordsmanship group, Chen Zong, versus the chief disciple of the fist group, Chen Guzhan. Ha! With a loud shout, Chen Guzhan's blood and qi surged. His skin turned red, and his strength increased by 300 jin, reaching a terrifying 1,100 jin. His fists were like giant rocks falling from the sky, bombarding Chen Zong continuously, sealing off the surroundings. It could be said that if it weren't for Chen Zong, Chen Fenghua and Chen Guzhan would have occupied the king of the chief disciple battle. Unfortunately, Chen Zong's existence forced them to settle for 2nd place. This child's battle skills have improved a lot compared to before. Elder Xing nodded repeatedly. Indeed. This was Elder Li, one of the elders of the clan hall. He had heard many times that the king of the chief disciple battle had been won by the same person, so he was very curious and specially came to watch the battle. This child is born with great strength, and is most suitable for cultivating fist techniques that suppress strength. I can recommend him to Elder Wei. Yes. Elder Xing also nodded and looked at Chen Zong. This child is quite talented in swordsmanship, and with the guidance of that girl, Chu Yun, he is even more outstanding. This is our Chen clan's fortune. Elder Li smiled, full of praise. On the stage, the sound of wind surged. It was caused by the continuous bombardment of Chen Guzhan's fists. The strong wind held with astonishing power. Just the pressure alone was enough to suppress many martial disciples, causing them to be unable to resist. Chen Zong, on the other hand, did not seem to be affected at all. He waved his sword calmly. It looked chaotic, but in fact, he was shattering one airflow after another and using the impact force of the airflow to stab forward. After image swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship, eagle strike, the 3 sword techniques that had reached the perfection stage were used alternately, changing unpredictably. Gradually, one could even see a trace of the eagle strike sword technique from the afterimage sword technique. He continuously weakened Qin Guzhan's attacks and disrupted his rhythm. Then, he guided Qin Guzhan into the rhythm of his swordsmanship to suppress and defeat him. You won again. Qin Guzhan was furious. This was the 6th time he had lost to Chen Zong. Qin Yang's originally old-fashioned face became even more distressed. Qin Yuyao and Qin Yidao were already numb to it. Up until now, they had never been the first in the group. They had only gone through the 2nd round of tempering their blood and qi. As expected, Chen Zong won the king of the first seat for the 6th time. He was rewarded with 10 energy pills and a jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. Unfortunately, after tempering his blood and qi thrice, the energy pills were no longer of any use. They were just like food. When he cultivated the tiger roar incantation until he was hungry, he would eat one to replenish his body's energy. As for the Huyang bone-strengthening wine, its effect was getting weaker and weaker. Up until now, the 6th round of tempering his blood and qi was almost negligible. However, it was better than nothing. If I want to complete the 6th round of tempering my blood and qi, I'll need at least 2 months or even more than 3 months. Chen Zong thought to himself. Sometimes, when he thought about it, he just wanted to directly break through to the 4th level of the qi and blood realm. However, his rationality restrained him from acting rashly. Only by tempering his blood and qi to the limit could he forge the best foundation. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Inside the house, Chen Zong finished the entire jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. Now that he had completed the 5th round of tempering his blood and qi, he could completely withstand the medicinal effects of the entire jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. Cultivating the tiger roar incantation caused his blood and qi to surge like a long river. Waves of ferocious tiger roars continuously sounded from within his body, seemingly echoing throughout the entire house. It was extremely frightening. After 10 rounds of tiger roar incantation, the medicinal effects of the entire jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine were completely absorbed. However, the tempering of his blood and qi did not improve by much. This made Chen Zong feel rather helpless. Carrying his sword, he went to a corner of the training field to cultivate his sword techniques. He practiced afterimage sword technique, willow sword technique, and eagle strike sword technique 10 times each, focusing on the 8 forms of the true sword. The 8 forms of the true sword have long been at the peak of greater mastery. Now that I've comprehended quite a bit, perhaps I can try to break through. With the profoundness of the 8 forms of the true sword, once I break through to the realm of perfection, it will most likely be of great help to the tempering of my blood and qi. Thinking to himself, Chen Zong sheathed his sword. After adjusting his breathing to a long and subtle state, he assumed the crouching sword stance. His mind was highly focused, forgetting everything around him except the sword in his hand. Unsheathing the sword, an obscure sound entered his ears. With the help of the sheath, the sword's speed reached its peak. It slashed forward like a waning moon sweeping across the sky. Drawing sword stance, his body moved back and forth like undulating waves with his footsteps. His sword was like a rushing torrent, dazzling the eyes and piercing the ears. Charging sword stance, the iron sword glowed with a dazzling light, circling in the air as if it was stirring up the heaven and earth. Ring sword stance, the circling sword had accumulated its power to its peak. It instantly stopped, and then suddenly slashed forward. That sword was incomparably resplendent and tyrannical. It was as if even if there was a tall mountain in front of it, it would be split into 2. Chopping sword stance, borrowing the momentum of the sword slashing down, Chen Zong did not pause at all. His wrist twisted quickly, and his body moved up and down. The iron sword danced like a butterfly, dazzling sword light flashing. It was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Chaotic sword stance, a beam of extremely condensed sword light, making it impossible for people to look directly at it, shuttled through the chaotic sword light. It was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. Rapid sword stance, withdrawing his sword, his body was like a big bow that was drawn. His strength rose from his feet, passing through his waist to his right arm. Chen Zong could clearly feel that his blood and qi poured into his right arm like a long river. His right arm seemed to have swelled up, and the unparalleled strength was like endless waves. Sword stance, the iron sword broke through the air, as if it could break everything. The sword light was extremely dazzling, and the sword whistled like a demon's voice. Sparks flew, and a trace of burning smell spread out. Exploding sword stance. The momentum was like a tide flowing from far to near. His blood and chi flowed back into his body. His swollen right arm recovered, but there was a trace of weakness. The iron sword hanging down naturally had a trace of red light, which was caused by the heat generated by the friction with the air when the exploding sword stance was too powerful. It quickly faded away. This time, Qianzong practiced the 8 stances of the real sword to a new level. All kinds of essentials emerged, and Qianzong grasped a trace of comprehension of the perfect realm. Striking while the iron was hot, he practiced again. Over and over again, the accumulated potential of the past was unearthed. Every time Qianzong practiced, he could feel that his comprehension of the 8 stances of the real sword deepened. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, on the 5th day, Qianzong practiced the 8 stances of the real sword again. The last movement was called the exploding sword stance. When the sword pierced out, the air was shattered. Under the dazzling sword light and the sword whistling like a demon's voice, an unparalleled sharpness broke out. It was a sharpness that could penetrate all hard things, and tear all hard things apart. His blood and chi surged like a torrential waterfall. The tiger-roar incantation was running on its own. His body trembled slightly, and the sound was like the roar of a fierce tiger. Qianzong was surprised at first, and then his face was full of joy. As expected, the 8 stances of the real sword had broken through, from the peak of the great completion to the perfect realm. His blood and chi were also affected and refined on its own. After 60 breaths, the surging blood and chi gradually calmed down. Qianzong felt it carefully and smiled. Alright, the benefits brought about by this breakthrough are equivalent to half a month of hard work. The perfect realm of the 8 stances of the real sword could train every part of the body. In other words, it could train the entire body. For martial disciples below the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, the cultivation effect was excellent. This made Qianzong even more curious about the mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows. What kind of treasure was that? It could teach him such a profound foundation establishment sword technique like the 8 stances of the real sword. Unfortunately, the mysterious sword tip did not respond at all, so Qianzong could only keep his questions to himself. When the 8 stances of the real sword reach the perfect realm, there will be an unstoppable sharpness. Qianzong swung his sword casually and displayed the 8 stances of the real sword. He felt that the iron sword in his hand could cut through iron like it was mud, and its power was astonishing. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his excited heart and regained his composure. He sheathed his sword and displayed the crouching sword stance again. Suddenly, traces of sharpness condensed on his body and gradually spread out. Qianzong did not immediately draw his sword. Instead, he carefully felt the changes in his body. The perfect realm of the 8 stances of the real sword was worlds apart from the peak of the real sword. After a while, Qianzong fully grasped the changes of the crouching sword stance. His body shook and he displayed the drawing sword stance. The sword light was like a crescent moon. With an astonishing sharpness, it cut through the air and left a faint white scar. Soon, he finished practicing the 8 stances of the real sword. His blood and chi flowed endlessly. Without stopping, Qianzong displayed the crouching sword stance again and continued to practice until his arms were sore and exhausted. Awesome! Although his face was dripping with sweat, Qianzong enjoyed it and could not stop laughing. At this point, all of his foundation establishment martial arts had reached the perfect realm. The next step is to reach the transcendent realm. Qianzong secretly said to himself. That was an unattainable goal. Whether or not he could achieve it, he was not certain, but it was worth a try. After returning to his room to wash up and change into a clean set of clothes, Qianzong picked up his sword and headed to Chen Chuyuan's courtyard. Reaching the perfect realm of the 8 stances of the real sword was something worth celebrating, but it was not something to be proud of. His daily training still had to continue. Now, the weights on his arms had reached 40 kilograms each, and the heavy metal balls he used to practice the steadiness formula had also reached 40 kilograms. His right arm could sustain it for 15 minutes, and his left arm could sustain it for 14 minutes. Compared to the beginning, this was a very obvious improvement. During every battle for the position of king of the chief disciple, Chen Zong had never taken off his weights. This meant that he had never used his full strength. However, only he and Xianxia knew this. In front of the wooden rack used to practice the quasi-formula, there was a new batch of round wooden balls on it. Each one was as smooth and round as jade beads. Chen Zong approached with seemingly leisurely steps. He casually drew his sword and stabbed out. Sword light flashed in succession, and in the blink of an eye, 3 streaks of sword light pierced the 3 largest round wooden balls at almost the same time. The 3 wooden balls did not move at all. The first guest to appear, a broader world slowly unfolds. Zhenwu calendar year 395, May 10th. Chen Zong had been in the clan hall for 8 months. This was the 8th time he won the king of the first seat. Chen Zong, although I lost to you every time, my blood qi has been tempered 4 times. Tomorrow, I will become a martial artist, earlier than you. Although Chen Zong lost, he was not discouraged because he was already used to it. Congratulations. Chen Zong smiled and said, but you have to work harder. Otherwise, when I become a martial artist, I might surpass you. You won't have the chance. Chen Zong clenched his fist, full of confidence. In the beginning, his blood qi tempering was very slow. However, after the first tempering, the second and third tempering were significantly faster. Now, after 8 months, he had completed the 4th tempering. He surpassed Chen Fenghua and other people who came in contact with the Tiger Roar art earlier. He was considered talented. However, he did not know that Chen Zong was already tempering his blood qi for the 6th time and was not far away from completing it. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. A jug of Huyang bone-strengthening wine had increased Chen Zong's blood qi tempering speed. Within a month, I will definitely complete the 6th tempering. Chen Zong was very certain. Zhenwu calendar year 395, May 13th. In Chen Chuyun's courtyard. Chen Zong, from tomorrow onwards, you don't have to come. Chen Chuyun's eyes fell on Chen Zong's face. His tone was calm like water. Chen Zong was puzzled. From tomorrow onwards, I will leave the clan hall and head to the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Chen Chuyun could see the doubt in Chen Zong's eyes and explained, yesterday, I participated in the Wind Martial City's Battle of Heroes and won the top 100. I was accepted by the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Chen Zong immediately understood, but he had more doubts. What was the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy? What was the Battle of Heroes in Wind Martial City? Do you know how big the Eastern Continent is? Chen Chuyun asked in a leisurely tone. Without waiting for Chen Zong to reply, he continued, I don't know how big the Eastern Continent is. As far as I know, there are many martial cities on the Eastern Continent, and Martial Wind City is just one of them. Our Wind Martial City is close to the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning martial cities respectively, forming a region known as the 7 Luminaries Lands. The 7 Luminaries Martial Academy is the largest power and is dedicated to nurturing elite martial artists. Instructor, if you want to enter the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy, do you need to participate in the Martial Wind City's Battle of Heroes and enter the top 100? Chen Zong asked with burning eyes, and his voice was like an unsheathed sword that emitted a shocking sharpness. There are conditions. You can't be older than 18 years old. If your cultivation base has reached the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm, you'll be admitted without the need for a competition. If your cultivation base is below the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm, you'll be able to enter the top 100 in the Battle of Heroes. Chen Chuyun said simply, now that you've gone through the 6th round of Blood Qi tempering, even if you can't break through to Qi and Blood Qi stage 7, you can at least reach Qi and Blood Qi stage 6 by the age of 18. With your strength, you'll be able to enter the top 100 in the Battle of Heroes. Instructor, I'll go to the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy as soon as possible. Chen Zong's tone was firm. Okay, I'll wait for you at the Martial Academy. Chen Chuyun smiled like a blooming snow lotus, beautiful beyond compare. Also, from today onwards, you don't have to call me instructor. You can call me by my name or cousin. Then I'll call you Sister Yun. Chen Zong also smiled. Chen Zong, you must remember that our Qin clan is not the only clan in the Martial Wind City. Chen Chuyun said seriously, in the Martial Wind City, there are 3 aristocratic clans and 5 major clans. Our Qin clan is only one of the 5 major clans. In addition, there are many smaller clans and forces. From what I know, this year, the 3 aristocratic clans and the other 4 major clans have produced a few geniuses. Some of them are not inferior to you, and there are 2 or 3 who are even stronger than you. Who are they? Not only did Qianzong not feel afraid, but a trace of excitement emerged in his heart. Currently, he was invincible among the martial disciples in the Qin clan hall. The 3 aristocratic clans are Tang Junluo from the Tang clan, Li Zhenshi from the Li clan, and Zhao Wangqing from the Zhao clan. From what I know, these 3 people are younger than you by 1 year, but they have already refined their blood qi 6 times and are attempting to refine their blood qi for the 7th time. Although I don't know if they will succeed, they might become your big rivals. Chen Chuyun said. If these words were heard by others, they would probably be ridiculed. Who were these 3 people? These 3 people were the disciples of the 3 aristocratic clans. They had prominent positions, outstanding talents, and tyrannical strength. Who was Qianzong? He was just a kid from a branch family. The comparison between the 2 parties was like a dragon and a snake. However, no matter if it was Chen Chuyun or Qianzong, they would not think that they were inferior to others. Being born with a noble background was nothing, and falling behind for a while was nothing. The one who chased after them and had the last laugh was the king. Cultivate well. Don't be greedy and advance prematurely. I will wait for you at the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Chen Chuyun smiled and took out a silk booklet from his arms and handed it to Qianzong. I obtained this book by chance. I am giving it to you now. I hope it will inspire you in your sword practice. Qianzong took it. The thin black silk booklet still had her body temperature and a trace of a young girl's fragrance. The cover of the book was black, and there were 3 silver words on it. Small sword scripture. These 3 words were dazzling and eye-catching. It made Qianzong have a feeling that it was hard to look at it directly. It was as if the sharpness was restrained within, but also as if a sharp sword was unsheathed. Okay, go back and read the small sword scripture in detail. Let's start today's training. Chen Chuyun said. Yes. Qianzong kept the small sword scripture in his arms. Soon, the day's training ended. Qianzong bid farewell to Chen Chuyun, somewhat reluctant to part. After a few months of interaction, almost daily contact, and wholeheartedly teaching, the 2 were as close as siblings. Now that they were going to separate, it would be difficult for them to see each other for at least a few years. It was inevitable that they were reluctant to part. However, both of them were resolute people and didn't dawdle. They both knew that today's separation was for a better reunion in the future. After returning to the room and washing up, Qianzong sat comfortably on the bed and picked up the silk booklet that Chen Chuyun gave him. Small sword scripture, the 3 silver words were still dazzling and eye-catching. As if his heart was on a pilgrimage, Qianzong slowly and gently flipped open the cover. His gaze fell on the top of the page. The 3 vigorous and powerful words jumped into his eyes. Preface to the sword, his gaze moved down and flickered. Sword, the edge of the blade. Holding the sword, not for decoration, only to protect oneself and kill the enemy. Sword practice is not eating or drinking. It can't be so casual, not strolling and chatting. It can't be so idle. With the sword in hand, one must be sincere. Between bends and straight, one must be fearless and cut through all obstacles. Drawing the sword, decisively. Drawing the sword, without hesitation. The sharp and forceful words formed one concise and powerful sentence after another, which made Qianzong's heart beat wildly. His left hand unconsciously touched the iron sword beside him, and he had an impulse to draw it out of the sheath. Looking at those words, Qianzong seemed to see a peerless swordsman carving words with his sword. After reading the preface to the sword, the 2nd chapter was called Basic Swordsmanship. It was also the 18 basic moves taught by Chen Chuyun. After several months of practice, Qianzong had already practiced the 18 basic moves to the point where he could use the sword according to his heart's desire. But after reading it carefully, he still had some insights. The 3rd chapter was called 4 Secrets of Swordsmanship. There are 4 secrets of swordsmanship: fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless. Fast is the only way to catch the enemy off guard and catch him off guard, making it impossible to guard against. Accurate is the only way to hit the target 100 times and never deviate. Steady is the only way to not miss and to handle it with ease. Ruthless is the only way to kill the enemy and cut through the thorns. Reading it again, Chen Zong found that it was more intuitive than Chen Chuyun's verbal instruction. But at present, Chen Zong had only practiced the 3-word secrets. He hadn't really practiced the ruthless secrets yet. Reading it carefully, there were also explanations and training methods of the 4-word secrets. Turning to the last chapter, there was a signature at the bottom right corner, Xianbingzi. Xianbingzi? Who is this? No matter who it is, he must be a master of swordsmanship to be able to write such a small sword manual. Chen Zong's heart was filled with admiration. The next day, Chen Zong still went to Chen Chuyun's courtyard, but the gate was closed. After standing in front of the gate for a long time, Chen Zong turned around and left. He secretly decided that one day, he would live in this courtyard. May 20th, year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar. In a corner of the martial arts field. Chen Zong, take the blade. The blade light flashed and turned into a continuous momentum, like a waterfall rushing toward Chen Zong. It was faster, more urgent, and fiercer. Chen Zong drew his sword and performed 3 sword techniques at the perfect level in an instant. Under the continuous changes, he couldn't break Chen Fenghua's blade light. Instead, he was forced to retreat a few steps. Chen Fenghua kept attacking. The perfect level of the chain blade technique was endless, like the surging waves of the sea, wave after wave. Chen Zong kept swinging his sword, but he could only keep retreating. After forcing Chen Zong to retreat 10 steps, Chen Fenghua withdrew his blade and sheathed it. Ha 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 ha, Chen Zong, I finally defeated you. Chen Fenghua's face was full of smiles. It was hard to see his usual calmness. Congratulations. Chen Zong didn't feel depressed at all. Instead, he smiled. From the moment Chen Fenghua attacked, he could see that his opponent had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, becoming a martial artist. That was the only way Chen Fenghua could exert the force of 1,000 pounds and increase the power of the chain blade technique. Chen Zong, cultivate hard and try to break through as soon as possible, Chen Fenghua patted Chen Zong's shoulder and said proudly. He couldn't help it. He was full of confidence at that time, but he was defeated by Chen Zong 8 times in a row. It was a big blow. Now that he became a martial artist before Chen Zong, he couldn't express the bitterness in his heart. May 25th, year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar. Chen Yong, who always had a straight face, and Chen Ying, who had a sharp gaze, arrived. Congratulations. Chen Zong was the first to speak. From their complexion and aura, Chen Zong determined that they had both broken through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm and became martial artists. Humph, Chen Zong, I'm 1 step ahead of you, Chen Ying said with a snort. I finally beat you once, Chen Yong said with a smile. Then, they left. Chen Zong couldn't help but be speechless. How badly did he beat these 4 people that they came to him to show off as soon as they broke through? You all broke through after tempering your blood qi 4 times. Although I'm 1 step behind, I can still temper my blood qi 6 times. When that time comes, I'll still be able to beat you. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile when he thought of the scene where he defeated the 4 of them again in the future. Geniuses from other families are meant to be defeated. In the room, Chen Zong finished practicing the tiger roar formula. He quickly took out an energy pill and threw it into his mouth. The 6th time, I'm almost done. After adjusting his breath, he took out the small sword scripture and started reading from the 1st page. He found that although there was not much content in the small sword scripture, every time he read it carefully, he would always gain new insights. It was a wonderful feeling. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Is Chen Zong here? A faint voice sounding a little anxious. Putting down the small sword scripture, Chen Zong quickly opened the door. A person was standing at the door. It was Chen Yidao. Yidao, what's the matter? Chen Zong asked calmly. It's urgent. I came quickly. Chen Yidao panted and said quickly, a martial disciple from other families came to challenge us. No one is a match for him. Moreover, he challenged you by name. Oh, who is it? Chen Zong's eyes lit up. Ever since Chen Fenghua, Chen Guzhan, and the other 3 had all broken through to become martial artists, Zhong had felt a little lonely. No matter what, the four of them had once been able to exchange blows with him. If it were other martial disciples from the clan hall, they wouldn't even be able to block one of his attacks. Tang Junluo from the Tang family, Chen Yidao said quickly. He didn't know this person and didn't know how strong he was. Tang Junluo. Zhong's eyes were as sharp as swords. This name was told to him by Sister Yun. He was one of the people he needed to pay attention to. Zhong was looking forward to meeting him, but he didn't expect to meet him now. Let's go. Zhong walked faster than Chen Yidao. On the training field, almost all the martial disciples from the clan hall were there, including Elder Xing. There were also two strangers, one old and one young. Zhong hasn't come yet? The young man was wearing a purple martial suit with a golden dragon embroidered on it. He looked mysterious and noble. I've already called him. You'll know what a master is by then, Jinbaichi said angrily. I look forward to it. The young man, Tang Junluo, had his hands behind his back. He had the posture of a king. His tone was indifferent, as if he was high and mighty. The martial disciples of the Chen clan were furious, but there was nothing they could do. It had been proven that none of them could withstand a single attack from Tang Junluo, and Tang Junluo hadn't even used his weapon. Now, they could only place all their hopes on Zhong. But why hasn't Zhong arrived yet? He's too slow. I'm so anxious. Elder Tang Jigu, the Tang family has produced an amazing junior. Elder Xing said with a smile. He was quite elegant. Competitions between the younger generation of the clan would happen from time to time. A temporary victory or defeat was nothing. Not at all, not at all. Junluo has only tempered his blood qi 7 times. Elder Tang Jigu pretended to be modest, but he emphasized the word 7 times. His face was full of pride, and it made people want to punch his old face. Elder Xing was shocked. 7 times, since the establishment of the Chen clan hall, no one had ever achieved this. He couldn't help but sigh. The 3 big clans were indeed different. The 5 big clans couldn't be compared to them. Now that you're challenging the martial disciples of the various clans, could it be that you're accumulating momentum and attempting the 8th time? Elder Xing probed. That's right. Tang Junluo answered himself. His tone was calm, but one could still hear the pride in it. To temper one's blood qi 8 times was a level that no one in the entire history of the martial Wind City had ever achieved. The conversation between Elder Xing and Elder Tang Jigu was not concealed. Zhong, who had just arrived, happened to hear it. In an instant, a powerful gaze was directed at Zhong, like the gaze of a king. It brought a trace of inexplicable pressure to Zhong, making him involuntarily feel excited. Without any hesitation, Zhong's gaze immediately locked onto the other party. With just a glance, he knew that it was the genius of the Tang family, Tang Junluo. Their gazes were like lightning. In an instant, it was as if countless sparks were bursting out. Everyone seemed to smell the burning smell in the air. Zhong, come here. Elder Xing waved his hand. Zhong withdrew his gaze and walked over. He is the Tang family's Tang Junluo. Now, he has already tempered his blood qi 7 times. Moreover, Tang Junluo's innate strength is beyond the norm. When he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm, he had the strength of 700 jin with a single arm. Elder Xing said in a low voice, our Chen family tempered our blood qi with the Tiger Roar technique. The Tang family tempered their blood qi with the Hidden Dragon technique, which means that the dragon hides in the abyss and soars to the sky with one leap. 700 jin, 7 times. Zhong was shocked. A trace of battle intent emerged from the depths of his heart. The Hidden Dragon technique's cultivation is the most important. It emphasizes that one is the king and tens of thousands of people retreat. The stronger the aura, the better the cultivation results. It can even allow one to break through one's own limits. Elder Xing's voice could only be heard by himself and Zhong. Tang Junluo has already defeated the martial disciple geniuses of the Li family, the Zhao family, and the other 4 families. He only needs to defeat you and the other geniuses of the martial Wind City. Then, he will accumulate enough aura to break through the 8th time and create a new record in the martial Wind City. So he wants to use me as a stepping stone. Then I will let him know that I am not a stone. I am a mountain that cannot be crossed. Chenzong's tone was firm and sharp. Good. Elder Xing couldn't help but cheer. Although he didn't think that Chenzong could defeat Tang Junluo, and the possibility of him being defeated was very high, he admired Chenzong's aura. To practice martial arts, one must be so fearless. To practice the sword, one must be so sharp. So you are Chenzong. Take my fist first. Tang Junluo took a step forward. His body was like a swimming dragon as he punched out. The fist energy whistled like a giant python coming out of its hole. It was the horned python fist art of the Tang family. Take my fist as well. Chenzong didn't draw his sword. He also punched out. His body turned into a roaring tiger, shattering the air. Neither of them used their blood qi. Moreover, both the horned python fist art and the tiger strength fist art had reached perfection. The crowd felt as if they were watching a giant python and a fierce tiger fighting. With a bang, the air was shattered. The air was turbulent, and the dust was blown into the air. Tang Junluo's body shook slightly, while Chenzong took a small step back. In terms of the strength of one arm, Tang Junluo was 200 pounds stronger than Chenzong. In terms of the realm of martial arts, they were equal. Chenzong should have been knocked back directly. However, Chenzong's left arm had an iron plate weighing 25 pounds. Although it increased the burden on him, it also made his fist stronger. Therefore, he only took a small step back. With your standard strength, you can block my fist and only take a small step back. Very good. Tang Junluo spoke like a senior master. However, you are not as good as me. I practice the sword, and you practice the spear. We haven't fought yet. How can we be inferior? Chenzong retorted calmly. He unsheathed his iron sword and pointed it at Tang Junluo. His blood qi flowed faster because of his excitement. I will make you admit your defeat. Tang Junluo reached for the weapon on his back. It was a 2-part spear. When buckled, it became a 1.7-meter-long spear. The body of the spear was golden and engraved with dragon patterns. It was obviously an excellent weapon. In terms of quality, it was much better than Chenzong's iron sword. With the golden dragon patterned spear in hand, Tang Junluo's momentum suddenly changed. He was like a general who had killed countless enemies. My spear art is called the Hidden Dragon. Tang Junluo's voice seemed to carry a kind of inexplicable power, which brought pressure to the crowd. He twisted his body and made a gesture of retracting the spear, like a dragon hiding in the abyss, ready to soar into the sky. Please. Chenzong made the starting gesture of the residual shadow sword art. A sense of perfection spread out. Then, Tang Junluo bounced up. The cold light bloomed in front of his eyes. The spear was like a dragon. Chenzong's body shook. The iron sword pierced through the air, and the sword shadows crisscrossed. Everyone widened their eyes, trying to see clearly. But the two were too fast. They could only see the blurry spear and sword shadows colliding again and again. With the spear in his hand, the hidden dragon spear art was suitable for both long-range and short-range attacks. The tip of the spear and the body of the spear could be used to fight the enemy. The 3 gates of perfection were used alternately. You have me in you, and I have you in me. The power was immeasurable. He has practiced all 3 foundation establishment sword arts to the perfection realm. Elder Tang Jigu was surprised. As a genius martial disciple of the Tang family, Tang Junluo had only practiced the horned python fist art and the hidden dragon spear art to the perfection realm. But this martial disciple of the Qin family had mastered 3. No, including the fist art just now, it was 4. What amazing comprehension. Elder Tang Jigu was amazed again. That's right. Although this child's physique and talent are average, his perception is still not bad. Elder Xing chuckled. No matter how good his comprehension is, he is no match for Junluo. Elder Tang Jigu snorted. Haha, that's not necessarily true. Elder Xing would not admit defeat before the outcome was decided. The hidden dragon spear art could train 70% of the body. Its power was naturally stronger than the eagle strike sword art. Chenzong used the 3 sword arts to the extreme to resist Tang Junluo's spear attack. This was also thanks to Chen Zong's continuous practice of the 18 fundamental moves and the fast, accurate, and steady formula. It made Chen Zong's reaction faster and more flexible. His sword was faster, more accurate, and more stable. Fight, 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 the spear shadow swept in all directions like a hidden dragon out of the abyss, flying straight into the sea of clouds. The sword light pierced through the air. The sword shadows overlapped and swayed like a willow. Suddenly, they turned into eagles and flew down. Gradually, Chen Zong had a new understanding of the three sword arts. As he waved his sword, the differences between the three sword arts seemed to disappear gradually. The sword follows the heart, and the mind is connected. This boy has a high talent in swordsmanship. Tang Jigu was surprised again and a little jealous. Why was such a genius not in the Tang family, although he still thought that Chen Zong was not as good as Tang Junluo? With this talent in swordsmanship, he was bound to become a master of swordsmanship. It was very important for any family. Tang Junluo was shocked. He thought that with his strength, he could defeat his opponent without using blood qi. He did not expect that it would be a tie. Gradually, his opponent's swordsmanship seemed to be getting better and better, and there was a tendency to suppress him. Coiling dragon style. With a low shout, he held the spear with both hands and spun it around to block Chen Zong's iron sword. Then, he used his blood qi and his skin turned red like a cooked prawn. Today's first update is here. Continue to climb the rankings, blood qi shift, block, retreat, sheathing the sword, crouching sword style, traces of sharp aura spread out and locked onto Tang Junluo, causing his expression to turn serious. Activating the art of the hidden dragon to its limit, his blood qi surged like a flood dragon, emitting a great pressure. The dragon pattern on the golden spear in his hands seemed to be affected, spreading a trace of blood. The hidden dragon spear art and the art of the hidden dragon were of the same origin. Activating the art of the hidden dragon spear art with the art of the hidden dragon would increase the power of the hidden dragon spear art. 1400 gene of strength, the power of the hidden dragon spear art increased by the art of the hidden dragon. Tang Junluo's current strength was absolutely terrifying, but Chen Zong was not inferior either. Activating the tiger roar art to its limit, his blood qi surged, as if a ferocious tiger was constantly roaring, emitting the aura of a king of beasts. 1000 gene of strength, the 8 forms of the true sword that was even more powerful than the hidden dragon spear art. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined in a battle. What kind of sword art is this? Elder Tang Jigu's pupils contracted. From Chen Zong's starting stance, he felt a kind of sharpness. It was a kind of sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through all things. Elder Xing smiled, but his heart was also shocked. He had seen Chen Zong use this sword art before, which was during the first King of the Chief Disciple competition. After that, he had not used it again. He did not expect it to appear again today, and it was already at the perfect realm. Just the aura alone was many times stronger than the eagle strike sword art. Maybe he won't be defeated. Elder Xing thought to himself. As long as Chen Zong could not be defeated by Tang Junluo's spear, that would be his greatest hope. Waving his spear, Tang Junluo once again used the hidden dragon spear art's starting stance, hidden dragon style. The starting stance of a martial art was very important. Not only could it be used as a foundation, but it could also hide one's own weaknesses to the extreme, waiting for an opportunity to find the opponent's weakness. The moment of attack was the fastest time. The air seemed to freeze, the invisible pressure, causing the martial disciples to feel suffocated. The sound of saliva swallowing became very clear, and traces of sweat seeped out of their foreheads. Tang Junluo's eyes collided with Chen Zong's, and it was as if lightning was shooting out. The hidden dragon spear art had locked onto Chen Zong with its tyrannical momentum, which was like a hidden dragon soaring into the sky from the abyss. As long as Chen Zong showed the slightest flaw, he would immediately be bombarded like a storm. The peerless sharpness of the 8 forms of the real sword was also locked onto Tang Junluo. He had no doubt that as long as he showed the slightest flaw, he would be greeted with a sword light that could split mountains. Their gazes intersected, their auras collided, and their blood and qi were constantly transported, like a great river surging endlessly. After a long time, the burden on the two was not small. Sweat seeped out from their foreheads and slid down their cheeks. His aura had been raised to the maximum, and he had no choice but to unleash it. The spear struck out like a dragon, unparalleled real sword, soaring dragon style. The blood-red dragon pattern on the golden spear seemed to come alive. It turned into a golden and red dragon, rushing out of the abyss. It danced as if it could shatter the sky and hit Qianzong with unparalleled power. Crouching sword style, the iron sword was unsheathed. The sound of friction was like the collision of divine iron from outer space, as if there were sparks sputtering out. The sword light was like a crescent moon, cutting through the air. It was so sharp that it could cut through everything. It was aimed at Tang Junluo. Once it was launched, it was unstoppable. Swimming dragon style, coiling dragon style, flying dragon style, rising dragon style, rushing sword style, ring sword style, chopping sword style, chaotic sword style. With the strength of 1,400 kilograms, each of Tang Junluo's spear attacks was extremely powerful, bringing with them an astonishing whistling sound. It was like an earth-shattering wave, or a giant cannon that could shatter the sky. In terms of strength, Qianzong was not as good as Tang Junluo, but the 8 forms of the real sword were more powerful than the hidden dragon spear art. Especially the cultivation of the 3 key points of speed, accuracy, and stability, made Qianzong's sword more powerful. For a moment, the spear's shadow was dancing and the sword light was circling. It was too dazzling for the eyes to take in. Time and time again, the collision was so shocking that it was almost deafening. The spear was in a straight line, and the sword was light. But Tang Junluo's spear was full of dominance, as if a king was commanding the world. Qianzong's sword, on the other hand, was incomparably sharp and could cut through everything. Hidden dragon style, real sword, who could be stronger? Take my last spear attack. Azure dragon style. With a low shout, Tang Junluo's aura broke through the limit and reached a new height. Holding the spear with both hands, his whole body seemed to have become one with the golden spear. He was like an azure dragon falling from the sky, tearing the clouds and tearing the sky, as if he wanted to shatter the earth. Exploding sword style. His voice was like a tiger's roar, but also like the sound of metal clashing. It rolled out from the depths of his throat, like a muffled thunder falling from the sky. His feet exerted force, leaving 2 footprints on the hard ground. His strength surged up, mixed with his blood and qi, and went straight to his right arm. His right arm instantly swelled up, with blue veins protruding. Qianzong didn't hold back at all as he stabbed out with his sword. Not only was his sword sharp, it was also filled with an unparalleled aura. Countless sparks splashed out. The sword body turned red, and a burnt smell filled the air. Collision, except for Elder Xing and Elder Tang Jigu, the others only felt their heads shake. The incomparably sharp sound pierced into their ears like needles, causing them to have a headache. Then they couldn't hear anything. They had to close their eyes, otherwise, that dazzling light would blind them. The terrible impact made the ground look as if it had been cut by a knife, directly cutting a hole. The spear fell out of their hands, and the iron sword broke. Tang Junluo and Qianzong both staggered back 5 steps. Tang Junluo's hands were trembling, and his 5 fingers were curled up, as if he couldn't straighten them. Qianzong's right hand was split open, and blood flowed out, dyeing the remaining hilt red. With a crisp sound, the golden spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The body of the spear was still shaking, and the iron sword fragments fell like rain, scattering all over the place. Who won and who lost? Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. The Qin family has indeed produced a great genius. This battle is a draw. Elder Tang Jigu was surprised and quickly said with a smile. It's a draw. Elder Xing nodded as a smile blossomed on his old face. He had originally hoped that Qianzong would be able to withstand Tang Junluo's spear and not be defeated. There would be some difference between a draw and a draw, but now that it was a draw, it was beyond his expectations. In fact, he could completely see that Qianzong's disadvantage was in the sword. Tang Junluo's spear was a treasured iron weapon, while Qianzong's iron sword was a common iron weapon. The difference was obvious. If Qianzong's sword was a treasured iron weapon, Tang Junluo might have lost this battle. But in a battle, there was no such thing as fairness. Background, resources, talent, strength, as long as one embarked on the path of martial arts, it was inevitable. If one was lacking, one could only strive for it. Qianzong, I will remember your name. Tang Junluo said with his hands behind his back, and a smile appeared on his face. After becoming a martial artist, I will fight with you again. By then, I hope you can change to a better sword. Tang Junluo and Elder Tang Jigu took the golden spear and left. When the martial disciples of the Chen family came to their senses, they were all very excited. Chen Yidao and Chen Yuyao looked at Chen Zong's figure, which was not tall and strong, and found that unconsciously, they could only look up to him. When did this kind of change begin? Unconsciously, they felt a trace of pride in their hearts. Chen Zong came from the branch family in Little Lake Town with them. Chen Zong, very good. Elder Xing walked over and did not hide his admiration. How many times have you refined your blood qi? 5 times. Chen Zong did not hide it. Have you reached your limit? Elder Xing asked in surprise. Not yet. Chen Zong also answered truthfully. That means you can refine your blood qi at least 6 times. Elder Xing was even more surprised. Refining the blood qi 6 times was the highest record in the Chen family. Chen Zong showed amazing talent in swordsmanship, and now his blood qi cultivation talent was also very outstanding, which surprised Elder Xing. Good. Tang Junluo defeated the genius martial disciples of the 2 aristocratic families and the other 4 families, but he was only blocked by you. Chen Zong, in view of the prestige of the Chen family, you should be rewarded. Elder Xing's tone was a little excited. Go to the weapons room and get a refined iron sword. Later, I will ask someone to send you a piece of Huyang strengthening bone ointment and 100 energy pills. Thank you very much, Elder. Chen Zong smiled sincerely. You deserve it. Elder Xing was very satisfied. A refined iron sword. The martial disciples were envious, especially those in the swordsmanship group. Weapons could be divided into 3 levels: common iron, refined iron, and precious iron. Most of the martial disciples in the family could only use common iron weapons. Only after becoming a martial disciple could they be given refined iron weapons. As for precious iron weapons, it was very difficult. Only very important people were qualified to receive them. In terms of value, a common iron sword was about 20 to 30 jade coins, but a refined iron sword was at least 10 times more valuable. As for precious iron, its value was 10 times more valuable. In addition, the reward of a piece of Huyang strengthening bone ointment also made the martial disciples jealous. According to the size, a piece of Huyang strengthening bone ointment could be used to brew at least 10 jars of Huyang strengthening bone wine. It had a very obvious effect on refining the blood qi. As for energy pills, although the effect was not as good, 100 of them were still a lot. Chen Zong, I saw that the foundation building sword technique you used at the end was very mysterious. What is its name? Elder Xing asked again. 8 forms of true sword. Chen Zong pondered for a moment and answered. Are you willing to give this sword technique to the clan hall? Elder Xing's tone was burning, and his eyes were full of expectation. Don't worry, as long as you are willing, I can make the decision to give you an even higher reward. You can choose any precious iron sword and 10 pieces of Huyang strengthening bone ointment. The surrounding martial disciples were all breathing rapidly, especially those in the sword technique group, who were about to faint. Chen Zong was startled and shocked. He was very tempted. To a sword practitioner, the attraction of a good sword was incomparable. It was not only a hobby, but it was also like an antique collector who obtained a rare antique. It could also bring an obvious increase in one's strength. It could be said that in the previous battle, if he had a precious iron sword in his hand, he would have defeated Tang Junluo. As for the 10 pieces of Huyang strengthening bone ointment, the attraction was also not small. Elder, this sword technique was taught by a senior. Without his consent, I can't decide on my own. Chen Zong thought and finally said. The 8 forms of true sword was taught by the mysterious sword tip. It was very mysterious. It was fine if he practiced it himself, but before he figured it out, he did not dare to spread it. Above perfection is minute subtlety. Am I finally reaching it? The body of the sword was bright and had feather-like patterns. Fine wavy patterns could be seen on the edge of the sword, making it look even sharper. The body of the sword was 63 centimeters long, with the widest 2 centimeters, the narrowest 5 centimeters, the thickest 1 centimeter, and the thinnest 1 centimeter. The hilt was 20 centimeters long and looked like a bamboo joint. It was made of dark red wood and had a frosted surface with a slight sour fragrance. The head of the sword was bronze like a tiger's head and weighed 18 pounds after removing the scabbard. Holding the sword in his left hand, the body of the sword reflected his sharp eyes and flowed like water. With a slight shake of his wrist, the sword shone dazzlingly. He waved his hand and drew out many sword flowers. This was the refined iron sword that Xianxia had just received. Judging from its appearance, it was indeed better than the ordinary iron sword from before. It was indeed a good sword. The web between the thumb and index finger of his right hand was cracked, so it was not suitable for him to practice the sword. Fortunately, he had been training his left hand, so it was not much worse than his right hand. After drawing a few sword flowers nimbly, Xianxia put the sword back into the scabbard. The scabbard of the refined iron sword was made of dark red wood and decorated with bronze. It looked even more extraordinary. Putting down the sword, Xianxia took out the Huyang bone-strengthening ointment. It was about the size of an egg and was brown in color. It emitted a strong fishy smell. According to the person who delivered the Huyang bone-strengthening ointment, such a big piece could be used to brew 20 jugs of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. He cut off 1/10 of it and threw it into his mouth. As if it had exploded on the tip of his tongue, his mouth was filled with numbness. The numbness quickly subsided and turned into a rich fragrance. The taste was very unique. His body quickly heated up and his blood flowed faster. Xianxia quickly practiced the tiger roar incantation. 1/10 of it was almost equivalent to drinking 2 jugs of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. The effect was quite obvious. After a while, Xianxia immediately felt his whole body tremble. A numb feeling spread throughout his body as if an electric current had passed through him. It was indescribably comfortable and a smile spread across his face. Finally, I've completed the 6th round of tempering. But I can feel that this is not my limit. Xianxia said with both joy and distress. This was not the limit, which meant that he could continue to refine and complete the 7th time. This was something that was worth being happy about, but refining the 6th time had already taken him a lot of time. The 7th time would definitely be more difficult, and it might even exceed the 1-year standard. The remaining Huyang bone-strengthening ointment can indeed shorten my tempering time, but it won't be by much. Xianxia pondered. I have to find a way to speed up my cultivation. He believed that even if his cultivation had not broken through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm after a year, he would not be expelled. However, this was not a good thing. One had to take the initiative to fight for opportunities. 9 days later, all of the Huyang bone-strengthening ointment had been consumed by Xianxia. As a result, his blood and Qi had been tempered a little. However, there was still a long way to go before he could complete the 7th round of ointment. Xianxia estimated that he would need at least 3 months or more. He could not help but think of Tang Junluo. As the young master of the Tang family, he was born with a superior status. Even if he was a pig, he could still enjoy treatment that others did not have. Moreover, he was a rare genius who was valued even more. Xianxia was different. He was only a disciple from a branch family. The difference in their backgrounds was obvious. After all, no matter how powerful a family was, its resources were limited. After 9 days, the injury between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand had healed. He could start practicing swordsmanship again. During these 9 days, he only practiced with his left hand. Xianxia's left-handed swordsmanship was infinitely close to that of his right-hand swordsmanship. I can choose to practice other foundation establishment martial arts and easily cultivate them to the realm of great accomplishment. However, that kind of improvement has no advantage compared to directly cultivating the Tiger Roar formula unless I can cultivate it to the realm of perfection. However, to cultivate a foundation establishment martial art to the realm of perfection is too slow without a few months of hard work. Xianxia pondered. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would be extremely jealous. It would only take a few months to cultivate a foundation establishment martial art to the realm of perfection. That was the realm that many people dreamed of. Maybe I can try to cultivate the residual shadow swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship, and eagle strike swordsmanship to the realm of tittle phase. Xianxia's eyes lit up. 9 days ago, when he fought with Tang Junluo of the Tang family, he unknowingly broke through the barrier between the three sword techniques under the great pressure brought by his opponent. He was able to harmonize the three sword techniques smoothly, which gave him a new understanding of the three sword techniques. After 9 days of cultivation, he gradually grasped the feeling of surpassing the consummate realm. Breaking through from the peak of great accomplishment to the realm of perfection had already helped him to refine his blood qi. Then, breaking through the shackles of the realm of perfection and reaching the realm of tittle phase would definitely help him even more. The refined iron sword was unsheathed. The sword light was bright, reflecting the sunlight. It was somewhat dazzling. This corner of the martial arts field seemed to have become Qianzong's exclusive place to practice swordsmanship. From afar, from time to time, people would look over with envy and awe. Qianzong used the residual shadow swordsmanship. The sword light and the residual shadow intertwined and changed unpredictably. For a moment, it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was as if every strike was real, but also as if every strike was fake. The passers-by were dazzled, dizzy, and shocked. Qianzong was completely focused. He forgot about everything around him. While practicing, he was constantly comprehending, trying to improve himself again and again. After practicing the residual shadow swordsmanship for 100 times, he practiced the willow swordsmanship for 100 times, and then the eagle strike swordsmanship for 100 times. He took a short rest to recover his strength and at the same time to reflect. Then, he used the three swordsmanship alternately, trying to find the feeling he had when he fought with Tang Junluo. After Qin Chuyun left, the courtyard was also taken back by the clan hall. Qianzong had no place to practice the fast, accurate, and steady swordsmanship. However, he always carried the 25 kilograms iron plates on his arms. Other than taking a bath, he never took them off even when he was sleeping. Although he didn't have the conditions to practice the fast, accurate, and steady swordsmanship, he never neglected the 18 fundamental movements. Moreover, the time he used to practice the fast, accurate, and steady swordsmanship was used to practice the three foundational swordsmanship. Cultivating every day, Qianzong would have a trace of new comprehension. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it had been 10 months since Qianzong came to the clan hall. After Chen Fenghua, Qin Guzhan, and the other three, a few more people had refined their blood and qi to the limit. They had successfully broken through and become warriors. The number of martial disciples was getting fewer and fewer. I've finally finished half of the 7th refinement. There's still half left. Qianzong exhaled a long breath and said to himself. He stopped practicing the tiger roar formula. Holding his sword, he went to the corner of the martial arts field again to practice his swordsmanship. July 20th, year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar. Residual shadow. With a low shout, Qianzong drew his sword. The sword light and the shadow of the sword overlapped. The 6 movements were repeated one after another. It seemed to become messy and without any order. After practicing for a while, Qianzong stopped. He felt as if he had grasped something important, but he couldn't grasp it. This feeling made him feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's claws. It was unbearably itchy. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. At this moment, a dark cloud floated in from nowhere and covered the scorching sun. A shadow shrouded the surroundings, including Qianzong. Light. Shadow. Qianzong's eyes lit up. Inspiration flooded his mind, but it was fragmented and difficult to gather. Qianzong fell into a frenzy of thoughts. The mysterious sword tip vibrated continuously. The silver dragon danced in the sky, and the light spread and shone in all directions. The dark cloud slowly slid across the sky. As it separated, another ray of sunlight fell and shone directly on Qianzong's eyes. The shadow disappeared, making him tremble. He was like a lighthouse in the dark night. The countless inspirations in his mind seemed to have found a breakthrough and gathered together. Light shines and shadows. Shadows disappear under the light. Qianzong drew his sword again as he chanted. It was still the 6 movements of the residual shadow sword art. However, as he practiced it over and over again, the inspiration in his mind gathered faster and faster. The feeling became clearer and clearer. Countless sword lights surrounded him, and countless sword shadows disappeared along with him. As he practiced, the 6 movements of the residual shadow sword art became blurred. The sword lights and sword shadows around him kept overlapping. Finally, Qianzong's eyes shone with an amazing light, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. The fine iron sword in his hand paused for a moment, and countless lights and shadows converged into the fine iron sword like rivers returning to the river. The fine iron sword released a dazzling light, as if it was shining with the sun in the sky. Chi! With a loud shout, the fine iron sword pierced through the air. The extremely bright sword light shot out and turned into shadows that intertwined with each other, making the sword even more difficult to distinguish. Then, Qianzong trembled all over, as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body was numb, and his blood and qi surged. He automatically operated the tiger roar formula and roared. The shadows dispersed. Qianzong was still in the posture of thrusting out his sword, as if he was immobilized. His skin was as red as a cooked prawn, and it was frightening. After a full quarter of an hour, the blood and qi that was like a long river gradually calmed down. Qianzong carefully sensed it. Good, the residual shadow sword art has reached the tittle phase from perfection. The effect on refining the blood and qi is indeed very strong. It is completely comparable to the effect of the 8 moves of the true sword from the peak of greater mastery to perfection. Qianzong was very happy. This way, he could save 7 or 8 days of hard practice. He was very hungry, so he quickly took out an energy pill and ate it. As the energy pill dissolved, the hunger gradually subsided. He swung the fine iron sword again. Light and shadow alternated, making it impossible for people to see where the sword was. So, this is the so-called tittle phase. Now that the residual shadow sword art had reached the tittle phase, Qianzong understood that a martial art from the beginner level to perfection was still within the scope of the martial art itself, or rather, within the shackles. The tittle phase was to break the shackles and go beyond that level, to have a new and higher understanding of the martial art. It was equivalent to making the martial art one's own. To put it bluntly, martial arts before the tittle phase were like other people's things. Martial arts in the tittle phase would become one's own. July 26, year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar. The sky was a little dark, and the sun was covered by large patches of dark clouds. Gusts of wind blew, and the air was suffocating. Qianzong's body was like a willow by the water, swaying with the wind. His sword light was like a willow branch swaying in the wind, emitting gentleness and tenacity. It was a unique beauty. There were 6 moves in the whisking willow sword art, and Qianzong performed them over and over again. A few days ago, Qianzong had reached the tittle realm with the residual shadow sword art, which allowed him to have a more direct understanding of the mysterious tittle realm. He often practiced the whisking willow sword art together with the residual shadow sword art, so he could find some similarities between them. He used those similarities to practice and comprehend the tittle realm. Over and over again, Qianzong's understanding of the whisking willow sword art became deeper and deeper, and gradually derived something of his own. He recalled the willow by the water and imagined that feeling. He practiced it over and over again, and gradually integrated it into his body. Strike, the fine iron sword swung like a willow branch, but it didn't belong to any of the moves. It swayed naturally in the wind, and Qianzong's body moved up and down, as if he had really become a willow by the water, with a unique charm. His whole body trembled and felt numb. His blood qi surged and refined by itself. After a while, his blood qi calmed down. Qianzong could feel that his blood qi had improved significantly after the 7th round, which was equivalent to 7 or 8 days of hard work. As he swung the sword, the hard fine iron sword seemed to become flexible, like a willow branch. Swish, swish, swish. Qianzong performed the 6 moves of the whisking willow sword art, as if it had been given life. The tittle realm of the whisking willow sword art, July 30th, year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar. The sun was setting in the west, and the remaining red light reflected on the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun covered the clan hall with a layer of red light. On the training field, most of the martial disciples had left, and Qianzong was the only one still practicing his sword art. Along with the sword light, there was a burst of sharp, not very loud chirping. The eagle strike sword art, as the residual shadow swordsmanship and willow swordsmanship reached the realm of imperceptibility one after another, Qianzong's understanding of the realm of imperceptibility deepened. When he cultivated the eagle strike swordsmanship, his comprehension became faster. Over and over again, Chenzong practiced. As countless insights surrounded him, Chenzong felt as if he was about to transform into an eagle spreading its wings and soaring in the sky. His figure suddenly leaped up, and as the sword light flashed, he slashed forward. Following that, a resounding and loud cry seemed to come from high up in the sky, resounding throughout the entire area. Chenzong landed gracefully and sheathed his sword like an eagle folding its wings. A smile naturally appeared on his face. Eagle strike swordsmanship, minute subtlety. Since the three sword arts had reached the imperceptible realm one after another, there was an obvious effect on the refinement of blood qi. It was equivalent to more than 20 days of hard work by Chenzong. Chenzong could feel that the seventh refinement of blood qi was not far from completion. I'll definitely be able to finish it within half a month, Chenzong said to himself. Half a month was his best estimate. Year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar, August 10th. Without a doubt, Chenzong won the king of the first seat again and was rewarded. At this point, Chenzong had won the king of the first seat for the 11th time. This was extremely rare in the history of the Chen clan hall. Chenzong drank an entire jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. As he cultivated the tiger roar incantation, blood qi surged and vibrated, emitting a roar like that of a ferocious tiger. Chenzong's skin turned red, and his body temperature rose rapidly. His blood qi was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Chenzong guarded his body tightly, allowing the blood qi to impact and vibrate on its own. His body suddenly trembled, as if there was a terrifying roar coming from within his body. It turned into a roar of sound waves that rolled around his body. The air fluctuated, and the white paper on the table scattered on the ground as if it had been blown by a gust of wind. His reddened skin gradually faded and returned to its original state. His breathing also calmed down. Good, my blood qi has finally completed the seventh refinement. Chenzong's eyes shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, the seventh refinement is also my limit. His tone was a mixture of disappointment and relief. It was a complicated feeling. He was disappointed because he already knew that someone could reach the eighth refinement. He could not help but have higher expectations. He was relieved because the seventh refinement was already so difficult. The eighth refinement would be even more difficult. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach the eighth refinement. Thinking about it, I was still a little greedy. Chenzong could not help but shake his head and laugh. Back then, I only hoped to be able to cultivate normally and become a normal martial artist. However, ever since I obtained the mysterious sword tip, everything has changed. My future has also gradually exceeded my expectations. It made me unconsciously have higher expectations. It was a little too much. However, tempering blood qi 7 times is the Chen clan's highest record. Even in the entire martial wind city, it is considered the top record. For me, it is enough. After all, my advantage lies more in martial arts. Now, my blood qi has been tempered to the limit. After consolidating it, I will be able to break through to the 4th level of the blood qi realm in a few days and become a martial artist. Chenzong's eyes were burning, and his tone was filled with excitement. Become a martial artist, this had been his goal all along. Now that it was so close, how could he not be excited? With my foundation of tempering blood qi 7 times, it is not difficult to reach the 4th level of the blood qi realm. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist's limit was to temper their blood qi 3 times. If they wanted to break through to the 4th level of the blood qi realm, there was a 70% chance of failure. Once they failed, their blood qi would be damaged to a certain extent and would need time to recover. Therefore, it was impossible to break through a second time in a short period of time. However, as long as they could recover, the second breakthrough would usually succeed. If one tempered blood qi 4 times, the success rate of the first breakthrough would be 90%. Under normal circumstances, as long as one's luck was not too bad, they could break through on the first try. If one tempered blood qi 5 times, the first breakthrough would be 100%. Needless to say, the 6th refinement would be a piece of cake. As for the 7th refinement, it would naturally be above the 6th refinement. Year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar, August 13th. This would be a memorable day. After more than 2 days of consolidation, Qianzong's blood qi had completely stabilized. It was time to break through. The biggest difference between a martial artist and a martial artist is blood qi and blood qi. For a martial artist, blood qi comes before blood qi. With blood qi as the main factor and blood qi as the supplement, the martial artist focuses on tempering his body and improving his physique. For a martial artist, blood qi comes before blood qi. With blood qi as the supplement, the martial artist can strengthen his physique in all aspects and develop his potential. He can also use blood qi alone to better perform graded martial arts. Blood qi cannot compare to this. The order of blood qi and blood qi was completely different. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong removed all distracting thoughts and carefully sensed the blood qi in his body. After 7 rounds of tempering, his blood qi was pure red. There seemed to be no trace of impurities in it. It flowed endlessly in his blood vessels like a long river, providing his body with wave after wave of powerful energy. To break through and transform blood qi into blood qi, I have to first burn my blood qi and purify it into qi. Then, I have to nourish the blood and combine them to form blood qi. Qianzong had simulated each step in his mind many times. His whole body trembled. His heart was beating like a drum. It was powerful and thumping. Wave after wave of blood qi was stimulated. Its speed increased rapidly, exceeding the limit. The temperature also increased rapidly. With a sizzling sound, it was as if the blood qi was boiling. Qianzong's skin was frighteningly red. His whole body emitted a shockingly high temperature. If this temperature was placed on an ordinary person, they would have already fainted and their blood would have dried up. As the blood qi burned at a high temperature, the quantity kept decreasing. At the same time, Qianzong could see traces of light red qi growing in his blood vessels. It was as flexible as silk. As the blood qi decreased, the light red qi increased. They formed a cycle. When the light red qi filled his blood vessels, they connected and the color gradually deepened. When the last drop of blood was burned up, the originally light red aura turned red, as bright as blood. Like a sponge that had been squeezed, drop after drop of bright red blood seeped out, and once again flowed in the blood vessels. As the blood flowed, Qianzong could feel his body changing. He quickly grabbed the energy pills that he had prepared. There were as many as 10 of them. He threw them into his mouth and swallowed them quickly. With the replenishment of the energy pills, the qi dripping out of the blood qi increased by several times. More and more of it gathered together like a trickling stream. His heart seemed to be beating stronger and more powerful. His bones seemed to have become harder, his veins became tougher, and his muscles tightened. An hour later, the changes finally stopped. Within Qianzong's blood vessels, bright red blood flowed slowly. Traces of red qi surrounded him like a mist, synchronizing with the blood. An even stronger power was contained within. Is this the power of blood qi stage 4? Qianzong clenched his fists. He felt as if he could crush steel with his fists. He was extremely excited. Under normal circumstances, breaking through from the peak of blood qi stage 3 to blood qi stage 4 usually took a few days. After all, the body needed sufficient nutrients to replenish the energy consumed during the process. However, Qianzong did not. He had consumed a total of 50 energy pills. Using the nutrients and energy contained in the energy pills, he had forcefully raised his physique and completed the transformation from a martial disciple to a martial artist. A blood qi stage 4 martial artist's standard arm strength was 500 kilograms, which was double the normal strength. If he used the power of blood qi, his strength would be increased and he would become even more powerful. I wonder what the blood qi of those who have tempered their blood qi 3 or 4 times look like after breaking through. Qianzong thought to himself. He could see his blood qi inside his body. It was pure red, so red that it shone brightly. He had tempered his blood qi 7 times. Perhaps it would be different from a normal martial artist's. Inside the house, Qianzong performed a round of the tiger strength fist technique. His body created a gust of wind that whistled through the air. The momentum was terrifying, and it was several times stronger than before. Qianzong felt extremely carefree. Since I've broken through and stabilized, it's time to enter the real clan hall. Holding his sword, Qianzong strode out of the house with a dignified appearance. His back was as straight as a sword, and his footsteps were light, powerful, and firm. He was prepared to find the warden in the main hall of the clan hall to verify his cultivation. From there, he could enter the real clan hall and enjoy better cultivation resources. He could even cultivate martial arts above the foundation establishment level. All of these were things that could make him stronger. After all the hard work, you finally achieved your goal and became a martial artist. Can you guys understand the feeling of happiness after suffering? A new chapter begins, and a new journey begins. Eager to return home, the horse galloped. Xiaohu town was right in front of him under the sun. Chenzong was indescribably excited. After entering the clan hall, he was not allowed to leave for a year as a martial disciple. If he wanted to return home, he had to either become a warrior or be expelled. The maroon horse attracted the attention of many townspeople, but they did not recognize Chenzong. After 11 months, Chenzong had become a warrior again. Only those who were familiar with him could recognize him due to the changes in his appearance and temperament. They entered the Chen family's territory. Who is that? So handsome. Some of the Chen family's disciples stared at Chenzong's figure, confused and envious. Chenzong. Xianxia and Xianxia would never forget Chenzong's appearance. Even if he had changed, they could still recognize him at a glance. Why is this guy back? Was he expelled by the clan hall? It should be. This guy was so lucky that he defeated Brother Gang and became a disciple of the clan hall. Now, he has shown his true colors. Xianxia said repeatedly, inexplicably excited. Xianxia, however, remained silent. He did not think it was that simple. If he was expelled, how could he ride such a fine horse? The horse stopped in front of the house. Chenzong jumped off the horse. Perhaps he heard the sound of horse galloping outside, so the door opened, and a tall and thin figure walked out. Chen Jingtang. Father. Chenzong shouted. Son. Chen Jingtang rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. When he looked again, he was sure that it was his son, Chenzong. He could not help but smile. Chenzong could see that his father's hair was whiter, and his face was paler than before, but he looked more energetic. Chen Jingtang could also see the changes in Chenzong. He was completely different from when he left. At this time, another petite figure walked out of the house, which stunned Chenzong. After listening to his father's story, Chenzong finally understood. It turned out that not long after he went to the clan hall, his mother's sister, the husband of his concubine, went hunting in the mountains. Unfortunately, he was killed by a monster, leaving the mother and son behind. Under normal circumstances, his concubine could feed herself and her son alone. However, her son's appetite was too much, and she was not strong enough. She had no choice but to bring her son to the Chen's house in Xiaohu town to seek shelter with Chen Jingtang. Before that, she did not know that Chen Jingtang had lost his cultivation. However, since they were already here, Chen Jingtang decided to let them stay here so that they could take care of each other. Auntie, don't worry and stay here, Chenzong said with a smile. He could vaguely imagine his mother's appearance from his auntie's appearance. All right. Concubine Yang Biqing nodded. She looked at Chenzong with a very gentle gaze. And? Of? Father, concubine, I've become a warrior, Chenzong said with a smile. Good boy. Haha, I knew you could do it. Chen Jingtang was relieved. He was too concerned about his son. This child, Chenzong, has inherited brother-in-law's talent. He will definitely become a warrior, Yang Biqing said with a smile. Although she was not very beautiful, she had a kind of demure demeanor. Did you succeed in your first attempt? Chen Jingtang asked. Yes, I just broke through a few days ago. Chen Jingtang didn't ask any more questions. He thought that Chenzong had broken through after tempering his blood qi 3 times. He didn't know that Chenzong had only broken through after tempering his blood qi 7 times. Since he didn't ask, Chenzong didn't say anything either. They were like a happy family of 3. At this time, the door was pushed open and 2 figures walked in. Mother, uncle, I'm back. The low voice was like the sound of a large bell. Chenzong looked over and saw a big guy with a very young face. Beside the big guy was Chen Yiming. Yiming, Chenzong greeted with a smile. You are. Brother Zong. Chen Yiming looked at Chen Zong and was very excited. Brother Zong, why are you back? I've reached the 4th stage of the blood chi realm and became a warrior, so I came back to take a look, Chen Zong said with a smile. He was very excited to see his old friend. Chen Zong, let me introduce you. This is your concubine's son, Yang Lai. He just turned 12. Chen Jingtang introduced, Lai, this is my son, Chen Zong. You can call him Brother Zong like Yiming. Brother Zong. Yang Lai scratched his head and smiled honestly. I'll call you Lai. Chen Zong said with a smile. He felt warm in his heart. He had never felt this warm since he was a child. Although Yang Lai was only 12 years old, he was not inferior to Chen Zong in terms of height. Moreover, he was strong but not bloated. He seemed to be full of strength. Brother Zong, I've already started teaching Lai the tiger strength fist technique, Chen Yiming said anxiously. Since Yang Biqing and Yang Lai had decided to settle down here, they were considered part of the Chen family. Since Yang Lai was also 12 years old, he naturally had the right to practice the Chen family's foundation establishment martial arts. Thank you for your hard work, Chen Zong said with a smile. Brother Zong, guess how strong Lai is? Chen Yiming asked mysteriously. Chen Zong saw the smiles on Chen Jingtang and Yang Biqing's faces. Could Yang Lai be born with great strength like Chen Guzhan? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Lai's cultivation hasn't reached the 1st level of the qi and blood realm, but his arm strength is 250 kilograms. Chen Yiming laughed. Chen Zong was really shocked. Arm strength of 250 kilograms, this was the standard strength of someone at the peak of the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm. It turned out that his younger brother, whom he had just met, was born with great strength. If he raised his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm, how strong would his arm strength be, 500 kilograms, or even higher? Suddenly, Chen Zong's heart was filled with hope. Since Lai is born with great strength, the tiger strength fist technique is not suitable for him to practice. He won't be able to fully utilize his advantages, Chen Zong said. In our branch family, there are only 3 foundation establishment martial techniques. Only the tiger strength fist technique is suitable for Lai to practice. Chen Jingtang also knew, but that was the reality. I saw a foundation establishment martial technique in the family hall called the heavy fist technique. It's most suitable for people with great strength to practice. The effect is also better than the tiger strength fist technique. I'll teach Lai the heavy fist technique in the next few days, Chen Zong said. Thank you, Brother Zong, Yang Lai quickly said. Chen Zong, get out here. A voice full of malice sounded from outside the house. It's Chen Jigang. Chen Yiming's expression changed. He quickly said, Brother Zong, ever since he was defeated by you, Chen Jigang has been training hard every day. He seems to have mastered a technique that can increase his strength and make him more powerful. Okay. Chen Zong stood up and walked out of the house. He was met with the fierce gazes of Chen Jigang, Chen Dalai, and Chen Xianxia. Chen Zong, when I lost to you that day, I worked even harder in order to defeat you one day. Today, the opportunity has finally come. Chen Jigang's eyes were fierce. He took the tiger strength fist technique starting stance. It was as if he was going to transform into a fierce tiger. His skin was slightly red. Chen Zong could tell at a glance that Chen Jigang's tiger strength fist technique had reached perfection. Perhaps he would be able to break through and reach perfection soon. Moreover, Chen Jigang also practiced a blood qi refinement technique, but he didn't know if it was the tiger roar technique. Chen Zong could tell from the redness of Chen Jigang's skin that Chen Jigang's blood qi had been refined 3 times. Tiger rush. With a roar, Chen Jigang broke out at full speed. His fist was like a fierce tiger rushing to kill. It smashed the air and blasted towards Chen Zong without mercy. Chen Zong just casually swung his left fist. With a bang, Chen Zong's body did not move. Chen Jigang flew out like a gourd and hit Chen Dalai and Chen Xianxia. They both fell to the ground. One punch, with just one punch, Chen Jigang was defeated even though he had obviously improved his strength. Chen Jigang was stunned. Ha 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 ha, Chen Jigang, now you know how powerful I am. Chen Yiming couldn't stop laughing. Brother Zong is now a warrior. You can't compare to him at all. Chen Jigang, if you want to deal with me, I welcome it. But if you think about my father, my aunt, and my brother Yang Lai, then I will let you know the consequences. His calm tone contained a bit of fierce killing intent. The ear-piercing sound of metal echoed. A dazzling sword light flashed, as if it could cut the void. The fine iron sword was unsheathed and pointed at Chen Jigang. Chen Jigang felt a chill all over his body. I, Chen Jigang, am not that despicable. Chen Jigang stood up, his face pale. He gritted his teeth and said. Chen Zong put his sword back into the sheath. This small interlude did not affect Chen Zong's mood. He was indeed unwilling to let the joy and warmth he felt upon returning home be destroyed because of this. After returning home and returning to the clan hall, it was very likely that he would not have the time to return for a very long time. In the next few days, Chen Zong taught Yang Lai how to cultivate the Herculean fist. He had never deliberately studied the Herculean punch before, but after seeing Chen Guzhan execute it many times, he understood every move and stance in his heart. As long as he spent some time comprehending it, he would be able to grasp it very quickly. It was more than enough to guide Yang Lai in his cultivation. Yang Lai was born with great strength, but he was relatively simple-minded and honest. It was difficult for him to cultivate a skill-based martial art. The Herculean fist, a simple and direct martial art that focused on crushing opponents, was just right for him. Therefore, he made good progress. Chen Yiming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the third level of the Qi and Blood realm. His tiger strength fist technique had also broken through to the realm of mastery. Chen Zong further guided him, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of the tiger strength fist technique. He estimated that he would be able to reach the peak of mastery by the time the clan's martial disciple tournament came. As for his father, with his aunt's care, his life became more regular. In these few days, the head of the family and the elders also came. After confirming that Chen Zong had become a warrior, they were all very happy. They also asked about Chen Yuyao and Chen Yidao's situation. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. It was also the time for Chen Zong to leave. Chen Zong took out all the 30 energy pills he had left. He gave 10 of them to Chen Yiming. They would come in handy after Chen Yiming entered the clan hall to learn the Tiger Roar technique. The remaining 20 were left for Yang Lai. Brother Zong, I'll go to the clan hall to look for you soon, Chen Yiming shouted at Chen Zong's back as he rode away. Chen Zong waved his hand to indicate that he had heard. I need to practice a more powerful sword art. The clan hall was divided into 2 courtyards. The Heaven Courtyard and the Earth Courtyard. The Heaven Courtyard belonged to the main clan, while the Earth Courtyard belonged to the branch clan. They were clearly separated and competed with each other. Chen Zong came from the branch clan in Little Lake Town, so he naturally belonged to the Earth Courtyard. According to Chen Zong's understanding, there were more than 200 martial artists in the clan hall. 60% of them were from the Heaven Courtyard and the other 40% were from the Earth Courtyard. Outside the Heaven and Earth Courtyard was the elite area. There were a total of 10 independent courtyards, which was where Chen Zong had been before. It was one of Chen Chuyan's former residences. Only the top 10 martial artists in the clan hall were qualified to stay in the elite area and enjoy better treatment. The Earth Courtyard was a huge courtyard with rows upon rows of houses. Each house had one person living in it. Compared to the houses that martial disciples lived in, it was twice as big. The decorations were also better. The windows were bright and clean, and it looked very comfortable. Outside the houses was the martial arts field. It was very big, and there were also 4 arenas in 4 different directions. According to the distribution, excluding the martial disciples' outer courtyard, the entire clan hall was made up of the Heaven and Earth Courtyard, the elite area, and the main area. There were 3 floors in the main area's martial arts tower. Chen Zong was standing on the first floor. In front of him was a bookshelf with many books. Chen Zong's eyes quickly scanned through the books, and he picked one out. The cover of the book was gray and white, and there was a drawing of a blood-red tiger. The lines looked simple, but the drawing made the blood-red tiger look very lifelike, as if it was going to pounce on him. Beside the blood-red tiger, there were 3 bold and powerful words written in blood-red, fierce tiger art, It was said that the ancestor of the Qin family worshipped the fearless spirit of the tiger and the imposing manner of the king of beasts. When he founded the Qin family, he also passed down this spirit of the tiger. From the tiger roar technique to the fierce tiger technique that cultivated the power of blood and qi, as well as the subsequent tiger techniques, they were all proof of this. The tiger fist art was a foundation-building martial art. The tiger roar technique was a foundation-building martial art. The fierce tiger art was a graded martial art. After becoming a martial artist, Qianzong learned more from the clan hall. He knew that the so-called rudimentary martial arts were also called human-level martial arts. They were divided into low-level, middle-level, high-level, and supreme level. The fierce tiger skill of the Qianzong's family was a cultivation method of the middle class of the human realm. It was divided into 3 levels. The book in Qianzong's hand recorded the first level of the fierce tiger skill. A tiger has a form, must have the momentum of a tiger, the strength of a tiger. Qi and blood like a tiger, the body like a mountain forest. Flipping open the fierce tiger skill, there were the cultivation method chants, annotations, as well as things to take note of when cultivating and so on. Qianzong completely memorized the content after reading it once. After reading it 3 times, he directly understood it. Only now did he realize that with the perfect realm of the tiger strength fist technique as a foundation, regardless of whether it was comprehending the tiger roar technique or cultivating the fierce tiger technique, there was a certain advantage. After memorizing the first stage of the fierce tiger skill, Qianzong put it back and took out the second book. This was a book with a dark red cover. There were only 2 large black words on it, martial artist. The silver hook and iron painting were unstoppable. After opening it, Qianzong began to read it carefully. This book was neither a cultivation method nor a martial art. It was about some general knowledge about martial arts cultivation. The first to third levels of the blood qi realm strengthen the blood qi, strengthen the body, and refine the blood qi to lay the foundation for becoming a martial artist. The 4th level of the blood qi realm ignites the blood qi and transforms it into blood qi. From then on, one mainly focuses on cultivating the blood qi. Thus, the blood qi is first stirred. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood qi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The 5th level of the blood qi realm breaks through the limit of the blood qi and becomes even more powerful, filling every part of the body. Thus, the blood qi is abundant. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood qi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The 6th level of the blood qi realm is abundant. The blood qi can surge throughout the body like the waves of the ocean. Thus, the blood qi is like a tide. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood qi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The 7th level of the blood qi realm is when the blood qi circulates throughout the body. It has a stronger impact and allows for faster recovery. Thus, the blood qi is small. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood qi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The 8th level of the blood qi realm is small. The blood qi becomes large. The blood qi can circulate throughout the body, becoming stronger and faster. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood qi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The 9th level of the blood qi realm is when the blood qi is highly condensed and turns into a blood qi furnace. It becomes the source of the body's strength. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood qi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. After becoming a martial artist, the changes in each level from the 4th level of the blood qi realm to the 9th level of the blood qi realm were closely related to the blood qi. As for the strength of the body, 1,000 caddies was the limit. If one wanted to exceed that limit, one either had to be born with great strength or find another way. After officially becoming a disciple of the clan hall, one could enjoy the corresponding benefits. They could cultivate the first grade of the fierce tiger technique, choose an inferior class human class martial art to cultivate, and freely enter the first floor of the martial library to read non-cultivation method martial art books. Putting back the fighter book, Qianzong scanned through it once more. The cultivation method of the blood qi is the fierce tiger technique. There are a total of 13 inferior class human class martial arts. Compared to the foundation establishment martial arts, there were very few inferior class human class martial arts. Of the 13 inferior class human class martial arts, 4 are fist techniques, 3 are palm techniques, 2 are leg techniques, 1 is finger technique, 1 is saber technique, 1 is sword technique, and 1 is footwork. It seems that I have no choice. Chen Zong thought to himself. This was the first floor of the martial library. The second floor contained middle-class human class martial arts and the second grade of the fierce tiger technique. The third floor contained superior class human class martial arts and the third grade of the fierce tiger technique. However, it was not that easy to enter the second or third floor. There were some conditions, such as enough contribution points, and so on. Chen Zong scanned the 13 inferior class human class martial arts one by one. Tiger Aura Fist Technique, 5 Spirits Fist Technique, Great Monument Smashing Hand, Whirlwind Kick Technique, One Word Iron Finger Technique, Water Splitting Saber Technique, Light Splitting Sword Technique, Wind Stepping Steps. Chen Zong glanced back and forth between Light Splitting Sword Technique and the Wind Stepping Steps. Footwork martial arts were relatively rare. In terms of value, they were more valuable than other martial arts. However, Chen Zong practiced swordsmanship, so he made his choice without hesitation. Light Splitting Sword Technique. I can earn contribution points and buy the right to practice the wind stepping steps. Chen Zong said to himself as he took out Light Splitting Sword Technique. Recently, among the disciples who had become warriors, he was the only one who practiced swordsmanship. No one competed with him. Remember, you must return it within 10 days. The deacon in charge of the martial library in the clan hall said seriously after finishing the registration. If he did not return it on time, it would leave a stain on his record. It was unknown whether he would be able to borrow it in the future. I will. Chen Zong took the Light Splitting Sword Technique book and nodded. In fact, he could have memorized all the contents of the book without taking it away. However, the feeling of reading from time to time was wonderful. It could help him better understand the mystery of this sword technique. He walked to the underground yard with Light Splitting Sword Technique. Chen Zong, I want to fight with you again after I master the first level of the Mountain Fist Technique. Chen Guzhan said directly when he met Chen Zong. Sure. Chen Zong agreed immediately. He seemed to welcome Chen Zong. After entering the room and closing the door, Chen Zong sat down comfortably on the dark red wooden chair. He opened the Light Splitting Sword Technique book and read it carefully. There were many differences between human-level martial arts and foundation establishment martial arts. The foundation establishment martial arts were used to strengthen the blood qi and strengthen the body, so there were different moves. However, the human-level martial arts were unable to strengthen the blood qi and strengthen the body. It required the activation of the blood qi in order to release its true power. Furthermore, there were no different moves, only different levels and realms. Light Splitting Sword Technique was divided into 2 levels. The first level, Light Splitting Shadow, the second level, Light Splitting Without Shadow. On the book, there was a mnemonic chant as well as a picture. The picture was very clear. It was a person wielding a sword and dancing. It was the cultivation movement for the first and second level of the diffraction sword art. Chen Zong read through the diffraction swordsmanship and thought to himself, only after mastering the first stage, diffraction shadow, can one cultivate the second stage, shadowless diffraction. It is indeed very different from a foundation establishment martial art. Chen Zong did not start practicing right away. Although the room was not small, it was not suitable for practicing sword techniques. Sword techniques are not easy to practice, but fierce tiger art is. Chen Zong said to himself. He took out a wooden box from the bedside and opened it. Inside the box were 3 dark red balls the size of lotus seeds. They emitted a fishy smell. Beast Blood Pill. This was a pill made from the blood essence of a ferocious beast mixed with the essence of several kinds of 10-year-old herbs. It took dozens of hours for it to be brewed. It was similar to the energy pill, but its effect was much better than the energy pill. The energy pill was only effective for martial disciples. For martial artists, it wasn't even qualified to be used as food to replenish their physical strength. However, the beast blood pill could promote the cultivation of qi and blood to a certain extent. After absorbing the energy contained in one beast blood pill, it was almost equivalent to the harvest of a normal 4th stage qi and blood realm martial artist who practiced a low-grade human-level technique for a day. Disciples of the clan hall who had just become martial artists could get 3 beast blood pills as a reward. After that, they could get 1 beast blood pill every month for free. If they wanted more, they had to rely on their own efforts and abilities. After comprehending the first level of the fierce tiger art, Xianxia took out a beast blood pill and put it in his mouth. He cleared his mind and focused on his qi and blood. Like a ferocious tiger, he used his mind to drive the qi and blood power. Compared to the qi and blood power were purer and heavier. It was more difficult to drive them. However, for Xianxia, who had refined his qi and blood 7 times before breaking through, it only took a little effort for the qi and blood power to flow faster under his mind. As the blood flowed faster, it was consumed little by little. The qi was strengthened little by little and fed back to the blood, increasing the qi and blood simultaneously. The beast blood pill had completely melted in his mouth. He swallowed it and it went down his esophagus into his stomach. It immediately spread and seeped into his blood vessels, flowing with his qi and blood for absorption. Xianxia didn't like to be disturbed when he was practicing, so the corner of the martial arts field was his favorite. There were a few big trees with dense palm-sized leaves, which seemed to separate the corner from the rest of the martial arts field. The fine iron sword shone brightly as it pierced through the air with a sharp sound. Xianxia first practiced residual shadow swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship, and eagle strike swordsmanship 10 times each, then practiced true sword 8 movements 20 times. After that, he practiced the first level of diffraction swordsmanship. There were 7 sword swings in the first level, which required the coordination of the hands, body, footsteps, and eyes. These 7 sword swings did not possess much power, but their main purpose was to mobilize the qi and blood in one's body and circulate it according to a specific method before finally erupting. That was the practice of human-level martial arts. Xianxia swung his sword over and over again, repeatedly practicing the 7 sword swings of the first level of diffraction swordsmanship. He strived to make every movement perfect and coherent. Human-level martial arts are the application of qi and blood. Every kind of human-level martial arts has its own way of operating qi and blood, and finally burst out with different power and effects. For example, the 7 sword swings of the first level of diffraction swordsmanship that I practice belong to the guiding style of the first level of this swordsmanship. The purpose is to familiarize myself with the way of operating qi and blood until I'm very familiar with it and can perform the first level of diffraction swordsmanship without the guiding style. After 3 days of practice, Xianxia had a thorough understanding of the first level of diffraction swordsmanship. The only thing he lacked was the control of his body. It required hard practice, which was unavoidable for anyone. Diffraction shadow. With a low shout, the 7 sword swings were connected and completed in just 2 breaths. The qi and blood surged and operated in a strange way, then burst out. Strike, the sword swung out, and the sword light was dazzling. It instantly split into 2 and stabbed out from the left and the right. The 2 sword lights were real. They left light traces in the air and dissipated after a breath. It's still not enough. At least I need to be able to operate qi and blood while holding the sword and perform the diffraction shadow when I strike. Xianxia thought to himself, it's indeed harder to practice than the foundation establishment martial arts. He continued to practice and let his body remember the feeling of operating qi and blood until his arms were sore and weak. After returning to his room and resting for a while, Xianxia began to practice fierce tiger technique. He had already consumed the 3 beast blood pills. Without the beast blood pills, the growth of his vitality was extremely slow. I have to find a way to obtain more beast blood pills. After practicing fierce tiger technique, Xianxia started thinking. After he officially became a martial artist, the contribution points. Contribution points were very useful. They could be used to exchange for the right to practice martial arts, weapons, and pills. 1 beast blood pill required 10 contribution points. Those who had just become martial artists and activated the contribution point system usually had 0 contribution points. Logically speaking, Xianxia had tempered his blood energy 7 times, breaking the Chen family's previous record and creating a new record. With such talent, he should be heavily nurtured by the family hall. Unfortunately, the Chen family's philosophy was different. No matter who it was, no matter how talented they were, they would be treated the same when they entered the clan hall. The Qin family believed that a real tiger would sooner or later show its power as the king of beasts. Otherwise, it would just fade into the crowd. A tiger needed to experience battles to become a king. A man needed to be honed. Moreover, Qinzong did not tell anyone that he had tempered his qi and blood 7 times. Elder Xing only thought he had tempered his qi and blood 6 times. Whether it is to obtain more beast blood pills or to cultivate better martial arts, contribution points are inseparable. There's more than one way to earn contribution points. If I'm strong enough, I can hunt monsters and exchange them for contribution points. But it's too early for me. He had just broken through to Qi and Blood Realm level 4 not long ago and had just started cultivating human-level martial arts. His cultivation and strength were both in a period of rapid improvement. It was not suitable for him to go out. Then, the second way is to find some missions in the clan hall. Maybe I should go to the main district to take a look. There was a mission room in the main district that listed out relevant missions. Any disciple of the clan hall could accept them. After completing them, they would be rewarded with the corresponding contribution points. Qinzong scanned the mission panel on the wall carefully. Find silver thread root. Note, silver thread root is a second-grade herb. It can be exchanged for 20 contribution points. Find golden luo flower. Note, golden luo flower is a third-grade herb. It can be exchanged for 40 contribution points. Find silver 3-leaf ginseng. Note, silver 3-leaf ginseng is a 4th-grade herb. It can be exchanged for 80 contribution points. Most of the missions were to find herbs. Herbs were divided into 9 grades. First-grade herbs referred to herbs that were more than 10 years old but less than 20 years old. Second-grade herbs were more than 20 years old but less than 30 years old. Third-grade herbs were more than 30 years old but less than 40 years old, and so on. First-grade herbs were more than 90 years old but less than 100 years old. Herbs that were more than 100 years old would have a qualitative change in their medicinal properties. They were treasured herbs. To find herbs, one had to go deep into the mountains and forests. It was time-consuming to go back and forth. The other missions were to hunt specific monsters and obtain certain parts of their bodies to bring back to the clan to earn contribution points. Qinzong temporarily eliminated all the missions, be it to search for herbs or to hunt monsters. Then, there weren't many missions left. After looking around, Qinzong finally chose a mission. Apprentice of the Foundry. Depending on your performance, you can earn 10 to 100 contribution points per month. Are you sure you want this mission? The manager of the mission room looked at Qinzong in surprise. What's wrong with it? Qinzong asked. Many people have accepted this mission before, but they were all kicked out after less than a month. They didn't get any contribution points. The manager said, I advise you to change to another mission. Is there a reason? Qinzong asked again. Haha, the elder of the foundry has a bad temper. He has high expectations. It's hard to meet them. The manager laughed. Thank you for telling me. I want to give it a try. Qinzong still said. It was not his style to back off without giving it a try. It's up to you. The manager registered Qinzong, then took out a black iron card and handed it to Qinzong. This is the apprentice card of the foundry. Take it to Elder Lai of the foundry. He will arrange your specific mission. Thank you. Qinzong took the iron card and left. The iron card was shaped like a shield. The word foundry was engraved on one side and the picture of a hammer on the other. What's wrong with having a bad temper? What's wrong with having high expectations? Qinzong muttered as he strode toward the foundry. The foundry was also part of the main area and was not far from the mission room. The door of the foundry was black and closed. Qinzong knocked on it. Who is it? The door was opened, revealing an honest-looking face. He seemed to be in his 20s. He looked suspiciously at Qinzong. Who are you? What's the matter? I'm a new apprentice. Qinzong raised the iron card in his hand. Oh, someone else dares to accept this mission. As he spoke, the man opened all the doors and let Qinzong in. My name is Qin Wuho. I've been here for 6 months. He's Qin Qi. He's been here for 3 months. Chen Wuhou pointed at another person in the foundry and smiled. Chen Qi was wiping a long sword. He glanced at Chen Zong expressionlessly. Hello, brothers. I'm Chen Zong. Chen Zong introduced himself. I'm not interested in knowing your name because you'll be kicked out soon. Chen Qi's tone was arrogant. Haha, brother, don't mind him. He's just like that. Chen Wuhou tried to smooth things over. Chen Zong just smiled and did not take it to heart. Brother Wuhou, where is Elder Lai? Chen Zong asked. Wait a moment. Elder Lai is forging swords in the foundry. Chen Wuhou pointed at the closed heavy black iron door in front of him. Chen Zong waited patiently. After Chen Wuhou poured a cup of water for Chen Zong, he did the same as Chen Seven. He picked up his sword and wiped it carefully while Chen Zong watched from the side. The swords here ranged from common iron to fine iron. However, he did not see any treasured iron that was above fine iron. About half an hour later, the heavy iron door opened. A wave of heat rushed out, causing the temperature in the room to rise rapidly. Then, a figure of average height but very strong strode out. This person's skin was bronze, and his eyes were like copper bells. His black hair and beard were slightly curly, and his arms were bare. His muscles were like cast iron, and they contained an incomparably terrifying power. He immediately brought an indescribable pressure to Chen Zong, as if he could suppress him with just a look, and shatter him with just a finger. Elder Lai, this person's name is Chen Zong. He is a new apprentice. Chen Wuhou put down the long sword in his hand and said respectfully to the person who came out of the foundry. Elder Lai. Chen Zong took out the black iron card and handed it to Elder Lai. Little arms and legs. Another useless one. You better get out of here as soon as possible so that you don't make me angry. Elder Lai glanced at the iron card and quickly sized up Chen Zong. It was as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. His tone was very aggressive. Elder Lai, you haven't given me a mission yet. How do you know if I'm useful or not? Chen Zong was not afraid at all. Yo, kid, you have some courage. Very well. Since you want a mission, I'll give you one. If you do well, you can stay. If not, get out. Elder Lai seemed to be angry and laughed. His tone was fierce. I'll give you 10 days. If you can forge a piece of common iron, you can stay. Otherwise, get out of here. Chen Wuhou, teach him the 4 secrets of blacksmithing. Yes, Elder. Chen Wuhou responded respectfully. Chen 7, clean the sword and send it to the shop. Elder Lai finished speaking and walked away. He really has a bad temper. Chen Zong thought to himself. He didn't care. He had heard worse words. It's impossible to forge a piece of common iron in 10 days. It will take at least a month to master the 4 secrets of blacksmithing. Brother, I advise you not to waste time. It's better to go to the mission room and cancel the mission. Chen Wuhou advised. I still want to try. Please teach me, Brother Wuhou. Chen Zong said seriously. Since you insist, follow me. Chen Wuhou said and led Chen Zong into the casting room. The casting room was very large and the temperature inside was very high. There were a total of 3 furnaces placed in 3 directions. However, only the largest one was burning with flames. 2 other people took turns to pull the bellows and put in firewood to keep the fire burning. Brother Chen Zong, I'll explain the 4 secrets of blacksmithing to you. After you master it, you can start to forge a piece of common iron. Chen Wuhou led Chen Zong to an extinguished furnace. He picked up a piece of iron and began to demonstrate. Everyone, I need all kinds of support for my new book. The 4 keys of forging: light, heavy, fast, and slow. After listening to Chen Wuhou's explanation, Chen Zong grasped the basics. That's all. The rest depends on your own practice. Chen Wuhou said, when you're almost done, you can start a fire and forge ordinary iron blocks. After that, Chen Wuhou turned around and left. He had his own task. As for whether Chen Zong could grasp it or not, it had nothing to do with him. Thank you, brother. Chen Zong said politely and began to think. To put it bluntly, the 4 keys of forging was nothing more than mastering the application of power through the control of the body. Of course, it was easy to say, but difficult to do. The human body was very mysterious. It was made up of countless tiny structures. It was almost impossible to completely master one's own body. Xianxia taught Chenzong the 18 basic movements and the 3-word formula of speed, accuracy, and steadiness. In essence, it was also to train the control of the body and the mastery of one's own power. After being transformed by the mysterious sword point and going through conscious training, Chenzong was very good at controlling his own power. He first simulated it in his mind, then picked up the hammer and tried. The hammer was very heavy, weighing at least 25 kilograms. However, it was nothing for Chenzong, who had the strength of 500 kilograms. But the difficulty of wielding this kind of hammer was that it was difficult to wield it for a long time without sufficient endurance. On the first day, Chenzong did not start a fire. Instead, he repeatedly pondered over the 4 keys of forging. He analyzed it bit by bit and used his own way to understand and master it. Then he left and went to the dining hall to have a meal. After that, he went to a corner of the martial arts field to practice swordsmanship. The 7 movements of the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship were performed in succession. The power of qi and blood surged as if it was going to split into 2. As he slashed with his sword, 2 streaks of sword light left clear traces in the air. He practiced in reverse. As he practiced, Chenzong could not help but think of the 4 keys of forging. Especially after he had consecutively cultivated the 3 sword techniques to the minute subtlety stage, Chenzong gradually developed his own understanding of martial arts cultivation. No matter what kind of martial arts practice, no matter how it is practiced, the foundation lies in the control and application of power. It's the same for swordsmanship, and it's the same for forging. As he pondered, Chenzong's eyes lit up, and the mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows trembled slightly. He felt that he was gaining insights one after another, but his body didn't stop. He was still practicing the 7 movements of the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship. Over and over again, suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. The dark clouds parted to reveal the bright moon. Chenzong paused and withdrew his sword. Then, his body trembled slightly. In an instant, he seemed to have made 7 different changes. His qi and blood changed and surged. He thrust out his sword, which turned into 2 sword lights that pierced through the air. I see. The guided cultivation allows one's body to familiarize itself with the way the vitality force operates. When one reaches the peak, one only needs to control the vitality force with one's mind and instantly connect the 7 transformations according to the guided cultivation method. To put it bluntly, the difference between before and after initiation was that the former used the body's movements to guide the flow of qi and blood while the latter used the mind to guide the flow of qi and blood. Without a doubt, his will was like a bolt of lightning that flashed by. Naturally, his guidance of qi and blood would be much faster. So far, it was the 4th day of practicing the diffraction swordsmanship, and the first level had been initiated. On the way back to his house, Chenzong was still thinking about the essence of the swordsmanship. Chenzong, I've already initiated the first level of the multiple mountains fist art. Come and fight with me. Chen Guzhan came up to him and blocked his way. Chen Fenghua also came with him. I've also initiated the first level of the water-splitting blade art. I'd like to have a try with you. Chen Fenghua smiled. These 2 guys were still holding a grudge against Chenzong. When they hadn't initiated the first level of the inferior human rank martial art, they didn't have the confidence to defeat Chenzong, so they didn't challenge him. Now that they had initiated the first level of the inferior human rank martial art, Chenzong was definitely no match for them. Let's go. Without saying anything, Chenzong turned around and walked towards the nearest ring. He was itching to try the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship. Chenzong, let me tell you, after becoming a martial artist, the strength of one arm is more than 1,500 pounds. When I use the first level of the multiple mountains fist art, I can smash a rockery into pieces with one punch. Chen Guzhan said proudly. He twirled his fist and said, if you're scared, you can still give up now. In the past, you were also stronger than me. Didn't you still lose? Chenzong laughed. Don't tell me you've also initiated the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship. Chen Fenghua joked. You'll know soon enough. Chen Zong answered with a smile, which made Chen Guzhan and Chen Fenghua's hearts skip a beat. They had a bad feeling. Immediately, they encouraged themselves. It was impossible to reach the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship in only 4 days. As far as they knew, the fastest time for a disciple of the clan hall to practice the first level of the inferior human rank martial art was 15 days. After giving themselves a boost of courage, the two of them walked more firmly. I'll go first. Chen Guzhan jumped into the ring, followed by Chen Zong. Chen Fenghua stood below the ring and watched. I'll test your current strength first. Take my fist. It was unknown when Chen Guzhan had put on a pair of black boxing gloves on his fists. The surface of his fists was embedded with iron plates. His strong body rushed out, and his fist shattered the air, bringing along an astonishing wind pressure as it blasted towards Chen Zong. The strength of 1,500 pounds suddenly broke out. It was very terrifying. The sword light was dazzling. It broke through the air and almost touched Chen Guzhan's arm. It was aimed at his shoulder, forcing Chen Guzhan to withdraw his fist and dodge. Then, there was no then. Chen Zong suppressed Chen Guzhan with his sword, forcing him to retreat and dodge constantly. He could not find a chance to fight back. Stop, stop, stop. Chen Guzhan shouted helplessly. He thought that since he became a martial artist a few months earlier than Chen Zong, he should be more powerful than him. He did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage as soon as he started fighting. It was too unreasonable. Chen Guzhan did not know that Chen Zong had practiced 3 sword techniques to the imperceptible realm. His control of his own strength and the rhythm of the battle had reached a new height. Unless Chen Guzhan had a similar breakthrough, or completely suppressed Chen Zong in terms of absolute strength, he would not be a match for him. Next, I'm going to perform the multiple mountains fist technique. It's very powerful. You have to be careful. Chen Guzhan said seriously. He gathered his strength and concentrated. His qi and blood surged as he punched. Mountain Crush. With a loud roar, the fist that Chen Zong sent out seemed to rapidly grow larger in front of his eyes. It was as if a mountain had descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed down. That kind of pressure made it difficult for Chen Zong to move. From Chen Fenghua's point of view, Chen Guzhan punched at Chen Zong. The shadow around his fist was like a mountain, expanding to 1 meter in size. Light-splitting shadow. With a low roar, Chen Zong's body swayed slightly. His fine iron sword broke through the air and turned into 2 dazzling sword lights. The sword lights were shattered. Chen Guzhan's mountain fist shadow dissipated. Only his fist was still punching at Chen Zong. The fine iron sword shook like a long whip and hit Chen Guzhan's fist hard, making a sound of metal clashing. The sword light flashed continuously. The sword hit the back of Chen Guzhan's hand, wrist, and arm again and again, causing him great pain. Stop, stop, stop. I admit defeat. Chen Guzhan desperately retracted his arm, but found that Chen Zong's sword seemed to be everywhere. He could only shout again. You've practiced the first level of light-splitting sword technique to the beginner level? Chen Guzhan asked in shock while rubbing his arm. Just the beginner level. Chen Zong answered honestly. Haha, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Chen Fenghua's handsome face twitched slightly. He let out a dry laugh and turned to leave quickly. For days, in just 4 days, he had practiced the first level of low-class mortal realm sword technique to the beginner level. This kind of monster, whoever wanted to fight with him, he didn't want to be tortured. It was obvious that Chen Fenghua was traumatized by his repeated defeats when he was still a martial disciple. I'll fight with you when I get a pair of arm guards. Chen Guzhan also jumped down from the ring and ran away. Chen Zong was speechless. He shook his head and smiled. He put his sword back into the scabbard and also jumped down from the ring and walked towards his room. When practicing foundation-building martial arts, weapons usually have more advantages. But for mortal realm martial arts, as long as they are of the same level, they all have their own advantages. When operating the qi and blood, the body's strength will be enhanced. For example, the 4th level of the qi and blood realm will increase by about 1,000 pounds. But it's not absolute. Some people can better control their strength and can reach 1,000 pounds or even more. But some people can't and can only increase it by 700 pounds or 800 pounds. The qi and blood operation of low-class martial arts is different from the operation of martial arts. The focus is on the instantaneous burst, which is a kind of consumption. Martial arts cultivate and strengthen the qi and blood, aiming to be continuous and stable. Therefore, the power released by low-class martial arts is more powerful. It's normal for it to be a few times more powerful. Therefore, the power of low-class martial arts is equal to the power released by the body's own strength and the unique way of qi and blood operation. Qin Guzhan's arm has a strength of 1,500 pounds. The increase of qi and blood is equivalent to 1,000 pounds. The instantaneous burst of the first level of multiple mountains fist technique at the beginner level can increase it by at least 10%. The total amount can reach 2,600 pounds. This is the theoretical upper limit. My arm strength is 1,000 pounds. The first level of diffraction sword technique can also increase my qi and blood strength by 10%, which is 2,100 pounds. I'm not as good as Qin Guzhan. Just now, when the diffraction shadow sword collided with Qin Guzhan's mountain crush, the two sword lights were directly shattered. Qin Guzhan still had strength left. This was proof. But Chen Zong felt that even if his strength was not as good as his opponent's, there was still room for improvement. The diffraction shadow sword technique at the beginner level has two sword lights on the left and right. It's equivalent to attacking two different parts of the target at the same time. It can also attack two targets at the same time. But if they are stacked together and only attack one target, will the power be stronger? The fire in the furnace was red and swaying. The light from the fire shone on Chen Zong's face. His face was covered with sweat, and drops of red luster slowly slid down. His left hand held the iron pliers tightly and clamped the thick iron that was red from the heat. His steel-like arm was as steady as a mountain. His right hand held the 50-pound hammer, raised it and hammered it down. The clanging sound echoed in the forging room along with countless sparks. One hammer, two hammers, three hammers, Chen Zong did not stop. He hammered repeatedly and hammered again and again. Ordinary iron was the raw material used to forge ordinary iron-level weapons. It needed to be refined from crude iron, and crude iron came from iron ore. After the iron ore was melted at high temperature and the impurities were separated, it became crude iron. The hammer hammered down, light or heavy, fast or slow. The four essentials of forging were constantly changing. There were still many impurities in the crude iron. It needed to be burned red at high temperature and hammered repeatedly to remove the impurities. Hammering was not done blindly. It needed skill. Otherwise, the crude iron that was hammered out would not be able to become ordinary iron, but would become useless slag. A normal martial artist would need about a month to grasp the basics of the four essentials of forging. However, to apply it, one would need to repeatedly hammer and correct it through comparison and correction. Finally, one would truly grasp it. The crude iron that was originally the size of a human head shrank little by little under Chen Zong's repeated hammering. After hammering for a while, the crude iron gradually cooled down, increasing the difficulty of hammering. Chen Zong sent the crude iron into the furnace, pulled the bellows, and calcined it with fire, making it red and soft again. He's really arrogant. Does he think he can grasp the four essentials of forging and forge ordinary iron in 3 days? Outside the forging room, Chen Qi sneered with disdain. Haha, who knows? Chen Wu's honest face showed a smile. Maybe he can really succeed. Do you believe what you just said? Chen Seven asked. Chen Wuho smiled again and did not answer. Believe it? Of course not. Whether it was him or Chen Qi, it took them more than a month to forge ordinary iron. Therefore, Elder Lai kept them. It had only been 3 days, and this was the first time he had come into contact with blacksmithing. To think that he could forge an ordinary piece of metal in such a short period of time was no different from a dream. Chen Zong took out the iron again and hammered it repeatedly. Finally, with one hammering, the iron cracked. It's useless. Chen Zong couldn't help but shake his head. This was the 3rd piece of iron he had broken. Putting down the hammer, Chen Zong carefully recalled his forging process, thinking about where he had not grasped the timing, where he had used the wrong strength, where he needed to improve, and so on. His right arm was sore and numb, so it was not suitable for him to continue forging. Chenzong packed up and left. After finishing his meal, he returned to the corner of the training grounds to practice his sword. Splitting light, sweeping shadow. With a slash of his sword, the two sword lights split into two and attacked the same place at the same time. After the sword lights passed, the ground seemed to have been split open, leaving behind a 1-meter-long sword mark. Attacking one target alone has indeed increased the power, but if I can combine the two sword lights into one, the power will definitely be stronger. Unfortunately, this was a kind of change and application. At present, it was not helpful for the practice of splitting light, but it could improve the power of Chenzong's sword to a certain extent. If I practice splitting light, sweeping shadow to the primary level, I can split out 4 sword lights, and if I practice it to the advanced level, I can split out 8 sword lights. However, the difficulty of practicing a grade-level martial art was many times higher than that of a foundation-level martial art. It took Chenzong 4 days to get the beginner level, and he was inspired by the 4 essentials of forging. It would not be so easy to reach the primary level. After practicing splitting light, Chenzong practiced the other 4 foundation-level sword techniques, especially the 8 moves of the true sword. After returning to his room, he practiced fierce tiger skill, but the improvement of his cultivation was very slow. I refined my blood and chi 7 times before I broke through, but it was still so difficult to improve my cultivation. Wouldn't it be even harder for those who only refined their blood and chi 3 times? Chenzong could not help but feel that cultivation was not easy. Even so, he had to persevere. On the 4th day, after practicing for a while, Chenzong went to the foundry to forge again. He did not want to be driven away by Elder Lai after 10 days. The furnace was burning fiercely, calcining the rough iron. Chenzong recalled the experience of forging 2 days ago. When the rough iron was burning red, he took it out and hammered it. He failed again. Elder Lai did not pay attention to him. On the 5th day, Chenzong acted as usual. After learning from his previous failures, combined with the essence of the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing, his own understanding, and his control over his strength, he hammered on it repeatedly. The rough iron gradually became smaller, and in the end, it became an irregular iron brick. Putting down the hammer, he picked up the iron brick and looked at it carefully. The surface was bumpy and uneven. Compared with the flat and square ordinary iron blocks piled in the corner of the foundry, it was completely ugly. However, Chenzong smiled. No matter how ugly it was an ordinary iron block. It proved that he had succeeded. But, it's not enough, Chenzong said to himself. After a short rest, he began to throw the second piece of rough iron into the furnace. He wanted to grasp the feeling of successfully forging an ordinary iron block and consolidate it. After a while, the second ordinary iron block was forged. Compared with the first one, it was obviously much better. That's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Chenzong smiled and left after tidying up. On the 6th day, on the 7th day, on the 8th day, on the 9th day, on the 10th day, every day, Chenzong was improving. Not only was his cultivation improving, but his swordsmanship was improving as well. Even his forging skills were improving. Elder Lai, this is the ordinary iron block I forged. Please have a look. Chenzong took the ordinary iron block he forged and handed it to Elder Lai, who walked into the foundry. Why are you still here? Elder Lai glanced at Chenzong and recognized him after thinking for a while. Then he said in a harsh tone, let me take a look. What I hate the most in my life are those who cheat and deceive their superiors and subordinates. Elder Lai took the ordinary iron block and looked at it. He was instantly enraged. His terrifying aura was like a volcanic eruption. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire as if he wanted to burn Chenzong to ashes. The aura made Chenzong's face change drastically and he retreated. The other 2 martial artists who were working for Elder Lai's bellows trembled. This was the aura of a powerful martial artist who had surpassed the Blood Chi realm. Even a Blood Chi realm level 9 martial artist would not feel good. You dare say that you forged this? Elder Lai clenched his fist tightly, and the ordinary piece of iron let out a creaking sound. It was actually twisted by his grip. Zong was shocked to see that. How strong was that? If his bones were grabbed, they would instantly turn into powder. Elder, if you don't believe me, I can forge one on the spot. Zong braced himself and said. It was too scary. The aura of an angry Elder Lai was too scary. Alright, I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Although Elder Lai was angry, he did not lose his mind. He was surprised that a mere Blood Qi realm level 4 martial artist did not go limp under the impact of his aura and could even speak fluently. He decided to give Zong a chance. Exhaling, Zong felt a little weak all over. He started the fire and worked the bellows skillfully like flowing water. It made Elder Lai's eyes light up slightly. The layman watched for the excitement while the expert watched for the skill. The expert could tell at a glance whether one was capable or not. Elder Lai could not help but feel a little expectant. As Zong threw in the rough iron and waited until it was red hot, he clamped it out and placed it firmly on the anvil. He raised the sledgehammer with his right hand. Elder Lai's eyes lit up even more as if he had practiced it hundreds and thousands of times. Chen Wuhou and Chen Qi, who came in later, were also stunned by Zong's every move. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Every move was more skillful and perfect than theirs. The hammer fell, the first sound rang out. It was unusually sonorous and it made Chen Wuhou and Chen Qi shudder. Elder Lai's eyes lit up even more. He saw a very unique charm in that hammer. It could only be achieved by mastering the 4 essentials of blacksmithing to a certain extent. Did I discover a genius? Elder Lai roared in his heart. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers, he hammered repeatedly and countless sparks shot out. It was very dazzling. In Elder Lai's opinion, although the changes in strength and angle were not perfect and there were still many areas that needed improvement, it was only 10 days. If it were Chen Wuhou and Chen Qi, they would not be able to reach this level even after 3 or 4 months. Under the witness of Elder Lai and the others, Zong forged a piece of ordinary iron. Regardless of appearance or quality, it was the same as the square ordinary iron pieces placed in the corner. Good, good, good. Elder Lai was very excited. His curly beard was sticking up. From now on, you are my disciple. Elder Lai pointed at Zong and announced directly. Chen Wuhou and Chen Qi, as well as the 2 warriors in the forging room who were pulling the bellows, trembled. They were very envious. There were a total of 5 elders in the clan hall. Elder Lai was one of them. To be accepted as a disciple by an elder was something that many disciples in the clan hall dreamed of. It was a great honor. Elder, can you teach me swordsmanship? Zong was not as ecstatic as expected. Instead, he asked calmly. I don't practice swordsmanship. How can I teach you swordsmanship? Elder Lai said excitedly. But I can teach you how to forge swords and let you become a blacksmith. Sorry, Elder. I came to the workshop just to earn some contribution points. Zong shook his head. Practicing swordsmanship took up a lot of his time and energy. If not for contribution points, he would not have come here. One had to know that forging ordinary iron pieces every day took up a lot of his time. You mean to reject me? Silly, silly. You have the talent to be a blacksmith. Why don't you practice swordsmanship instead of being a blacksmith? Elder Lai was so angry that he stomped his feet. Do you know how many people want to be my disciple, but I don't like them? Now that I like you, you actually reject me. Zong was silent. Elder Lai was anxious and angry, but he could not do anything to Zong. This made Chen Wuhou and the others even more envious and jealous. I'm so angry. Elder Lai stomped his feet. There was a roar in the forging room. Looking at Elder Lai who left angrily, Zong could not help but smile bitterly. What was going on? Could he still stay in the workshop to earn contribution points? After some hard work, it's time to show off some of my skills. You used a little too much force in that strike. The speed of your hammer should be a little slower. In the forging room, Zong swung the iron hammer while Elder Lai watched from the side and commented from time to time. Even though Zong had refused to be his disciple and left in a rage, Zong still came to the forging room the next day as usual. Elder Lai acted as if nothing had happened. However, his attitude towards Zhenzong was obviously much better than before. He even ran over to Zhenzong's place to give Zhenzong pointers from time to time. Zhenzong naturally would not reject someone's pointers. His blacksmithing skills improved by leaps and bounds. September 6, 395 Xinwu calendar. Zhenzong had been a martial artist for more than 20 days. Sword practice, splitting light, sweeping shadow. In an instant, 2 sword gleams pierced through the air. One could still tell that there were 2 blurry sword gleams beside the 2 sword gleams. I'm about to break through. Zhenzong muttered to himself as he continued to practice. Over and over again, he continued to practice until there were 4 clear sword gleams in one strike. Splitting 4 sword gleams was the first stage of the diffraction swordsmanship, the initial stage of the diffraction swordsmanship. From the time he came into contact with the diffraction swordsmanship to the initial stage of the first stage, it took him a total of 20 days. Compared to when he was practicing the 8 forms of the true sword, his progress was about the same. This made Zhenzong realize how extraordinary the 8 forms of the true sword were. Maybe I should spend more time practicing the 8 forms of the true sword to the minute subtlety realm. Zhenzong muttered to himself. Maybe the mysterious sword tip will give me a better sword technique after I practice the 8 forms of the true sword to the minute subtlety realm. After practicing the 8 forms of the true sword 30 times, he returned to his room and rested for a while before practicing the first stage of the fierce tiger technique. After more than 20 days of cultivation, his vitality had increased significantly, but there was still a long way to go before he could reach level 5. Zhenzong estimated that without the aid of external help such as the beast blood pill, it would take him at least a year to reach level 5 of the vitality realm through his own efforts. If it was like this for someone like him who had tempered his blood qi 7 times, those who had tempered their blood qi 3 times would need many years to reach the 5th stage of the blood qi realm without external help. Moreover, as one aged, one's qi and blood would slowly deteriorate. Unless one could break through to the 7th level of the qi and blood realm and form a minor circulation of qi and blood, this deterioration could only be delayed. After a while, I'll be able to receive the first month's mission reward. I wonder how many contribution points I'll get. The reward for being an apprentice in the smithy was closely related to the evaluation given by Elder Lai. Now that Elder Lai had taken a liking to him, his evaluation should not be low. On September 10, the year 395 of the Xinwu calendar, Zhenzong had been in the clan hall for 1 year. Afternoon. In the smithy, Zhenzong swung his iron hammer to forge a piece of common iron. He lifted the hammer and brought it down again, gently hammering on the thick iron. Instantly, he hammered harder and brought it down again. After more than 20 days of repeated use and Elder Lai's occasional guidance, the 4 essentials of light, heavy, urgent, and slow had reached a level where he could change them freely. If it was compared to a martial art, Zhenzong had now reached the realm of great accomplishment. In just a short period of time, the thick iron did not need to be sent into the furnace to be heated red. It was already forged into a piece of common iron by Zhenzong. It was 10 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters tall. Its surface was flat and smooth, and its texture was fine. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a piece of superior common iron. A common iron sword forged from such a piece of common iron would usually be better in terms of hardness, toughness, and sharpness. After doing some calculations, this was the 44th piece of common iron that Zhenzong had personally forged since coming to the smithy. It was enough to forge 44 common iron swords or sabers. I'll forge one today. After packing up quickly, Zhenzong bade farewell to Chen Wuhou and Chen Qi before leaving the smithy. Brother, take care. Chen Wuhou waved his hand with a smile. He had not paid much attention to this brother of his in the beginning, but now he admired him very much. There was also an indescribable jealousy in his heart. Chen Qi was very envious and also a little embarrassed. After all, what he said before was not very pleasant. If there were no accidents, today should be the day that the new disciples would enter the outer hall of the clan hall. Chen Yiming should also be here. Chen Jigang, why are you here? Before he saw Chen Yiming, Zhenzong met someone he did not expect to see. When Chen Jigang saw Zhenzong, he was shocked at first. His face was full of vigilance, then he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Humph, if you can come, of course I can come too." After staring at Qin Jigang for a few seconds, Chen Zong suddenly smiled and did not pay attention to him anymore. He remembered that the clan hall seemed to have a rule. If those who failed the branch family martial disciple battle could raise their cultivation level to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm and become martial artists within a year, they would also be qualified to enter the clan hall. Qin Jigang was in this situation. Regarding this rule, Chen Zong only learned about it after he became a martial artist. "Qin Jigang, the clan hall is not the same as the family," Chen Zong said. Whether or not he understood was his business. "I will surpass you and then trample you under my feet." Qin Jigang clenched his fist, his face full of anger. Shaking his head, Chen Zong did not pay attention to Qin Jigang anymore. With Qin Jigang's ability, he was nothing in the clan hall. Soon, he would realize the truth. Even if Qin Jigang could rise, so what? If he could defeat him twice, then he could defeat him 3 times. The gap between the two would only grow bigger and bigger. In the outer hall, Chen Zong found Qin Yiming. "Brother Zong." Seeing Chen Zong, Qin Yiming was very excited. "Not bad, as an outer hall disciple, you have to work hard to cultivate. Strive to refine your qi and blood to the limit and break through to become a martial artist," Chen Zong encouraged. "Brother Zong, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and catch up to your footsteps." Qin Yiming was full of confidence. Everyone who had just arrived at the clan hall was like this. Qin Yiming practiced fist techniques, so he was assigned to the fist technique group. Chen Zong practiced sword techniques, so he could not provide much help to Qin Yiming in terms of cultivation. As for the tiger strength fist technique, he had already said everything that needed to be said before. "How are my father, aunt, and Alai?" Chen Zong quickly asked. This was also one of the main reasons why he came to find Qin Yiming. With Aunt Biqing taking care of them, Uncle Zong is doing well. They asked me to tell Brother Zong to cultivate well and not to worry about them. Qin Yiming smiled. "And I'll lie, he has already reached the 1st level of the Qi and Blood realm. Brother Zong, guess how much strength he has with one arm?" 700 Jin? Chen Zong originally wanted to guess 600 Jin, but after thinking about it, young Lai was born with great strength. Perhaps after his cultivation increased, the increase in strength would exceed the standard. "Brother Zong, how did you guess?" Qin Yiming, who originally wanted to show off, immediately became excited. "It's exactly 700 Jin. When All Lai's cultivation reaches the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, the strength of one arm will definitely exceed 1,000 Jin. His heavy punch will also be at the entry level. Just thinking about it is terrifying." Chen Zong also smiled. Every time he spoke with Qin Yiming, he felt very happy. Yang Lai's cultivation progress also made him feel very satisfied. The two of them chatted for a while. Chen Zong encouraged Qin Yiming again and told Qin Yiming that if there was anything he needed, he could come and find him. He would also come and see him from time to time before leaving. Back in his room, Chen Zong began cultivating the fierce tiger technique. He could feel the qi and blood force rushing through his body endlessly. It was as if his entire body was filled with powerful strength, intoxicating him. However, the cultivation of qi and blood force required a certain amount of attention. Once it exceeded the limit, it would cause damage to one's body, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Taking out the small sword scripture, Chen Zong flipped through it and interpreted it word by word. Every time he read the contents of the small sword scripture, he would never get tired of it. On the contrary, the more he read, the more interesting it became. The more he read, the deeper Chen Zong's understanding of swords and sword techniques. After reading it again, Chen Zong put it back in its original position. He planned to take a walk outside. Just as he opened the door, he saw someone reaching out to knock on the door. "What's the matter?" Chen Zong asked. "You must be Chen Zong. This is an invitation for you." The person handed a bright red gilded invitation to Chen Zong, his eyes filled with confusion and envy. "Invitation?" Chen Zong was confused and took the invitation. With a bright red background, there were 3 large golden words and a golden dragon that looked as if it was about to soar into the sky. "Rising Dragon Invitation?" Looking at the 3 large golden words, Chinzong was even more confused. He couldn't help but open the invitation and immediately understood. This Rising Dragon invitation was sent by the Tang family. To be more precise, it was sent by Tang Junluo to Chinzong. The purpose was to invite Chinzong to participate in the Rising Dragon assembly hosted by the Tang family in the morning 3 days later. Tang Junluo. Rising Dragon Assembly. Chinzong closed the invitation and pondered, could it be that Tang Junluo successfully broke through the limit and tempered his qi and blood 8 times? Originally, tempering one's qi and blood 7 times was the limit in Martial Wind City. Tempering one's qi 8 times was breaking the limit and breaking the record, creating an even higher record. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tang Junluo was the #1 genius in the history of Martial Wind City. Since that was the case, it was only natural that the Tang family would host a grand event for him. Other than that, Chinzong couldn't think of anything else. 3 days later? That's great. I've been in Martial Wind City for a year now, but other than going in and out, I've never seen the scenery of Martial Wind City. Oh well, I'll take this opportunity to visit. Keeping the Rising Dragon invitation, Chinzong smiled. Tang Junluo must have sent him an invitation because they had a draw when they were martial disciples. Otherwise, with his background, how could he have caught Tang Junluo's attention? Presumably, the person who had sent him the invitation card just now was confused as to why a Qi and Blood Realm 4th stage disciple from a branch family could receive an invitation card from the Tang family. That was probably why he was envious. Then, other than himself, there should be other geniuses who were invited. The purpose was naturally to show off Tang Junluo's outstanding abilities. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chinzong could meet the geniuses of the other families. The path of a martial artist was never a one-man show. If one wanted to become stronger, they couldn't lack opponents, but they also needed friends. The matter of the Rising Dragon invitation did not affect Chinzong's normal cultivation. Every day, he would go to the foundry to forge a few pieces of ordinary iron and practice the spectral sword art and fierce tiger art. Every aspect of his cultivation was improving bit by bit. The second guest supporting character of this book, Yang is here. He is the disciple of this book's fan list, scholar aversion to brushes. Applause. There was an endless stream of people, and it was bustling with activity. It was Chinzong's first time in Wind Martial City, so he was a little overwhelmed. However, he did not forget the purpose of this trip. The Martial Certificate Tower was the only property of the Tang family. It was very famous in Wind Martial City and had a high threshold. Only martial artists were qualified to enter. If one was not a martial artist, it would be useless even if one was the young master of a family. After asking a few questions, Chinzong approached the Martial Certificate Tower and looked up. The Martial Certificate Tower was 5 stories tall. It was mainly dark red with golden edges. It had a majestic and noble air about it. It was like a giant standing on the ground and would not move no matter how strong the wind and rain hit it. The first floor of the martial-proof tower required one to be a martial artist to enter. The second floor was only accessible to martial artists who were rather famous in Martial Wind City. As for the third floor, one had to be at least at the 7th level of the Qi and Blood Realm. As for the 4th and 5th floor, one had to be above Qi Blood Realm. At this moment, because the Tang family was organizing the Rising Dragon League for Tang Junluo, the Martial Certificate Tower rejected all irrelevant people and left 2 family martial artists as guards at the entrance. I'm the young master of the Drizzle Gang. Why can't I enter? Chinzong walked to the entrance and heard a sharp shout. It sounded very dissatisfied. You don't have an invitation. One of the 2 guards said expressionlessly without any anger. His tone was dry, and he did not care about the other party at all. The Drizzle Gang and Big Rain Gang were just small fries in front of the Tang family. Chinzong walked to the entrance of the Martial Certificate Tower. Naturally, he was stopped. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Go back. The young master of the Drizzle Gang, who was in a gorgeous martial attire, had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw Chinzong, who was in a grey martial attire, walking over with the intention of entering the Martial Certificate Tower, he immediately scolded him. It was obvious that the martial attire was made of coarse cloth. Only martial artists with no background would wear it. Move. Chen Zong's eyes were as sharp as swords, and they pierced right into the eyes of the Drizzle Gang's young master, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and take a small step back. Then, he realized something, and his face flushed red with anger. "This is my invitation." Chen Zong went around the young master of the Drizzle Gang and took out the Rising Dragon invitation, handing it to one of the guards. The two guards were very surprised. Judging from the way he dressed, Chen Zong must be from an ordinary family, but he was invited. "I was wondering where my invitation went." "So, you were the one who stole it." The young master of the Drizzle Gang rushed over angrily and directly slandered him. "Scram!" Chen Zong was enraged, and his voice was like a tiger's roar. The young master of the Drizzle Gang seemed to see a strong and tall tiger roaring at him. That kind of momentum was so terrifying that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. He could not help but take a few steps back. "You're Chen Zong?" A guard opened the invitation and looked at it, then looked at Chen Zong and asked. "Yes." Chen Zong was neither servile nor overbearing. "Please come in." The guard's expression softened a little. He stepped aside and returned the invitation to Chen Zong. This scene caused a lot of discussion among the people outside. They could not understand how a person who looked like an ordinary person could enter the martial-proof tower to participate in the Rising Dragon League. One should know that those who came from a good family, no matter how low-key they were, would definitely not wear ordinary clothes when entering such a grand event. "I can feel that his vitality force is not strong. He's most likely at the 4th stage of the vitality realm. Could he be a disciple of a senior? His name is Chen Zong. Don't you think this name sounds familiar?" The first floor was empty. The second floor was empty as well. Chen Zong stepped onto the 3rd floor. He was not the first to arrive. There were already dozens of people gathered on the 3rd floor. Every one of them was a youth under the age of 20. They were all wearing martial attire of different colors. Some were gorgeous while others were reserved. They were very close-fitting and were completely tailor-made. One look and one could tell that the material was extraordinary. Chen Zong's arrival attracted a lot of attention. It was normal at first, but those people were shocked. "Who are you? Why did you sneak in? Get out immediately. Clothes make the man." Chen Zong's clothes were too ordinary. It could not be helped. It was not that he did not want to wear better clothes, but he did not have any. "I have an invitation." Chen Zong waved the red invitation in his hand and said. "Your invitation can't be fake, right?" There were still some people who did not let it go. No matter how good their temper was, they would still be unhappy to hear such words. "Hello, I'm Tang Juanhao. I'm the elder brother of the Rising Dragon League's protagonist, Tang Junluo. Can you let me see the invitation?" At this moment, a youth wearing a purple martial attire with a golden dragon walked over with big strides. His face was full of smiles and his tone was gentle. Chen Zong handed the invitation over. Tang Juanhao opened it and looked at it. His eyes were filled with surprise. "You're Chen Zong?" "Yes." Chen Zong nodded. "So it's you. This invitation was personally given to you by Jun Luo. Welcome to Junluo's Rising Dragon League. Find a place to sit first. When everyone is here, the banquet will begin." Tang Juanhao returned the invitation to Chen Zong. Only then did the crowd realize that this ordinary-looking person really did have an invitation. Moreover, he was personally invited by today's protagonist, Tang Junluo. They were all shocked. Chen Zong, this name sounds familiar. Could he be one of the Wind Martial 6 young heroes, Chen Zong from the Chen family? So it's him. He's just a disciple from a branch family. After knowing Chen Zong's identity, they lost interest. A person from a branch family, and from a place where the Chen family emphasized on relying on one's own ability to strive for the top, without any backing, he would quickly fade into the crowd after standing out for a while. After all, if one performed well as a martial disciple, it would be hard for them to maintain their previous bravery after becoming a martial artist. Thinking about this time, many people who were called Wind Martial young heroes were not qualified to enter. This was the proof. Chen Zong still didn't know that he had been crowned as one of the 6 young heroes of Wind Martial Arts. He was a little surprised, smiled, put away the invitation, and glanced at it. The third floor was very big. Its length and width were estimated to be 30 to 40 meters, and its height was 5 to 6 meters. The decorations were simple and unadorned. There were chairs placed all around, and between every two chairs was a table. On the table, there were fresh fruits, exquisite pastries, and brewed tea. In the corners, there were bronze dragon-shaped incense burners burning with sandalwood. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air, making people feel refreshed. He casually found an empty chair and sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was fragrant, swirling in the cup, and the smoke lingered like clouds. He picked up a piece of exquisite pastry and put it in his mouth, tasting it carefully. It was indeed very delicious. He had never eaten it since he was a child. Especially when he ate the pastry and drank the tea, the two completely different fragrances complemented each other. The feeling of reverberating in his mouth was even more wonderful. Ignoring other people's gazes, Chenzong minded his own business and ate. Suddenly, a person walked to the chair opposite him and sat down. "Friend, would you like a cup of wine?" As soon as the person sat down, he gently put the wine gourd on the table and greeted Chenzong as if they were close friends. "No, thank you." Chenzong smiled slightly. "I see that you are also practicing sword. How can you practice sword without wine?" The person's eyebrows were like swords. His eyes seemed to be blurred, but they were clear. The corner of his mouth hung, and there was a smile on his face. He was handsome and wild. His white martial clothes were spotless, and the long sword on his back was blood red. "I practice sword, I don't drink." Chenzong smiled and said. "One person, one sentence." It sounded simple, but it also revealed the two people's different philosophies. "That's a pity." The person sighed. He opened the wine gourd and drank a mouthful. His face was full of satisfaction, practicing sword while drinking wine, seeking the wind while drunk. "My name is Xianxia, and you are Chenzong." Chenzong felt that this person's thoughts were a bit jumpy, but it did not prevent them from getting to know each other and chatting. As they chatted, Chenzong realized that Xianxia had a good understanding of the Wind Martial City. It obviously increased Chenzong's understanding of the Wind Martial City. More and more people entered the third floor. Xianxia is here too. Zhao Wangqing is here too. These two were defeated by Tang Junluo before. Now that they are here, I wonder if there will be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to it. Tang Junluo, Xianxia, and Zhao Wangqing came from the Wind Martial City's three great families. They were of the same age, and their talents were outstanding. Together, they were known as the Wind Martial Three Little Ing. However, ever since Tang Junluo defeated Xianxia and Zhao Wangqing, he had become the sole leader of the Wind Martial City, suppressing the other two. As for the battle between Tang Junluo and Chenzong, the Chen clan did not spread the news. Maybe it was because of the Tang clan's request, but the Tang clan would not spread the news. Chenzong also sized up Xianxia and Zhao Wangqing. These two had an imposing appearance, and he could tell that they were not ordinary people. Xianxia carried a long sword on his back and had a smile on his face. It gave people a comfortable feeling, as if he was greeting everyone. He was wearing a white martial robe that was inlaid with silver. It was low-key, but there was a trace of luxury. Zhao Wangqing had a long blade on his waist. His face was indifferent and his eyes were cold. His black martial robe made him look even more unapproachable. As if he felt Chenzong's gaze, Xianxia turned around and nodded slightly. Zhao Wangqing's eyes were as cold as a blade. Xianxia from the Li clan and Zhao Wangqing from the Zhao clan. These two have refined their blood 7 times. They are only a little bit away from completing the 8th. Xianxia took another sip of wine and said while shaking his head, "They are indeed nobles from the kingdom era. They have such a strong foundation." Kingdom era? Chenzong was puzzled. Our current era is called the true martial era. The previous era was called the kingdom era. It was said that it was destroyed by demonic beasts. Xianxia seemed to be drunk. "We have to thank the true martial era. Otherwise, ordinary people like us wouldn't have the chance to learn martial arts." Chenzong heard this and thought about it. Sun Xiaojia, Zhou Guan, Wang Xinghong, Yang Feiyu, and Kong Lianshan. These 5 people and you are called the Wind Martial 6 young heroes. Chen Zong noticed that when Yang Yigu mentioned Yang Feiyu's name, there was a slight change in his tone. He couldn't help but look at Yang Feiyu. He was wearing a sky-blue martial robe and carrying a long sword on his back. He looked high-spirited. They were both surnamed Yang. Maybe they were related, but it had nothing to do with him. Chen Zong didn't plan to find out. Chen Zong, this kind of occasion is not for someone like you. Hurry up and leave. An undisguised reprimand rang out, attracting everyone's attention. What does it have to do with you? Chen Zong looked at Chen He, who he hadn't seen for a long time. He was surprised at first, but soon responded indifferently, what does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? Firstly, I'm your brother. Secondly, this kind of occasion can only be attended by people with a certain status and strength. Look at you, you're only at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. You're just a branch family disciple. What qualifications do you have to enter? I told you to leave quickly, so you should leave immediately. Otherwise, you'll embarrass the Chen family. Chen He's face darkened, and his tone was hurried as he bombarded Chen Zong. I have an invitation. Chen Zong said calmly. You have an invitation. Chen He was startled at first, then laughed loudly, are you kidding? You think you can get an invitation from the Rising Dragon League? The other 2 people who went upstairs at the same time as Chen He were a man and a woman. They frowned slightly and strode over. They didn't know what was going on either. What a joke. Just by being a martial disciple, you've tempered your blood qi 6 times and broke through to become a martial warrior. If you're not qualified to enter this place, then what is? Yang Yigu leisurely drank a mouthful of wine and spoke neither slowly nor quickly. Refined qi and blood 6 times. 6 wind martial disciples. Chen He's face changed, and his heart felt like it was struck by lightning. Impossible, how can a branch family disciple do that? But when he saw the mocking gazes from the side, Chen He realized that it was true. While he was out training, something happened in the Chen family hall that he didn't know about. It's true that Chen Zong has an invitation. It's also true that he was invited by the Rising Dragon League. Moreover, it was Jun Luo who personally invited him. Tang Juanhao walked over with a face full of displeasure. His gaze was cold, and the aura of a superior fell on Chen He. Chen He, you're not welcome here. Please leave. You can't do this. Chen He's face changed, and so did the other 2 people who came with him. Once he left like this, Chen He would become a laughingstock. I don't want to say the same thing twice. Tang Juanhao's expression was cold. Alright, I'll leave now. Although Chen He's face was gloomy and the anger in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt, he still had a trace of reason to restrain himself. This was the martial-proof tower, the property of the Tang family, and also the place where the Rising Dragon League was being held. If he were to explode, it would be satisfying for a moment, but the consequences would be severe and it was not something he could bear. His ferocious gaze swept over Chen Zong's face, then he turned around and strode down the stairs. Those who can come here are qualified to accept the invitation of the Tang group. I don't want to hear such words again, Tang Juanhao said loudly, secretly warning Chen Zong. He nodded to Chen Zong and left. You're Chen Zong's cousin, the one who learned swordsmanship from Sister Chuyun? One of the 2 people who came with Chen Zong looked at him suspiciously and asked. I'm Chen Zong. Chen Zong nodded. I'm Chen Hongying, you should call me Sister Chuyun, Chen Hongying said with a playful smile. I'm Xianxia. I've heard that there's an amazing person in the Martial Disciple Hall who won the King of First seats consecutively. I didn't expect you to refine your blood qi 6 times and even get the title of Wind Martial 6 Heroes. You're indeed extraordinary. Xianxia smiled and said in a friendly tone. Brother Xianxia, you're too kind. Chen Zong said with a smile. Since Chen Chuyun and the others went to the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy, Xianxia was the number 1 expert of the Chen family hall, Chen He was 2nd, and Chen Hongying was 3rd. The previous number 1 expert was Chen Chuyun. In other words, if Chen Zong lived in Chen Chuyun's former courtyard, he would have to challenge Xianxia and defeat him. Those who came to participate in the Rising Dragon League, other than those who were directly invited like Chen Zong, were the top 3 of each family's younger generation. At this moment, rhythmic footsteps sounded from the stairs. Everyone seemed to have realized something and looked up. They saw a figure slowly walking down the stairs from the fourth floor. A pair of purple gold dragon-patterned battle shoes and an exquisite purple martial attire. The martial attire was gilded with golden dragon patterns. His eyes were bright and domineering, and he wore a purple gold ceremonial hat. He was the main character of today's banquet, Tang Junluo. Everyone, thank you for coming to participate in the Rising Dragon League hosted by my family. Tang Junluo strode over and sat on the reserved main seat. His aura was fully displayed, and his clear voice entered everyone's ears. His gaze swept across everyone's face and paused for a moment on Shenzong. Everyone, please sit. Tang Junluo gestured with his hand, and everyone sat down. The seats were just right. Junluo, you've refined your blood qi 8 times and broke through to become a martial artist, breaking our martial Wind City's previous record and creating a new record. Congratulations. Tang Juanhao stood up and said, let's use tea as wine and toast to Junluo. As it should be. That's something worth celebrating. From now on, our martial Wind City will be better than the other 6 cities in this aspect. Everyone raised their teacups and toasted Tang Junluo. Only Yang Yigu continued to drink. Although this banquet was prepared by the Tang family, there were no elders present. The highest cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. It was completely an event for youngsters. The purpose of this Rising Dragon League is to congratulate Junluo and also to share the glory of the Tang family and martial Wind City with everyone. The other purpose is to gather all the heroes and get to know each other. We can also take this opportunity to discuss martial arts and compare notes with each other. Tang Juanhao was like a spokesperson. Tang Junluo, I lost to you by half a move back then. Today, I'm here to challenge you again as a martial artist. Zhao Wangqing stood up, his tone cold and his gaze sharp like a knife. I'll give you a chance, but not now. Tang Junluo said unhurriedly. Zhao Wangqing did not force him and sat down again. Since that's the case, I'll start first. I heard that drunken sword Yang Yigu's sword gets stronger the more you drink. I've long wanted to experience it. Someone stood up and directly challenged Yang Yigu. This is a spar. Swords have no eyes. Please remember not to use your full strength. It's best if you don't use your qi and blood force. Tang Juanhao reminded. Drinking wine to practice the sword, seeking the wind and drunkenness. Take my sword. Yang Yigu's left hand grabbed the wine gourd and took a big gulp of wine. Her eyes were hazy as she pulled out her sword with her right hand. Her sword turned into a breeze and blew towards her opponent. That sword seemed to carry the fragrance of wine. It was as smooth as flowing water. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. He had the urge to compete with Yang Yigu in swordsmanship. Swish. Swish, Yang Yigu continuously attacked with her sword, and like a gust of wind, she slowly moved forward. Moreover, she didn't use any martial arts, and she had already forced her opponent to continuously retreat. In the instant that her opponent attempted to use martial arts to counterattack, Yang Yigu's sword followed a slight opening and landed on her opponent's neck. The ice-cold feeling immediately made her opponent's entire body tremble, and goosebumps appeared on his neck. Drunken sword is indeed powerful. I've lost. Although this person was a little embarrassed, he admitted it generously. Do you want to drink together? Yang Yigu raised her gourd and asked. I don't like to drink. That person's expression changed and he quickly answered, disappointing Yang Yigu. Yang Yigu, don't embarrass yourself here. Yang Feiyu coldly scolded. Then do you drink? Yang Yigu stepped back to her seat and signaled Yang Feiyu. Yang Feiyu's face was ashen. Yang Yigu, I'll fight you. If you lose, leave immediately. Yang Jin frowned and said in an unfriendly tone. If you lose, drink a cup. Yang Yigu seemed to like to ask people to drink. If I lose, I'll leave. Yang Jin would rather leave than drink Yang Yigu's wine, as if it was some kind of poison. You don't know how to appreciate it. Yang Yigu sighed softly and stood up again. Her footsteps seemed to be messy, but it was as if she was riding the wind and stepping on the moon. Her long sword was unsheathed, bringing a light hum and turning into a gentle breeze. The sword light was continuous, as if there was nothing it couldn't penetrate. Yang Jin immediately pulled out his sword and turned it into a sharp light that pierced through the air. Among the 3 great clans and 5 great clans, the Li clan and the Yang clan were both proficient in sword techniques, but their methods were different. What Yang Yigu used was not the Yang clan's sword technique, but something she obtained by chance. Because this was a banquet, it was only a spar and not a battle of life and death. Usually, she wouldn't use a grade martial art. Of course, a grade martial art that didn't use blood qi was not as useful as a foundation establishment martial art. The foundation establishment martial art that Yang Yigu used was called the 7 Styles of Drunken Sword. It looked messy, but in reality, it was accurate. Yang Jin used the Yang clan's flying swan sword technique. His sword was like a flying swan, light and sharp. Both Yang Yigu and Yang Jin were at the 6th level of the blood qi realm, and their physique was also 1,000 catties. Unless they had a fortuitous encounter or were willing to, the physique of martial artists from the 4th to 9th level of the blood qi realm was about the same. 1,000 catties of strength represented a limit. A limit was not so easy to break. Their long swords collided again and again, messy and sharp. Yang Yigu swung her sword as she drank. Her sword technique became faster and sharper, gradually suppressing Yang Jin. Damn it. Yang Jin knew that things weren't looking good. If this continued, he would be defeated. He activated his blood qi and used a grade martial art. With a strike, the sword light became dazzling. Qi swirled around it and condensed into a flying eagle. It let out a sharp cry and fiercely pounced on Yang Yigu. Flying Eagle Sword Technique, 1st grade. The realm of full mastery. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Yigu's body swayed and her footsteps staggered as if she was drunk. As her long sword swayed, the smell of alcohol permeated the air. The hazy sword light pierced through the air, like clouds and fog. The smell of alcohol permeated the air, causing Yang Jin to feel a little dizzy. He only felt his vision blur for a moment. The originally hazy sword shadow dissipated and turned into an extremely sharp sword light, shattering the shadow of the flying eagle. The sword lightly patted the back of his hand, but Yang Jin felt as if the back of his hand was about to shatter. He could no longer hold the long sword and it fell from his hand. Then, his throat felt as if it was pricked by a needle. He reached out and touched it, and there was a bit of blood. Yang Yigu had already sheathed her sword and returned to her seat with messy footsteps. Today is junior brother Xianbing's birthday, and the author wishes him a happy birthday. Yang Yigu's swordsmanship was amazing. It seems to be chaotic, but it's in order, and it's right in the strange. Brother Yang, good swordsmanship. Chen Zong praised. I can see that you think highly of my swordsmanship. Yang Yigu shook his head and raised his wine gourd. He didn't forget to promote his wine. Give me a cup. Okay. Chen Zong picked up a new cup and put it down. He was very curious why Yang Yigu always asked people to drink his wine, and why they all refused. Then, Chen Zong knew what bitter fruit was. How was this wine? It was clearly a cup of bitter water. Moreover, not only was it bitter, it was also very strong, making it even more difficult for people to accept. Chen Zong finally understood why those people had hurriedly refused Yang Yigu's invitation. You don't know how to appreciate it. Yang Yigu looked at Chen Zong, who was confused, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. My wine is brewed with more than a dozen kinds of 1st and 2nd grade herbs. It can nourish the body and nourish the qi and blood. Don't you think this wine is like a person who comes from a bad family and has to taste the bitter fruit before the sweet fruit comes? Chen Zong couldn't spit it out, so he just kept it in his mouth and let the bitterness fill his whole mouth. His scalp was numb. Slowly, Chen Zong keenly felt a trace of sweetness from the bitterness, which spread little by little. Finally, the bitterness was replaced by sweetness. The confusion on his face was replaced by a kind of pleasure. After swallowing it, he felt warm and comfortable all over. The sweetness comes after the bitterness. Good wine. Chen Zong sighed sincerely. His praise made Yang Yigu's eyes light up, as if he had found a confidant. From now on, I, Yang Yigu, regard you as my friend. Yang Yigu's hazy eyes seemed to become clear in an instant, and his tone was serious. Immediately, he returned to his original drunken and hazy appearance. That scene was like an illusion. If it were other people, especially those who came from a good family, they couldn't understand the taste of the bitter wine, but Chen Zong understood it. It was like a portrayal of the past 10 years, the present year, and the future. Yang Yigu was probably the same. At the banquet, another round of sparring ended. Kong Lianshan, you're nothing more than a commoner. What ability do you have to be ranked among the 6 young heroes? Get out here. I'll let you know that you don't have the qualifications. Wang Xinghong stood up and pointed at Kong Lianshan without any trace of politeness. As you wish. Kong Lianshan sat as still as a rock. His expression didn't change as he slowly stood up and walked to the center. Watch my fist. Wang Xinghong quickly rushed out. His fists were like rolling stones as they smashed towards Kong Lianshan. The sound of stones rolling down the mountain continuously rang out. This was the rolling stone fist technique, a foundation establishment martial art at the perfection stage. Kong Lianshan's expression was calm. He stretched out his arms and raised his palms, using the solid rock palm technique. Wang Xinghong's fists were ferocious and relentless, while Kong Lianshan's palms were as steady as rocks. One attacked and the other defended. Both of them were at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm and had refined their blood Qi 6 times. They were evenly matched in all aspects. Victory or defeat would depend on their battle prowess. As the fists and palms collided, the dull sound was like the roar of a drum. For a moment, Wang Xinghong couldn't break through Kong Lianshan's defense. The more they fought, the uglier his expression became. After all, he was the one who wanted to teach Kong Lianshan a lesson. On the other hand, Kong Lianshan's expression was calm. Giant rock break. After attacking for a long time, Wang Xinghong directly activated his Qi and blood and used the first stage of the giant rock fist technique, giant rock break. The beginner stage of the giant rock break made Wang Xinghong's fist expand. It was as if it had turned into a giant rock as it smashed towards Kong Lianshan. Kong Lianshan's expression changed slightly. He immediately activated his Qi and blood. His palms seemed to expand and rotate like a millstone. Immovable mountain. The first stage of the solid rock fist technique, beginner stage. After the collision, a terrifying dull sound entered everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble. Giant rock break. Wang Xinghong was furious that he couldn't break through Kong Lianshan's defense. He continuously activated his Qi and blood and continuously used the giant rock break technique with his fists. Kong Lianshan also activated his Qi and blood again and again, using the immovable mountain defense. The two of them seemed to be competing for energy. Using a low-ranked martial art required one's Qi and blood to activate, which would consume one's Qi and blood. Using it too many times would consume too much Qi and reduce one's strength. After a few more attacks, Wang Xinghong's face turned pale. He had used up a lot of his Qi and blood. If he continued to attack, it might damage his foundation. As he paused, Kong Lianshan took advantage of the opportunity to send out a palm strike. One of his palms was blocked, while the other landed on Wang Xinghong's chest. With a bang, Wang Xinghong was forced back. He felt as if his chest had been shattered, and the pain was unbearable. Humph. Wang Xinghong's pale face was filled with anger. He had failed to teach Kong Lianshan a lesson and was defeated instead. He was very angry, but he didn't say anything and sat down. Kong Lianshan is good at defense. If you fight against him, you either have to find his weakness or defeat him with a stronger attack. There is no other way. Chen Zong thought to himself. Then, people started to challenge each other. One battle after another. Most of the battles were based on foundation establishment martial arts. Moreover, they were all battles between people of the same cultivation level. Different people, different martial arts, and different fighting styles greatly broadened Chen Zong's horizons and formed a kind of accumulation. Perhaps it wouldn't have any effect now, but as time passed, it would subtly influence Chen Zong's future cultivation and make him move in a better direction. From time to time, he would talk with Yang Yigu and express their understanding of fighting and swordsmanship. Chen Zong, you're just a branch family member. You're not qualified to be ranked among the 6 young heroes. Yang Feiyu's eyes were burning with anger. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Chen Zong. Obviously, Yang Feiyu had transferred his anger toward Yang Yigu to Chen Zong. He couldn't do anything to Yang Yigu, and Chen Zong was having a good conversation with Yang Yigu. However, since someone had challenged him, Chenzong certainly wouldn't refuse. To be honest, after watching so many battles, his hands were already itching for a fight. He stood up, pulled out his sword, and walked toward Yang Feiyu. A branch family member is just a branch family member. You can't even afford a precious iron sword. Do you want me to give you one? Yang Feiyu glanced at the long sword in Chenzong's hand and sneered. Okay, I'll take the one in your hand. Chenzong's answer stunned Yang Feiyu, and then his face turned livid. The others were also shocked and couldn't help laughing. Yang Feiyu had shot himself in the foot. The value of a precious iron sword was not low, let alone giving it to a person he hated. Don't even think about it. Don't try to win a battle of words. Yang Feiyu's voice was cold and harsh. He stabbed his sword lightly and quickly. It was the consummate Feihong swordsmanship. One sword followed by another, and the sword light followed. It was like a flying swan, stabbing toward Chenzong from all angles. Chenzong looked indifferent. He turned his wrist, and the long sword stabbed out. The sharp cry of an eagle was heard, which made the others mistakenly think that an eagle was swooping down. It was very ear-piercing. In terms of level, the eagle strike swordsmanship and the Feihong swordsmanship were on par. However, Chenzong's eagle strike swordsmanship had reached the imperceptible realm, which was more powerful than the consummate Feihong swordsmanship. One sword after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of sword lights Yang Feiyu shot out were all shattered. The sword light was so sharp that it pierced between Yang Feiyu's eyebrows. It was so dazzling that he couldn't look at it directly. When he saw it clearly, he felt as if his eyebrows had been pricked by a needle. He reached out his hand and touched it. There was a scarlet spot. What a fast sword! What a sharp sword! The crowd exclaimed in low voices. Tang Junluo's eyes flashed. He could see that Chenzong's sword was faster, more accurate, and sharper. That's good. Tang Junluo said to himself, otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment when I defeat you. Yang Igu's left hand that was holding the wine gourd paused. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Chenzong's swordsmanship was beyond his expectations. With that, Yang Feiyu was defeated. Go to hell. Yang Feiyu was not satisfied. The more he looked at Chenzong, the more disgusted he felt. How dare he hurt him? Yang Feiyu couldn't stand it. He activated his chi and blood and performed the first level of the eagle strike swordsmanship. Eagle strike, the sharp iron sword was like an eagle's beak. It stabbed fiercely at Chenzong's chest, trying to pierce through it. Stop. How dare you? The fierce tiger art increased his chi and blood circulation, greatly increasing his strength. The willow swordsmanship in the imperceptible realm made his body like the wind and his sword like a willow. As he swayed, the sword lightly touched the eagle strike. The eagle strike swordsmanship in the imperceptible realm attacked continuously around the eagle strike. It was extremely fast, accurate, and stable. The afterimage swordsmanship in the imperceptible realm was performed. The sword light was dazzling and instantly turned into shadows. The alternating light and shadow made people feel dizzy. Under the fierce tiger art and the chi and blood amplification, the three imperceptible realm swordsmanship alternated continuously. After defeating the eagle strike, the sword slashed at Yang Feiyu's face. It was fast, accurate, and stable, but it was ruthless and decisive. Yang Feiyu's pupils shrunk. His face was full of shock. However, the sword was too fast. It was mercilessly slashing at his throat. Show mercy! The group of people shouted. Tang Juanhao directly attacked. No one knew when he held a long spear in his hand. His chi and blood exploded. The spear stabbed at an astonishing speed like a meteor chasing after the moon. The tip of the spear lightly touched the tip of the sword. The terrifying power blocked Chenzong's sword. Chenzong quickly retracted his sword and retreated. However, the tip of his sword was still shattered. The long spear in Tang Juanhao's hand was of the best quality treasured iron level. The long sword in Chenzong's hand was of the ordinary fine iron level. It was inevitable that it would be damaged if they clashed head-on. Yang Feiyu, you are not welcome here. Please leave. Tang Juanhao said angrily. Everyone could see that his sword was meant to kill Chenzong. Yang Feiyu left with a pale face. I'm sorry. Your sword was damaged by me. I'll compensate you with a new one. Tang Juanhao turned to Chen Zong and smiled. Men, bring me the fine iron sword. No, fine iron sword will do. Chen Zong was shocked and quickly said. The tip of the sword was the most important part of a sword. If it was damaged, the power of the sword would be greatly reduced. Without the fine iron sword, how can you have a good fight with me? Tang Junluo said. Everyone was shocked. Tang Junluo was implying that Chen Zong could be his opponent. Wasn't he overestimating him? Very quickly, someone brought a treasured iron sword over and handed it to Tang Juanhao. Tang Juanhao then passed it to Chen Zong and said in a firm tone, Your swordsmanship is truly breathtaking. You are worthy of this sword. The first update of the day is for you. The sword was 66 centimeters long, slightly longer than the one Chen Zong used before. The widest part was 4 centimeters, the narrowest part was 3 centimeters, the thickest was 1.2 centimeters, and the thinnest was 0.8 centimeters. The blade was bronze in color, like a dragon opening its mouth to spit out the blade. The hilt was made of ebony wood, and the surface was frosted to increase grip strength. It also emitted a faint scent of sandalwood, making people feel refreshed. The head of the sword was in the shape of a dragon's tail, and it was also bronze in color. It weighed 26 kilograms. There were wavy patterns on the blade, which glowed with a faint blue light. It was obvious that it was extremely sharp. It was a good sword. Chen Zong couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, it didn't suit him well. Swords were like people. They were all different, and not all were suitable. But it doesn't matter. I can make some adjustments, Chen Zong said to himself. If it didn't suit him well, he could either get used to it or change it. Chen Zong loved such a good sword. If he didn't want to change it, he would adjust it, even though it would take some time. The scabbard was also made of ebony wood, and it was inlaid with bronze decorations. It looked extraordinary, and its value was naturally extraordinary as well. Chen Zong, are you itching to get a good sword? Li Zhenshi said to Chen Zong with a smile. He stood up and walked to the center step by step as if he was taking a stroll. I also need a good opponent. Chen Zong gently put down the scabbard, stood up, and walked toward Li Zhenshi with his sword. The Li family was a family of swordsmen, and their swordsmanship was passed down from generation to generation. It was considered the best swordsmanship in the Fengwu city, and even the Yang family couldn't compare. Li Zhenshi was a rare genius of the Li family, and he was also a genius in swordsmanship. Chen Zong was naturally tempted. My sword is also a precious iron sword. Li Zhenshi slowly unsheathed the sword. The sword light was clear and bright, like the reflection of autumn water. He looked at the sword in his hand with a gentle gaze, as if he was looking at his lover. His left finger gently tapped on the sword, and the sword trembled slightly, making a melodious sound. The length is 88 centimeters, the width is 3.7 centimeters, and the weight is 29 kilograms. My foundation building swordsmanship is called breeze. Please. Chen Zong swung his sword a few times to get used to the sword in his hand. The cool breeze is always by my side. With a soft cry, Li Zhenshi flew over like a gust of wind. He thrust out his sword. The sword light flickered as if it had turned into a gust of wind, blowing towards Chen Zong. It seemed gentle, but it contained an astonishing sharpness. This sword already had a hint of transcendence, infinitely close to the arcane realm. However, being infinitely close didn't mean that he had reached it. If he wanted to truly take that step, it would be very difficult, unless he had some kind of opportunity. The sword turned into a cool breeze. After the sword was shot out, it was everywhere. It was difficult to tell where the sword was. Only the cool breeze could be heard. Brushing willow, as the breeze blew, Chen Zong's body swayed like a willow tree swaying in the wind. His sword moved at the same time as his body. As he swayed, he struck out with his sword. It turned from gentle to fierce in an instant, tearing the breeze apart. Li Zhenshi had refined his blood qi 7 times and was almost done for the 8th time. His foundation was better than Chen Zong's. However, the number of times he refined his blood qi had a lot to do with his foundation and future progress. It didn't have a significant impact on his strength. Moreover, Qianzong's swordsmanship was in the arcane realm. Even if the brushing willow swordsmanship was inferior to Li Jinchu's cool breeze swordsmanship, the gap between their realms could not only be closed, but also surpassed. Li Jinchu was born in a family of swordsmanship. He had been nurtured since he was a child. His talent in swordsmanship was also outstanding, and he worked hard enough. All in all, his swordsmanship was very brilliant. Even if his realm was not as good as Qianzong's, he would not be at a disadvantage. The sword was like the wind, circling and whistling. It was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes light, and sometimes heavy. Qianzong performed the brushing willow swordsmanship to the extreme. His body and the sword seemed to be a perfect combination, making people think that he was a willow tree swaying in the wind. Is this the brushing willow swordsmanship in the perfection realm? I think so, but I don't think so. Could it be? Some people had some guesses. They trembled and their faces changed. If their guesses were true, then Qianzong's talent in swordsmanship was too terrifying. You practiced the brushing willow swordsmanship to the arcane realm. Li Jinchu's sword did not stop, but his voice was full of shock. He originally had some guesses, so he invited Qianzong to have a sword duel. He wanted to try it himself. It was true. It was indeed the brushing willow swordsmanship in the arcane realm. It was too shocking. It should be noted that the Li family was a family of swordsmanship. It had been passed down since the era of the kingdom. The two eras added together had a history of 600 or 700 years. The inheritance of swordsmanship was very complete, and the environment for swordsmanship was excellent. Li Jinchu himself was a rare genius in swordsmanship in the family. He had been nurtured countless times since he was a child, but until now, he had not been able to practice the cool breeze swordsmanship to the arcane realm. The Qin family was not a family of swordsmanship. Their specialty was the spirit of the tiger. Qianzong was just a branch family member, but he could practice the swordsmanship to the arcane realm. How could Li Jinchu not be shocked? I'll borrow your sword to reach the arcane realm. Li Jinchu thought to himself. He cleared his mind and concentrated on practicing the sword. He carefully felt the unique charm of Qianzong's sword. Brushing willow swordsmanship, residual shadow swordsmanship, eagle strike swordsmanship, the three swordsmanship that had reached the arcane realm were alternately performed under Qianzong's sword. All three swordsmanship have reached the arcane realm. Li Jinchu was shocked again. He had to clear his mind and adjust his swordsmanship again. The onlookers were all stunned when they found out that Qianzong's swordsmanship had reached the arcane realm, and three of them at that. To be able to train a foundational technique to the realm of subtlety was already a shocking feat, not to mention, there were three of them. The onlookers were all geniuses of the younger generation. In terms of talent, they were not inferior to many of the older generation. They might even be better. However, none of them had practiced the foundation establishment martial art to the arcane realm. Qianzong was the first to do so. Three swordsmanship to the arcane realm. It was creepy. Yang Yigu's mouth was wide open. What a monster. He himself had only practiced the 7 styles of the drunken sword to the arcane realm. He did not know when he would be able to enter the arcane realm. The friend he had just made was actually, Yang Yigu smiled bitterly. Li Jinchu was completely immersed in the breeze swordsmanship. He repeatedly attacked. Suddenly, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. The wind spiraled and seemed to merge into Li Jinchu's body and the sword in his hand. His body turned into a breeze, and his sword moved with him. Li Jinchu's eyes shone with a sharp light. His sword became lighter and faster, and the hidden sharpness was more obvious. It exuded a unique charm. The sword turned into a gust of wind. It seemed to be everywhere. It came from all directions and attacked Qianzong. Qianzong waved his sword. The sword light surrounded him and tore apart the gust of wind. Qianzong, why are you doing this? Li Jinchu stopped and stood with his sword in hand. He could not hide the joy on his face, but his tone was doubtful. Qianzong understood what he meant. When Li Jinchu planned to use his sword to break through the arcane realm, Qianzong had a feeling that he could take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Li Jinchu and prevent Li Jinchu from breaking through. However, not only did Qianzong not do that, but he also performed 2 other swordsmanship that had reached the arcane realm to help him. I didn't think so much. Chenzong smiled. Aren't you afraid that after my swordsmanship reaches the arcane realm, I will defeat you? Li Zhenshi asked again. Chenzong only smiled and did not answer. I understand. Li Zhenshi took a deep breath and showed a serious expression for the first time. I owe you a favor. However, you must be careful, because the next time we fight, I will defeat you. Hearing Li Zhenshi's words, Chenzong was not surprised. His expression was normal, but the others were shocked. When it came to favors, it depended on the person. Making an ordinary person owe a favor and making a rich genius owe a favor were two different things, especially when Li Zhenshi was the young master of the wealthy Li family and the #1 genius. Not only is he open-minded, but he also has an unparalleled confidence. Tang Juanhao said in a low voice. Only he and Tang Junluo could hear it. Tang Junluo also nodded in agreement. Even though they were young, they were born in noble families, and they were also young masters. They had been influenced by what they saw and heard since they were young, and they were much more mature than their peers. I didn't expect you to have cultivated 3 foundational swordsmanship to the arcane realm. Let's drink. Yang Yigu poured Chenzong another glass of wine. How did you cultivate? Chenzong did not refuse. Although the wine tasted bitter, after enduring it, the bitterness would end and the sweetness would begin. It had a unique flavor. I practice hard every day. If I have time, I will think about it. As I practice, I will break through. Chenzong said. This answer made Yang Yigu stunned. She almost choked on the bitter wine. Forget it, forget it. Everyone has their own opportunities. Yang Yigu shook her head. However, when I have time, I will spar with you and see if I can use this opportunity to see the mysteries of the arcane realm. Anytime. Chenzong smiled. Since you have cultivated your swordsmanship to the arcane realm, do you plan to continue? Yang Yigu suddenly asked. Continue? Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable excitement emerged from the depths of his heart. He was full of anticipation. Could it be that there is a higher realm above the arcane realm? Did your master not tell you? Yang Yigu was surprised. No, the Qin family swordsmanship is very ordinary. It is normal that you do not know. The arcane realm can be considered the end of a martial art. It can also be considered not. Because there is indeed a higher realm above it, but it is somewhat different. Yang Yigu thought for a while and did not know how to express herself. She looked at Li Zhenshi and said, I don't know much either. However, that guy is from a swordsmanship family. He should know. You can ask him. He will tell you. She looked at Li Zhenshi. Li Zhenshi happened to look at her and smiled at Chenzong. Okay, I will ask Li Zhenshi after the Rising Dragon Assembly. Chenzong thought to himself. Once he thought that there was a higher realm above the arcane realm, he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. He felt like his body was filled with energy. He could not wait to pull out his sword and start cultivating. Battle after battle, another person challenged Chenzong. This person's cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. However, the other party also stated that they were only sparring to learn from Chenzong's swordsmanship. Chenzong naturally did not refuse. In terms of the realm of swordsmanship, Chenzong was indeed better than these people. However, in terms of combat experience, he was obviously not as good. He could learn from their strengths and improve his own combat skills and experience. After a few consecutive battles, Chenzong felt that his grasp of the rhythm of battle had improved significantly. Tang Junluo, it's time to fight me. Zhao Wanqing stood up again. His gaze was cold as he stared at Tang Junluo. The long saber was unsheathed. With the saber in hand, the cold aura became even more intense. Tang Juanhao raised his golden spear and faced Zhao Wanqing directly. He was like a monarch sitting in the imperial court, unmoving. Qi. Zhao Wanqing slashed at Tang Junluo with his saber. It was as fast as lightning, tearing through the air. The saber radiance was dazzling and cold, making people shudder. The cold radiance arrived first, and the spear was like a dragon. There seemed to be a roar that reverberated endlessly. The golden spear pierced through the air as if it could pierce through everything. The cold and sharp saber, the fearless spear, if the Li clan was a family of swordsmen, then the Tang clan was a family of spears. Their foundation-building martial art, the hidden dragon spear, was famous. On the other hand, the Zhao clan was a family of sabers. Their foundation-building martial art, the 13 slashes, was famous far and wide. Flying dragon form, soaring dragon form, Tang Junluo slashed with his spear again and again. Each strike was extremely domineering. Zhao Wangqing's saber came one after another, each saber faster than the last, each saber sharper than the last, each saber sharper than the last. It could be seen that the two spear and saber techniques had a hint of transcendence. It was a sign that they were about to surpass perfection and enter the realm of refinement. But like Li Xianxia, if there was no opportunity, it would take a long time to reach the realm of refinement. The martial disciple level was the best time to practice foundation-building martial arts. Once a martial artist broke through and became a martial artist, the focus would shift to rank martial arts, which would affect the practice of foundation-building martial arts. After all, a person's time and energy were limited. If they were too scattered, they would end up with nothing. However, at the level of martial artists, rank martial arts were the means to determine victory and defeat. It would temporarily deplete one's qi and blood, so it was destined not to be a conventional means of combat. Foundation-building martial arts were still very important, and were often used as a conventional means of combat. Then, they would find an opportunity to use rank martial arts to determine victory. There were also some situations, such as using rank martial arts to defeat the opponent directly. Then, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. The realm of refinement was an extremely high level of martial arts. Without enough talent and opportunity, it would be difficult to reach it. The 13 slashes and the hidden dragon spear were performed to the extreme. The cold blade flickered, bringing about a series of cold blade lights, continuously chopping towards Tang Junluo. Tang Junluo held the spear with both hands, as if he had turned into a dancing golden dragon, shuttling back and forth in the cold wind. As they fought, the two of them used their martial arts to circulate their qi and blood power. Their strength immediately increased, and the power of the 13 slashes and hidden dragon spear art also increased rapidly. The 3 great clans and 5 great clans all had their own inherited cultivation methods. The inherited cultivation method of the Zhao clan was the red knife skill of the upper class of the human rank. It focused on qi and blood like a knife. The power of qi and blood cultivated would carry a kind of sharpness like a knife. When performing knife skills under the operation, there would be an additional effect. It could be said that the red knife technique was not only superior to the Chen family's fierce tiger technique in terms of grade, but it also had a certain amplification effect on the knife technique. It was very brilliant. However, the fierce tiger technique focused on qi and blood like a tiger and focused on momentum. This was something that the red knife technique did not have. The Tang clan's cultivation method of qi and blood was also of the upper class of the human rank. It was called the earth dragon technique. Like the fierce tiger technique, it focused on momentum. In addition, it could also increase the arm strength. Once performed, the power of the spear would also be increased. Good knife skills, good spear skills. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he could not wait to pull out his sword and fight with the two. Just now, the battle between him and Li Xianxia did not have a clear winner. Especially after Li Xianxia had cultivated the Bri sword art to the imperceptible realm, it was even more difficult to predict the outcome. After all, Chen Zong's swordsmanship could be considered as a half-baked novice. If it were not for Chen Qiyun's guidance, he would not even be qualified to be invited to the Rising Dragon League, let alone compete with these sword geniuses. Li Xianxia was born in a family of swordsmanship. His talent in swordsmanship was in his blood. Since he was young, he had been influenced by the systematic learning and cultivation methods. No matter what, Chen Zong could not compare with him. Even if Chen Zong had 3 sword arts that had reached the imperceptible realm, Li Xianxia would definitely have his own methods. This was because he had the background of a noble family that Chen Zong did not have. However, if they continued to fight, Chen Zong was confident that he would not lose. Fight, 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 countless sparks flew, and the qi waves surged in all directions. Zhao Wangqing's saber was meant to be used as an offensive weapon. Saber after saber, the power of each saber was astonishing. Tang Junluo's spear was more comprehensive. Regardless of whether it was attacking or defending, there was a trace of power quietly condensing on his body. Suddenly, the power on Tang Junluo's body condensed to the extreme and exploded in an instant. Flying dragon style, the golden spear soared into the sky like a flying dragon, followed by another spear. This spear was Tang Junluo's most powerful spear. Azure dragon style, however, Zhao Wangqing seemed to have been prepared. The 13th knife of the 13 cold blades slashed out fiercely. This knife concentrated all of his power and the power of the previous knives. There was no turning back once the knife was out. The azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was as if it was falling from the sky, wanting to sink the earth. The cold and sharp knife light shattered, and the azure dragon was also split in half. The knife and spear collided directly. The knife trembled slightly, and the spear bent. "Ha!" Tang Junluo shouted in a low voice. He slapped the bent spear with his palm, causing it to straighten. Under the impact of the second wave of power, the knife was shaken off. The golden spear swept out and hit Zhao Wangqing. Zhao Wangqing's face changed. His body trembled slightly, and his steps were quick. It was as if he had put his knife back into its scabbard, causing Tang Junluo's spear to miss. That step was the noble Zhao's graded movement technique, the bayonet movement technique. "Today, your technique is better than mine," Zhao Wangqing said as he sheathed his knife. His tone was still cold. At this point in the battle, if he continued to fight, he would have to use graded martial arts. Knives and spears had no eyes. If he went all out and one of them was injured, it would be detrimental to the banquet. "Chen Zong, it's your turn. Come and fight with me." Tang Junluo had defeated Zhao Wangqing. His aura had reached its peak. He pointed his golden spear with dragon patterns at Chen Zong and shouted. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Chen Zong. "Okay." Chen Zong looked calm. Before he came, he was already mentally prepared for this battle. In fact, he also wanted to fight with Tang Junluo again after he became a martial artist. This battle is the continuation of the battle that we didn't finish that day. Tang Junluo displayed the hidden dragon style. He was like a dragon hiding in the abyss. His aura was condensed and strengthened little by little. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. It turned out that Chen Zong had already fought with Tang Junluo. They suddenly realized that Tang Junluo had challenged all the geniuses in order to break through his limit. They must have fought at that time. But it was strange that they didn't get the news. It seemed that the news was deliberately blocked. Maybe they didn't want to affect Tang Junluo's breakthrough. Chen Zong held his iron sword and displayed the eagle strike swordsmanship. The eagle strike swordsmanship in the imperceptible realm made him look like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring. The spear was like a dragon, the sword was like a goshawk, the dragon's roar and the eagle's cry were so sharp that it almost pierced the eardrums. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Li Zhenshi and Zhao Wangqing were the same. The hidden dragon spear style was displayed one after another. Its aura was amazing and swept in all directions. Eagle strike swordsmanship, residual shadow swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship, the three sword styles were displayed alternately. The sword light was continuous. Sometimes it was like a goshawk swooping down, sometimes it was light and shadow, and sometimes it was like a willow swaying. Fierce, chaotic, flexible, different styles were intertwined and performed perfectly by Chen Zong. After watching and participating in several battles, Chen Zong's battle experience had increased exponentially. His control of the sword style's application and rhythm had also improved. Sword light and spear wind, sword cry and spear roar, with his iron sword in hand, Chen Zong didn't have to worry about his sword being damaged. "Chen Zong, although your three sword styles have reached the imperceptible realm, it's still not enough to compete with me," Tang Junluo said as he attacked with his spear. He activated the Earth Dragon art and circulated his chi and blood. His strength soared and an amazing aura rushed out. Originally, when he broke through to the 4th level of the chi and blood realm, with his talent and the resources of the Tang clan, the strength of one arm increased to 1,500 gene. The Earth Dragon art could also increase his arm strength, so the strength of one arm exceeded 2,500 gene. When he used the hidden dragon spear style with a ratio of 2,500 gene, the power of each spear became even more terrifying. The spear was like a golden dragon that rushed out of the abyss and pierced through the clouds. Zhao Wangqing's face changed. The power of this spear style was even more powerful than when he fought with him just now. At that time, Tang Junluo didn't even use his full strength. Thinking of this, Zhao Wangqing's eyes became even colder. Under the absolute power, the wind brought by the waving of the golden dragon-patterned spear was terrifying. It was like a storm that swept the surroundings, blowing everyone's hair and clothes. No matter how high your martial arts realm is, I can take down 10 with my strength. The spear was like a golden dragon, bombarding Shenzong with unparalleled power. The terrifying wind pressure almost suffocated Shenzong. Using the fierce tiger art, his qi and blood moved like a tiger. Waves of roars came from his body. The aura of the king of the forest burst out, and his strength increased. His arm strength reached 2000 jin. After image, whisking willow, eagle shot, the power of the 3 sword styles suddenly increased. They shattered the golden storm and the golden dragon, but in the blink of an eye, another golden dragon formed and attacked with a gust of wind. Shenzong, show me your true strength, Tang Junluo roared with a fierce aura. Hearing Tang Junluo's words, everyone was shocked again. Show me his true strength, what did he mean? Could it be that Shenzong had never shown his true strength before? The 3 foundational sword styles had reached the tittle realm, but it still wasn't his true strength. Then what was his true strength? Could it be that he had used a ranked martial art? No. When Tang Junluo was a martial disciple, he fought Shenzong to a draw. That's why he knew Shenzong's strength. At that time, Shenzong didn't have a ranked martial art. Someone analyzed in a low voice. In other words, other than the 3 foundational sword styles that have reached the tittle realm, Shenzong may have mastered something stronger than the 3 foundational sword styles. Maybe it's also a foundational martial art, or maybe it's something else. Everyone felt that this analysis was very reasonable. This chapter was written in one go. It was written in a carefree and unrestrained manner. It made one's blood boil. I wanted to draw my sword and polish it. As you wish. Shenzong's footsteps were fast as the crowd was surprised and expectant. Tapping, flicking, and sliding, he quickly retreated to the front of his seat. His left hand grasped the hilt of the sword lying quietly on the table, and his right hand drew a perfect arc inwards. A light sword chime was heard. It was the sound of the sword being sheathed and rubbing against each other. His footsteps staggered, his body lowered, his center of gravity in front, and his body leaned to the left. His left hand grasped the scabbard close to his waist, and his right hand spread open to the hilt. His eyes became extremely sharp, making people unable to look at him directly. Traces of indescribable sharpness gathered on Shenzong's body and spread out in an instant. His whole person seemed to have turned into a divine sword, whose sharpness was unparalleled in the mortal world. It gradually converged and hid in the scabbard, waiting for the moment when it was unsheathed to shock the world. The 8 moves of the real sword. Crouching sword move. What sword move is that? It feels so sharp. Exclamations were heard one after another. Yang Yigu, Li Zhenshi, and other sword practitioners almost stood up in surprise. They could clearly feel the unparalleled sharpness gathered on Shenzong's body. Unparalleled momentum and uniqueness. It was as if it was perfectly integrated with the sword in his hand. It was as if his whole body was a real sword, a sharp sword. Tang Junluo's eyes seemed to be bursting with golden light. With a low roar like a dragon, he moved the long spear with both hands and pierced through the air. It turned into a golden dragon and rushed out of the abyss, carrying unparalleled power and momentum. It blasted towards Shenzong as if it could shatter a mountain. A trace of sharpness burst out. His body trembled slightly, and his right hand opened wide to grasp the hilt. He drew the sword. The chime of the sword was melodious, as if it could linger for 3 days. The sharp sword light cut through the air, like the waning moon in the night sky. It was unprecedented. Sword drawing move. Under the fierce tiger martial arts, the power of qi and blood circulated, and the arm strength reached 2000 jin. The perfect realm of sword drawing technique was tyrannical to the extreme. No matter how hard and sturdy you were, you would not be able to resist this sword. The sharpness of the treasured iron sword was pushed to the extreme, and there was nothing it could not cut. The golden Jiao dragon let out a mournful wail as its head was severed and dissipated into nothingness. Thanks to his fast, accurate, and steady cultivation of the 18 basic forms, as well as the fact that his 3 foundational sword arts had reached the realm of refinement, his mastery of the 8 forms of the true sword had improved, and he was even closer to the realm of refinement. His body undulated like waves. As he retreated and advanced, his aura was unstoppable, as if he was cutting through all obstacles and advancing courageously. There was no turning back, his aura was boundless, charging sword form. Tang Junluo's spear vibrated, transforming into a soaring dragon. Soaring dragon style, however, the soaring dragon was defeated by the tyrannical impact of the charging sword style. It was invincible. What is that? Why is it so terrifying? Everyone around him was horrified. It was not that they were making a fuss, but Chen Zong's sword art was too powerful. It was not inferior to the first level of ordinary sword arts of the inferior class of the human rank, and it was even more useful. After all, the foundational sword arts did not need to consume the power of qi and blood. Carefree and unrestrained, this was the feeling Chen Zong brought by a good sword. It was as if he could cut down thousands of soldiers and horses with one strike. Who in the world can stop me? He thought to himself. Ring sword form, cutting sword form, the gap in strength between the two sides seemed to be eliminated at this moment. Only the stunning sword light seemed to be able to pierce through and cut through everything. Tang Junluo clenched his teeth. No matter what, he didn't expect that Chen Zongyi's sword art would be so terrifying. At the same time, he understood that Chen Zongyi's improvement would be even greater than his. Chen Zongyi's sword art was so terrifying that it was completely out of his expectation. But, so what, I have the dragon spear in my hand. Who can break it? His belief rose, his momentum condensed, and became more powerful. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon's roar coming from the sky, but it also seemed to come from Tang Junluo's body. To some extent, Tang Junluo had a slight transformation under the pressure of Chen Zong's real sword form. Chaotic sword form, the sword light splashed, like butterflies flying through flowers, like a torrential rain, dense and continuous, as if endless, like a giant wave surging in the sky. Retreat, 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 Tang Junluo held the spear with both hands and tried to resist, but he could not help but step back. As the sword and spear collided, an incomparably ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Countless sparks blossomed like shooting stars on a summer night, sprinkling endlessly in the eyes, causing people to be dazzled, their hearts to shake, and their blood to boil. Rapid sword form, a sword, like the wind breaking through the sky, like a shooting star chasing the moon, seemed to come from the sky, through the dazzling flowers, through the mountains, and through the sun. A dot of cold light, like a shooting star, enlarged before Tang Junluo's eyes and filled the entire world, enlarged before the eyes of everyone, and stood aloof from the world. It was swift to the extreme, his arms swelled, veins bulged out like pythons, and his strength seemed to have surpassed the limit. His hands danced, and the spear was like a wheel that rolled and formed an airtight barrier. The tip of the sword pointed and withdrew, yet its strength instantly exploded out, causing the golden dragon spear in Tang Junluo's hand to tremble, and his arms to shake as he repeatedly retreated. His left foot took a heavy step forward, and his figure spun to the right with all his might. His right arm held the sword behind him like a drawn bow, and his left hand pointed straight at Tang Junluo. His strength surged up from the bottom of his feet like a whirlwind, and it passed through his waist and directly into his right arm. His right arm swelled up by a size, and his vital energy and blood were like lava that was about to gush out. Explosive sword form, the last sword form of the real sword form, the strongest sword form. This sword form seemed to be able to shatter enormous rocks, pierce through mountains, split the earth, and directly soar into the sky, pierce through the 9 heavens, pierce through the moon, destroy the moon, and sink the stars. Everyone felt a terrifying sharpness that seemed to want to shatter them into powder, and it caused them to be extremely horrified. Azure Dragon form. Tang Junluo was facing the most direct and intense pressure, and his entire body was suffocating. He was on the verge of collapsing, but he was firm in his belief, and his strength exploded out. He let out a huge roar, and it was as if an azure dragon had come out of the sea to patrol the 9 heavens. The dragon spear was pushed to the extreme, and the dragon pattern on the spear emitted a bloody brilliance, as if it was about to transform into a flood dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The huge roar and the spear combined into one, and with all of his strength and might, he instantly broke through some kind of shackle and stepped into a whole new realm. Hidden Dragon Spear Art. Minute Subtlety, 1 Azure Dragon Form, I am invincible. This was the collision of the strongest attacks, and the victory would be determined by who would win. Sword and Spear, Sword Tip and Spear Tip, Explosive Sword Form and Azure Dragon Form, collision, a sharp sound tore through the eardrums, and then, nothing could be heard anymore. Countless sparks splashed in front of their eyes, and the colors faded, and everything became blurry and distorted. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, after more than 10 breaths, a weak sound was heard, as if it came slowly from the horizon, and became clear. The black and white in front of their eyes were dyed, and gradually became alive and restored to its original state. Chen Zong took 5 big steps back, and his feet left 5 marks on the hard floor. His sword was trembling violently, and his right hand holding the sword was still trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked, and a trace of blood flowed down along the sword hilt. Tang Junluo's hands were empty, and his palms were scratched. Blood oozed out and dyed his palms red, and his hands were still trembling. The golden dragon spear was inserted into the back of the chair behind Tang Junluo, and the spear was swaying. But their eyes were still sharp and domineering. There was dead silence all around, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the swaying of the sword and spear could be clearly heard. After more than 10 breaths, other sounds were heard. Chen Zong, you win this battle. Tang Junluo put down his hands behind his back and said heartily. It should be me who wins. Chen Zong admitted without hesitation. He sheathed his sword, grabbed a white cloth, and wiped the blood on the sword hilt. In the end, it seemed that they were evenly matched, but one of them had a sword in hand, while the other had a spear. Naturally, there would be a winner. Chen Zong looked at the sword in his hand carefully. After such a collision, it was not damaged at all. It was indeed a treasured iron sword, and it made him unable to put it down. Wonderful. Tang Juanhao clapped his hands, and did not hide his admiration. Even with his cultivation level of Qi and blood realm level 6, he felt that this battle was wonderful and impeccable, and it made his blood boil. The applause was very passionate. At this moment, no matter who it was, they let go of the grudges in their hearts. Because they were all martial artists. The applause stopped. Chen Zong, what is the name of the sword technique you used? Tang Junluo asked. Everyone pricked up their ears, and they were very curious. 8 forms of the true sword. Chen Zong's tone was indifferent. 8 forms of the true sword? Everyone looked at each other. They had never heard of this name. Even Li Zhenshi, the young master of a swordsmanship family, had never heard of it. However, this did not hinder them. From now on, the name of this sword technique would be imprinted in their hearts forever, and they would never forget it. 8 forms of the true sword. Your sword technique can be called the unparalleled true sword. Tang Junluo said. It's far from enough. Chen Zong said. He was not being humble, but he was speaking the truth. The competition of the Rising Dragon League was basically over. Chen Zong and Tang Junluo applied medicine to their wounds to stop the bleeding. The crowd was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed and discussed their views and martial arts experiences. Thank you for the banquet. Goodbye. 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 All good things must come to an end. The Rising Dragon League had lasted for a long time, and it was time to end. Everyone stood up and said goodbye to Tang Junluo and Tang Junluo. Chen Zong, I've enjoyed today's battle. However, I will fight you again in the future, and I will definitely defeat you. Tang Junluo looked straight at Chen Zong and said word by word. He was not discouraged by the loss at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. I won't stand still. Chen Zong smiled and waved the sword in his hand. Also, thank you for your precious iron sword. I like it very much. Tang Junluo, I'm very dissatisfied with today's battle. In the future, I will definitely make you use your full strength. Zhao Wangqing said coldly. You can't catch up with me. Tang Junluo declared. Let's go, let's go. Do you want to find a place to drink? Yang Yigu patted Chenzong's shoulder and asked. Next time. Chenzong smiled and replied. He still had things to do. Drinking was not that important. Chenzong, remember, I owe you a favor. If there's a chance, I will challenge you again. Li Xianxia said as he walked past. I believe everyone wants to know what is above the minute subtlety. The main road of the martial wind city was wide enough to allow 3 carriages to travel side by side. On both sides of the main road, there were many shops. In an ordinary tea house, Chenzong and Li Xianxia sat opposite each other. In front of them was a bowl of hot tea and a plate of ordinary pastries. Compared to the Rising Dragon Assembly, the difference was incomparable. But Li Xianxia also picked up the pastries and put them in his mouth without any disdain. This made Chenzong's impression of him improve by a little. Above the minute subtlety, there is indeed a realm. Li Xianxia smiled slightly, saying neither quickly nor slowly. Wearing a white martial robe, his handsome appearance and elegant aura attracted the attention of many. For a time, he became the focus of the tea house. Even many passers-by turned their heads to look at him, especially the young girls. Brotherly, can you tell me? Chenzong's eyes were filled with hope. In the depths of his voice, there was a trace of indescribable excitement. Of course. Although this has not been spread outside, it is also not a special secret. Li Xianxia smiled. It's just that the records of this realm in my Li family are not very complete and clear. I will tell you what I know. In fact, the minute subtlety realm is already the end of the martial arts realm. Because the realm above can be considered a martial arts realm, but also a martial arts realm. Li Xianxia said seriously. That realm is called the True Secret Realm. It can also be called the True Secret Realm. True Secret. True Secret Realm. Chenzong muttered to himself. From these few words, he could faintly understand a kind of mystery. The martial arts realms created by the predecessors were based on a foundation and mystery. For example, the perfect realm was to cultivate a martial art to the extreme and comprehend the essence within. It was like drawing a circle with a pen. There was a beginning and an end. This was called perfect. For example, the minute subtlety realm was to break the original limit of martial arts. Jumping out of the circle, jumping from the so-called circle to the outside of the circle, from being bound by the circle to being able to control the circle. The application of one's strength and martial arts would reach a whole new level. Using the smallest amount of strength to achieve the greatest effect, it symbolized using a small amount of strength to fight against a big opponent. In that case, the realm of true secrets and the 2 words true secrets must have a unique meaning. I don't know what the mystery of the true secret realm is, because no one in our Li family has ever practiced the sword technique above the nuance realm. However, according to the ancient books I've read since I was a child, there are vague records of it. Li Xianxia recalled for a moment, the so-called realm of truth is actually the understanding of martial arts that has surpassed the realm of minute subtlety and reached a higher level, thus breaking the reorganization of martial arts and turning it into a neo-martial arts that has the characteristics of martial arts and extends them to the extreme. Can you understand it if I put it this way? Li Xianxia asked. Chenzong shook his head. Li Xianxia's words were very messy. For a moment, he didn't understand what he meant. Alright, I don't know what I'm talking about either. Li Xianxia's tone was rather helpless. However, if you were able to comprehend the truth realm one day, don't be stingy. You must let me see it. Okay. Chenzong agreed. Hearing your straightforward answer, I feel that you can comprehend the truth realm. Li Xianxia smiled. Thank you for your kind words. Chenzong smiled. After chatting for a while, the two said goodbye to each other and left. The truth realm, what kind of realm is that? Breaking the original martial arts and extending it to become a new martial arts? On the way back to the clan hall, Chenzong thought about it. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. He knew too little, lacked enough guidance, and didn't have enough foundation. This was his own weakness. If I can read more martial arts manuals and enrich my martial arts knowledge, it might be helpful. Chenzong thought to himself. In that case, he would have to squeeze out more time to read the miscellaneous manuals in the clan hall. Those didn't require contribution points. Chen Zong, you've made me wait for a long time. As he approached the gate of the Earth Court, someone blocked his way. The voice was cold and harsh like the northern wind. Who are you? Chen Zong was displeased that his thoughts were interrupted. He frowned and asked. Remember my name, Chen Weishou, a disciple of the Heaven Court. The person seemed to feel superior because he was from the Heaven Court. What's the matter? Chen Zong's tone was somewhat impatient. No one would feel comfortable being interrupted for no reason. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Chen Weishou sneered. Chen Weishou, what are you doing in the Earth Court? A shout came from the side. A skinny and short young man walked over like the wind. After glancing at Chen Zong, his eyes fell on Chen Weishou's face. Do you think the disciples of the Earth Court are easy to bully? Loser, get lost. Chen Weishou looked at the newcomer and smiled disdainfully. Let's fight again. Let's see who's the loser. The newcomer was anxious and angry. Get lost. Even if we fight 100 more times, you'll still be a loser. Chen Weishou waved his hand as if he was driving something away. Chen Weishou, this is the Earth Court. You're not welcome here. Another calm voice sounded. Chen Weishou turned around and his expression changed slightly. Chen Zhong, I'm here on Brother Chen He's orders. If you're unhappy, you can tell Brother Chen He. Chen Weishou was fearless because he had someone backing him up. Chen He. Chen Zhong and the others' expressions changed slightly. After all, Chen He was one of the top 10 elite disciples and was ranked second. Chen Zong, if you obediently kneel and kowtow 3 times in front of Brother Chen He's courtyard, I'll let you go this time. Chen Weishou smiled coldly and looked at Chen Zong as he threatened. Your cultivation is at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, right? Chen Zong suddenly asked. The clan hall had a rule that disciples with higher cultivation were not allowed to attack disciples with lower cultivation unless the disciples with lower cultivation took the initiative to provoke them. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. The lightest punishment would be 100 contribution points. The heaviest punishment would be to mine for a month without pay. Mining for a month might not be a difficult task, but it would delay one's cultivation and cause them to lose face. Brother Chen Zong, he's indeed at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. However, he's 1 year older than you. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, Chen Zhong said to Chen Zong with a serious tone. So? Will you obediently kneel and kowtow to Brother Chen He or let me teach you a lesson? Chen Weishou raised his fist and said proudly. Not even at the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm after cultivating for a year. Chen Zong shook his head. Looks like you've chosen the latter. Chen Weishou's expression changed. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw a punch at Chen Zong's chest like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing and seemed to pierce through everyone's eardrums. The dazzling gleam of the sword flashed and a chill spread throughout his body. Chen Weishou felt as if he was about to be pierced by a terrifying blade. He stopped abruptly and remained motionless. The extremely sharp tip of the sword was an inch away from his throat. The chill made him shudder. The blood in his body felt as if it was about to freeze. His body felt numb and his hair stood on end. The skin on his neck stood up and goosebumps appeared. If you're so capable, don't use your sword. Chen Weishou's face turned pale. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, he reacted quickly at that moment. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Little did he know that Chen Zong was confident in that move. Otherwise, his throat would have been pierced. You have 2 choices. 1. My sword leaves a scar on your neck. 2. Go back to where you came from. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp and piercing. His voice was calm, but it seemed to contain a trace of coldness. Chen Weishou hurriedly retreated and stared at Chen Zong unwillingly. He then looked at the sword in his hand and was shocked. He recognized that it was a treasure iron sword. Relying on your sword is nothing. Just you wait. Offending Brother Chen He won't be forgiven so easily. Chen Weishou left angrily after saying those words. Brother Chen Zong, how did you offend Chen He? Chen Zong looked at the treasure iron sword in Chen Zong's hand with a face full of surprise. However, he didn't practice the sword, so he wasn't envious. Chen He is ranked second in the top 10 elite disciples. How dare you offend him? You're overestimating yourself. The skinny and short teenager smiled coldly and turned to leave. It's nothing. Thank you, Brother Zhong. Zhong smiled slightly. The reason was that he had rejected Chen He's entry into the fist technique group and had caused him to lose face at the Rising Dragon assembly not long ago. In the end, it was just Chen He's own narrow-mindedness. We're all disciples of the Earth Courtyard, and we're all from Little Lake Town. We should unite and help each other. Junior clan brother, if you have any difficulties, feel free to look for me. Seeing that Zhong didn't want to talk about it, Zhong tactfully didn't pursue the matter. Just as Chen Weishou said, it wasn't that simple. Not long after, more trouble came knocking on his door. Zhong, I'm Chen Kaiyue. I heard that you have a treasure iron sword. You're only at the 4th level of the Blood Qi realm. It's useless in your hands. Why don't you give it to me? After the door was knocked and opened, a cold-faced person stood outside with a sword in his left hand. He was obviously a swordsman. How many contribution points are you willing to pay? Zhong asked back. If you give me the sword, I'll owe you a favor. Chen Kaiyue frowned slightly and said stiffly. A favor? Zhong smiled. He didn't care about a favor from Li Zhenshi, the young master of the Li family, let alone a favor from a mere disciple of the Heaven Court. To put it bluntly, Zhong wasn't used to holding this treasure iron sword at first. However, now that he was used to it, he would continue to use it unless it was a last resort. Zhong, you're mocking me. I can take it as a provocation, Chen Kaiyue said with a sharp gaze that was like an unsheathed sword that was about to pierce through Zhong's eyes. You want to take it by force? Zhong smiled and closed the door. Zhong, don't regret this, Chen Kaiyue's stiff and cold voice, with a hint of anger, traveled to Zhong's ears through the door. In the mission room of the main division. You actually completed the mission? The manager of the mission room looked at Zhong in shock. His mouth was wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. Not only had Zhong completed the mission, he had also received the highest evaluation from Elder Lai. Anyone who knew Elder Lai knew that Elder Lai was a person with a very bad temper. He was not polite with his words and had very high requirements for the mission. It was very good to be able to complete the mission, and to be able to get his highest evaluation was like a dream. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the evaluation in his hand could not be faked. The manager quickly registered Zhong. 150 points, that's right, this apprentice mission lasted for a month. And the final reward was 150 contribution points. 100 points was the highest reward, and 50 was an extra reward from Elder Lai. The clan hall was very efficient. Zhong received 150 points, and the news was quickly sent to the Martial Library and other places that required contribution points to update the information. 150 points, enough for me to exchange for 15 beast blood pills. Zhong was overjoyed. After leaving the mission room, he strode towards the pill room. The pill room was responsible for the refinement of energy pills and beast blood pills. It was also responsible for the exchange. For me, the first stage of the Fierce Tiger art has not been completed, and the second stage is still far away. The Diffraction Sword art is only at the initial stage of the first stage. 150 points are far from enough to exchange for a mid-rank Mortal Realm Sword art. I might as well use them to improve my cultivation. Elder Lai wants me to stay in the workshop as an apprentice. As long as I can forge 10 pieces of iron every month, I will be able to get 200 points. It's a good deal. While thinking, Zhong came to the pill room and used 150 points to exchange for 15 beast blood pills. His contribution points were once again 0. The beast blood pills could be used as a supplement for the cultivation of qi and blood. It could also be used to recover qi and blood. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard a commotion. So he is the real Sword Zhong? He looks so ordinary. What kind of eyes are you looking at? You should know that Zhong is one of the 4 young heroes of wind and martial arts. The other 3 are the young masters of the 3 most powerful and influential families. How can he be compared to them? That's called being reserved, do you understand? Chen Zong couldn't help laughing secretly. The contents of the Rising Dragon League that day also spread like wildfire. He had cultivated 3 foundation establishment sword techniques to the realm of intricacy, his battle with Li Xianxia, causing Li Xianxia's clear wind sword technique to reach the realm of intricacy, and his final victory against the main character of the Rising Dragon League, Tang Junluo, and so on. After time and time again, the news spread throughout the entire martial wind city, stirring up a heated discussion. The final result was that the Wind Martial 6 young heroes became the Wind Martial 5 young heroes, and the Wind Martial 3 young heroes became the Wind Martial 4 young heroes. There were also people who specially gave the Wind Martial 4 Little Lingguan titles and ranked them according to their strength. The Real Sword Chen Zong, Dragon Spear Tang Junluo, Famed Sword Li Xianxia, Cold Blade Zhao Wanqing. Among the younger generation, there were very few martial artists who were qualified to be given titles. Now, there were 4 more. Qin Jigang, who had been in the clan hall for some time, finally realized that he was indeed nothing here. On the contrary, Chen Zong was as dazzling as the sun, which made the hatred in his heart for Chen Zong disappear invisibly. Chen Yuyao and Chen Yidao could only look up at Chen Zong's back. Some people may be inconspicuous at the beginning, but once they exert their strength, they can soar to the sky. We can only look up to them. Chen Yidao sighed and turned to leave. His back looked a little lonely. Chen Yuyao looked at Chen Zong's back from afar with a sad expression. He used to be her childhood playmate and childhood sweetheart. Now, he had become a stranger, and she was the one who made him feel like a stranger. Brother Chen Zong, the elder wants to see you. As soon as he returned to the door of the house, Chen Zong seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. The elder wants to see me? Chen Zong was a little surprised. He didn't know why the elder wanted to see him, but he still said to Chen Zong, "Brother, thank you for telling me. Haha, you are now one of the 4 talents of wind martial arts. Of course, I have to build a good relationship with you. In the future, I will need your guidance." Chen Zong joked. When he learned that Chen Zong was listed as one of the 4 talents of wind martial arts, the shock in his heart was indescribable. In the history of the Qin clan hall, no one had ever had such an honor. At most, he was listed as one of the 4 talents of wind martial arts. After chatting with Chen Zong for a while, Chen Zong turned and left the Earth Court. He went to the main area again and directly entered the main hall. There were 3 people in the hall. They were 3 of the 5 elders. One of them was Elder Xing, whom Chen Zong had met many times. "Ha ha ha, our real unparalleled sword is here." Elder Xing laughed when he saw Chen Zong. "Elder, please don't laugh at me," Chen Zong said. He was worthy of the title Real Unparalleled Sword, but he didn't think he was qualified to be called the Real Unparalleled Sword. "You are Chen Zong from Lake Town?" The person sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man. His calm face seemed to contain a deep sense of power, just like the Tiger King who had fallen into a deep sleep. His calm tone and not loud voice made Chen Zong's hair stand on end for some reason. "Chen Zong, don't be nervous. This is the chief elder of our clan hall, Elder Wei." Elder Xing reminded him, "You have seen him before. He is elderly. Greetings, Elder Wei and Elderly. I am Chen Zong from Lake Town." Chen Zong responded in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Who is Chen Jingtang to you?" Elder Wei spoke again. His question caused Chen Zong to be taken aback. However, he quickly reacted. This Elder Wei was acquainted with his father. "My father." Chen Zong thought for a while and answered truthfully. "Your face is indeed similar to Chen Jingtang's when he was young." Elder Wei nodded. There was a subtle smile in his eyes, but his tone was still so calm. There was an invisible pressure in the calmness. "How is your father now? What is his cultivation level?" "My father has lost his cultivation and is now an ordinary person," Chen Zong answered truthfully. "Why?" Elder Wei seemed to be surprised. He didn't know about this. Chen Zong then gave a brief account of what had happened. "It's not that easy to recover his qi and blood cultivation base," Elder Wei said in a serious tone. "Even our Chen family doesn't have such a treasure. As long as it exists, I believe that I will get it with my own hands in the future." Hearing Elder Wei's words, Chen Zong's heart sank. He realized that it would be more difficult to restore his father's cultivation level than he had imagined. However, as long as there was hope, he had a goal. With a goal, he had the motivation to achieve it. Compared to your father, your talent is indeed much better. When your cultivation level is higher and stronger, you can go to the Dingtian Pavilion to have a look. The Dingtian Pavilion has branches all over the eastern continent. It will be easier for you to find treasures that can restore your cultivation level. However, the prerequisite is that you can pay the corresponding price. Elder Wei nodded. Dingtian Pavilion. Shenzong repeated the name and firmly remembered it. Immediately, he looked at Elder Wei and asked, "May I ask if Elder Wei's full name is Chen Li Wei?" "You know me? Did your father tell you?" Elder Wei was a little surprised. "When I was practicing the Tiger Power Fist technique and reached the peak of the Profound Realm, my father took out a painting of a fierce tiger descending the mountain for me to study. With that, I broke through to the Perfection Realm." The name Chen Li Wei was inscribed on the painting. Chen Zong smiled. "I knew it. Chen Jingtang was the one who stole it." Although Elder Wei said that it was stolen, he was not displeased at all. Instead, he smiled and looked at Chen Zong with a gentler gaze. "It's a pity that you are practicing swordsmanship now. Otherwise, I would take you as my disciple. It's good to practice swordsmanship. If you don't practice swordsmanship, how can you become a real swordsman? How can you be listed as one of the 4 wind martial elites?" Elder Xing smiled and said, "Chen Zong, well done. You are listed as one of the 4 wind martial elites with the young masters of the 3 great clans. You have brought glory to the Chen family." "My achievements today are inseparable from the clan hall," Chen Zong said modestly. "Your achievements today are mainly due to yourself," Elder Wei said. Perhaps the clan hall of the Chen family was indeed helpful to Chen Zong, but it only provided an environment and some resources. These were not enough to make Chen Zong what he was today. Otherwise, with so many disciples in the clan hall, why was Chen Zong the only one who could be listed as one of the wind martial elites? Although the Chen family has been adhering to the spirit of the tiger since the establishment of the Chen family, emphasizing on fighting with one's own ability and fair competition, which is somewhat different from other families, in view of your being listed as one of the 4 wind martial elites and promoting the name of the Chen family, after many discussions among the elders of the family, we finally decided to give you a reward. We hope that you will continue to practice and achieve greater achievements." Elder Wei said slowly, "In fact, this is also what you have earned under fair competition with your own ability. Little guy, do you want to know what the family reward is?" Elder Xing smiled and asked. "Please tell me, Elder." Chen Zong did not know what kind of reward the family would give him. "You little guy, you are so boring," Elder Xing said helplessly, looking a little like an old urchin. "Chen Zong, the family's reward is 10 little red blood pills." Elder Wei smiled and explained, "The little red blood pills are different from the beast blood pills, but in terms of value, they are far more valuable than the beast blood pills. Every little red blood pill can last for 10 days after consumption, doubling the effect of your blood qi cultivation." Doubled. Chen Zong was very surprised. What it meant was that consuming 1 little red blood pill for 10 days of cultivation was equivalent to 20 days of cultivation under normal circumstances. Then, 10 little red blood pills could last for 100 days, which was equivalent to 200 days of cultivation. It was indeed very good. "Come, take these 10 little red blood pills." Elder Wei saw the surprise on Chen Zong's face and smiled again. "Remember, you cannot consume the little red blood pills at the same time as the beast blood pills, and you cannot consume them consecutively. After consuming 1 pill, you have to wait at least 3 days for the next one." "I will remember." Chen Zong took the porcelain bottle with both hands. Inside, there were indeed 10 little red blood pills. "Alright, work hard on your cultivation. The world of martial artists is very vast, and the Fingwu city is just a small corner of it," Elder Wei encouraged. "Yes, elders." Chen Zong will take his leave now. After bowing, Chen Zong left the main hall with the porcelain bottle in his hand, full of excitement. In his heart, he was even happier. "Thank you to everyone who voted and tipped me. The weather is freezing, please be careful." November 18th, year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar. It had been more than 3 months since Zhenzong became a martial artist and an official disciple of the clan hall. Walking out of the scripture tower, Zhenzong looked up at the sky and went to the cafeteria. Up until now, he'd already browsed through all the miscellaneous notes in the martial repository tower, and it had indeed allowed Zhenzong's accumulation of martial arts knowledge to increase greatly, and his horizons had broadened a step further, but he still didn't have the slightest clue about the realm of truth. Thinking about it, in the entirely clan's aristocratic clan, which had been passed down for 600 to 700 years, there had never been anyone who had cultivated their sword techniques to the true secret realm. In fact, in the entire martial Wind City, the true secret realm was just a legend. Thus, Zhenzong could not be anxious. The more anxious I am, the more confused I will be. Zhenzong took a deep breath and said to himself. His tense mind relaxed. He had thought it through. It was great that he could reach the realm of truth. However, if he couldn't reach it, he couldn't force it. Otherwise, it would only affect his state of mind. If it slowly accumulated, it would only lead to problems. He went to a corner of the training field and didn't draw his sword. Instead, he practiced the Tiger Power Fist art several times as a warm-up. As he practiced, it was as if there was a shocking tiger roar that resounded through the forest. Zhenzong only felt that his understanding and control of the Tiger Power Fist art had directly increased. I actually broke through. Zhenzong was surprised. Among all the Foundation establishment martial arts he had practiced, it was the first to reach the realm of perfection. However, because of his sword practice, he rarely used it. However, today, he had broken through to the realm of imperceptibility. This allowed Zhenzong to have a different understanding of the realm of imperceptibility. Sword and fist, fist and sword, there were differences but also similarities. I wonder when I can reach the realm of imperceptibility. Zhenzong thought to himself and drew his sword. He continued to practice the 3 Foundation establishment sword techniques that had reached the arcane realm 10 times a day. After that, he practiced the 8 true sword stances 50 times a day and the 18 basic sword stances 50 times a day. Now that he lacked the conditions to practice the 4 key swords, he could only do so. As for his arms, Zhenzong could not only easily forge ordinary iron, but also fine iron. He tried to forge a pair of arm guards with heavy iron. After failing 7 or 8 times, he finally forged a pair of heavy iron arm guards that satisfied him. It had to be said that heavy iron was not suitable for forging. Every time he failed, it was not because Zhenzong's skills were not good enough, but because the heavy iron was too brittle. Elder Lai's help was inseparable from the fact that the final forging was successful. He had added some other materials to increase the toughness of the arm guard. The arm guards were very thin, but they were very heavy. Each one weighed at least 50 kilograms. When they were worn on Zhenzong's forearm, they could not be seen at all because of his sleeves. Zhenzong was not used to it when the heavy iron plate was replaced with a heavy iron arm guard that weighed 100 pounds, but he soon got used to it. After resting for a while, Zhenzong pulled out his sword again. The blade of the precious iron sword glowed with a faint blue light. It was extremely sharp. The cold light on the tip of the sword was like a ray of cold stars in the night sky. After looking at it a few times, one would feel sore in the eyes. He pulled out his sword, the first level of the diffraction sword art, diffraction shadow. As he pulled out his sword, 4 sword lights flashed. As he pulled out his sword again, the 4 sword lights lined up in front and back. They slashed towards the same target one after another, leaving clear tracks in the air. The peak of the minor completion, not far from the profound completion, Zhenzong said to himself. Even people like Qin Guzhan and Chen Fenghua were still at the entry level of the first level of the inferior human rank martial arts. It showed how difficult it was to practice the inferior human rank martial arts. The reason why the inferior human rank martial arts were difficult to practice was that every time one practiced, one had to activate the qi and blood. Every time one practiced the inferior human rank martial arts, it would consume the power of qi and blood. It was destined that each time one practiced the inferior human rank martial arts would not last as long as the Foundation establishment martial arts. After all, compared with physical strength, the power of qi and blood was very limited. Generally, one could only use the cultivation method or let it recover on its own. Even the young masters of the big families dared not take too many pills to recover, because it would do more harm than good. External forces were, after all, external forces. Taking an appropriate amount could have a supplementary effect, and the body would naturally eliminate the side effects, which were some impurities. However, if one took too much at a time, the impurities could not be eliminated in time. They would accumulate little by little and eventually affect one's body. The higher the inferior human rank martial arts, the more powerful it would be, and the more the power of qi and blood would be consumed. However, after using the peak of the minor completion martial arts 13 times in a row, Qianzong felt that the power of qi and blood in his body was almost exhausted. His face was pale. The limit should be about 15 times. If I reach the profound completion, I'm afraid it will be even less. After using it 2 more times, the power of qi and blood in his body was indeed exhausted. Qianzong's face was pale, and he felt empty inside. He felt powerless, but he could still hold the sword and practice the sword. What was consumed was only the power of qi and blood. He still retained most of his physical strength. Sheathing his sword, Qianzong concentrated and used the fierce tiger skill to move the power of qi and blood, speeding up the recovery. The recovery rate of qi and blood differed greatly with or without a skill. For example, the fierce tiger skill was a middle-grade mortal level skill. It could increase the recovery rate by 100%. If it was a low-grade mortal level skill, it could only increase the recovery rate by 50%. However, if it was a high-grade mortal level skill, it could increase the recovery rate by 15%. Qianzong realized that every time he used the fierce tiger skill to recover his qi and blood after using it to practice the sword, there was a significant improvement in the cultivation of the fierce tiger skill. He could feel that he was not far from mastering the first level of the fierce tiger skill. This place had long become Qianzong's exclusive place to practice the sword. No one would come to disturb him. As for Chen He, no matter how much he hated Qianzong, he would not dare to cause trouble now. After all, Qianzong was one of the wind martial arts 4 littling and was crowned as the true sword. He could not fight in person. If he let the same level of qi and blood realm to deal with Qianzong, he might not be a match. Qianzong, today you don't need to forge a piece of refined iron. Try forging a sword. In the foundry, Elder Lai said as soon as Qianzong stepped into the forging room. Forging a sword? Qianzong was a little surprised and a little tempted at the same time. Yes, don't you want to forge a sword for yourself? Elder Lai's voice was full of temptation. Think about it. If you can wield the sword you forge, fight masters from all walks of life, and suppress geniuses from all sides, wouldn't that be even more wonderful? Seeing Qianzong's tempted expression, Elder Lai laughed secretly. He wanted to accept Qianzong as his disciple and teach him forging skills, but the latter was not interested. After thinking hard, he changed his strategy and adopted a roundabout strategy. He did not accept Qianzong as his disciple, but he would give him pointers from time to slowly arouse his interest in forging. Now, after a few months of observation, thinking, and inquiry, he finally came up with another way, which was to let Qianzong learn to forge a sword. If a person who practiced swordsmanship had the ability to forge a good sword for himself, he would naturally be willing to forge a good sword for himself. As long as Qianzong was tempted, then he could teach him the forging skills bit by bit. At that time, even if they were not master and disciple in name, they would still be master and disciple in reality. Thinking about it, Elder Lai could not help but cry at his own cleverness. Forge a sword myself. Qianzong thought deeply. During this period of time, when I was flipping through hundreds of handwritten notes in the martial library, there was a sentence that said, comprehend swordsmanship by forging a sword, but there was no explanation at all. At that time, I was focused on looking for traces of the realm of truth, so I didn't pay attention to it. Maybe I can give it a try? Thinking of this, Qianzong was even more tempted. He practiced swordsmanship for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was his hobby. Secondly, it was to have stronger strength. Because of his hobby, he would naturally love swords more. If he could forge a sword himself and see a good sword being born in his own hands, how wonderful would it be to compete with geniuses of the same generation and experts of the older generation with the sword that he had painstakingly forged. Thinking of this, his heartbeat increased greatly, like the roar of a drum. Think about it, if you can forge a famous sword that has been passed down for generations, how glorious would that be? Elder Lai's voice sounded again. Famous sword that has been passed down for generations? Chen Zong was puzzled. Looks like you still don't know. Fine, I'll tell you. Seeing that Chen Zong was puzzled, Elder Lai hurriedly continued to arouse his interest. Weapons are divided into levels. The lowest level is the common iron level, followed by the fine iron level, and above that is the treasured iron level. The treasured iron level is not the end, because there are 3 more levels above it. As expected, Chen Zong was intrigued and listened attentively. Above the treasured iron level is the treasured iron level. The difference between a treasured iron level weapon and a treasured iron level weapon is like the difference between the Qi blood realm and the Qi blood realm. Elder Lai shook his head and said, to forge a treasured iron level weapon, not only does it require precious ores, it also requires superb forging skills. If the common iron level, fine iron level, and treasured iron level have a difference of 10 times in value, then the value of a treasured iron level weapon is more than 100 times that of a treasured iron level weapon. Chen Zong's heart thumped. A treasured iron level sword was already so sharp, then, what about a treasured iron level sword that was more than 100 times more valuable? Above the treasured iron level. Elder Lai deliberately paused before continuing, it's called the godly iron level, and its value is more than 100 times that of a treasured iron level. Godly iron level. Chen Zong's mouth was dry. If he remembered correctly, what Elder Lai said just now was that there should be another level above the godly iron level. Above the godly iron level, it's called the legendary, and is also called the legendary? Weapons, swords, are naturally called legendary swords. Every legendary swords? Weapons, not only are their quality better than the godly iron level, but they also contain a wonderful story. Its value is already not something that can be measured by money. Elder Lai's tone revealed infinite yearning. In this life, if I can see a legendary sword with my own eyes, I'll be satisfied with a weapon. Legendary swords? Weapons. Legendary swords. Chen Zong repeated softly. Then, how elegant would it be? The profession of a blacksmith is divided into levels. For example, if you can forge common iron, you'll be a blacksmith apprentice. If you can forge fine iron, you'll be an ordinary blacksmith, which means a normal blacksmith. If you can forge treasured iron, you'll be an elite blacksmith, which is called a fine blacksmith. I am a fine blacksmith. Elder Lai's last sentence was to flatter himself. In fact, if he wanted to forge treasured iron, it would depend on luck. He could barely be considered a fine blacksmith. What about forging treasured iron? Chen Zong couldn't help but ask. Master blacksmith. Elder Lai answered quickly. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Now, listen carefully. I'll teach you how to forge a sword. In the process of ranking up, please click and vote. In the forging room, the furnace was burning fiercely, as if it could burn everything to ashes. The red light of the fire shone and the temperature was scorching. The 4 key techniques of blacksmithing are the foundation. You have mastered them all. In this aspect, I have nothing to teach you. But if you want to forge a sword, the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing alone is not enough. Now, I will teach you a better forging technique, for transformation 5 hammers technique. After explaining the steps of forging a sword to Chen Zong, Elder Lai began to teach him the 4 transformation 5 hammers technique. The so-called 4 transformation 5 hammers technique was a more advanced forging technique that evolved from the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing. The 4 transformation was the depth of the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing. The 5 hammers were the 5 techniques to swing the hammer. Light, heavy, fast, and slow were the 4 transformations. Positive, void, press, and grind were the 5 hammers technique. Combining the 4 transformations and the 5 hammers technique was the 4 transformation 5 hammers technique. Chen Zong learned very quickly after Elder Lai taught him. In fact, in the previous 2 or 3 months, Elder Lai taught Chen Zong the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing and also taught Chen Zong the 5 hammers technique in bits and pieces. Well, now that you have mastered the 4 transformation 5 hammers technique, immediately forge a sword for me to see. Elder Lai said unceremoniously. Chen Zong had long been accustomed to Elder Lai's way of speaking and did not care. Forging a sword was different from forging a block of iron. To forge a block of iron, the rough iron was burned red and soft with fire and then hammered repeatedly. To forge a sword, the iron was melted into molten iron with fire and poured into the model to solidify into the initial embryo. After repeated hammering, it gradually took shape and finally quenched and sharpened, a sword was completed. The common iron block had long since been melted into molten iron, and under Chen Zong's control, it was injected into the longsword model. The molten iron glowed with a bright red light, as if it was lava. It gave off a terrifyingly high temperature, causing Chen Zong to sweat profusely. Staring at the molten iron in the mold, Chen Zong watched as it cooled down and solidified bit by bit. When it was about time, he took it out and placed it on the anvil. Then, he grabbed the 100-pound hammer with his right hand, lifted it up high, and smashed it down with all his might. The right of the 5 hammers meant that the hand was holding the hammer. It was the most commonly used method of holding the hammer. Su, on the other hand, was to hold it slightly without exerting much force. When the hammer was raised and brought down, it might seem fierce, but it was actually very light and would vibrate slightly. As for pressing, after the hammer landed, it would not bounce back up. Instead, it would press down on the sword embryo with a second force. Pressure, this is the increase of pressure. Grinding referred to rubbing up and down a short distance after pressing the hammer against the sword embryo. Elder Lai watched from the side and nodded secretly. It was Chen Zong's first time forging a sword. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it, his overall performance was quite good. His basic skills were very solid, and his control and application of power were unique. After repeated hammering, the sword embryo took shape and solidified completely. Hammering was useless, so he decided to temper it. The water used for tempering was cold spring water. One had to grasp the timing and angle. This required superb eyesight, keen senses, and rich experience. In terms of eyesight, Chen Zong was not bad. In terms of senses, Chen Zong was not bad either. What he lacked was experience. Therefore, in Elder Lai's opinion, the tempering this time was very ordinary. This is the sword I forged with my own hands? Chen Zong picked up the sword from the cold spring water and looked at it carefully. The body of the sword was a little uneven, and it was not straight enough. It was crooked and looked like a fire stick. Too bad. You need to continue working hard. Elder Lai took a look and scolded directly. Did he dare to say that the sword he forged for the first time was not even as good as a fire stick? After that, Chen Zong no longer forged refined iron blocks. Instead, he forged swords. The task given to him by Elder Lai was to forge at least 10 ordinary iron swords this month, and he would be able to get 200 contribution points. After leaving the forging workshop, Chen Zong recalled every detail of the sword forging process. How do I comprehend swordsmanship by forging swords? Obviously, forging swords and practicing swords were two different things. Then, what was the connection between the two? Chen Zong did not know yet, but he would find the answer. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Chen Zong forged an ordinary iron sword every day, but every time, he was not satisfied. The molten iron was poured into the sword mold, taken out, hammered, shaped, and quenched. With a sizzling sound, the water vapor turned into white mist. After the quenching was completed, Chen Zong took out the sword and looked at it carefully. The body of the sword was straight, even, and smooth. It was a little better than the first ordinary iron sword he used. I finally succeeded. Chen Zong wiped the sweat off his face and smiled from the bottom of his heart. After successfully forging the sword, Chen Zong suddenly had a deeper understanding of swords. This was because every step of the formation of the sword was under his control. Next, it's sharpening. Sharpening was to polish the blade and make it sharp. Only then would it be a real sword, not just an ornament. Sharpening was also about technique. Careless polishing would only ruin the sword. After sharpening, Chen Zong's finger gently touched the blade. Feeling the sharpness, he smiled again. Suddenly, he waved the sword as if he had a telepathic connection. His chi and blood surged and exploded in a unique way. The sword light slashed out. For sword lights were very clear. Beside them, for blurry sword lights appeared. Okay. Chen Zong quickly put down the ordinary iron sword. He did not have time to tidy it up. He picked up the sword and quickly left the forging workshop. After successfully forging the sword, he had a more intuitive understanding of swords. Because of this, his understanding of swordsmanship also improved. Although he was still a little confused, it did not stop him from achieving a breakthrough. The forging workshop was not a place to practice swordsmanship. With that feeling, Chen Zong ran like a horse to a corner of the training field. He pulled out the sword, grasped that feeling, and immediately started practicing. Over and over again, the 4 blurry sword lights slowly became clear. After 15 times, his qi and blood were exhausted. Chen Zong had to recover. After recovering, he continued practicing swordsmanship. Over and over again, as if he did not know the meaning of fatigue. Until the sun set in the west, night fell, and the bright moon quietly rose into the sky. Splitting light and sweeping shadow. Once again, he slashed out. 8 clear sword lights slashed forward. Looking carefully, 4 of them were very clear and bright, while the other 4 were relatively dim. Splitting light and sweeping shadow, I've finally mastered it. Chen Zong exhaled. He was sweating all over. His stomach was growling from hunger. He quickly took out an energy pill and ate it. Then, he went to the cafeteria. Splitting light and sweeping shadow at the mastery level consumes 1/5 of my qi and blood. If I reach the peak of the mastery level, I'm afraid it will be even more. Although the consumption of qi and blood increased, the power of splitting light and sweeping shadow at the mastery level was indeed much stronger than at the peak of the mastery level. Practicing swordsmanship, forging swords, and practicing martial arts. Chen Zong could feel his progress every day. However, he still had no clue about the realm of truth. And the 8 forms of the true sword was still at the peak of perfection. Year 395, December 28th of the Zhenwu calendar. It was the end of another year. Martial Wind City was located in the east of the eastern continent. The 4 seasons did not change that much. However, in such a cold winter, the cold wind was still chilly. In a corner of the martial arts field, Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. The sharp sword light was dazzling. It tore through the cold wind and split into 8. With another slash, the 8 sword lights lined up and slashed at the same place. As if they were cutting through space, they left a clear sword mark. It took a few breaths for it to disappear. After exhausting all of his qi and blood, Chen Zong started practicing the fierce tiger art. His qi and blood were like tigers. As he circulated them, a powerful and fearless aura gathered in his body. His qi and blood were recovering at an accelerated rate. When his qi and blood were fully recovered, Chen Zong felt the inside of his body vibrating. It was as if a tiger's roar was echoing through the forest. The roar was earth-shattering. His qi and blood were vibrating violently. This is. After his qi and blood calmed down, Chen Zong sensed it carefully. His face was filled with joy. I've mastered the first level of the fierce tiger art? The fierce tiger art was a middle-grade mortal-level martial arts technique. It was divided into 3 levels. Mastering the first level would allow one to reach level 7 of the qi and blood realm. Mastering the second level would allow one to reach level 8 of the qi and blood realm. Mastering the third level would allow one to reach level 9 of the qi and blood realm. However, the difficulty of practicing a cultivation technique was often higher than that of a martial art of the same level. Many of the disciples in the clan hall had yet to master the first stage, let alone the second stage. As for the entire Chen family, only a small number of people could master all 3 stages of the fierce tiger technique. The higher the level of the martial arts technique, the higher the upper limit of one's cultivation. It also meant that one's cultivation speed and qi and blood recovery speed would increase. The exchange for the second level of the fierce tiger art requires 500 contribution points. I've already exceeded that amount. Chen Zong thought to himself. He immediately set off for the martial arts tower. The martial arts techniques on the second and third level of the martial arts tower only have names and introductions. There are no details. Once you've made your choice, come back and tell me, the martial arts tower administrator said to Chen Zong. This method was to prevent people from recording more martial arts techniques after entering the second and third levels of the martial arts tower. I choose the second level of the fierce tiger art, Xianxia said. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to enter the second level. Xianxia, 500 contribution points deducted. Then, the administrator took out a silk booklet and handed it to Xianxia. This is the second level of the fierce tiger art. You must return it within 10 days. The second level of the fierce tiger art was much more profound than the first level. However, it was based on the first level. There were only some additions and changes made to the circulation of qi and blood, making it more efficient. However, if one were to cultivate the second level directly, it would be more difficult because it lacked the foundation of the first level. Xianxia quickly replaced the first level with the circulation of the second level. He immediately felt that his qi and blood recovered at a faster rate. It was almost 50%. In other words, if he continued to cultivate, he could grasp that the cultivation speed of the second level was 50% faster than that of the first level. In other words, the cultivation speed and recovery speed of the second level of the fierce tiger art of the middle class of the human level was comparable to the first level of the upper class of the human level. Moreover, Xianxia could feel that the qi and blood driven by the second level of the fierce tiger art was like a tiger. Its momentum was even stronger than that of the first level. The temperature suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. My whole body is shivering, and my 2 claws are almost frozen. Writing is really a challenge. Fellow brothers, remember to protect yourself from the cold and keep warm. I really envy Xianxia, he can still go out now. In early spring, the coldness seemed to be heavier, but the sunshine was lively and full of vitality. Everything was nourished and grew. On the branches of a few big trees, clusters of tender green appeared. Under the dewdrops, they were verdant. Under the refraction of the light, a figure was reflected, as if a small person was practicing swordsmanship. Light-splitting shadow. With a slash of his sword, 8 sword lights pierced through the air like arrows, leaving behind 8 clear sword scars. After practicing light-splitting shadow several times, Xianxia's qi and blood were exhausted. He ran the second level of fierce tiger skill to recover. After recovering, he began to practice light-splitting shadow. Light-splitting swordsmanship was divided into 2 levels. The first level was light-splitting shadow. The second level was light-splitting shadow. There was no doubt that the second level was much more powerful than the first. The first level of guiding style had 7 movements. The second level of guiding style had 9 movements. The first 7 movements were the same as the first level. The difference was the 8th and 9th movements, which were the essence of light-splitting shadow. To practice the second level, one had to reach the profound realm of the second level as the foundation. At first, Xianxia didn't understand. Now he understood that it was not absolute, but relative. In the cultivation of martial arts, the higher the realm, the higher the level of understanding of that martial art. The degree of mastery would also increase accordingly. Only after reaching the realm of great mastery would one be able to cultivate the second stage. In fact, it should be said that when one's understanding of splitting light and sweeping shadow reached the realm of great mastery, one would be able to cultivate shadowless splitting. Of course, in most cases, understanding also meant that one had mastered it. Only in some rare cases, one had to understand it first and then master it later. There was no synchronization. The difficulty of practicing light-splitting shadow was in the 8th and 9th movement. Perhaps it was because Xianxia would make adjustments according to his own thoughts while practicing the scattered light fleeting shadows. The 8th movement was not difficult for him at all, but the 9th movement was a problem. The purpose of the guiding style was to guide the vitality force to circulate in a unique way. The 8th movement was an extension and strengthening of the first 7 movements, but the 9th movement's circulation of qi and blood would undergo a huge change in an instant. It was as if the circulation of qi and blood had changed from releasing to withdrawing, and from scattering to gathering. The completely different circulation method required Xianxia to control the circulation of qi and blood in an instant. It was as if a galloping horse had to suddenly turn around. After practicing for a while, Xianxia still couldn't find a clue. The clan hall wasn't sealed off, and it was very well informed. Tang Junluo has made a breakthrough. Zong was a little surprised when he heard the news, but he thought it was normal. After all, Tang Junluo had tempered his blood qi 8 times. As a martial artist, his cultivation speed was much faster. Moreover, he was the young master of the Tang family. Naturally, he would enjoy better resources. It was only natural for him to break through to the 5th stage of the qi and blood realm in just 4 to 5 months. Then, Li Zhenshi and Zhao Wangqing shouldn't be too far away from breaking through. Zong guessed. Although the two of them hadn't tempered their blood qi 8 times, they had reached the limit of 7 times. They were even better than him. Moreover, they were the young masters of 2 wealthy families. Needless to say, they enjoyed even better treatment. As for the young masters of the Chen family, the older one had already left the clan hall, and the younger one wasn't even old enough to practice martial arts. About half a month later, another piece of news came. Li Zhenshi and Zhao Wangqing had broken through to the 5th stage of the qi and blood realm. "I'll be there soon too," Zong said to himself. The third piece of news was that Tang Junluo, Li Zhenshi, and Zhao Wangqing had left Fengwu City separately and entered Mount Fulong to seek out beasts to train themselves. Beasts? Zong's gaze was distant. Monstrous beasts were a terrifying and dangerous species. Even the weakest monstrous beast was equivalent to a qi and blood realm level 4 martial artist. They were born with strong bodies, sharp claws and teeth, astonishing survival abilities, and a certain level of intelligence. Under normal circumstances, martial artists of the same level were no match for monstrous beasts. Martial artists who could single-handedly kill beasts of the same level were called elite martial artists. Should I also leave the clan hall and go to Mount Fulong to train? Zong suddenly had this thought. He used to think that it wasn't the right time, but now, he seemed to be influenced by Tang Junluo and the other two. No matter how outstanding he was still a 15-year-old youth. "I'll go to Mount Fulong, but not now." Zong suppressed his inner desire. Reality proved once again that shadowless dispersion was harder to cultivate than shadowless dispersion. Especially the 9th movement, which had to instantly reverse the flow of blood qi. Zong failed every time, and every failure would cause his blood qi to vibrate, making him feel very uncomfortable. At the forge, Zong could already easily forge ordinary iron swords of excellent quality. Elder Lai began to teach him how to forge fine iron swords. At the martial library, Zong spent 200 contribution points to exchange for the right to cultivate the wind-stepping steps. There was only one level to the wind-stepping steps. Zong studied it and realized that it wasn't very difficult to cultivate. It wouldn't take long for him to get started. From now on, he had one more move to cultivate. Zong began to feel that he didn't have enough time, but in order to improve his overall strength, he had to squeeze in the lack of time and find joy in the midst of hardship. February 15, 396 of the Zhenwu calendar. Under the shade of the tree, a figure was walking at a fast pace, as if he was stepping on the wind. His body moved with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 3 meters away. His body flashed again, and appeared 3 meters away again. The wind-stepping steps is easy to cultivate. The cultivation and execution of the wind-stepping steps required the consumption of vitality force. The classification was also very straightforward. Taking 1 step was entry level, 2 steps was minor success, and 3 steps was major success. Zong's cultivation was at the 4th level of the blood qi realm. When he executed the wind-stepping steps, he could cover 3 meters in 1 step. Now that he could take 2 steps consecutively, he was at the initial level. He cultivated the spectral swordsmanship. His blood qi was depleted once again. The 2nd level of the fierce tiger skill was activated. When his blood qi was fully recovered, Zong felt his blood qi become restless as if it was about to escape his control. This feeling. Zong's expression changed. He quickly continued to activate the fierce tiger skill. He used his mind to coordinate with the fierce tiger skill and forcefully controlled his surging blood qi. His blood qi became more and more restless, but Zong had a firm grip on it. It was as if he was taming a ferocious tiger. This might be difficult for an ordinary martial artist, but it was nothing for Zong. The restlessness of his blood qi was gradually suppressed. It was as if a raging river had calmed down. However, there were continuous roars of a tiger. As his blood qi circulated, it became more abundant. Abundant blood qi, this was the sign of the 5th level of the blood qi realm. I've finally reached the 5th level of the blood qi realm. Chenzong smiled. This was within his expectations. He could clearly feel the blood qi circulating in his body. It was abundant, as if it had spread all over his body. It had at least doubled. He drew his sword and executed the spectral strike. 8 sword gleams followed, tearing through the air and leaving a 2-meter-long sword mark on the ground. I've used up almost 1/10 of my blood qi. It seems that the breakthrough in cultivation not only doubled the amount of blood qi, but also slightly increased its purity. Chenzong came to this conclusion as he acutely sensed the depletion of his blood qi. Since my cultivation has broken through to the 5th level of the blood qi realm, I'll need at least a year to reach the 6th level of the blood qi realm. I still have no clue about the true secret realm. The 8 forms of the true sword is at the peak of perfection, but it's difficult to break through. The 2nd level of the spectral swordsmanship is quite difficult to get started with. After thinking about it, Chenzong realized that there was nothing he could improve in a short period of time. In other words, he had passed the period of rapid improvement and was about to enter a relatively stable period. Since that was the case, going out to train was the best choice. Let's go to the mission room and take a look at the missions. Going out to train often had a purpose. Other than improving oneself, one also had to complete some missions to earn contribution points. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chenzong's gaze carefully swept across the mission panel as he memorized one mission after another. Missions related to killing monsters and obtaining certain parts of their bodies, as well as missions related to picking herbs, were all within the scope of acceptance. Anyway, he would not lose anything even if he could not complete them. The last mission was to guard the mineral vein. The Qin family had an iron mine in Mount Fulong. Miners would mine it every day. Most of the mined iron would be sold to various families in Martial Wind City. A small portion would be kept for themselves and supplied to the clan hall's foundry. It could be said that the iron mine was one of the Qin family's main sources of income. Since that was the case, the mineral vein was very important. It had to be heavily guarded to prevent others from seizing the opportunity to attack and invade. As for the mission of guarding the mineral vein, it was also to give the clan hall's disciples a chance to train. The limit of this mission was 10 people, and the duration of the mission was 3 months. During the mission, unless there was a special reason, they were not allowed to leave their posts for long periods of time. However, they were not restricted from leaving the iron mine for a short period of time to look for herbs in the vicinity. If they left their posts for more than 5 days, they would be considered to have failed the mission and would be punished by having 300 contribution points deducted. However, if they completed this mission, they would be able to obtain 1,200 contribution points. It was a good deal. Chenzong was the last person to accept this mission. Since you've already accepted this mission, get ready. Gather here in the afternoon and set off to the mineral vein with the other 9 people. Don't delay. If you miss the time, you'll fail the mission, the administrator said solemnly. Got it. Chenzong nodded and turned to leave. He first went to the foundry to inform Elder Lai that he had to make some preparations, such as bringing bags and some dry food. After lunch, Chenzong went to the mission room to wait. Not long after, the other 9 people arrived one after another. There were disciples of the Heaven Court and disciples of the Earth Court. Among the 9 people, Chenzong saw a few familiar faces. They were Qin Zhong, a disciple of the Earth Court who was also from the branch family in Xiaohu Town. There was also Chen Weixiao, who came to find trouble with him on Chen He's orders but left in a sorry state. There was also Chen Kaiyue, who wanted to gain something without risking anything. When they saw Chenzong, the 3 of them were very surprised. Brother Chenzong, did you also accept this mission? Chenzong could not help but ask. Do you think you can do whatever you want with a precious iron sword? You might even die under the claws of a demonic beast. Chen Weixiao still hated Chenzong for making him leave in a sorry state that day. Chen Kaiyue stared at Chenzong with a gaze as sharp as a sword. Warning! Warning! The author is frozen. Everyone, please help. Please help immediately. Mount Fulong stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The 7 martial cities of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder were located at the bottom of Mount Fulong. They were relatively close to each other. Mount Fulong was the first choice for martial artists from the 7 martial cities to train. It was also a must-go place. Mount Fulong was long and wide, but it was only a branch of the 100 Beast mountain range. When Qinzong found out about this, he was very shocked. Mount Fulong was already so long and wide. What about the 100 Beast mountain range? Countless beasts roamed Mount Fulong. The weakest was naturally a first-grade low-grade beast. It was said that there were 4th-grade beasts and even higher-grade beasts. Only powerful martial artists who had surpassed the blood qi realm could fight against them. Under the lead of a deacon, the 10 people from the Qin clan hall left Martial Wind City. Relying on their own 2 feet, they quickly headed in the direction of the Hidden Dragon Mountains. Along the way, the deacon explained the situation of the Hidden Dragon Mountains to them, focusing on the Qin clan's iron mine. The Qin clan's iron mine was in Mount Fulong, but it was not too deep. It was deeper than the outer area. It was said that the beasts that roamed there were usually 1st-grade and 2nd-grade beasts. 3rd-grade beasts would occasionally appear, but they were rare. The 10 of you will be divided into 5 groups. You will be stationed at 5 different directions of the mine. Remember, you must leave at least 1 person in the stronghold. Both of you cannot leave at once. Warden Xianxia's tone was solemn. You should already know the other rules from the mission summary. The forest was everywhere and the grass was lush. Although the path was a little bumpy, it did not hinder the group. After all, they were all martial artists. This was Qinzong's first time entering a mountain since he was young. Moreover, Mount Fulong was even bigger than Mount Fengho outside Little Lake Town. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was as if he was excited. He felt that he could not get enough of the scenery around him. The immersive experience was very wonderful. It was as if he had suddenly walked out of a cage. The sky was high and the ground was wide. His heart was also infinitely bigger. Vaguely, there seemed to be something stirring, but there was nothing. As they walked, the vegetation gradually became sparse, until it finally disappeared. Everyone knew that they had arrived at the Qin clan's mine. Mineral veins produced pig iron and small amounts of heavy iron, which could be refined. After refining, the pig iron ore would become crude iron, which could then be forged into ordinary iron, refined iron, and so on. As for heavy iron, although there was less of it, its use was limited and its value was not high. Deacon Xianxia, it's your turn to lead this mission. A group of 10 people walked in front of them. They were all wearing light iron armor and had long sabers at their waists. They looked to be at least in their 20s. Their expressions were cold and solemn, and their bodies emitted traces of murderous aura. Immediately, they brought an invisible pressure to Qinzong and the other 10 people. That was a murderous aura that could only be cultivated through a true battle of life and death. These 10 people were the Qin family's martial artists who guarded the mineral vein. They were also known as the Qin family's Iron Guards. Each of them had a cultivation level of at least Qi and Blood Realm 7th stage or even higher. The one who greeted them was the leader of the 10. He looked to be in his 30s and had a stern look on his face. The smile that he squeezed out looked a little forced, as if he rarely smiled. Yes, Captain Tai-san. Nothing has happened to the mineral vein recently, right? Deacon Xianxia replied with a smile. With the Qin family's Iron Guards around, nothing will happen. Captain Tai-san's tone revealed a kind of confidence. That's true. Xianxia's tone was not perfunctory, but also a kind of confidence. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Captain Tai-san led his team to continue their patrol. Deacon Xianxia also took the opportunity to introduce the Qin family's Iron Guards to everyone. The Qin family's Iron Guards were the direct guards of the Qin family. Only those who had reached Qi and Blood Realm 7th stage were qualified to enter. There were a total of 120 of them. Other than the head captain, they were divided into 12 small teams, with 3 small teams guarding the mineral vein. They rotated once a year. There were 30 martial artists who were at least Qi and Blood Realm 7th stage. Every one of them was an elite martial artist who had gone through many life and death battles. Not only were they strong individually, but they were also good at teamwork. In addition, there were also elders who had surpassed the Qi and blood realm. It was not difficult for them to guard a mineral vein. This was also the reason why the mineral vein still belonged to the Qin family after so many changes over the past few decades. Chen Zong and the others could not help but feel a sense of respect for the Qin family's iron guards. Chen Zong and the other 10 people were brought to the center of the mineral vein. There were 2 big rows of houses there. One row was for the miners, and the other row was for the elders and the iron guards who guarded the mineral vein. After meeting the elders and the iron guards, the 10 people were assigned to their respective positions. Chen Zong, I'll give you one more chance. Hand the sword to me. Chen Kaiyue walked to Chen Zong's side and said in a low voice, the favor I owe you still counts. Also, you can be in my group. I can protect you and let you complete your mission smoothly. Chen Zong did not even bother to say anything and walked to Chen Zong's side. Brother Chen Zong, I'll be in your group, said Chen Zong. That would be great. Chen Zong also had the same intention. After all, they were both from Little Lake Town and were relatively closer to each other. Chen Kaiyue's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Chen Zong actually dared to look down on him. Chen Zong, aren't you afraid of being in the same group as a Qi and Blood Realm level 4 cultivator? Chen Weishou laughed strangely. Aren't you also at Qi and Blood Realm level 4? Chen Zong retorted. He, your information is outdated. I'm already at Qi and Blood Realm level 5 now. Chen Weishou was a little proud. Alright, since you've been assigned to your groups, each of you will choose a direction and walk there. You'll see the house and stay there for 3 months. If you run out of food, you can come here to get it. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can also come here to ask for help. Also, remember, if you encounter a beast that you're not confident of defeating, remember to send a signal for help. Qin Xiaojia clapped his hands and signaled for everyone to start the mission. Brother, let's go this way. Qin Zhong pointed to the west. However, Chen Weishou seemed to be deliberately opposing him and led his group to the west. Chen Zong and Chen Zhong did not care and chose to go north. A small courtyard was located in the mountains. On one side there were sparse vegetation, while on the other side, it was barren. It was like a dividing line. Chen Zong and Chen Zhong lived in the small courtyard. Each of them had a bedroom. There were other rooms that had other uses, such as a kitchen. The air in the mountains was very fresh and the scenery was very beautiful. However, there was a slight metallic smell, perhaps because of the mineral vein boundary. After receiving enough food for 10 days, Chen Zong and Chen Zhong settled down peacefully. Besides cultivating, they would also take turns to patrol the nearby area. Today, it was Chen Zong's turn to patrol again. After circling left and right, they walked forward. Gradually, the vegetation became sparse and flourished. Chen Zong suddenly smelled a very strange fishy smell. It seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. He immediately realized that something was approaching him. Suddenly, an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. Maybe it's a monster, Chen Zong thought to himself. His left hand gripped the sword even harder. Since he started cultivating and became a martial artist, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. However, other than some sparring sessions, he had never experienced a real battle. His father once said that an outstanding martial artist had to go through life and death situations. Only then could they truly grow. Chen Zong did not know about the other iron guards of the Chen family, but he had seen the 10 of them with his own eyes. Every one of them had a murderous aura that gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Monster, come on. Chen Zong almost held his breath as he muttered to himself. His eyes became extremely sharp as he stared ahead, as if he could see through countless vegetation. As the fishy smell became thicker, the vegetation in front of him swayed. That thing was getting closer. A red pattern appeared, becoming clearer and clearer. Its dark yellow fur was dotted with red markings. It looked like a huge lynx. Red-spotted leopard. The moment Chen Zong saw it, the various handwritten notes he had read in the clan hall's martial arts repository flashed through his mind. He instantly identified its name and all other information. Red-spotted leopard. An adult red-spotted leopard was about 1.5 meters long. It was a low-grade Class 1 monster. It was fast and had explosive power. Its claws were extremely sharp, comparable to a fine iron sword. Moreover, the red-spotted leopard did not have any obvious weaknesses. If one had to point it out, it would be that it was not strong enough. However, it was relatively easy to kill those below the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Even if a normal 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm unleashed their full strength, they would not necessarily be its match. After all, monsters were born with strong bodies and a certain level of intelligence. They were also good hunters in the forest. The red-spotted leopard in front of him was about 1.6 meters long. It was definitely an adult. The red-spotted leopard lowered its body like a drawn bow. Its golden eyes locked onto Qianzong. It was extremely cold and filled with brutality. Its front claws lightly scratched deep marks on the ground. Its strength surged violently, ready to explode at any time to deliver a fatal blow. Its brutal aura and cold, emotionless eyes were enough to make a 4th-level Qi and Blood realm martial artist who had never seen blood tremble. It would be difficult for them to unleash even a fraction of their strength. Even a 5th-level Qi and Blood realm martial artist would not fare much better. Qianzong's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. He felt chills all over his body and his skin tingle. He was horrified. He realized that he had never experienced a life-or-death battle. Facing monsters that had survived countless killings, he was naturally at a disadvantage. He assumed the starting stance of the crouching sword style. His eyes were fixed on the red-spotted leopard, not letting go of even the slightest movement. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Everything around him seemed to be fading away. Only the sound of his heartbeat became clearer, like the beating of a drum. The tip of the mysterious sword trembled slightly. A silver dragon danced in the air, illuminating his entire body. Qianzong's breathing became long and deep. He was highly focused. His bones and muscles were in a relaxed state. In an instant, he was able to unleash a shocking amount of strength. One man and one beast faced off. This week, a new book will be on the list. Everyone, please log into your account to read it and vote for this book. The mountain wind blew past, whistling loudly, bringing with it waves of coolness. The green grass swayed with the wind like waves. The red-spotted leopard remained motionless. Qianzong seemed to have turned into a statue. Only his hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Breath after breath passed. Qianzong became calmer and calmer. He entered an indescribable state. It was as if he and the red-spotted leopard were the only things left in the world. Everything else had disappeared. The red-spotted leopard's figure seemed to be magnified in front of Qianzong's eyes. It was the first time Qianzong faced a beast. Even if it was equivalent to a level 4 Qi and Blood realm beast, he did not dare to underestimate it. This was not a spar, but a battle of life and death. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. The red-spotted leopard moved. As if it had turned into a bolt of lightning, it flew a few meters. It raised its sharp claws and tore through the air. With ferocity, it clawed at Qianzong. It felt danger and temptation from the human in front of it. The temptation of Qi and Blood. If it ate the human, it would definitely become more powerful. Its sharp claws glinted with a cold light. It was as if a meteor from outer space was about to pierce through Qianzong's eyes. The terrifying chill caused his Qi and Blood to slow down. So fast. Qianzong was surprised. This speed was faster than any of the level 4 Qi and Blood realm beasts he had fought. Using the fierce tiger skill, the aura of a fierce tiger suddenly burst out from his body. At the same time, a tiger's roar seemed to ring out. The red-spotted leopard was slightly shocked and thought that the human in front of it had turned into a tiger-type beast. With the activation of the level 5 Qi and Blood realm, Qianzong's arm strength immediately increased by 2,000 catties, reaching a shocking 3,000 catties. Not only was his strength increased, but his speed was also increased. His right hand instantly grasped the hilt of his sword and unsheathed it. It flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Sword drawing style, the sword was like a crescent moon across the sky. It was so fast that it cut through the air in front of it. The speed of the sword was much faster than the red-spotted leopard. Moreover, the timing was perfect. The precious iron sword once again proved its sharpness. Qianzong felt as if his sword had cut through something, and a strange sound was heard. In front of him, there was a splash of blood, and a figure fell. With a bang, dust flew into the air. Blood dripped from the sword. With a gentle shake, all the blood on the sword was shaken off. Chen Zong's gaze fell on the red-spotted leopard in front of him. There was a huge gash on its neck, almost completely cut off. Even with such a serious injury, the red-spotted leopard was not completely dead. Its body was still twitching and struggling, as if it wanted to get up. What an amazing vitality, Chen Zong couldn't help but exclaim. A surge of excitement welled up from the depths of his heart. Under the wound of the red-spotted leopard, there was a pool of scarlet red, and the stench was extremely pungent. Not far away, there were drops of scarlet blood dripping onto the sandy ground like a curtain of beads. He looked at the corpse of the red-spotted leopard and then looked at the sword in his hand. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, he even had a feeling that the sword in his hand had only just been sharpened. At first, I thought that after the sword was sharpened, it would be sharpened. Now I know that's not true sharpening. Muttering to himself, Chen Zong looked a little absent-minded. Only when blood is seen is the true sharpening. The sword itself is a weapon of slaughter. It's sharp, straight, and tough. A sword that doesn't see blood is just a decoration no matter how good it is. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Zong felt as if he had grasped something, but at the same time, he felt as if he had grasped nothing. No rush, no rush. Since this feeling has already appeared, I'll grasp it sooner or later. He said to himself. He grabbed the hind leg of the red-spotted leopard, which weighed at least a few hundred kilograms, and carried it back to the small courtyard of the stronghold. Brother Chen Zong, we have monster meat to eat today, Chen Zong said with a smile. What a big leopard. This is a red-spotted leopard, right? It was killed in one strike. Brother, you have good sword skills. Hearing this, Chen Zong came out. His eyes fell on the carcass of the red-spotted leopard, and he was shocked. Then, he exclaimed, it seems that brother's strength is enough to defeat most Qi and Blood Realm level 4 martial artists. Chen Zong did not know that Chen Zong's current cultivation was already at Qi and Blood Realm level 5. The two of them began to divide the work. They fetched clean water from the nearby stream, skinned, cleaned, and removed the useless parts. They separated the bones and flesh and set up 2 large cast iron pots. Then, they opened the skin and dried it under the sun. The meat was chopped into pieces and thrown into a large cast iron pot. They added some dried herbs that were less than 10 years old and stewed them over a large fire. The bones were thrown into another large iron pot. They added an appropriate amount of water and prepared to boil them into bone glue. A martial artist's flesh was a great supplement to a monster. Conversely, a monster's flesh was also a great supplement to a martial artist. The best way to eat it was to eat it raw. However, neither Chen Zong nor Chen Zhong had such a habit. It was better to stew it for its taste. They stewed it for 2 hours before a strong fragrance wafted out. However, it was still not enough. They changed the fire to medium and stewed it for another 2 hours. After that, they changed the fire to low and stewed it for an hour. Other than adjusting the fire, the two of them cultivated separately. It smells so good. What are you cooking? Chen Weishou walked over and asked while sniffing. It's none of your business, Chen Zhong said coldly. Oh, that's the skin of a red-spotted leopard. Is there red-spotted leopard meat in the pot? Chen Weishou's eyes lit up. Naturally, they could eat monster meat in the clan hall. However, it took some time to send it from the mountain to the clan hall, so it was inevitable that the freshness would decrease. Moreover, the quantity was limited. Scram, 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 Chen Zhong hated Chen Weishou and immediately chased him away. Chen Zong did not have a good impression of this person either. I say, the two of you are too boring. A red-spotted leopard is so big that the two of you can't finish it. Moreover, as fellow clansmen, shouldn't you share some with me? Chen Weishou was very thick-skinned. He quickly approached the cast iron pot and was about to lift the lid when a sharp cold light bloomed in front of him. The cold light made his whole body numb and he quickly retreated. Chen Zong. What do you mean by this? Are you going to kill me just because of some monster meat? Chen Weishou said sternly. What a disgrace, Chen Zhong said disdainfully. If you want to eat monster meat, go hunt it yourself. It's just some monster meat. I don't care if you give it to me. Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pretended to turn around and suddenly kicked out a stone. It flew like a meteor toward the cast iron pot, intending to overturn it. Since he couldn't eat it, he would make it so that they couldn't eat it either. You. Xianxia did not have time to react. The sword flashed and the stone was shattered into fine particles. Some of them were reflected toward Xianxia and hit his body, causing him great pain. Xianxia, you're asking for a beating. Xianxia was furious. He rushed over and punched Xianxia. Xianxia ran away. It's just a monster. I can hunt it too. Xianxia shouted as he ran. What a lowly person. Xianxia did not chase after him but said disdainfully. Ignore him. The stew is almost done. Let's eat, brother. Xianxia smiled and did not take Xianxia seriously. When the lid was lifted, an indescribable fragrance wafted into their nostrils, making them drool. There was almost no oil in the soup. Large pieces of monster meat floated up and down, which was very tempting. As for the other cast iron pot, it was still simmering to extract all the essence from the bones and solidify it into glue. The two of them began to eat. After kicking away the unwanted parts and bones, there was more than 50 kilograms of meat left. It was enough for the two of them to eat for 2 or 3 days. Next, the two of them took turns patrolling the area. Xianxia's footprints were getting farther and farther away, and the probability of encountering demonic beasts was also getting higher and higher. After the first battle where he had seen blood, the second time he encountered a demonic beast, even if it was a mid-grade LV1 demonic beast, Xianxia did not feel the slightest bit nervous. He was able to display his full strength and fight with it. However, a mid-grade level 1 monster was equivalent to a level 5 Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. It was much stronger than a regular level 5 Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. During the first battle, Xianxia had to use all his strength to kill it. He also suffered some injuries, mainly because he did not have enough experience in fighting monsters to the death. As the number of battles with monsters increased, Xianxia felt that the sword in his hand was getting sharper. He knew very well that it was just a feeling. The sword was still the same as before. What had changed was his mentality and willpower. It had already been a month since Xianxia had arrived at this place. During this time, Xianxia had killed 8 low-grade Class 1 demonic beasts and 3 mid-grade Class 1 demonic beasts. He was no longer the rookie he once was. I feel like I'm about to grasp the essence of the 8th style of the true sword, Xianxia said as he walked out to continue patrolling. Fighting with demonic beasts time and time again had allowed him to grow in every aspect. Even deeper. Suddenly, Xianxia was locked on by a terrifying aura. He felt chills all over his body. What a terrifying aura. This aura is definitely stronger than a mid-grade level 1 monster. Could it be an upper-grade level 1 monster? If it was an upper-grade level 1 monster, then he did not know whether he was lucky or unlucky. The stronger monsters near the mineral vein were either killed or driven away. Most of them were low-grade level 1 monsters. Sometimes, he would encounter mid-grade level 1 monsters. As for upper-grade level 1 monsters, there were very few of them. A sound that made one's scalp tingle came, as if it came from the depths of the throat. It was like a rolling thunder, rushing into Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction of the voice. He saw a figure slowly walking out from behind a huge tree that would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It did not look very tall. Excluding the tail, it was about 1.8 meters long and less than 1 meter tall. Its whole body was blue, and its hair was soft and smooth, fluttering in the wind. It looked very strong and vigorous. Its green eyes seemed to be shining, cold, cruel, and cunning. Being stared at, Xianxia instinctively felt uncomfortable. Its fangs were shining with cold light, which was very scary. Its back was slightly arched, like the protrusion of its spine, as if it was made of steel. It was a wolf, a big blue wolf. The mountain wind blew, but it seemed to freeze. The atmosphere was bleak. A terrifying murderous aura surged from the ironback green wolf, locking onto Xianxia. It was pervasive, causing Xianxia's qi and blood to be slightly obstructed. Fortunately, he had cultivated Fierce Tiger technique to the second level and reached the fifth level of the Qi and Blood realm. Otherwise, if he was at the fourth level of the Qi and Blood realm or at the first level of the Fierce Tiger technique, he would not be able to use much of his strength. With the sword in hand, Chenzong's aura continued to condense. The roars of the tiger seemed to have become sharp, as if they could pierce through gold and split stone. A level 1 upper-grade monster, in terms of level, was equivalent to the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. It was comparable to an elite martial artist at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Its strength was terrifying. Chenzong did not dare to turn around. He could only gather his strength and guard himself, not leaving any openings to face the wolf. His beating heart gradually calmed down. His cold eyes stared at the ironback green wolf, as if he could see every strand of hair on its body clearly. The 5 fingers of his right hand opened slightly, subconsciously moving gently. A hint of human mockery flashed through the ironback green wolf's eyes. After a few dozen breaths of time, it actually slowly approached Chenzong. Every step seemed to be carefully calculated. The aura on its body also increased, increasing the pressure on Chenzong. The second level of the Fierce Tiger technique was activated to the extreme, resisting the increasingly powerful aura of the ironback green wolf. A trace of cold sweat seeped from his forehead and slowly flowed down. Sword, sharp blade. Holding the sword, not for decoration, only to protect oneself and kill the enemy. Practicing the sword, not eating or drinking, can't be so casual, not strolling and chatting, can't be so idle. With the sword in hand, one must be sincere. Between bends and straight, one must be fearless and cut through all obstacles. Drawing the sword, decisively, unsheathing the sword, without the slightest hesitation. Unconsciously, the preface of the Little Sword Manual appeared in his mind. Sword, edge, sharpness, bends, straightens, tenacity, fearlessness, he muttered as if he was talking to himself. The aura on his body changed as well. The tiger's roar gradually turned into the cry of a sword. The iron sword in the scabbard seemed to tremble as well, as if it wanted to leave the scabbard and reveal its sharpness. The steelback green wolf seemed to have sensed something. Its footsteps paused as a trace of suspicion flashed across its eyes. Soon after, it once again took a step forward, but its speed had clearly decreased. Closer, closer and closer. All of a sudden, the ironback cyan wolf leaped into the air like a flash of cyan lightning, striking towards Chenzong. Chenzong only saw a flash of cyan shadow in front of his eyes, and a gust of fishy wind blew towards his face. The cold light was so sharp that it seemed to pierce through his eyes. He drew his sword, like the collision of divine metals from outer space. The sword radiance was like a crescent moon. It streaked across the void and slashed toward the green shadow. The sound of metal clashing rang out and the long sword trembled. Chenzong immediately felt an abundant and irresistible force bending the sword and rushing toward his arm. He hurriedly retreated to neutralize the force. That sword was deflected by the ironback green wolf's sharp claws. The ironback green wolf's charging momentum also paused. It landed on the ground and leaped up again, pouncing for a second time. Its speed was extremely fast, and its strength was extremely strong. Chenzong was in extreme danger. Splitting light and sweeping shadow, with a slash of his sword, 8 sword radiances shot out, each of them shockingly sharp. The ironback green wolf did not dare to take them head-on. After its claws shattered 2 of them, it quickly flipped back and landed on the ground. It quickly moved to the side to dodge the attack. Then, it pounced again, opening its sharp mouth to viciously bite Chenzong's leg. Its fangs were sharp and cold, and the stench of blood rushed out like the wind. Using the wind-stepping steps, Chenzong took a step to the right. His blood and chi surged, and his body was like the wind, narrowly avoiding the ironback green wolf's bite. Then, he took a second step and appeared behind the ironback green wolf. He raised his sword and slashed down. 8 sword radiances followed closely behind, all aimed at the ironback green wolf. Chenzong was confident that if this sword could hit, even if the ironback green wolf was a Class 1 upper-rank demonic beast, it would still die without a doubt. Chenzong was fast, but the ironback green wolf was even faster. The 8 sword radiances split the ground into 3-meter-long sword marks, but they did not manage to kill the ironback green wolf. The stench of blood surged from the sky. A green shadow suddenly jumped up, its claws tearing through the air in front of it. Chaotic sword style, 3,000 pounds of arm strength, the iron sword was swung like a butterfly flying through flowers. It was difficult to see clearly, and not only could it interfere with one's vision, it could also form a defense. The sword and the sharp claws clashed many times. Chenzong's arm shook, and he almost couldn't hold it anymore. Fortunately, he had eaten a lot of demonic beast meat and bone glue during this period of time, so his muscles and bones were even stronger. Suddenly, an extremely fast sword radiance pierced through, shooting towards the ironback green wolf's left eye. Rapid sword style, the ironback green wolf swung its sharp claws, causing the sword to shift, while the other claw went straight for Chenzong. Wind stepping steps, unfortunately, the ironback green wolf was too strong and too fast. Chenzong could not dodge in time, and his left shoulder was scratched by the sharp claws. His sleeve was torn, and blood dripped out. Chenzong frowned slightly. The wound on his left shoulder was burning hot, but he did not have time to stop the bleeding. The ironback green wolf landed on the ground. Smelling the scent of blood, its eyes glowed red, and it became even more violent. It roared, filled with killing intent, and rushed towards Chenzong again. Wind stepping steps, he dodged 2 steps, closed in, and attacked. Residual shadow, whisking willow, eagle strike, charging sword style, the sword radiance flashed continuously, and each sword slashed towards the ironback green wolf. The ironback green wolf turned its body, dodging Chenzong's sword radiance, and fiercely bit out, almost biting his leg. With my Qi and Blood Realm level 5 cultivation, my Qi and Blood Force can at most perform Scattered Shadows 10 times or Wind Stepping Steps 20 times. Now, I performed Scattered Shadows twice and Wind Stepping Steps 3 times, he could not help but feel a sense of danger. His footsteps were quick, and he changed his fighting style. He circled around the ironback green wolf and attacked with his sword. The ironback green wolf also quickly turned its body, clawing out with its sharp claws. If this continued, he could only hold on for a short while. After all, a monster's physical strength was often much stronger than a martial artist's, especially a monster of a higher level. Suddenly, Chenzong stopped in his tracks, and quickly stabbed out with his sword. Swift sword style, the ironback green wolf's body swayed, and it almost touched the sword as it rushed towards Chenzong, biting fiercely at Chenzong. Chenzong raised his left arm and sent it into the wolf's mouth. He only felt the heavy iron arm guard on his left arm being bitten to pieces in an instant. He raised his iron sword and fiercely chopped down. Scattered shadows, 8 sword radiance slashed down one after another, and with shocking sharpness, it cut through the ironback green wolf's fur and cut into its body, causing blood to spurt out. The sharp pain made the ironback green wolf let go of its sharp jaws, and its 2 claws reached out, shattering the last 2 sword radiances. Chenzong quickly used the wind stepping steps to retreat, but his chest was still torn open, and blood dripped out. Landing on the ground, a large amount of stinky blood gushed out from the wound, dyeing half of its body red. The ironback green wolf still did not fall. Its skin, muscles, and bones were tough, completely out of Chenzong's expectation. That sword attack actually did not kill it directly. Both man and beast were wounded. Chenzong resisted the pain of his wound, and raised his sword, using the wind stepping steps again. His body was like the wind as he approached the ironback green wolf. Scattered shadows, 8 sharp sword radiances arrived, but the ironback green wolf immediately retreated, and like a gust of wind, it turned around and rushed into the forest, quickly disappearing. It escaped. Chenzong retracted his gaze, and quickly retreated as well. Now that he was wounded, and his body reeked of blood. If he was unlucky, he would attract other demonic beasts. With his current injured body and a lack of qi and blood in his body, a mid-tier level 1 demonic beast would be enough to give him a hard time. As he quickly retreated, he was about to take out some hemostatic powder, but first he grabbed a round ball. It was gray and engraved with tiger stripes. Distress signal. Chenzong could not help but feel a little speechless. The distress signal was something that every martial artist in the mine must carry. Perhaps it was because he had killed a lot of demonic beasts recently, and things were going too smoothly, but Chenzong had long forgotten about this distress signal. But then again, when he was confronting the ironback green wolf, any movement could have directly triggered the ironback green wolf's violent attack. Chen Zong's attention was completely focused on the ironback green wolf, and did not think about the distress signal at all. Fortunately, in the end, both sides were injured, and the ironback green wolf was forced to retreat. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Although he had neglected the distress signal and was injured all over, Chen Zong was very happy. He had gained a lot from this battle, and he believed that if he settled down properly, it would be more helpful for his swordsmanship. Moreover, this fierce battle had also proven his current strength. He was stronger than most Qi and Blood Realm 5th stage martial artists, and he might be able to hold his own against an average Qi and Blood Realm 6th stage martial artist. "Clan brother, how did you get injured all over?" Qin Zhong exclaimed anxiously when he returned to the stronghold. "I encountered a rather strong demonic beast." Chen Zong smiled. "Clan brother, don't worry. It's just a flesh wound. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. You can kill a mid-tier level 1 demonic beast, but you're still injured. Could it be that you encountered an upper-tier level 1 demonic beast?" Chen Zong was shocked. By now, he already knew that Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the 5th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. He was surprised but also amazed. This was because he, Chen Zong, had entered the clan hall a year earlier than Chen Zong, and his current cultivation was also at the 5th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. Although their cultivation levels were at the same level, Chen Zong was confident that his strength should be above Chen Zong's. Now, it seemed that he was wrong again. Yes. Chen Zong did not deny it. Earlier, he had only hastily applied medicinal powder to stop the bleeding. Now that he was back, he naturally had to clean the wound first before applying other medicinal powders such as disinfectant and accelerated wound healing. Then, he bandaged the wound. The heavy metal bracer on his left forearm was completely shattered. The ironback green wolf's fangs had left a few teeth holes on his forearm. Fortunately, they were not deep and did not injure his muscles or bones. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome. For the rest of the time, the patrol mission could only be handed over to Chen Zong. Chen Zong, on the other hand, rested. In order to prevent his wound from rupturing, he did not even practice his sword techniques. He didn't cultivate, but he didn't stay idle either. Instead, he used these few days to organize the life and death battles he had with the demonic beasts again and again. Especially this last time, when he fought the ironback azure wolf and brushed past life and death, it allowed him to have a deeper understanding of all aspects, especially the sword and sword techniques. Chen Zong, you've finally reached the imperceptible realm of the real sword 8 movements. You'll also have new gains. In addition, the 3rd volume has ended. Tomorrow you'll start the 4th volume, The Realm of Truth. Look forward to it. Brother, I'm going out to patrol. I'll leave this place to you. Chen Zong was fully armed, wearing light iron armor and boxing gloves inlaid with fine iron plates. He said to Chen Zong, then turned and walked out of the small courtyard. Brother, be careful. If you're in danger, use the SOS flare immediately, Chen Zong reminded him. In the past 10 days, Chen Zong went out to patrol. He even took over Chen Zong's patrol. As for Chen Zong, he was recuperating in the small courtyard and recovering from his injuries. The physique of a warrior was different from that of an ordinary person. Not only was his strength and speed many times better than that of an ordinary person, but his self-healing ability was also many times better. Such injuries, even with medicine, on an ordinary person, would take at least a month to recover. However, on Chen Zong, it was completely healed in 10 days, leaving only a faint scar. The style of the light iron armor was similar to that worn by the iron guards of the Chen family. It was issued recently, because for some reason, there were more demonic beasts than usual in the area. Even rare demonic beasts of the upper class of LV1 appeared everywhere. The purpose of the light iron armor was to increase their defense and survival ability. Since they had accepted the task of guarding the mineral vein, they could do nothing if they were accidentally killed by demonic beasts. In the small courtyard, Chen Zong stretched his arms and legs. In the past 10 days, in order to prevent his wounds from tearing, he didn't practice sword arts. He felt that his body was about to rust. Now that his injuries were healed, when he moved his arms and legs, there was a continuous cracking sound like beans being fried. After the exercise, he practiced the tiger strength fist art. Every punch carried a shocking sound of a tiger roaring, and his momentum was imposing. For 10 days, Xianxia didn't cultivate, but he didn't slack off either. Instead, he sorted out what he had seen and learned since he started cultivating. He gathered the bits and pieces, removed the unnecessary things, and only left the essence that was beneficial to him. Then, he deepened his understanding and extended it. Training really requires a balance between work and rest. If I keep training hard without any time to digest the information, I'm bound to miss something. Xianxia muttered to himself as he gripped the scabbard with his left hand. His aura instantly changed. Wisps of sharpness were quietly born and condensed, like sharp swords in their sheaths. He lowered his body. Crouching sword style, the hidden sharpness of his aura suddenly became intense. The essence of the 8 forms of the true sword flashed through his mind like a stream of water. His aura became more and more condensed. His right hand moved like lightning, grabbing the sword hilt and pulling it out instantly. A crescent-shaped sword light sliced through everything in front of him, its sharpness unstoppable. Sword drawing style, charging sword. Form, ring sword form, chop sword style, chaotic sword style, swift sword style, explosive sword style. In just a few breaths, he had practiced the 8 forms of the true sword once. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, Xianxia's back was as straight as a sword. His body was still, and his aura was once again reserved. Gradually, it became weaker and weaker until it couldn't be felt at all. 8 forms of the true sword, true sword, true sword. I finally understand why I couldn't find the opportunity to break through to the imperceptible realm after reaching the peak of the consummate realm. It's because my cultivation direction has deviated. True sword. True sword, sharpness is a sword, tenacity and unyielding is a sword, fearlessness is a sword, cutting through thorns is a sword, taking lives at the sight of blood is a sword. Sentence after sentence, his voice became louder and louder. His eyes became brighter and sharper, as if there was a cold light flickering in them. It was as if the sword light was about to shoot out. The so-called true sword. Sharpness, tenacity, unyielding, fearlessness, and killing, the aura that had been reserved to the extreme burst out in an instant. It was extremely sharp, and his whole body seemed to be a sword. Then, the iron sword was unsheathed. Without any posture, the sword slashed forward like a crescent moon in the night sky. It was so bright that it tore the night sky apart. Sword drawing style, it was the same sword drawing style, but it gave off a unique feeling. It was as if there was some kind of qualitative change. Every bit of strength was used to the extreme, and the crescent moon sword light seemed to be flying out of the sword. The power of qi and blood fluctuated like a river. Xianxia held the sword in his right hand and performed one style after another. The power of each style had reached the extreme, far more powerful than before. Every sword left a clear trajectory in the air. Explosive sword style, the sword blasted out like a giant cannon. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to smash a mountain. The air under the sword was squeezed and split, forming a vacuum wave that shot forward and hit the wall of the small courtyard. With a bang, dust flew up. This is the tittle phase of the 8 styles of the true sword. The iron sword fell naturally. Under the sunlight, Xianxia's face seemed to be full of divine light. After practicing hard and searching for an epiphany, Xianxia was finally able to reach the tittle phase. However, he was not excited. Instead, he was very calm, as if it was natural. After 10 days of meditation, success came naturally. The power of the 8 styles of the true sword in the consummate phase is comparable to the power of diffusing light and sweeping shadow. Now that it has reached the tittle phase, its power has increased sharply. It is completely better than diffusing light and sweeping shadow, Xianxia said to himself. It would be hard to believe if he said it out loud. After reaching the tittle phase, the power of a foundation establishment martial technique could surpass the first level of a martial arts of the inferior class of the human rank. How terrifying it was. At the level of diffusing light and sweeping shadow, the power of the sword light did not increase much from the beginner phase to the advanced phase. The main difference was the number of sword lights. The 8 styles of the true sword was originally a very mysterious and powerful foundation establishment sword technique. After reaching the tittle phase, the power of each sword move was completely beyond the level of a foundation establishment sword technique. It was comparable to the first level of a sword technique of the inferior class of the human rank. Especially the last explosive sword move, its power was even more terrifying. I wonder how it compares to diffusing light and shadowless. Up to now, Qianzong had not reached the beginner phase of diffusing light and shadowless. But no matter what, the 8 styles of the true sword had reached the tittle phase. His understanding and mastery of the sword had improved. His strength had also increased a little, and his ability to fight for a long time had also greatly improved. The 8 styles of the true sword did not require a large amount of qi and blood to be used as a sword technique of the human rank. This was a very rare advantage. Now that the 8 styles of the true sword have reached the tittle phase, what is the change of the mysterious sword point? Qianzong thought to himself. He shifted his attention to the mysterious sword point in the space between his eyebrows. It was mysterious, ancient, profound, and vast. Every time he saw it, he would be amazed. Perhaps it had sensed Qianzong's thoughts or something else. The mysterious sword point trembled slightly. The buzzing sound was like the sound of an ancient god, cleansing his soul and body. It was very comfortable. A silver dragon flew up, riding the 9 heavens and roaming the 4 seas. It suddenly rushed toward Qianzong's mind. Qianzong's body was as still as a statue. His eyes were open, and there was a silver light flickering in them. It seemed to contain endless mysteries. As time went by, the silver light gradually faded away until it completely disappeared. It's a cultivation method of qi and blood. Exhaling, Qianzong was a little surprised. At first, he thought that he might gain something by cultivating the 8 styles of the true sword to the tittle phase, but he was not sure. It was just a feeling. If his guess was correct, then it might be a sword technique of a higher rank than the 8 styles of the true sword. The situation surprised Qianzong. There was indeed a change, but it was different from what he had guessed. It was not a sword technique, but a cultivation method of qi and blood. The true sword skill. This name does sound extraordinary. Carefully reading the information in his mind, Qianzong became more and more surprised. In the end, his face was full of shock. The true sword skill. What rank is this cultivation method? I heard that there are cultivation methods of a higher rank than the human rank. Is the true sword skill above the human rank? It's just that cultivation methods above the human rank are not suitable for qi and blood realm martial artists. According to Qianzong's understanding, human rank cultivation methods and martial arts were divided into 4 ranks: low, middle, high, and supreme. There were 2 stages for a low-grade mortal realm cultivation technique, 3 stages for a mid-grade mortal realm cultivation technique, 4 stages for a high-grade mortal realm cultivation technique, and 5 stages for a supreme-grade mortal realm cultivation technique. However, the true sword skill had 6 stages. Taking a few deep breaths, Qianzong calmed himself down. No matter what, it was a great thing to be able to obtain a cultivation method that seemed to be better than the supreme rank cultivation methods of the human rank. After all, the higher the rank of the cultivation method, the faster the cultivation method, and the faster the recovery of energy after the consumption. The cultivation of the true sword skill is about qi and blood like a sword, which can enhance the swordsmanship to a certain extent. Mastering the first rank will increase the power of the swordsmanship by 10%. Mastering the second rank will increase the power of the swordsmanship by 20%. If I can reach the 4th level, I can increase the sword technique's power by an additional 50%. Moreover, I can cultivate a strand of heavenly and true sword power. Once activated, I can increase the sword technique's power by another 50% within a breath. If mastering the 5th rank, the true sword force of the sky extinction will increase by 100%. If mastering the 6th rank, the true sword force of the sky extinction will be able to leave the sword and kill with amazing power. Qianzong's heart was burning with passion. His heartbeat was several times faster than usual, and it sounded like the beating of a drum. There was a huge gap between the middle and upper mortal level cultivation methods. For example, the fierce tiger skill of the Qin family and the earth dragon skill of the Tang family. One was rank 3 while the other was rank 4. However, when the earth dragon skill was cultivated to rank 4, one could cultivate the power of the earth dragon in the body. Once activated, it could further enhance the strength of one's arms in a short period of time. The Fierce Tiger skill rank 3 was the limit, but it was not enough. There were only 3 upper mortal level cultivation methods in the Wind Martial City. They were the legacy cultivation methods of the 3 great clans. As for the 5 great clans, they only had middle mortal level cultivation methods. As for the other small clans, they only had incomplete middle mortal level cultivation methods at most. Alright, from today onwards, I will cultivate the true sword skill. If I can master the first rank, my strength will definitely increase a little. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Xianxia carefully comprehended the first rank of the true sword skill. The first rank of the lower mortal level cultivation method could increase the cultivation and recovery speed by 50%. The first rank of the middle mortal level cultivation method could increase it by 100%. The first rank of the upper mortal level cultivation method could increase it by 100%, and the first rank of the highest mortal level cultivation method could increase it by 20%. Try to reduce the scope of your patrol from now on. Deacon Xianxia said solemnly as the 10 disciples of the clan hall gathered at the house in the center of the mine. Also, it's best to patrol in pairs so that we can take care of each other. The situation had been a little unexpected recently. The number of demonic beasts in the vicinity was several times more than usual, and the danger level had greatly increased. Originally, the Qin family's iron guards were patrolling in groups, but now, each group was divided into 2 small groups, making a total of 6 small groups. The 3 small groups were responsible for patrolling in 3 different directions, taking turns to take turns. Each small group of Qin family iron guards was led by a Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist. They were very strong and could cover a wider area. Once there was a call for help, they could respond better. After the meeting, Xianxia and Xianxia returned. After a short rest, they were fully armed and left the small courtyard to patrol the surroundings. If they found 1 or 2 level 1 lower or level 1 demonic beasts, they could directly take care of them. If they encountered many demonic beasts and could not handle them, they would use the distress signal flare. As long as they could hold on for a while, the Qin family iron guards would come to their rescue. After patrolling for a while, they did not encounter any demonic beasts. However, they found many traces of demonic beast activity. During this period of time, the 2 of them had hunted more than 30 demonic beasts in total. Their flesh and blood had been eaten by them, and their bones had been boiled into bone glue, which they slowly consumed. Their cultivation had obviously improved, and their muscles and bones had also become stronger because of this. The standard arm strength of 500 kilograms was the upper limit of a martial artist's physique. Unless there was a special opportunity, it was impossible to break through. However, this did not mean that one's physique could not be strengthened. For example, wood, stone, and steel. With the same strength and the same speed, if one regularly consumed the flesh of demonic beasts, especially the bone glue made from the bones of demonic beasts, one could further strengthen one's muscles and bones. From wood to stone, from stone to steel. The stronger one's muscles and bones were, the sturdier one's body would be, and the stronger one's defense and endurance would be. Compared to when he first came to the mine, Xianxia could feel that his muscles and bones were at least 30% stronger. However, gradually, the bone glue made from the bones of level 1 lower or level 1 demonic beasts became weaker and weaker. After all, this method of boiling bone glue was the simplest and most primitive method with the lowest utilization rate. As for herbs of other grades, they did manage to find a few of them. However, they were at most grade 2 herbs, and there were only a few of them. Brother, there's a demonic beast. Xianxia was more sensitive. Xianxia hurriedly followed Xianxia's gaze. After a dozen breaths, 3 figures emerged from the bushes. They were 3 red-top wolves with strong bodies. They were gray in color, but there was a cluster of red between their eyebrows. They were demonic beasts of class 1, lower grade. The 3 red-top wolves locked their cold eyes on Xianxia and Xianxia. They dashed toward them in a straight line, their murderous aura filling the air. You're courting death. Xianxia roared and threw a punch at the red-top wolf. It was as if a tiger's roar resounded. Xianxia's fist condensed into the image of a ferocious tiger's head, and it fiercely smashed out like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Shockingly, it was the first layer of the astral tiger fist technique, the initial stage. The fist instantly collided with the sharp claws of a red-top wolf. The terrifying power was unstoppable, directly shattering the red-top wolf's sharp claws and striking its chest. With a bang, the red-top wolf was sent flying, spitting out blood from its sharp mouth. The other two red-top wolves fearlessly pounced on Xianxia. However, they only saw a dazzling sword light in the air. Before they could even let out a cry, the two red-top wolves fell directly to the ground. Their necks were almost cut off, leaving only a layer of skin attached to their necks. This was deliberately done by Xianxia. In this way, he could kill the red-top wolves in an instant without causing blood to splatter everywhere. "Brother, your sword seems to be faster." Xianxia was very surprised. Xianxia only smiled. Indeed, his sword was faster, and his movements were smoother. This was the result of him spending 5 days to replace the Fierce Tiger skill with the True Sword Sky Supreme skill. The True Sword Sky Supreme skill was a cultivation technique suitable for people who practiced the sword. From the beginning, Xianxia's mastery of the sword would increase in minute details. As his cultivation level deepened, this mastery would gradually increase. "Let's bring these 3 red-top wolves' corpses back first," Xianxia said. He grabbed the hind legs of a red-top wolf with one hand and walked towards the small courtyard of the stronghold. Xianxia held his sword in one hand and grabbed the third red-top wolf with the other. They had harvested 3 red-top wolves in one go. The 2 of them could not finish eating, so they brought 2 of them to the center of the mine and handed them over to their family members. They received an additional 40 contribution points as a reward. Both of them received 20 points each. It was better than nothing. At night, dark clouds covered the sky. Even the bright moon was obscured. Mount Fulong was plunged into darkness. The only source of light in the vicinity was the lights of the houses in the mine. The night was dark and the mountain wind was icy cold. The sound of the wind was like the weeping of ghosts, chilling one's heart. Although their line of sight was severely obstructed, the Chen family's iron guards did not give up on patrolling. They merely narrowed the area they were patrolling. The 3 small teams crossed each other. Without a sound, a black shadow emerged from the thick grass. It landed like the wind. Its footsteps were light and quick. Like a lynx, it silently and quickly approached the houses in the mine. The black shadow seemed to have observed for a long time. It grasped the timing and rhythm of the iron guards patrolling. After avoiding the iron guards, it quickly arrived at the houses. However, it did not alarm anyone. After circling around, it retreated back the way it came. "Who is it?" A thunderous roar startled everyone. The sound of wind breaking rang out. The Chen family's iron guards had all appeared. Under the illumination of the light, the black shadow that had not completely retreated had nowhere to hide. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Chen family's mine? What's your purpose?" As they asked, the iron guards cooperated and formed an orderly encirclement. He he he. The laughter was like that of an owl. It was very creepy. The black shadow's figure flashed and its speed increased. With the sound of wind breaking, it quickly rushed to the side. "Stay here." One of the iron guards shouted sternly. His long saber was unsheathed. With a cold saber light, it tore through the night and slashed mercilessly. For people like this who dared to sneak into this place, no matter who they were all enemies. They would all be killed. However, the figure of the black shadow twisted strangely, as flexible as a snake. It almost brushed past the long saber. However, the long saber paused and turned, slashing horizontally, wanting to cut the black shadow in half. The other iron guards attacked one after another, either brandishing their sabers, punching, or kicking. Everything they did was to attack. The black shadow twisted its body strangely. Not only did it avoid the slash of the long saber, it waved its hands continuously. A strange hissing sound rang out. It was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. It collided and borrowed the force to rush to the gap. "Since you're here, don't leave." An elder had been watching. When he saw the black shadow's slippery figure rushing out of the encirclement of the iron guards and trying to escape, he snorted coldly. His body suddenly leaped up like an eagle circling in the sky, staring at its prey, and then swooping down in an instant. Every elder of the Chen family was a powerful martial artist who had surpassed the blood qi realm. They were extremely fast. Even if the black shadow used all its strength, it would still be difficult for it to escape. A gentle palm strike was launched, but it felt like a stormy sea. Everything around it was sealed and there was no way to dodge. That palm strike hit the black shadow directly. The black shadow tried its best to twist its body. Its muscles and bones trembled as it tried its best to resist the elder's palm strike and dissipate the force. With a bang, the black shadow rushed forward like a ragged sack. The absolute difference in strength made the black shadow unable to resist at all. In an instant, it flew more than 10 meters away. The elder took a step forward and closed in. Suddenly, the black shadow that landed on the ground bounced up. Not only was it not killed, but it also wanted to escape. As it escaped, it waved its right hand behind it. A green powder glowed strangely in the night. Poison powder. The elder's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand and the wind from his palm swept away the poison powder. However, there was still a trace of it that floated over. The elder smelled it slightly and his expression changed again. He felt that the poison powder was extremely toxic. Even with his cultivation level, it was difficult for him to withstand it. That slight pause allowed the black shadow to take the opportunity to quickly escape. It circled around the poison powder area and gave chase. However, it did not catch up in the end. After the black shadow escaped into the grass, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Check the surroundings, the elder ordered. They did not know where the black shadow came from. It snuck in, circled around, and then tried to sneak away. If it were not for the elder's high cultivation level and vigilance, he would not have been able to discover any clues. The steel guards quickly checked the surroundings, but they did not find anything. Even they could not figure out what the black shadow's goal was. This person is only in the blood qi realm, but he was able to withstand my palm strike. The elder frowned. He felt that it was very strange. There was also a sense of uneasiness in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. However, he did not know what it was. After all, they did not know what the black shadow's goal was. After carefully inspecting the surroundings, he didn't find anything that had been damaged or anything like that. Increase the security, the elder ordered. Yes, the steel guards replied in unison. Go and check on the 10 clan hall disciples. Tell them to come here, the elder ordered again. Immediately, the steel guards took action. They went in 5 different directions to inform the clan hall disciples. The black shadow tonight was very strange. It was hard to say whether something bad would happen. However, it was safer to have the 10 clan hall disciples come here. Xianxia, when the sun rises, take the 10 clan hall disciples and leave this place. Return to the city, the elder said to Xianxia. Okay. Xianxia also realized that the situation was not good. The clan hall disciples were the future strength of the clan. It was best not to lose a single one of them. It was late at night. The night was dark and the wind was strong. It was not a good time to leave. After all, although the mine was not deep in Mount Fulong, it was not outside of Mount Fulong either. Recently, there had been frequent demon beasts appearing and it was easy to be attacked. And at night, the monstrous beast's ability to move was often above that of martial artists. This was even more disadvantageous to martial artists. Let's hope nothing happens tonight, Xianxia thought to himself. He could not help but feel a little worried. Not long after, the 10 clan hall disciples were all woken up. They were fully armed and followed the steel guards out of the stronghold. They gathered at the central camp. They were still confused. Late at night. There was no moon or stars. The sky was dark, and it was hard to see one's fingers. Many torches were lit around the campsite, and the flames swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound. The bright red light shone, and the shadows were intertwined. It was a little strange. Be alert tonight. Leave here at dawn and return to the clan hall, Xianxia said to everyone. Deacon, did something happen? Someone asked. I'm not sure. Xianxia shook his head. In short, if anything happens, you must work together and protect yourselves. After giving some instructions, he told everyone to stay in the campsite while he patrolled the area. After all, he was at the 9th level of the Blood Chi realm, and he was very powerful. Time passed slowly. The wind blew, and rustling sounds could be heard. A woo, the sound was long, and it was the sound of a wolf-shaped beast. It was heard every night, so it was not surprising. However, after that voice was heard, howls could be heard one after another. The howls rose and fell continuously, as if a pack of wolves were roaming at night. Roar, a violent roar, like the sound of a fierce tiger, came from another direction. The howls came one after another, and everyone's face changed. Strange, very strange. A dangerous aura quietly spread. The campsite's fire was like a lighthouse in the night. Perhaps, there were other directions. From all directions, there were figures moving quickly, and a strong fishy smell mixed with a violent chill approached. Attention, there are demonic beasts approaching. It's a pack of demonic beasts. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone's face changed. It was normal for demonic beasts to approach, and they might encounter them every night. However, it was different for a pack of demonic beasts. One had to know that the demonic beasts around the mine had been cleared by the Iron Guards time and time again. There were not many left, and there were only 2 or 3 scattered around. It was impossible to find a pack of 4 or more. Now, there were many demonic beasts approaching at the same time. Not good. The elder thought, and his face changed dramatically. He suddenly remembered that the black shadow sneaked into the campsite and circled around without causing any damage. It must have left something that could attract demonic beasts, such as the beast-attracting powder that he had heard of before. The smell of this kind of beast-attracting powder could only be clearly smelled by monstrous beasts. As for human martial artists, unless they were exceptionally gifted, they wouldn't be able to smell anything. Moreover, this kind of powder was gray. Once it was sprinkled on the ground, it would be impossible to see it at night. However, beast-attracting powder was said to be very difficult to make, so even the elders were not sure. All steel guards, heed my orders. Return to the defensive line immediately. Without any hesitation, the elder immediately issued an order. The 30 iron guards immediately returned and guarded the camp from all directions. The elder himself and Deacon Xianxia also stood around the campsite and looked around. With the help of the firelight, they could vaguely see figures approaching. Chenzong and the other 10 people were standing in the camp. Let's go help, Chen Kaiyue said. He lifted his sword and walked away. Step back, step back. The 10 of you, don't come over. The iron guards saw this and immediately stopped them. This was a pack of monstrous beasts, not just 2 or 3 monstrous beasts. The danger level was completely different. Even the lowest level monstrous beasts would be extremely terrifying when in a pack. At the end of the day, these 10 clan hall disciples were only at Blood Chi realm level 5. Perhaps they had personally killed some monstrous beasts during this period of time, but to the Iron Guards, they were still very inexperienced. Against a pack of monstrous beasts, only death awaited. The clan hall disciples were the future strength of the clan. Appropriate training could allow them to grow, but they couldn't go overboard. After being ordered to step back, the group did not continue forward. Instead, they stared ahead. A pack of wolves appeared. Red-top wolves. Amidst the exclamations, at least 30 red-top wolves were rapidly approaching. In a one-on-one battle, a Blood Chi realm level 5 martial artist could easily kill a red-top wolf. He could even kill 2 or 3 red-top wolves. However, against 30 red-top wolves, even a Blood Chi realm level 6 martial artist would be at a disadvantage. Although the red-top wolves were not directly targeting them, the tyrannical murderous aura emitted by the 30 red-top wolves sent chills down their spines. On the other side, more than 10 iron claw wolves appeared. They were intermediate class 1 monstrous beasts. Another 3 iron-back green wolves appeared. They were upper class 1 monstrous beasts. Suddenly, a shocking roar, as if announcing the arrival of a monarch, caused everyone's ears to buzz. A huge figure leaped out from the bushes and came into view. It was a full 2 meters tall and was blood red in color. The stripes on its body seemed to emit a scarlet glow under the illumination of the fire, like fresh blood. With a body length of more than 4 meters, its thick and strong tail seemed to bring about gusts of wind as it swept about. Roar! It opened its ferocious mouth and let out a roar that was as loud as an avalanche, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Its huge and cold eyes were filled with dominance. It had a sense of superiority over life and death. When those with insufficient cultivation faced it, they would feel weak all over. Their blood chi seemed to have solidified, and their entire body went numb. Fierce blood tiger. Even the fierce blood tiger has appeared. Leave the fierce blood tiger to me, the elder immediately said. The fierce blood tiger was red in color and the stripes on its body were even more scarlet. It was a upper class 2 monstrous beast, and it belonged to the top class of upper class 2 monstrous beasts. Most of the Blood Chi realm level 9 martial artists were no match for it. Only elite martial artists could fight it, but 8 or 9 out of 10 of them would lose. Such a terrifying monstrous beast, none of the Blood Chi realm level 9 martial artists present were a match for it. The elder's cultivation had surpassed the Blood Chi realm. Naturally, he was not afraid of the fierce blood tiger. However, just as he was about to attack the fierce blood tiger, another terrifying roar came from another direction. This roar was different from the fierce blood tiger's domineering roar. It had an incomparable berserk tone. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled and a huge black figure appeared. It was even bigger than the fierce blood tiger. When the huge black figure appeared, it stood upright like a human. Its height reached an astonishing 5 meters. Black scale bear. The elder's face was also very ugly. The black scale bear was also a upper class 2 monstrous beast, but its strength was incomparably shocking. Its body was not covered in fur, but scales. It also had an amazing defense. It could be said that the black scale bear was more dangerous than the fierce blood tiger. Even if the elder attacked, he would not be able to kill it in a few moves. Hiss, 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 hiss. The strange sound that made one's scalp tingle and body turn cold came from another direction. They saw a huge python with the thickness of an adult's waist slithering over. Under the light of the fire, they could vaguely see that the huge python had black and red stripes intertwined with a faint luster. As its body slithered, there was a rustling sound. Such a huge python. Dark-scale python. After recognizing the huge python, everyone's face turned even uglier. It was another terrifying monstrous beast that was not inferior to the fierce blood tiger. In addition, there were more ordinary lower class 2 monstrous beasts, middle class 2 monstrous beasts, and upper class 2 monstrous beasts approaching. It's dangerous. Everyone, including the elder, had a grave expression. If it was a group of lower class 1 monstrous beasts, the elder, an expert, and 31 elite martial artists who were at least at the 7th level of the Chi and Blood realm could kill them without much effort. However, once a lower class 2 monstrous beast appeared, and there was more than one of them, the situation began to become very troublesome. Elder, please let us participate in the battle. Qianzong pleaded, perhaps we are not strong enough, but we are also martial artists. We are the disciples of the Qin family, and we have the spirit of a tiger. Elder, please let us participate in the battle. Even Chen Weixiu, who was hated by Qianzong and Qianzhong, said earnestly. At this moment, they forgot everything else and only had the ferocious tiger in their hearts. In that case, the 10 of you will go there. Remember, protect yourselves. There is only hope if you survive. The elder looked at the 10 of them deeply and pointed to the side. That was the direction where the group of lower class 1 monstrous beasts, the red-top wolves, were attacking. Qianzong, give me your sword. It is more useful in my hands, Chen Kaiyue said to Qianzong. Chen Kaiyue, your swordsmanship may not be as good as brother Qianzong's, Qianzong said. Is that so? Qianzong, do you dare to compete with me? Let's see who can kill more and stronger monstrous beasts. If you lose, give me your sword. Chen Kaiyue looked coldly at Qianzong, directly provoking Qianzong. If you lose, what can you give me? Qianzong asked back. If I lose, I will owe you a favor. Chen Kaiyue always used his own favor to talk about things. Chen Kaiyue, you think too highly of your favor. Qianzong could not help but laugh. The others also looked at Chen Kaiyue. Favors were hard to measure, but no one thought that a favor from Chen Kaiyue could compare to Chen Zong's precious iron sword. Chen Kaiyue was a little angry. "Chen Zong, do you dare to bet with me?" "I don't want to," Chen Zong replied directly. It was not that he did not dare, but that he did not want to. What was the use of betting? At this moment, more than 30 red-top wolves sped up and pounced on the group. Tiger out of the cage. Water-breaking flow. Diffraction shadow. Everyone displayed their lower-class human-level martial arts, and almost all of them reached the small success stage. Chen Kaiyue's diffraction shadow was 8 beams of sword light. Although they were not very clear, it proved that his diffraction swordsmanship had reached the profound success stage. It was no wonder that he was so confident. Compared to ordinary martial artists of the same level, he was indeed better. Chen Zong did not display his diffraction swordsmanship because the 8th style of the real sword at the minute subtlety stage was no less powerful than the diffraction shadow. Moreover, it did not require the activation of the qi and blood power, so it was faster. From the corner of everyone's eyes, they caught a glimpse of a bright and dazzling sword light. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the night sky, piercing through the air in an instant. Then, they caught a glimpse of blood droplets flying. Under the illumination of the fire, the blood droplets reflected a strange bright red. One sword after another, each sword was swift and deadly. In the blink of an eye, 3 red-top wolves had died under Chen Zong's sword. His body flashed and his footsteps were like the wind. He nimbly avoided the red-top wolf's sharp claws and bites. His sword rose and fell. The sword light was dazzling, and the red-top wolves were killed again. Many thanks to Turbid Liquor Soul for his intentions against you tips and monthly votes. Even Chen Zong would not be able to gain an advantage from the encirclement of over 30 red-top wolves. However, with less than 10 people, the red-top wolves were split up and the pressure on each person was greatly reduced. Coupled with the difference in strength, the 30 red-top wolves were quickly killed. Among them, Chen Zong alone had killed 11 red-top wolves, the most amongst the 10. Chen Kaiyue had killed 5, ranking second. "Chen Kaiyue, now you know the difference between you and Chen Zong," Chen Zong said with a smile. "Humph, this is just the beginning." Chen Kaiyue's face was cold. Chen Zong ignored him and swung his sword. Drops of blood flew out and he said in a low voice, "Let's go." Immediately, 1 man and 1 sword took the lead and rushed to the left, where there was a mid-grade LV-1 Iron Claw wolf. "Kill!" Chen Zong shouted and immediately rushed out to follow Chen Zong. "Who's coming with me?" Chen Kaiyue rushed to the right, where there was also a mid-grade LV-1 demonic beast. Immediately, the team of 10 people was separated. Chen Zong had 4 people, all of whom were disciples of the Earth Court, while Chen Kaiyue had 6 people, all of whom were disciples of the Heaven Court. Ignoring it, Lin Fan's precious iron sword emitted an incomparably sharp and dazzling light. The sword pierced through the air, causing the eyes of the iron-clawed wolf to turn white. The only thing that could be seen was the flickering light of the sword. Since Chen Zong had cultivated the true sword 8 forms to the hyperfocus realm and replaced the fierce tiger skill with the true sword heavenly skill, his strength had increased. He was confident that even if he encountered an iron-claw wolf again, he could completely contend against it, let alone a mid-grade LV-1 iron-claw wolf. Not only was the might of the 8th style of the true sword at the refinement realm much stronger, but every strike would also release a dazzling sword light, bringing about an astonishing momentum and terrifying sharpness. The iron-claw wolf had no time to dodge and was immediately pierced through its throat. Chen Zong's silhouette flashed like a gust of wind as he unleashed the chopping sword stance towards the second iron-clawed wolf. Compared to Chen Zong and the other 2 could not instantly kill the iron-claw wolves. With their strength, it was quite difficult for them to kill 1 iron-claw wolf each. There were more than a dozen iron-claw wolves. Chen Zong and the other 2 each took 1. Chen Zong was like a tiger in a pack of wolves. Under the true sword's sky supreme skill, a shocking sharpness spread out, causing chills to run down his spine. Rushing sword style, rapid style, exploding style, his movements were extremely nimble, dodging the sharp claws of the iron-claw wolf by a hair's breadth. Furthermore, he would attack with his sword at an unbelievable angle. Every attack would not miss, and he would kill the iron-claw wolf. The true sword 8 styles at the minute subtlety realm was equivalent to turning the true sword 8 styles from someone else's sword technique into Chen Zong's own sword technique. It was more compatible with his body, and it was easier to execute. Chen Zong's strength increased by at least 30%. Coupled with the true sword heavenly supreme skill, his control of the sword was better. Chen Zong and the other two only saw 3 incomparably dazzling sword lights flash in front of their eyes, instantly blinding them. After 3 breaths of time, they returned to normal. Their opponents, the 3 iron-clawed wolves, were already lying in a pool of blood. A total of 15 iron-claw wolves were all killed by Chen Zong. On the other hand, Chen Zong was not injured, but there were a few tears in his martial attire. The refinement realm is not pure enough, Chen Zong said to himself as he looked down. After all, he had just broken through not too long ago, and was not as profound as the residual shadow sword art. If he had a little more time and completely mastered the tittle realm of the true sword 8 movements, Chen Zongyo was confident that he would be able to kill all of the iron claw wolves by himself without getting injured, nor would his clothes be damaged. What terrifying strength! Chen Zong and the other two were shocked. They were all at Qi and Blood Realm level 5, but Chen Zong's strength far exceeded theirs. Compared to those at the Qi and Blood Realm level 6, this kind of strength was not inferior at all. The 3 of them felt ashamed but also proud because Chen Zong was an Earth Institution disciple. Chen Zong was especially proud because Chen Zong was from Little Lake Town. On the other side, the elder personally dealt with the black scale bear. Among the monsters, the black scale bear's strength was the strongest. His body was extremely fast as he circled around the black scale bear and continuously struck out with his palms. The black scale bear's body was incomparably huge and strong, and its black scale armor made its defense even more astonishing. Even a treasured iron sword would find it difficult to break through, but its speed was not fast enough. As it waved its 2 huge palms, it brought about a terrifying whistling sound, as if it was going to stir up a storm one after another. The strength of each palm was at least 10,000 pounds. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Even though the elder's cultivation was above the Qi and Blood realm, he did not dare to take it head-on. If he was hit head-on, even if he did not die, he would be injured and vomit blood. The elder's palms continuously struck the black scale bear's body. The terrifying force caused the scales to shatter and seep into the bear's body, causing further damage. The intense pain caused the black scale bear to go crazy. Its palms became even more violent. However, in the face of absolute strength, the black scale bear's defeat was only a matter of time. On the other side, Deacon Qin Xiaojia restrained the fierce blood tiger, while Captain Tai San and another Qi and Blood Realm level 9 steel guard restrained the dark scale python. As the monsters were killed, blood splattered everywhere. The smell of blood became very strong. As the mountain wind blew, it attracted even more monsters. The steel guards were very strong, but they were not invincible. They had to face Class 2 monsters that outnumbered them by several times and were beginning to get injured. Following that, the first steel guard was torn apart by the monster's sharp claws. Blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. This was a battle of life and death. There was no luck. Die. The elder was furious. He leaped up and struck out with his palm. In the center of his palm, there seemed to be traces of light green flickering. It contained an extremely terrifying power. This palm seemed to be able to shatter the air as it fiercely bombarded a broken scale of the black scale bear. The broken scale immediately caved in. The palm seemed to have penetrated deep into it. The terrifying impact directly created a bloody hole. One palm followed by another. After 3 palms, the tyrannical black scale bear finally fell to one side. His body leaped up like an eagle and rushed towards the fierce blood tiger. At this moment, a series of dull thumping sounds could be heard. The ground was shaking, and countless sand and stones were rolling, making it difficult for people to stand still. Many of the demonic beasts seemed to have felt something terrifying approaching, and their bodies began to tremble. A terrifying violent aura filled the air, making people feel very uneasy. Everyone's heart was suppressed, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. The dull thud sounds became more intense and urgent. The ground shook more and more violently. Under the light of the fire, a huge black shadow directly broke a big tree and rushed over, crushing the grass. Its height was at least 3 meters. Excluding its tail, its body length was at least 5 meters. Its entire body was black, as if it was wearing heavy armor. Its 4 limbs were incomparably strong, like huge pillars supporting the ground. The 2 curved horns on its head were like giant knives. Its eyes were scarlet, cruel, and bloodthirsty. This was a bull. Heavy armored bull. The elder trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He cried out involuntarily, why would a heavy armored bull appear here? No one could answer the elder's question. Heavy armored bull, grade 3 monster, grade 3 monster, the same level as martial artists above the chi and blood realm. Moo, a long cry shook the earth. The heavy armored bull did not stop at all and directly charged towards the center of the camp. Even the elder did not dare to block it. Wherever it passed, the houses were instantly destroyed. The people and monsters who could not dodge in time were also smashed under the violent charge of the heavy armored bull. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Go go go. Quickly leave this place. The elder roared. At this moment, they could no longer defend the camp. They could only leave. Whether they could escape or not depended on their own ability and luck. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The steel guards immediately approached each other, wanting to gather together. However, the other monsters pounced on them again. They could only be separated and fight on their own. The miners who were not martial artists were even more miserable under such circumstances. They were all killed by the collisions. Save me, I don't want to die, howls rose and fell one after another. It was incomparably mournful. Let's go. Qianzong killed a mid-grade grade 1 monster with a slash of his sword. He took the lead and rushed out of Mount Fulong. Qianzong and the other 2 followed closely behind. However, a few figures flashed in front of them. It was 3 steelback green wolves blocking their way. Kill. Explosive sword style, the precious iron sword pierced through the air like a giant cannon. It was extremely powerful and collided with the sharp claws of one of the steelback green wolves. The steelback green wolf was directly pushed back. Its sharp claws were shattered, but Qianzong was also pushed back a few steps. More and more monsters rushed over from all directions. Qianzong waved his sword to open up a bloody path. He could not tell which direction he was going to go. In short, he was looking for the direction where the monsters were the least and the weakest. Gradually, the figures of Qianzong and the other 2 disappeared. They were surrounded by monsters. Qianzong did not know that he was constantly moving deeper into Mount Fulong. Die. With a slash of his sword, the sword radiance seemed to split the night sky. A mid-grade grade 1 monster was beheaded. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Before he could catch his breath, another monster rushed over from the other side. It was extremely fierce and fearless. Wind-stepping steps, Qianzong's figure was like the wind as he swiftly flashed past, causing the demonic beast to miss. Just as the demonic beast was about to counterattack, a horrifying coldness assaulted its body. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianzong slashed backwards with his sword. The poisonous snake shot down from the tree like an arrow, but it was split into 2 by the precious iron sword. Gasping for breath, Qianzong kept running forward and waving his sword. The sword radiance was dazzling. He did not know how far he had run, how many times he had waved his sword, and how many monsters he had killed. He only felt that his body was weak. When his right hand was tired, he would switch to his left hand. When his left hand was tired, he would switch to his right hand. Both his hands felt numb, as if they had lost all feeling. Tired, very tired, very tired. However, Qianzong did not dare to stop. He did not know if more monsters would chase after him, tear him into pieces, and eat him if he stopped. A ray of sunlight rose from the east and shone on the forest. Qianzong could not run anymore. He leaned against a big rock and panted. His qi and blood were all used up. His physical strength was also exhausted. He did not want to move anymore. This is the first time I've suffered so many injuries. After consuming the last energy pill to recover his strength, Qianzong could not help but smile bitterly. There were wounds on his back, chest, arms, and thighs. They were either claw marks or teeth marks. Some were light, some were heavy, but the bleeding had already stopped. A layer of blood had also formed on the wounds. But it's already a great fortune to be able to survive from last night's situation. I wonder how Brother Qianzhong and the others are doing? The appearance of the level 3 heavy armored bull had directly crushed everyone's defense. It had destroyed everything in the camp and was invincible. Coupled with the arrival of even more beasts, the group could not gather and could only fight individually. In the end, they were forced to disperse. As the sun rose, the golden light dispersed the lingering chill of the night. Qianzhong felt a trace of warmth. Perhaps it was because of the attack of the beasts last night, but now it was quiet. The scenery had a unique beauty. Qianzhong did not dare to let his guard down. If he guessed correctly, this place should be deeper into the Mount Fulong than the mine. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be. I'll recover my strength before leaving this place, Qianzhong thought to himself. He was not like Tang Junluo, Li Zhenshi, Zhao Wangqing, and the others. When they went out to train, they would definitely be accompanied by experts above the Qi and Blood realm. If he was unlucky and encountered a level 2 beast, it would be enough to put him in a life and death situation, not to mention a level 3 beast. Paying attention to his surroundings, he activated the true Sword Heaven Supreme skill. The Qi and Blood that he had used up were quickly recovering at a speed that he could clearly feel. Half an hour later, his Qi and Blood had completely recovered. His physical strength was also fully recovered. The only thing was that there were many wounds. As his body moved, it would cause waves of discomfort and pain. With a light leap, he jumped onto a large rock and looked into the distance. All he could see was the forest and vegetation. For someone who had entered the Mount Fulong for the first time, it was difficult to determine the direction. It was easy to get lost. Which direction is the Martial Wind City? Qianzhong looked at the rising sun. The direction of the rising sun was fixed. Based on this, he might be able to find the way back to the Martial Wind City. But as he looked, Qianzhong was a little confused. After all, he lacked experience in surviving in the wild. It should be in this direction. Qianzhong sounded uncertain, but he didn't have a better choice. Jumping off the rock, he strode towards the direction he had chosen. The vegetation was exuberant, so he had to use his sword to open a path, but he also had to be vigilant at all times. When they were tired, they would find a place with a relatively wide view to rest for a while. Once they had rested, they would continue moving forward. This is Piluo grass. Sweeping his gaze across the area, Xianxia noticed a stalk of reddish-brown grass beneath a large tree. It looked extremely resilient. It seems to be around 30 to 40 years old. It was an unexpected surprise. Qianzhong dug up the Piluo grass and carried it with him. As the sun rose, it became scorching hot in the sky. Qianzhong also had a few herbs hanging on his shoulder, all of which were more than 10 years old. When he was hungry, he plucked some wild fruits. After identifying them as non-toxic, he cooked them to appease his hunger. They were sour and astringent, but in order to maintain his strength, he had to eat them. It was unknown when, but dark clouds had gathered from all directions, blocking the sunlight and darkening the world. As he walked, Qianzhong noticed that there was a cave in front of him that was covered by vines. Is this the cave of demonic beasts? Looking around carefully, he didn't find any traces of demonic beasts. Shaking his head, Qianzhong didn't enter the cave in the end. There could be danger anywhere in the mountain. Who knew if there would be any danger that he couldn't deal with in the cave? He bypassed the cave and continued moving forward. Rumble, a dull sound seemed to be ringing in his ears, as if there was a giant beast hiding in the dark clouds making an earth-shattering roar. The mountain wind suddenly became violent, blowing from all directions with a whooshing sound. Crack, in front of him, there seemed to be a dazzling light, and in his ears, there came an astonishing sound directly. In the dark clouds, blazing white lightning shuttled back and forth, like electric snakes dancing. The dark clouds were low, the mountain wind was roaring, and the lightning was dense. Heaven and earth were dull. This was clearly the prelude to the coming of a mountain storm. Crack, a blazing white bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and struck a large tree a few hundred meters away. The 100-year-old tree was instantly shattered by that bolt of lightning, leaving only half of the tree stump charred black. A piece of charred wood fell heavily beside Qianzong's feet. Wisps of hot air filled the air, scorching and choking his nose. Truly, terrifying power. Qianzong sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. The power of heaven and earth was many times stronger than a human's power. The power of that lightning couldn't be compared to that of a powerful martial artist who had surpassed the qi and blood realm. If my sword could be as fast and powerful as that lightning, who in the world could block it? Qianzong suddenly thought, but then he shook his head and smiled. He was thinking too much. There was a limit to a person's power. No matter how fast and powerful his sword was, how could it compare to the lightning of the power of heaven and earth? A peanut-sized raindrop fell on his face, and in the next breath, raindrops fell from the sky. In just a few seconds, the world was covered in gray. At a glance, countless raindrops fell in a line, and the sound of the raindrops was like a surging tide. I need to find a place to hide from the rain. His eyes quickly scanned the area, but he couldn't find a place to hide from the rain. With his qi and blood realm level 5 cultivation, his body was much stronger than ordinary people. He also had abundant qi and blood, so he could easily withstand the cold and heavy rain. However, it was different in the mountains. Moreover, his injuries hadn't healed yet. If he wasn't careful, he could fall sick. There's only that cave left. Now, he had to enter even if he didn't want to. He could only hope that there wasn't any danger inside. His footsteps were quick. He returned to the cave and quickly scanned the area. After confirming that there were no traces of monster activity, he went in. Wiping the rainwater off his face, Qianzong looked into the cave. The light was dim, so he couldn't see far. However, it was silent. Compared to the noise of the storm outside, it was like a different world. After waiting for a while, the storm showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became more intense. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed in the sky. The sky and earth suddenly brightened and darkened. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to leave for a while. Should I go in deeper? Thinking to himself, Qianzong didn't hesitate. He focused and walked slowly into the cave. He activated the true sword heaven supreme skill, channeling his qi and blood. His strength quietly gathered, ready to go. The cave wasn't deep. After walking for about 20 meters, he came to a relatively wide cave. It was about 5 to 6 meters high and had an irregular shape. It was about 50 to 60 square meters in size. What's that? Qianzong vaguely saw a stone slab in the corner of the cave. There was a black shadow on the stone slab. A person? Or a monster? Someone actually came here. TSK, a qi and blood realm level 5 martial artist. Just nice. His qi and blood can heal some of my injuries. A cold and strange voice sounded. It was a bit hoarse. When it reached his ears, Qianzong's scalp went numb. Without hesitation, he retreated. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. The black shadow suddenly twisted and got up from the stone slab. Like a python, it quickly slithered over, bringing with it a fishy wind. For a moment, Qianzong felt like he was facing a snake-type monster. Why would a person make him feel like he was facing a snake-type monster? It was very strange. Before Qianzong had time to think, the black shadow had already closed in on him. His hand swayed and shot out from his sleeves like poisonous snakes coming out of their holes. Like a snake's mouth, they made a hissing sound that made one's scalp go numb and neck go cold as they attacked Qianzong's throat and chest. There was no fluctuation of qi and blood. This was obviously a foundation establishment martial art, but it was practiced to perfection. It gave Qianzong a strong sense of danger and pressure. It was hard to breathe. He held his breath and stayed calm in the face of danger. His right hand quickly grabbed the sword hilt and pulled it out of the sheath. The sword light was so dazzling that it instantly lit up the dim cave. With an amazing momentum and extreme sharpness, it slashed toward the black shadow like a crescent moon tearing through the night sky. This sword was fast, accurate, and steady. It also had a kind of resolute and ruthless decisiveness. After many life and death battles with monsters, Qianzong unknowingly began to practice the ruthless word of the forward sword technique formula. He had some preliminary results. This sword was beyond the Black Shadow's expectation. He never thought that a mere Qi and Blood realm martial artist could have such exquisite sword techniques. However, the Black Shadow had been through hundreds of battles and was very agile. He twisted his body like a snake and dodged the sword slash. As if he was sticking close to the sword light, his speed increased by another notch. His hands changed, like countless snakes shooting out, attacking various parts of Chen Zong's body. Chaotic sword style, the precious iron sword danced like a butterfly among flowers. Its sharpness was unparalleled. It completely blocked the front. The Black Shadow had to withdraw his hands. He was severely injured and could not use his full strength. He did not dare to meet the sharp iron sword head-on. In a flash, he disappeared in front of Chen Zong and reappeared beside him. One of his hands moved up and down, as if to hit Chen Zong's head or his ribs. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. The other hand quietly gathered momentum and drew a strange arc, attacking Chen Zong's back. If he was attacked from three sides. Wind step, his body was like the wind. In a flash, he disappeared under the Black Shadow's hands. Second step, close in, sword out, the sword light condensed into a ray, extremely fast. Swift sword style, it pierced through the air and the darkness of the cave. With an amazing momentum and sharpness, it pierced toward the Black Shadow. This sword was too fast, the Black Shadow could not dodge in time. The black robe on his body was immediately torn apart, which bought him a chance. His palm was like a snake's mouth, lightly hitting the sword body. The huge force broke the sword body, and he took the opportunity to retreat. "Kid, I didn't expect your sword techniques to be so good. You must be a genius from some family." The Black Shadow's voice rang out again, this time with a sinister tone that revealed a thick killing intent. "What I like the most is to torture geniuses like you. I'll drink all of your blood and qi to make my cultivation stronger." "Who the hell are you?" Chen Zong frowned. This person's voice and tone gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. He could not even tell whether the Black Shadow in front of him was a human or a monster. After all, he had never heard of a martial artist who would drink human blood to improve his cultivation. That method was too evil. "A monster has appeared. Are you afraid?" A chilly wind blew. The black figure was shrouded in dark clouds. His hands were hidden in his sleeves like a poisonous snake. The snake shadows moved freely, making it difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The hissing sound was continuous, as if snakes were slithering on one's neck. Chills ran down one's spine. Chen Zong felt as if he could see a pitch-black python slithering towards him. He felt an intense sense of danger. Residual shadow, he slashed with his sword. The sword light was dazzling, but it dimmed in an instant. It turned into a shadow that covered the black figure. The change between light and dark affected the black figure's eyes, making it difficult to see clearly. Splitting light and sweeping shadow, 8 sword lights lined up in a row and slashed out, directly enveloping the black figure. However, the black figure's body twisted in a strange way. The power in his hands exploded. After shattering 2 sword lights in a strange way, he passed through them. He closed his hands and opened them like a snake's mouth. He attacked Chen Zong's chest with a shocking sound of wind breaking. Horizontal sword, wrist shake, the sword trembled and shone brightly. The sword and the hands collided. After a moment of stagnation, the black figure attacked again. It seemed that he was going to exchange injury for injury, life for life. However, the black figure retreated in an instant. He circled around and attacked again from the side. The so-called ruthlessness is not only decisive and resolute, showing no mercy to the enemy, but also ruthless to oneself. A kind of enlightenment flashed through his mind. Chen Zong suddenly realized that his grasp of the 4-word formula of the sword art had improved. This was especially so for the ruthless formula, which combined speed, accuracy, and stability. It gave him a feeling of understanding the essence of the sword art. Sword, 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 Chen Zong focused on attacking. Every time the black figure attacked, he did not use the power of qi and blood. The number of times he used the power of qi and blood was very few, and the power was not very strong. It meant that the black figure was seriously injured. Under his sword, the black figure either dodged or attacked from the side. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. It meant that the black figure was very wary of the sharpness of his sword. Since that was the case, he could be more powerful and fearless. He could use his advantage to the fullest. Residual shadow. Whisking willow, eagle shot, 8 moves of the real sword. The 4 foundation establishment sword techniques that had reached the imperceptible realm were used alternately. The transition between the moves became more and more perfect. The black figure's cultivation was very high. If he was not seriously injured, Xianxia would not be his opponent at all. It was also because of his severe injuries that he could only use a little of his strength. He could not even unleash the power of his qi and blood, so he could not use any graded martial arts. He could only use a foundation establishment stage martial arts that had reached the minute subtlety to fight his enemy. However, his application of foundation establishment stage martial arts had reached an astonishing level, and he had rich experience in life and death battles. These were all his advantages. At this moment, Xianxia was using his opponent's combat experience and exquisite application of martial arts to temper himself, increase his own combat experience, sharpen his combat skills, and strengthen his control of the sword. A strong enemy was undoubtedly the best whetstone, and also an excellent combat instructor. They could stimulate one's potential in the midst of life and death, and then improve one's strength in all aspects. Furthermore, they would firmly remember it. As time went by, the black figure sensed that the black figure's combat skills were improving. The black figure was shocked by the black figure's excellent swordsmanship and the fact that he had cultivated several foundation establishment sword techniques to the imperceptible realm. But he was sure that the black figure's combat skills were very shallow. Now, the black figure was getting closer to the black figure. The black figure was shocked by the speed. I can't believe there is such a monster. He can catch up with me in just a short fight. Once he grows up, he will become a strong enemy of our sect, the black figure thought. He made up his mind to kill the black figure as soon as possible, even if he was injured. His body was slippery, but he shook and bounced in an instant. His hands were like a snake opening and closing its mouth. He bit at the blinding sword light that was coming at him. His legs bounced up from under his sleeves. Like an angry python, they exploded with a terrifying force toward Xianxia's legs. Unexpectedly, the sword light was just an illusion. It dimmed in an instant and turned into a shadow that was shattered under the black figure's hands. Then, it shone brightly again. The terrifying sound was sharp, piercing the eardrums of the black figure. The black figure felt extremely uncomfortable. The shocking sharpness was like an invisible sword. When it hit his body, he felt pain as if he was being cut. The change was too fast and too sudden. The black figure hurriedly retreated, but he was too slow. His black robe was torn apart by the sword light. Even his chest was cut open. Blood flowed out. Xianxia's eyes flashed with horror. At that moment, he saw that the black figure's body seemed to be covered with fine snake scales. You have successfully angered me. The black figure shook his body. The torn black robe separated, revealing a long and flexible body. As expected, there were fine snake scales on his body. They seemed to be drawn on, but also seemed to be growing out from under his skin. His chest was the clearest. His blurry face was full of coldness. His eyes shone with a green luster, which made the temperature in the cave seem to have dropped. Demonization. A hoarse and obscure voice sounded. Right in front of Xianxia, this person's body twisted strangely like a snake. It made Xianxia's hair stand on end. The snake scales on his body became clearer as his body twisted. Gradually, they spread all over his body. The originally gloomy human face seemed to be stretched. It looked like a cross between a human face and a snake's head. It was also covered with snake scales. Its tongue became slender and long, making a hissing sound. Hiss. You forced me to demonize and reveal my true body. You can be proud. You should feel lucky to die under my true body. The voice of this half-human half-snake monster was even more strange. Its body seemed to be twisting all the time. Its arms were also shaking like two poisonous snakes. It made Xianxia very uncomfortable. This thing that was neither a human nor a demon beast looked disgusting. It was like something in between. It shocked Xianxia greatly. What kind of monster are you? Xianxia's scalp tingled. A chill spread down his spine. He took a deep breath and held the sword in his hand to calm himself down. His eyes became sharper, as if they could pierce through all the darkness. Monster. You lowly ant, how dare you say I'm a monster? You deserve to die. The sharp voice seemed to pierce through one's brain. The moment the word die was heard, the snake man had already burst out at an amazing speed. He approached Xianxia. His arms were like poisonous snakes coming out of their holes, blooming countless snake shadows. His legs were like angry pythons, fiercely bombarding. The pressure increased sharply. The shadow of death shrouded him. After turning into a half-human half-snake, the enemy's strength was even more terrifying. That cold breath made Xianxia feel suffocated. He felt that he could not move. He resisted with all his strength. The first level of the real sword skill was operated to the extreme. In an instant, he seemed to break some shackles. The power of qi and blood surged. Xianxia immediately felt that the connection between him and the sword in his hand seemed to be further improved. The first level of the real sword skill, mastered, with a slash of the sword, the sharpness of the sword light seemed to have split the invisible pressure. The sword light followed the slash and turned into more than a dozen sword lights, attacking the serpent man's arms and legs at the same time. However, the serpent man's feet bounced backwards. Splitting light and sweeping shadow, 8 sword lights flashed, one after another, intertwining with each other. A kind of enlightenment suddenly appeared, but there was no time to comprehend it. Under the sword light, the snake man twisted his body to dodge. One of his hands flashed and hit the precious iron sword hard. The terrible power burst out, and the precious iron sword trembled. Xianxia held it tightly, and the web between his thumb and index finger of his right hand was cracked. The second hit, the precious iron sword flew out of his hand. The third hit Xianxia's chest hard. Unable to dodge, Xianxia raised his right arm to resist. With a cracking sound, the heavy iron arm guard on his right arm was shattered in an instant. The great power made Xianxia step back. His right arm was in great pain. The heavy iron arm guard repelled the snake man's palm. The precious iron sword fell. Xianxia opened his left hand and grasped the sword hilt. Chopping sword style, the sword seemed to be able to split mountains. Left-handed sword. The snake man was shocked. This man was only in his teens. It was already shocking that he could cultivate the sword art with his right hand to such a level. But he could also use the sword with his left hand, and it did not seem to be inferior to his right hand. The sword fell, and the sword light was dazzling. The momentum was frightening. Unable to dodge, the snake man could only raise his arm to resist. He concentrated his power, and his forearm swelled. The sword rose and fell without hesitation. It was ruthless and decisive. The precious iron sword itself was sharp, and the chopping sword style was even more shocking. The first level of the real sword skill had been mastered, and the power of the sword had reached the extreme. The sword touched the snake scales on his arm. Xianxia immediately felt the slipperiness and toughness of the scales. Down, the sword broke the scales, cut into the arm, and cut the bones. With an obscure sound, Xianxia roared, and used all his power for the second time. Cutting the bones and cutting the arm. Strange blood with traces of green light spurted out, and a fishy smell filled the air, accompanied by a shrill scream. He kicked out his right leg and hit the snake man's chest. The precious iron sword trembled, and the sword light was chaotic. It stabbed into the snake man's body, breaking the snake scales and leaving a bloody wound. After losing an arm, the snake man temporarily lost his balance. The sharp pain made him unable to react as usual. "Damn you! How dare you cut off my arm?" The snake man's voice was as shrill as a ghost's cry. The other arm of the snake man turned into countless snake shadows, and he quickly retreated, like a big python, and rushed out of the cave. Through the darkness, Xianxia vaguely saw that there seemed to be a palm print on the snake man's back. Chase, the snake man rushed out of the cave, ran into the rain, and hid in the grass. Xianxia chased for dozens of meters, but he could not find any trace of the snake man. He had to return to the cave. Entering the cave again, he saw the broken arm on the ground. The snake scales disappeared, and it returned to the appearance of a human arm. "What the hell is this?" Xianxia stared at the broken arm, very puzzled. He was sure that the guy must be a human, but he did not know why he turned into a monster. Moreover, after transforming into that monster, his strength had become even more powerful, far surpassing the standard of 1,000 jin. The snake scales on his body also had an astonishing defensive power. Even the sharpness of a refined iron sword would not be able to cut through them. Fortunately, he was holding a treasured iron sword. Kicking the broken arm to a corner, Chenzong walked to the stone slab. There was a bag beside the slab. He opened it with his sword, and many things fell out. End of chapter 50. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.